Chapter 1. A farewell, yet a path diverged in the desolate expanse of the Tianhuang continent, within the shadowy and damp depths of the imperial capital of the Fuyao Empire. Innumerable black chains glimmering within. Eerie lights swayed intermittently. The very heart of this intricate web of chains lay two colossal, fearsome creatures, their visages twisted and grotesque. Despite the grandeur of the imperial capital surrounding them, bolstered by the sealing chains, the aura emanating from these beasts remained terrifying and disquieting. At this moment, beneath the towering demons, a dim candle flickered, precariously perched upon a stone table. Its wavering light seemed on the verge of extinguishing, starkly contrasting the ominous presence of the creatures. At the opposite end of the table sat a young man clad in green, leisurely engaged with a set of homemade playing cards crafted from coarse paper. A pair of threes, Yu Qing declared, placing two cards upon the stone table while casting a glance at the monstrous beings. The creature on the right visibly paled, gripping the cards with its enormous fingers, the size of a human head, causing its nails to turn a ghostly white. Two cannot afford it, it stammered after a prolonged silence, shaking its colossal head vigorously, the muscles in its face twitching with evident fear. Meanwhile, the creature on the left trembled, hastily arriving at a conclusion. It's too much, I cannot afford it either. Both creatures then fixed their gaze upon Yu Qing, their expressions a mixture of dread and desperation. If neither of you can afford a pair of threes, then I shall take my leave, Yu Qing replied with a smile, casually fanning the cards in his hand. That he then rose, stretching lazily, and added, "So, do you accept the terms?" Drawing forth a gleaming dagger, he brandished it menacingly. The two creatures shuddered in unison. "Rest assured, I shall not harm you. I only require half a pound of your blood for potion making." Yu Qing chuckled, swiftly plunging the blade into the creature's flesh. With tearful eyes, they surrendered the requested blood, and Yu Qing, grinning, collected the essence before tidying up the stone table and making his way up the dimly lit staircase leading to the surface. "I shall return to visit you again," he waved in farewell. The two creatures quivered once more, internally pleading for his mercy, yet they could only muster a smile more grotesque than tears as they watched him depart. "Ah, wait!" Yu Qing paused mid-step, turning back to say, "Do be obedient in the future. If I sense even a hint of your attempts to disturb the seal while I am above ground, I shall guarantee a 3-day, 3-night stay here." With that, he finally ascended to the surface, arriving in a courtyard in the southern part of the imperial city. The garden was alive with the melodies of birds, fragrant blooms, and the gentle murmur of flowing water. Beneath the bamboo grove, a fine tea set fashioned from exquisite spirit wood awaited him. Adjacent to his personal reclining chair, the only incongruous sight was a sheep lying upside down, basking in the warm sunlight, its round form occasionally blinking its half-lidded eyes while chewing on a blade of grass. Heavy envoys from those barbaric nations sent gifts once more. "The offerings are rather unimpressive," Yu Qing remarked nonchalantly, fiddling with the peculiar trinket in his hand. The sheep, upon hearing his words, opened its eyes to chew the grass lodged in its mouth before closing them once more, seemingly displeased by Yu Qing's prattle. "A royal decree has arrived." At that moment, a sharp voice pierced through the air, followed by the entrance of 3 eunuchs into the courtyard. Upon seeing Yu Qing, the leading eunuch cast him a significant glance before reciting, "By the command of the Empress Fuyao, you are summoned to the palace immediately. No delay shall be tolerated. This is an imperial order." Yu Qing's brows furrowed slightly. Why would Fuyao suddenly seek my presence? With a sense of curiosity, he wasted no time in changing his attire and proceeded towards the imperial palace. However, along the way, he encountered numerous officials, both civil and military. They regarded him with a mixture of surprise, and murmurs began to circulate. It is truly a pity for Yu Qing that in the early days of the empire, he stood alone against the 3 great vassal kings, demonstrating such formidable prowess and making significant contributions. Alas, while he indeed vanquished the 3 kings, he also ruined his own meridian, rendering him a mere idle lord destined to languish. What being an idle lord? Has the empire treated him poorly? Such treachery. Precisely, this does not justify his collusion with foreign tribes or his intentions of rebellion. Why Yu Qing's brows knitted tighter. He sensed that the situation was more serious than it appeared. Upon reaching the gates of Fuyao Palace, he found himself encircled by a throng of Fuyao soldiers. In front of them stood a chief eunuch holding the imperial edict. "Yu Qing, you are accused of colluding with foreign tribes to incite rebellion. You should face the execution of your entire lineage. Yet, considering your past merits, we shall show leniency by stripping you of your title and exiling you from the Fuyao Empire. This is an imperial decree. Me, colluding with foreign tribes to incite rebellion? Despite the countless discussions he had overheard along the way, Yu Qing remained indifferent to the opinions of others. The factional struggles within the court and the unfounded accusations were all too common. However, when he heard the imperial decree echoing the same claims, he was momentarily stunned. For the decree represented the will of the empress. Perhaps others were unaware, but Nangang Fu Yao herself was well aware. This emperor was the one he had supported to ascend the throne. After her coronation, Yu Qing had aided her in eliminating dissidents and pacifying the three kings, devising strategies for the good of the people and the stability of her reign. It could be said that without him, the prosperous Fu Yao Empire would not exist today. Yet, disinterested in power, he had retreated to the shadows once the Fu Yao Empire was stable, leading a tranquil life of nurturing fish and tending flowers. One could say that while many might harbor rebellious thoughts, he was the exception. Even if one were to claim that I conspired with foreign tribes to incite rebellion, it would not be for you to say it is Fu Yao herself who should address me directly. Bold Yu Qing, how dare you utter the empress' name so freely? The chief eunuch's face flushed crimson as he pointed an accusing finger at Yu Qing, shouting sharply, "Let him in." At that moment, a commanding female voice resonated from within the palace, imbued with the undeniable authority of the emperor. As her voice fell, 3,000 Fu Yao soldiers bowed in unison. "Humph, clear the way for him." The chief eunuch emitted a cold hum, reluctantly parting the way for Yu Qing. Ignoring those around him, Yu Qing stepped into the Fuyao Palace. At the head of the hall sat a woman clad in red, her beauty unparalleled, exuding an air of authority with every movement. She was none other than the Empress Fuyao, Nangang Fuyao. Beside her stood Xiao Wuqian, the most gifted young talent of the Fuyao Empire, a prodigy endowed with supreme potential. Once, Xiao Wuqian could be considered half a disciple of Yu Qing. Yet, Yu Qing paid him no mind, directing his gaze instead toward the elevated figure of Nangang Fuyao, his eyes filled with inquiry and confusion. Meeting Yu Qing's gaze, Nangang Fuyao looked down with an imperial demeanor. "There is nothing more to say. The evidence is irrefutable. Out of respect for your past contributions, I shall spare your life. You may leave." Her words were delivered casually, as if dismissing an inconsequential matter, akin to sending away a mere dog. Why Yu Qing furrowed his brow tightly. Although he had anticipated this moment since the imperial decree was issued, hearing such word from Nangang Fuyao's lips was still difficult to accept. "Why?" Yu Qing inquired, lifting his head. "The empire does not wrong any good person," Nangang Fuyao replied, her expression devoid of emotion. "The evidence is conclusive." "You know I'm not asking about that," Yu Qing retorted, for everyone was acutely aware that these so-called accusations could not withstand scrutiny. Any discerning individual understood the truth. Moreover, it was impossible for this empress to remain oblivious to the matter. This implied that the charges were entirely sanctioned by her, perhaps even orchestrated by her own hand. "Are you questioning me?" The cold voice of Nangang Fuyao sliced through the air, an imperial might radiating from her. Pressing down on Yu Qing, "I shall reiterate, I only acknowledge evidence." In that moment, Yu Qing felt a sharp pang in his heart, a sensation akin to betrayal. He was not of this world. He had traversed from a realm known as Blue Star. It was on a night beset by snow and tempest that he first arrived, stepping onto the path of cultivation. There, in a corner, he found a small girl huddled, her complexion a deep violet from a cold. From that moment on, the two embarked on a journey of cultivation together, sharing a bowl of porridge and a cup of water. The girl called him brother, and he vowed to protect this sister with no blood ties. Eventually, she learned of her true lineage as a princess, the last royal of the previous dynasty. Why Yu Qing helped her return to the palace, reclaiming her rightful identity and power. Later, she confided her desire to ascend to the throne, and without hesitation, he aided her in eliminating her adversaries, allowing her to ascend to the imperial seat as a woman. Yet, after all these years, he found it increasingly difficult to reconcile the lofty empress before him with the innocent girl he once knew. "It seems you no longer require my assistance." Yu Qing sighed deeply, shaking his head in resignation. A joke. However, Yu Qing's words pierced the heart of the empress deeply. Enraged, she slammed her palm onto the table, shattering it into fragments. She was a woman of her word, a sovereign above all. She was not a fragile girl in need of protection. Yet this person continued to flaunt a past best left unspoken, presenting himself as her guardian. This repulsed her to the utmost degree. Put it plainly, she wished to conceal the fact that she, the illustrious Empress Fuyao, had once endured a chapter of her life that filled her with shame. There was a time when she exhibited weakness. Moreover, she could not bear the thought that behind all her triumphs lay the shadow of this individual, who was now nothing but a cripple. She was determined to erase this dark history. Undeniably, Yu Qing had once assisted her. But she was an empress. I would rather betray the world than allow the world to betray me. Yu Qing, it is undeniable that you have made significant contributions to the establishment of the empire, she stated coldly. But you overestimate your own importance. Do you think I cannot thrive without you? To speak frankly, I am surrounded by talents, and the Fuyao Empire is flourishing as never before. The Fuyao Empire lacks no one, including you. Before I change my mind and decide to end your life, I advise you to disappear from my sight at once, Nangong Fuyao declared without a trace of emotion. Yu Qing gazed at the still unfamiliar Nangong Fuyao and, for reasons unknown, felt an unexpected calm settle within him. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, slightly raising his head. Then, as you wish, he replied, mountains and birds differ thus. Let water and mountains not meet. With that, he turned and walked towards a grand door, his steps slow and deliberate. His words were unmistakable. Henceforth, all ties between them were severed. Even if they were to meet again, they would be like strangers. A flicker of guilt flashed in Nangong Fuyao's eyes, but it was swiftly replaced by resolve. Xiao Wuchen had been commanded to escort Yu Qing out of the Fuyao hall. He cast a complex glance at Yu Qing, offered no farewell, and turned back to the hall. It was undeniable that even though Yu Qing had been rendered useless after slaying the three kings, his wealth of experience and cultivation remained intact. Though he had never formally studied under a master, he had indeed learned much from Yu Qing. Until today, he had held a deep respect for him. Yet, it seemed that Yu Qing perhaps overvalued his own significance. The Grand Fuyao Empire would continue to function without anyone, including him. He would not jeopardize his own future because of Yu Qing. Chapter 2. So what is it to me? Yu Qing departed. With a wave of his sleeve, he took away everything from his courtyard, including the incongruous sheep. The sky was slightly overcast today, with occasional fine rain drifting down from above. Nonetheless, the imperial city remained bustling. It seemed unaffected by Yu Qing's departure in the slightest. He lingered at the city gate for a long while, extending his hand to feel the gentle rain falling from the sky, taking a swig of strong liquor before turning his back and leaving. The city he called home for the past 20 years, the long sword that had been embedded in the depths of the imperial capital, was also taken away. This sword appeared rather ordinary, marred by rust, and was retrieved by Yu Qing, who concealed it within his sleeve, and one knew when the sword had been thrust into the ground, nor was anyone aware that it had just been drawn forth. All that the crowd knew was that, at that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from the underground of the imperial capital, as if an uncontrollable force was about to erupt from the earth. Why Yu Qing did not spare a glance. He had never considered himself a sage. He could remain here, nurturing an affection for everything around him. But if he were to leave this place, what relevance would it hold for him? The sheep also did not look his way, instead casting a forlorn gaze at Yu Qing, indicating its hunger once more. Yu Qing casually plucked a blade of foxtail grass and offered it to the creature. The world knew only that he had been stripped of his cultivation ability during his fierce battle against the three kings. Yet, none realized that it was amid adversity that he awakened the exclusive welfare system designated for his transmigration. This system proved reliable, rewarding him with numerous gifts upon signing in, including the sheep and the sword. In a mere 20 years, he had sipped tea, listened to music, and reached a level of cultivation unknown to all. Even to himself, he felt a hint of strength, yet his desire for further advancement was minimal. He was content to linger in this small patch of land, enjoying wine, savoring tea, and occasionally visiting the depths of the imperial capital for amusement with those two demonic creatures. However, perhaps it was time to elevate himself further in accordance with the system's tasks, to explore the world while also uncovering what lay at the end of that path. Take on a disciple, he mused, his gaze shifting as he noted the system's prompt. Following its guidance, he needed to journey south to find a disciple of his own. The South, it seemed, referred to the Southern Kingdom, that he had long heard of the breathtaking beauty of the Southern Kingdom, and now he would finally have the opportunity to behold it. Meanwhile, within the imperial capital of Fuyao, chaos reigned. Dressed in crimson, Nangong Fuyao stood majestically in the grand hall, her expression dark enough to evoke rain. "Who can tell me what has happened to the seal?" she demanded, her voice low yet commanding. Since the sealing of the two demonic creatures beneath the capital, there had been occasional disturbances, but over time these had diminished, becoming nearly imperceptible in recent years. Never had such a significant commotion occurred since the seal was established. "Your Majesty, we have just conducted an inspection and found no issues with the seal," one elder approached, speaking with deference. "Since there is no problem with the seal, why then has such a disturbance arisen?" Nangong Fuyao questioned sternly. The elder bowed his head, kneeling on the ground, his face turning crimson as he struggled to articulate a response. Clearly, the seal was intact, yet the cause of the tremors remained elusive. Send someone to reinforce the seal and monitor the underground activity closely. Report any issues to me at once. Nangang Fuyao commanded decisively before returning to the Fuyao Hall. Seated within, fatigue etched across her features, she felt an inexplicable sense of unease that had plagued her over the past 2 days. Logically speaking, that her level of attainment, such circumstances should not exist. Rubbing his forehead, he pondered that perhaps it was the myriad of trivial matters that had led to this state. Days passed that Yu Qing had embarked on his journey to the southern lands. This moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back atop a mountain peak, gazing at the distant scenery as a gentle breeze caressed him, bringing a sense of serene delight. The vistas beyond were truly magnificent. Brother Yu, what brings you here all alone? At that moment, several figures approached from a distance, led by a young maiden in a flowing dress, Lu Yi. After departing from the imperial city and traveling several hundred miles, Yu Qing had encountered Lu Yi and her companions along the way. The two parties found a mutual affinity and decided to journey together. Brother Yu, be cautious, there are demonic beasts lurking in these mountains. While minor ones may pose little threat, we cannot guarantee your safety against larger beasts, Lu Yi warned, her eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. All right, let us proceed, Yu Qing remarked with a smile. Shortly thereafter, the group traversed the mountains and arrived in a quaint little town before nightfall. The evening sky was adorned with twinkling stars, and a gentle breeze wafted through the window. Yu Qing, holding a wine bowl, leaned against the window, listening with great interest as Lu Yi and his fellow disciples engaged in lively banter. A subtle smile gradually appeared on his face, although he was considerably older than them. Who among them had not once been an impassioned youth with dreams of chivalry and heroism? Come, brother Yu, let us toast to you. The youths, whom Yu Qing perceived as younger siblings, raised their wine bowls in his honor. Very well, let us drink, Yu Qing replied, lifting his own bowl in response. At that moment, Lu Yi stepped forward, a hint of regret in her voice as she remarked, Brother Yu, I fear that we must part ways tomorrow. Oh. Yu Qing raised his gaze to her. Although our paths ahead may align, we intend to forego the main roads in pursuit of our training. The lesser-known trails are considerably more perilous, and if you were to accompany us, we would find it quite challenging to ensure your safety. Of course, I bear no disrespect towards you, brother Yu. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing offered a faint smile and replied, Then you underestimate me rather greatly. It is my fault for not informing you that I possess a modicum of skill myself. The words instantly illuminated the eyes of Lu Yi and the others, who eagerly inquired, Brother Yu, what is your level of cultivation? He. As for me, I could easily defeat any one of you, Yu Qing declared, raising his fist with a smile. Then allow me to spar with you, brother Yu. A nearby youth, having set down his wine bowl, swiftly lunged towards Yu Qing with an agile stride. His palm, imbued with profound energy, swiftly approached Yu Qing's chest, revealing his remarkable talent. He had already broken through the postnatal realm and attained the innate stage of cultivation. In the face of the impending attack, Yu Qing merely smiled lightly, raising his hand to effortlessly clasp the youth's wrist with 2 fingers, rendering the youth's assault utterly ineffective. Hiss, brother Yu is incredibly powerful. He is comparable to the guardian in our sect. The group of youths gazed at Yu Qing with admiration, voicing their astonishment in various exclamations. Only Lu Yi, her face flushed, stuck out her tongue and remarked, So it turns out brother Yu is this strong. How about it? Is it still all right to travel with you? Yu Qing chuckled. With your strength, of course, there are no issues. However, along the way, we shall rely on you, brother Yu, to take care of us. Certainly. It is no trouble at all. We shall assist one another, Yu Qing replied, lifting his wine bowl. Amidst the jovial laughter of the group of young men and women, the atmosphere was filled with mirth. The only exception was a sheep lying on its back on a soft couch, casting a disdainful glance at Yu Qing. Chapter 3. Has Yu Qing departed? I shall charge towards the seal right now. As time passed, the news of Yu Qing's expulsion from the Fuyao Empire gradually spread beyond its distant borders. In this vast expanse of desert, where the yellow sands stretch endlessly, the horizon reveals a magnificent and imposing city. Countless cavalry clad in heavy armor, mounted on colossal beasts, patrol the surroundings. At the heart of the city, within a formidable fortress, sit the leaders of 2 great barbarian nations. One is Man Shan, the chieftain of the Sand Barbarians. The other is Gong Sun Tu, the leader of the Tu Shan nation. Both towering figures, with full beards and long, flowing black hair, indulge in copious feasts of meat. Every glance and gesture they make exudes their formidable presence and mastery. What? At that moment, Man Shan slammed his wine bowl down, his face etched with disbelief as he inquired, "Are you implying that the demon has been expelled from the Fuyou Empire?" This news has just been relayed from the imperial capital of Fuyou, and it is undeniably true. Gongsun too replied with utmost seriousness. "Stop with your nonsensical claims. I cannot believe it. Has Nangong Fuyou lost his mind?" Man Shan shook his head, his expression one of skepticism. How foolish one must be to commit such an act. Is this not akin to plunging a knife into one's own artery? Such self-sabotage is hardly the way to relinquish one's prowess. Yet, at that very moment, one of his trusted confidants entered and presented him with a secret missive. To his astonishment, it was indeed genuine. Man Shan opened the letter, momentarily taken aback. Clearly, his spies had unearthed this information as well, though their actions were considerably slower than those of Gongsun Tuesday. No, let me gather my thoughts. Man Shan seated himself upon the couch, scratching his head as his mind raced, incredulously muttering, "How could this be?" After a lengthy pause, he raised his head, his eyes shimmering with revelation, and said, "So, does this mean we need not ally with the Fuyou Empire? If that fiend has truly departed, then indeed, it seems so." Gongsun too replied languidly, No, that cannot be right." Man Shan shook his head once more, expressing his concern. What if this is a ruse concocted by that demon to test us? In that case, he would surely come seeking us for another chat. His words sent a shiver through the otherwise composed Gongsun too, causing him to involuntarily tap his toes against the ground. It was a truly painful memory, one that could bring tears to the eyes upon recollection. "It appears we must deliberate this matter further," Gongsun too remarked, his expression cautious as he contemplated the situation. After a protracted silence, he suggested, "Let us find some excuse to delay the alliance for now. Simultaneously, we shall continue to investigate the veracity of this information to confirm whether he is indeed absent from the Fuyou Empire before making any further plans." "Very well. We shall proceed thus," Man Shan concurred with a nod, adding, "Our two great barbarian nations are among the most powerful in this southern region. I have never regarded that insignificant Fuyou Empire with any respect. They only dared to seek an alliance with us out of fear of that demon's threat. If he is truly no longer within their borders, then there will be no need to show them any deference in the future." Indeed, Gongsun too agreed with a nod. "Then it is settled." Meanwhile, in the Fuyou Empire, deep within the pitch-black subterranean realm of the imperial capital, two sealed demons were breathing heavily in the darkness. The pressure has dissipated in recent days. If my conjecture holds true, he has taken that sword away. A deep, resonant voice echoed through the darkness. "Without that sword, these feeble chains in the formation above us cannot restrain us for long." But what does he intend? Silence enveloped the darkness for a time before the voice resumed. "If he remains above, even without that sword, he would sense the slightest disturbance we make, and we would still be unable to escape. Yet, this still presents us with an opportunity. Without that sword, we can at least gradually wear away the seal atop our heads in silence, ultimately breaking free in one decisive surge. Although this approach requires some time, it remains our sole opportunity. Very well, let us wait a while. Once we escape, I shall ensure that these wretched humans pay dearly for their transgressions." At that moment, footsteps echoed from the staircase leading underground. Soon, a group of blue-robed cultivators descended, led by an elder and a young man. "Everyone, inspect the seal," commanded the elder, as he and the youth stood beside an altar, their piercing gazes scrutinizing the actions of the blue-robed individuals. "Master Sun, do you truly believe that Yu Qing, who once rendered great service to the empire, has now been exiled?" The young man murmured, unable to contain his curiosity. Master Sun dismissed the notion with a scoff. "Indeed, Yu Qing was commendable in his time. But that was then. Now he is but a mere shell of his former self." Such a pity," the youth lamented. However, their conversation was overheard by two formidable creatures lurking in the shadows. Upon hearing the news, their eyes widened in disbelief as they exchanged glances in the darkness. "What? Yu Qing has been exiled from the empire?" Instinctively, the two creatures tugged at their black chains, leaning forward in anxious anticipation, fearful of mishearing the revelation. The clanking of the chains failed to attract the attention of Master Sun and his companion, who regarded the sounds as nothing more than the usual stirrings of beasts. "Such a lack of remorse," Master Sun remarked disdainfully. "Regardless of whether the allegations of treason are true, it is clear he has lost touch with reality. Now, reduced to a mere waste, he clings to past glories, still considering himself significant. His exile from the empire is indeed a fitting outcome. We should take heed. Yet, Scarcely had Master Sun finished speaking when two thunderous roars erupted from the shadows, shaking the very foundations of the imperial city, creating a cacophony akin to an earthquake. Unbelievable. Yu Qing has truly been cast out from the empire. The two creatures were nearly overwhelmed with exhilaration, on the brink of tears. With Yu Qing gone, the seal wait a while? What nonsense! I shall charge at it immediately. Chapter 4. The impending storm at the borders and the troubled imperial capital within the opulent Fuyou Palace. Nangong Fuyou sat upon the dragon throne, her exquisite beauty marred by an unsettling expression. The sight of her countenance rendered the several ministers standing in trepidation below utterly speechless. Just moments ago, correspondence arrived from the two barbarian nations, announcing a postponement of the alliance discussions. This is a significant matter for the Fuyou Empire. It is essential to understand that the southern frontier is home to numerous nations, among which the Man Kingdom stands as one of the most prominent. Forming an alliance with the Man Kingdom would be a milestone for the Fuyou Empire, solidifying its foothold in the southern region. However, with the alliance event scheduled for next month, the news of its postponement raises many questions. Your Majesty, as mentioned in the letter, it could be that the leader of the Man Kingdom, Man Shan, is unwell, which has led to this delay. Thus, I believe there is no need for us to overthink it, a minister consoled at that moment. The Man Kingdom, revered for its martial prowess, boasts extraordinary strength, and an ailment is unlikely to be the cause. Nangong Fuyou quickly concluded, her expression grave. I suspect that certain actions of our Fuyou Empire have displeased them, resulting in this situation. Prepare 2 grand gifts to send to the Man Kingdom. Your Majesty, a minister stepped forward with concern. Would this not lead the Man Kingdom to underestimate us? The alliance is of paramount importance to the empire, as long as we can successfully form this alliance. Minor grievances should not trouble us. Proceed as I have instructed, Nangong Fuyou stated decisively. Your Majesty is indeed wise, the ministers praised in unison. Yet, scarcely had the words left their lips when a thunderous sound reverberated throughout the imperial capital, shaking the very foundations of the Fuyou Hall. It resembled an earthquake. Countless pendants swayed, and decorations fell to the ground in disarray. What is happening? Nangong Fuyou exclaimed, rising abruptly and hastening out of the Fuyou Hall. Outside, chaos reigned. The ground cracked like a spider's web, and numerous structures collapsed amidst the turmoil. The entire imperial capital was engulfed in an atmosphere of dread. At this moment, the esteemed Grand Tutor's son emerged from the depths, appearing before Nangong Fuyou. Your Majesty, dire news. The 2 formidable demons have begun to assault the seal. Sun's face was etched with gravity as he exclaimed. Moreover, under their relentless onslaught, the seal has begun to weaken. What? Nangong Fuyou's expression shifted dramatically. Did we not just verify that the seal was intact? Why would these 2 demons suddenly attack it, even if they were to strike? It should be impossible for them to breach the seal, so how could it be loosening? I truly do not know, Sun exclaimed, nearly in tears from the urgency of the situation. I was merely conducting a routine inspection when they began their assault on the seal. You fool, Nangong Fuyou scolded sharply. Yet she understood that this was not the time for blame. She immediately commanded, alert the Celestial Academy at once. Gather everyone to reinforce the seal. We must ensure these 2 demons are suppressed once more. Yes, Sun and the others dared not delay, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. If these 2 demons were to escape, the entire imperial capital would be plunged into calamity. After a series of commands were issued, Nangong Fuyou returned to the Fuyou Hall, anxiously awaiting news of the demon suppression. As she sat alone, for reasons unknown, the image of Yu Qing flickered in her mind. Why, after Yu Qing's departure, had misfortunes begun to arise in rapid succession? Humph. But the thought was fleeting, and she scoffed. There was no denying Yu Qing's past capabilities. Yet now he was but a mere shell of his former self. The disturbances caused by the demons and the matters concerning the barbarian alliance had nothing to do with him. It was merely a coincidence. As night fell, a venerable elder in his 60s, leaning on a cane, entered the Fuyou Hall with a solemn expression. This man was Sun Xuanji, the head of the Celestial Academy, a body established specifically when Nangong Fuyou ascended to power, serving as a cradle for the empire's strongest talents, including many experts whom she had gathered over the years. Headmaster Sun, what is the situation? Nangong Fuyou inquired hastily. Sun Xuanji shook his head gravely. After a full day's effort, we have temporarily subdued the 2 demons once more, but this is merely a stopgap. Unless we can have the entire Celestial Academy's experts channel energy into the seal for 12 continuous hours, we can only maintain a precarious balance. Otherwise, It will not be long before the two demons break free. Nangong Fuyao's expression changed abruptly. To have the entire Celestial Academy channel energy for 12 hours nonstop, how is that feasible? Would that mean everyone must cease their cultivation? Can we sustain this for half a month, let alone 6 months? Director Sun, have you ascertained why the seal, which was originally intact, suddenly allowed these two creatures to disturb its integrity? At this moment, Nangong Fuyao voiced her deepest confusion. Upon hearing her words, the venerable head of the Celestial Academy was momentarily shadowed by a look of gravity on his aged visage. He sighed deeply and then remarked, according to our meticulous investigations, although the seals of the Royal City's earth chains are intact, they have never been sufficient to restrain the two formidable demons from the outset. As these words fell, they landed like a thunderous bomb in Nangong Fuyao's ears. How could this be possible? If the seal itself is insufficient to restrain the two formidable demons, why did they not assault the seal at the moment of their confinement, choosing instead to wait until today? Upon hearing this, Sun Xuanji shook his head with a bitter smile. This matter has perplexed them greatly as well. This is utterly illogical. However, your Majesty need not worry too much. Although it currently requires the Celestial Palace to continuously channel energy into the seal for its suppression, it is, for now, manageable. Moreover, I suddenly recall that within the realm of our empire, the ancient Taoist of the Qingyun sect is proficient in the arts of formations and seals, and his mastery is unparalleled among the neighboring nations. At this moment, Sun Xuanji remarked that if we could summon him, perhaps a solution could be found. Oh, if that is the case, hasten to call him for assistance. Should he resolve this matter, I shall reward him handsomely, declared Nangong Fuyao with resolute determination. Sun Xuanji bowed in acknowledgement. Yes, your Majesty, I shall arrange it immediately. Meanwhile, as chaos reigned in the imperial capital of Fuyao, Yu Qing and Lu Yi, along with their companions, continued their journey southward, honing their skills while immersing themselves in the diverse local customs. Unbeknownst to them, they remained oblivious to the unfolding events, and they preferred it that way. As night fell, the stars twinkled brightly above. The group ignited a bonfire, illuminating their cheerful faces. After a hearty feast, one of the younger companions suggested, "Brother Yu, why not join our Qing sect?" Lu Yi, her eyes sparkling, chimed in. Her suggestion ignited enthusiasm among the others, who exclaimed, "Yes, Brother Yu, you are only a few years older than us, and with your remarkable cultivation, joining our Qing sect would be splendid. Moreover, our sect has a distinguished lineage. You must have heard of the azure-robed sword immortal, the one who vanquished 3 kings at the establishment of the Fuyao Empire. He is a significant figure, and our ancestor had connections with him. Not only is our ancestor immensely powerful, but his expertise in formations is also unparalleled. If you harbor any interest in formations, perhaps he might teach you." "Is it truly that impressive?" Yu Qing responded with feigned astonishment. His thoughts drifted back 2 decades. The title of Azure-Robed Sword Immortal felt like a distant memory, and he never anticipated hearing it from a group of youngsters after all these years. As for the esteemed ancestor of the Qing sect, upon reflection, there indeed seemed to be a connection. The mastery of formations he possessed was likely imparted by Yu Qing himself. Chapter 5. Surely, this beast has not already been cooked. Has it? Coincidentally, our ancestor is also journeying south on business and will return with us. Lu Yi and the others eagerly inquired. So, what do you say, Brother Yu? Joining the sect is not urgent. Let us wait until we have the opportunity to meet your ancestor, Yu Qing replied with a gentle smile. Very well. Our ancestor is quite amiable and cares for us junior disciples. We will surely introduce you to him when the time comes. The group of young individuals, newly stepping into the world, are unconcerned with the complexities of life. They openly express their preferences, and Yu Qing finds joy in their company. Most importantly, these youngsters do not indulge in trickery while drinking. At this moment, they are gathered around a bonfire, preparing for dinner. Ordinarily, upon reaching the innate realm, one could sustain oneself for several days without food by practicing fasting, or at the very least, by consuming a basic fasting pill to last for days without sustenance. However, ever since Yu Qing treated them to a hot pot meal with fresh ingredients, these young ones have abandoned the fasting pills, persistently asking Yu Qing when he would prepare another hot pot. Since his arrival in this world, regardless of his cultivation level, he has maintained the habit of enjoying meals, hot pot, and barbecues. Accompanied by a bit of wine, the average cultivator remains unaware of the exquisite pleasures involved. Thus, in the courtyard filled with hidden treasures, various tools and seasonings are readily available. Once you have washed the pots and utensils and made your preparations, I shall venture forth to gather some ingredients, Yu Qing declared. After retrieving the necessary items, he set off alone into the forest in search of supplies. Meanwhile, Lu Yi and the others were brimming with excitement, energetically engaging in their preparations. In the forest, with a single step, Yu Qing found himself on a different hilltop. He quietly surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, he let out a soft exclamation. Initially intending to seek out some ordinary wild beasts for sustenance, he unexpectedly encountered a demon beast, and not just any beast, but one of the heavenly wasteland realm. The realms of demon beasts are roughly equivalent to those of humans. After transcending the acquired and innate realms, one can absorb the ethereal energies of heaven and earth for cultivation. Thus, the realms beyond the innate stage are categorized into the human wasteland realm, the earth wasteland realm, and the heavenly wasteland realm. Demon beasts, which absorb the celestial energies for their training, possess flesh devoid of impurities, rendering them far more delectable than ordinary beasts. Although the strength of a heavenly wasteland demon beast is indeed formidable, comparable to that of a small sect's leader, its power was just right to supplement this group of young ones. Next, Yu Qing approached the demon beast. The sudden appearance of a human startled the demon beast. While it could not assume a human form, it was capable of human speech. A human had delivered itself to its doorstep. Death. The demon beast roared, opening its massive maw to lunge at Yu Qing. And then, it met its demise. Before them stood a creature that resembled a tiger, yet was not. Its size modest in comparison. Yu Qing, having secured the beast, hastened back to the camp. Wow, brother Yu, what manner of wild beast is this? I have never seen anything like it. Lu Yi exclaimed, her face alight with astonishment and excitement as she beheld the bounty Yu Qing had brought. Brother Yu, you should rest. Allow me to handle this, a young disciple declared, drawing forth his long sword and approaching the fallen creature. With a swift stroke, he aimed for the beast's head, yet the strike merely grazed its hide. Ha ha ha, you truly lack strength. Erupted a chorus of laughter from the gathered crowd. The young disciple's face flushed crimson as he gazed, bewildered, at the ingredients before him, having exerted considerable effort. Allow me to utilize my knife, Yu Qing said, producing a broad-bladed butcher's knife. Strangely, the mere sight of this knife instilled an inexplicable chill in the hearts of Lu Yi and her companions, causing their somewhat sentient swords to dim momentarily. However, this change lasted but an instant and went unnoticed by the inexperienced youngsters. Wow, brother Yu, you've even prepared such a knife, exclaimed one boy, taking the butcher's knife with an expression of surprise. Without hesitation, he struck down the beast's head with ease. Yu Qing smiled. As a semi-professional gourmet, one must possess the right tools. The head is unnecessary. It looks rather unappetizing. The boy casually hung the severed head on a tree. The moonlight poured down, and the air around the bonfire was filled with laughter and joyous chatter. Transforming into a chef, Yu Qing added seasonings to the hot pot, and soon a bubbling pot of steaming broth was presented to the group. Come, let us toast to brother Yu. The young men and women brought forth a wine jug, raising it in unison toward Yu Qing. They then began to cook the food. Before long, the group was thoroughly enjoying themselves, their mouths greasy from the feast. Between sips of wine and bites of meat, some little ones, unable to hold their liquor, began to reminisce about the past. The sight of this group of younglings, still in their infancy, brought a smile to Yu Qing's face. However, as the atmosphere was just right for revelry, a sudden chill seeped in silently. Yu Qing's hand paused with the wine jug, yet he remained still, directing his gaze toward Lu Yi and her companions. Soon, they too sensed the anomaly, their drunkenness evaporating in an instant. They drew their swords, forming a defensive stance, their faces etched with vigilance as they scanned their surroundings. Yu Qing found himself instinctively encircled by them. Quite perceptive, he thought, nodding in approval at their awareness of danger. But before he could ponder further, a cacophony of rustling echoed from the nearby woods, accompanied by a mocking voice. TSK, TSK, a group of little cubs. Your vigilance is commendable. Shadows loomed in all directions, and the speaker, a bald man radiating a bloodthirsty aura with a grotesque scar marring his face, declared, Hand over your elixirs and magical treasures, and I may spare your lives. The bald man spoke with an air of menace. As soon as his words fell, the crowd quickly discerned their identities. In the vast Fuyao Empire, where sects flourished, there existed many wandering cultivators of middling prowess. In pursuit of cultivation resources, these wanderers banded together to rob passing practitioners. In essence, they were no different from bandits, merely bandits with a modicum of skill. Why should we submit to you? A word of caution, do not provoke us, for we are disciples of the Qing sect. Lu Yi, however, remained composed in the face of danger. With one hand grasping her sword, she produced the token unique to the disciples of the Qing sect. The bald man scoffed disdainfully. We are thousands of miles from the Qing sect, and even if you were to seek retribution later, you would have no way to find us. Since you have chosen to refuse our hospitality, do not blame us for what follows. With that, he waved his hand, bellowing, "Seize them." However, despite his cries, there was an utter lack of movement from the group behind him. Confused, he turned to see his men trembling uncontrollably, fear etched across their faces. "What are you doing? Have you lost your senses?" he roared. Just as his words fell, one of his subordinates tapped him on the shoulder, gesturing towards a tree nearby with a knowing glance. Perplexed, he looked over and was met with the sight of a beast's head hanging there. A gasp escaped his lips, a sound reminiscent of a squawking duck. For those who had long roamed this territory, that head was all too familiar. It belonged to a beast of the heavenly desolation realm, the ruler of this region. They had once encountered it by chance and had nearly faced complete annihilation. The ghastly scar on his face was a testament to that encounter. Now, the head of that heavenly desolation beast dangled from the tree. As he shifted his gaze, he caught sight of a bubbling pot nearby. He swallowed hard. The demonic beasts of this desolate realm. Surely they cannot have already been cooked. Chapter 6. This formation can only be set by Yu Qing. The mere thought of it caused his legs to weaken, and he found himself, quite unable to withstand the pressure, kneeling upon the ground. His gaze swept over the scene before settling on Yu Qing. The strength of those young rascals was evident, yet this young man remained inscrutable, ever since their appearance. He had been engrossed in his drinking. It was evident that the demonic beast must have originated from his hand. He was undoubtedly a formidable master. To have the capability to prepare the beasts of the desolate realm was akin to stepping onto a treacherous path for them. In that moment, engulfed in sheer terror, the group dared not even draw a breath, their very inhalations audible, straining against the brink of asphyxiation. They did not even dare to make the slightest movement. Not even to flee. Suddenly, a thunderous voice resounded in the minds of the mountain bandits, echoing like the roar of thunder. "Get out." The moment those words were uttered, a searing pain erupted in their heads, leaving them in a daze. Yet, they were too frightened to ponder further, exclaiming in panic, "Yes, yes, we shall leave at once." With that, the band of mountain bandits dared not linger any longer, fleeing in a frenzy as if granted a reprieve. Soon, they vanished from sight. Yu Qing continued to indulge in his drink, having discerned that these brigands sought merely wealth and harbored no intentions of taking lives. Thus, he deemed it unnecessary to hold them accountable, only imparting a minor lesson. Meanwhile, the sheep beside him remained blissfully oblivious, sleeping soundly on its back, never once opening its eyes. Only later did they realize that they were disciples of the Qing sect, prompting their hasty retreat. Lu Yi and her companions, with their innocent gaze, failed to contemplate further, believing instead that it was the reputation of the Qing sect that had instilled fear in their adversaries. He sheathed his long sword and resumed his revelry. For individuals of their age, the recent events instilled not a shred of fear. Rather, they felt a swell of pride. "Hey, brother Yu, did you see that? Our Qing sect is truly formidable, isn't it?" A mere utterance was enough to frighten off the band of mountain thieves. "When we meet our esteemed ancestor, you must certainly join our Qing sect." The young ones, brimming with self-importance, chattered excitedly to Yu Qing, causing him to stifle a laugh. The night of merriment and libation continued until the witching hour, at which point they finally settled down to meditate and rest. At dawn the following day, after a period of rejuvenation, the group resumed their raucous journey southward. Meanwhile, several thousand miles away, a majestic Fengyu divine eagle soared through the sky, creating ripples in the atmosphere. Upon the eagle's back stood an elderly man clad in a Taoist robe, his hands clasped behind him, as he glided swiftly through the heavens. This venerable figure was none other than the founding ancestor of the Qing sect, renowned as a master of formations, the ancient Taoist. He had been summoned by the Empress Fuyo to the imperial capital. In this southern territory, while some transcendent sects remained beyond the empire's dominion, the majority were subject to its governance, and the Qing sect was no exception. Of course, the empire typically exercised minimal oversight unless it faced a significant crisis, in which case exceptions would arise. Nevertheless, when summoned, it was imperative to honor the authority of a sovereign. Upon the ancient Taoist arrival at the Fuyo imperial capital, Sun Xuanji, the head of the heavenly palace, awaited him and promptly ushered him to meet the Empress Fuyo. "Ancient Taoist, I pay my respects to your majesty." The ancient Taoist felt a sense of astonishment. What matter could be so grave as to draw the Empress herself into the fray? The illustrious Empress Fuyo, a remarkable figure, was meeting him for the first time. Despite being a woman, she possessed an inherent regal demeanor that commanded respect without the need for anger. Master Gu, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Please, take a seat, she instructed. Upon encountering Master Gu, she reigned in her imperial authority, revealing a demeanor as refreshing as a gentle spring breeze. The reason for her change was the relentless assault of the demonic entities beneath the imperial capital, which continued to batter against the seals. Although the skilled practitioners of the Heavenly Palace had been tirelessly reinforcing the seals for 12 consecutive hours, the atmosphere remained fraught with anxiety among the populace of the imperial capital. Many had already fled the city. The reinforcement of the seals could not be delayed. The Empress Fuyo is indeed beloved, and seeing her in person is far more impactful than mere reputation, mused the ancient Taoist. He clasped his hands together and inquired, "Might I ask, Your Majesty, what prompted your summons from such a great distance? Should there be any task requiring my assistance, do not hesitate to command me." The purpose of summoning the Taoist was indeed to address a pressing issue. At this moment, Sun Xuanji seamlessly took over the conversation, proceeding to recount the situation regarding the magical creatures assaulting the underground seals of the imperial city in meticulous detail. Is that so? The ancient Taoist's expression grew grave upon hearing this, for he had already heard whispers about the two magical beasts sealed beneath the imperial city. He then bowed slightly and stated, "If I can be of service, I shall do my utmost. Please leave me to investigate the matter further. That would be most troublesome." "Taoist," replied Fuyo, "once you have results, report back to me at once." This clearly indicated that the two magical entities had caused Fuyo considerable distress, making her lose her usual composure and tranquility. 2 hours later, Sun Xuanji and the ancient Taoist finally returned to the Fuyo Hall. "What news?" Upon seeing the two, Fuyo immediately inquired, "Your Majesty, the strength of these magical creatures is exceedingly formidable, and the required intensity of the formation is extraordinary. With my skills, I fear I am powerless," the ancient Taoist lamented. "What? Even you cannot manage it?" Fuyo's expression turned icy at this revelation. "Indeed, I am at a loss," the ancient Taoist affirmed. "Such a level of formation can only be accomplished by one individual." "Oh, who might that be?" Fuyo, whose demeanor had just cooled, brightened her gaze and asked eagerly. "Your Majesty, that person is Prince Qing," the ancient Taoist replied. Fuyo's eyes narrowed with intrigue. "Prince Qing? Yu Qing?" "Precisely," the ancient Taoist confirmed. "Are you not aware, Your Majesty, that Prince Qing was already stripped of his title 20 years ago?" At this moment, Sun Xuanji spoke with profound significance. Although the Prince of Celebration had been stripped of his cultivation, his comprehension of formations and knowledge of arrays would not diminish due to his fallen state. The ancient Taoist remarked that with the prince's guidance, he would have the confidence to establish this formation. As the words of the ancient Taoist echoed, an eerie silence enveloped the entire Fuyo Palace. Sun Xuanji remained silent, hesitant to speak. Only the Empress's eyes flickered with a shadow of concern, her jade hands gripping the dragon throne turning slightly pale. To be candid, the Taoist's mastery of formations was also instilled in him by the Prince of Celebration. He continued with a sigh. "The Prince and I share a bond of both teacher and friend, and it has been 20 years since we last met. If possible, please summon him swiftly. Together, we can surely alleviate Your Majesty's worries." Chapter 7. I refuse to believe there is no one else to be found. The ancient Taoist's words lingered in the air, maintaining the strange stillness that had settled, even causing the atmosphere within the hall to grow chill. The ancient Taoist, perplexed, turned his gaze towards Sun Xuanji. With a deep sigh, Sun Xuanji hesitated for a moment before softly addressing the Empress. "Your Majesty, might I suggest?" Hearing this, the Empress finally raised her gaze, her expression unfaltering as she replied, "Although Taoist Gu is unable to set the formation, is there a method for temporary suppression? If it is merely a matter of temporary restraint, I should still be capable of achieving that." The ancient Taoist mused thoughtfully before nodding in agreement. "Then let the ancient Taoist assist me in this temporary suppression," Nan Gong Fuyo commanded. The Taoist acknowledged, "It shall be done. You may leave. I am weary." Nan Gong Fuyo gestured dismissively. Sun Xuanji nodded and, accompanied by the ancient Taoist, exited the Fuyo Palace. "Taoist, regarding the summons for the Prince of Celebration?" The ancient Taoist inquired with some confusion after leaving the palace. "There is no need for further contemplation. The Empress will make her own decisions. For now, let us proceed with the temporary suppression," Sun Xuanji replied. "Very well," the ancient Taoist nodded, not dwelling on the matter, though he lamented the missed opportunity to see Yu Qing at this time. He followed Sun Xuanji to the skies above the imperial capital, whereupon he waved his Taoist robe, summoning 5 small flags that materialized from thin air, soaring outwards to the 5 cardinal directions of the capital. As the formation flags descended, the elite practitioners of the Heavenly Palace felt a significant reduction in pressure. These are the 5 elements formation flags, the prized treasures of my Qing sect. Once the flags were deployed, the ancient Taoist explained, their power is limited and can sustain the formation for no more than a month. A month is already quite remarkable. I am grateful for your efforts, Taoist. Sun Xuanji offered a respectful gesture. The ancient Taoist then took his leave, awaiting the moment when the Prince of Celebration would take action before returning. Subsequently, he summoned the wind-feather divine eagle, stepping into the air. Safe travels, Taoist. After bidding farewell to the ancient Taoist, Sun Xuanji sighed and turned back toward the Fuyao Palace. Your Majesty, the ancient Taoist has deployed the Qing insect's treasured formation, capable of suppressing the demonic entities for 1 month. Upon arriving at the Fuyao Palace, Sun Xuanji bowed his head to report. After a moment of contemplation, he continued. While this may temporarily alleviate our pressures, it ultimately addresses only the symptoms rather than the root cause. I comprehend your meaning, yet there is no need for further elaboration. Nangong Fuyao replied, her expression frosty. I have no use for a discarded wretch expelled from the Fuyao Empire. I refuse to believe that in the vast expanse of the Fuyao Empire, we cannot find someone capable of enhancing this formation. Sun Xuanji's face displayed hesitation. After a brief pause, he added, however, the formations of the ancient Taoist masters within the Fuyao Empire have already reached their zenith. If we cannot find such a person within the Fuyao Empire, then we shall seek throughout the entire southern region. With the might of our Fuyao Empire, is it not possible to secure assistance within a month? Nangong Fuyao declared, her countenance as cold as ice. Sun Xuanji, his expression a mixture of complexity, nodded slightly and said, very well, I shall proceed to search immediately. Days swiftly passed. In a rather prosperous city, a group led by Yu Qing and Lu Yi was gathered in the largest tavern within the city. At that moment, Lu Yi seemed to sense something and swiftly took out a communication jade, which was glowing with a gentle radiance. Brother Yu, our ancestors and master have come to meet us ahead of time, she exclaimed excitedly. They have sent word that they are waiting for us outside the city and want us to join them. Have they arrived so soon? Yu Qing glanced out the window, a smile gracing his lips. It had been 2 decades since he last saw that old man. Very well then, let us go meet your ancestors. Yu Qing replied with a calm smile. The group hurriedly made their way towards the city outskirts. The arrival of the ancient Taoist brought immense excitement to Lu Yi and her companions, who were also preoccupied with the matter of Yu Qing joining their Qing sect. Brother Yu, we are about to meet our ancestor. Please do not feel nervous. Although our ancestor may seem a bit stern at first glance, he is truly a good person, Lu Yi earnestly advised. If he has any questions for you, just answer truthfully. Given your demonstrated strength and character, being polite when you meet him will surely leave a good impression. Lu Yi and the others were sincerely concerned for Yu Qing, which made him feel both amused and touched. Nevertheless, he too felt a sense of excitement at the prospect of reuniting with an old friend. Our ancestors are just ahead, Lu Yi announced. Shortly after, they reached the city outskirts. Lu Yi, being the swiftest, led the way, and soon they spotted several figures ahead, with the ancient Taoist at the forefront. Disciple, I greet you, ancestor, master, and esteemed elders. Lu Yi and the others joyfully bowed in greeting. Haha, little Yi. You bold youngsters have ventured quite far after your training, chuckled a middle-aged man, the current sect leader of Qingyan, Xin Yuan Tao, who was also Lu Yi's master. He affectionately patted Lu Yi on the head, a broad smile on his face. The others present were also the masters of various disciples and esteemed elders of the Qingyan sect. Having returned from the royal capital of Fuyao, the ancient Taoist was leading the senior members of the sect on an errand and had taken this opportunity to bring back the group of disciples who had gone out to train. The long-awaited reunion filled the air with warmth and joy. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lu Yi recalled Yu Qing standing nearby. By the way, ancestor, master, esteemed elders, allow me to introduce someone, she said, quickly running to Yu Qing's side. This is brother Yu Qing. We encountered each other on the road, and he has taken great care of us along the way. Brother Yu, this is the ancestor I mentioned to you. Quickly, pay your respects to the ancestor. Li hurriedly tugged at Yu Qing, signaling him. However, Yu Qing remained motionless, standing there and gazing at the ancient man with a smile, yet without uttering a word. At that moment, the ancient man's gaze was also fixed upon Yu Qing. Unbeknownst to him until this encounter, a torrent of memories from 2 decades past surged forth. This unexpected recollection stirred an extraordinary excitement within the ancient man's heart. Finally, after a prolonged exchange of glances, Yu Qing was the first to break the silence, chuckling softly. "Old fellow, it has been a long time." This remark startled Lu Yi, immediately revealing a look of anxiety upon her face. She inwardly thought, "It's over. It's over. What has happened to Brother Yu Qing? How dare he refer to our ancestor as an old thing? What audacity!" She had even anticipated the furious expression of the ancestor. Chapter 8. To hell with the seal, may they all perish. However, the anticipated wrath of the ancient figure did not manifest. Instead, to their astonishment, the ancient figure stepped forward and embraced Yu Qing warmly. Lu Yi and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. A group of little ones glanced back and forth between Yu Qing and the ancient figure, their expressions filled with incredulity. The ancestor not only refrained from blaming Yu Qing, but had actually embraced him. At that moment, Xin Yuan Tao and the others also turned their gaze toward Yu Qing. Upon seeing him, their faces lit up with joy. Leading the group, Xin Yuan Tao and the elders behind him approached Yu Qing, cupping their hands in greeting. It is Mr. Yu. Long time no see. We pay our respects to you, Mr. Yu. Master Yu. Elder brother Yu." At this moment, Lu Yi and the others were utterly astonished. Their mouths agape as if they could hold an egg. "What are you doing, little leaf? You must not be disrespectful. Quickly, greet Elder Yu," Xin Yuan Tao admonished. "Mr. Yu has rendered great kindness to our Qing sect, and he is none other than the renowned Green Robe Sword Immortal from 20 years ago." "What? Brother Yu is the Green Robe Sword Immortal?" Upon hearing this information, it struck like a thunderbolt in the minds of Lu Yi and the others. The elder brother Yu, with whom they had spent so much time, was indeed the famed Qing sword immortal often mentioned by the sect's elders. We have met you, Senior Yu." Once they regained their composure, Lu Yi and the others dared not act recklessly, their faces paling in fright, particularly recalling the tension of their journey. They hurriedly bowed to Yu Qing in respect. "Ha ha ha, young Taozi, there is no need for such formality. My relationship with them is quite amicable," Yu Qing chuckled, extending his hand to affectionately tousle the hair of the two young men closest to him. Previously, Xiao Yezi sent word that they were traveling with a young hero. We were quite concerned, but it turns out you are that very hero." Xin Yuan Tao felt no discomfort at Yu Qing's address. Rather, standing beside him, he appeared somewhat reserved. In the past, when he accompanied his ancestor, he had acted much like a servant, always by their side. He held a genuine respect for the man before him. It is these youngsters who have been a nuisance along the way. I hope you do not take offense, Senior. Xin Yuan Tao added. Between us, there is no need for such distance, Yu Qing replied with a smile, reflecting on his first encounter with Lu Yi and her companions. He had not realized they were from the Qing sect. Thus, all of this truly felt like destiny. After embracing Yu Qing, the ancient Taoist had not exchanged a single pleasantry, instead producing a jade vial and tossing it to Yu Qing. You understand me well, Yu Qing remarked with a smile, catching the vial and bringing it to his nose, exclaiming, what exquisite wine. Behind him, Xin Yuan Tao exchanged glances with the others, and they discreetly withdrew, leaving only him to remain beside Yu Qing, much like 20 years ago. A few days ago, I visited the Fuyou imperial capital, originally thinking I would see you then. I did not expect you to come here, the ancient Taoist chuckled. Yu Qing's brow flickered slightly as he took a sip of the wine and replied leisurely. You certainly would not see me in the Fuyou imperial capital. I have long since departed from the Fuyou Empire. Departed from the Fuyou Empire? What does that mean? The ancient Taoist furrowed his brow and sat up straight. It means I am no longer a person of the Fuyou Empire. The affairs of the Fuyou Empire are no longer my concern, Yu Qing stated plainly. What do you mean? The ancient Taoist suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed on Yu Qing. Observing the absence of any fluctuation in Yu Qing's cultivation, he instantly deduced something and spoke in a grave tone. So, did Nangong Fuyou see your former cultivation as wasted and burn the bridge after crossing it? Perhaps, Yu Qing replied. After a moment of silence, Yu Qing nodded faintly. There might be other reasons, yet from her perspective, she perceived herself as devoid of worth. Ironically, this seemingly valueless individual had witnessed her vulnerabilities and her moments of despair. For the lofty Empress Nangong, it was only natural to eradicate any traces of her past indiscretions. Perhaps such a trivial rationale for dismissing a once-esteemed minister seemed absurd and unfathomable. Nevertheless, that was the reality. The entirety of the world is but a makeshift stage, rife with the darker facets of human nature. Of course, the events of the past had already transpired, and Yu Qing had grown weary of revisiting them. Just as he expressed upon his departure, like the mountain bird diverging from the fish, they were now strangers upon their paths. He bore no resentment, no anger, only an air of indifference. However, Yu Qing's apathy did not imply that the ancient practitioner could simply swallow his indignation. Enraged, he leapt forward, striking with a palm that shattered the rocks before him. That wretched Nagong Fuyao, that despicable woman, did she not possess even a modicum of self-awareness? Was she oblivious to the fact that her ascension to the throne was due to whom? He had even sacrificed his own cultivation to quell the threats for her. Yet she repaid his loyalty by casting him aside. What was most infuriating was that the malevolent creatures sealed beneath the imperial city were stirring. And this contemptible woman had the audacity to demand that I reinforce the seals. How could such a shameless woman exist in this world? It was laughable that in my efforts to assist her, I had left the 5 Elements banner behind. Observing the ancient practitioner in a fit of rage, cursing vehemently, Yu Qing slowly sipped his wine, unable to suppress a smile. This fellow. 20 years have passed, yet his character remains utterly unchanged. Yu Qing, too weary to placate him, allowed him to vent his frustrations. After his tirade, the ancient Taoist finally sat down again, exclaiming, "I shall reclaim my 5 Elements banner. To hell with the seal. May they all perish." With that, the ancient Taoist immediately rose once more, performing a series of intricate hand seals. Meanwhile, Yu Qing observed the Taoist's actions with a detached demeanor. He neither intervened nor fueled the flames. The Taoist was free to act as he pleased, and the fate of the Fuyao Palace was no longer his concern. Chapter 9. I curse your uncle's ancestors. Within the Fuyao Hall, Nangong Fuyao sat at the elevated position. Below, several ministers stood respectfully. Your Majesty, the grand gifts have been delivered to the 2 great barbarian nations, although we have yet to receive a response. The barbarian nations did not refuse the gifts, one minister reported with deference. Indeed, Nangong Fuyao nodded. Their acceptance was, after all, a favorable development for them. At this moment, Sun Xuanji also stepped forward and declared, Your Majesty, I have dispatched the masters of the Heavenly Palace to various locations in the southern frontier in search of array masters. We shall receive news shortly. Furthermore, the 5 Elements flags arranged by the ancient Taoist in the imperial capital are functioning without issue. Within a month, there will be no further crises. Excellent. Nangong Fuyao's face revealed a look of satisfaction, her spirits evidently lifted. Although recent times had brought a few minor troubles and setbacks, it appeared that these issues would soon be resolved, and all was progressing towards a favorable outcome. Once the matters of the alliance are settled and the threat of the demonic creatures is eradicated, all those who have contributed will be generously rewarded. As the monarch's words resonated, an aura of authority emanated from Nangong Fuyao, her presence commanding and majestic, gazing down upon all with an air of superiority. We express our deepest gratitude for your Majesty's benevolence. However, just as the grand hall basked in this harmonious atmosphere, an earth-shattering tremor suddenly reverberated throughout the imperial capital. Caught off guard, the crowd struggled to maintain their footing. The smile that had just graced Nangong Fuyao's face swiftly vanished. What is happening? She exclaimed in anger. Is there an issue with the 5 Elements flags? Sun Xuanji's expression darkened as he hurriedly exited the grand hall, ascending into the skies above the imperial capital. There, he beheld the 5 Elements flags, which had originally been positioned at the 5 cardinal points to stabilize the array, now flickering with an eerie light, their runes swirling as they trembled violently. In the next moment, he discerned the truth and shouted, No, it is the ancient Taoist who has retracted the 5 Elements flags. As his voice echoed, the shaking flags detached from their positions, soaring into the air. They transformed into 5 streaks of light, ascending rapidly and disappearing into the heavens in the blink of an eye. In this moment, Nangong Fuyao also bore witness. Her expression was as grim as water as she exited the Fuyao Palace. What in the world is that ancient being doing? I must contact him immediately and demand an explanation. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory response, I shall ensure that his Qingyun sect is erased from existence. A fierce anger marred Nangong Fuyao's countenance, and a chilling aura radiated from her. Your Majesty, I implore you to allow this old minister to stabilize the seal first. Without the 5 Elements banner, the seal cannot endure for long. Should the 2 formidable fiends escape, the entire imperial capital will surely descend into chaos. Sun Xuanji exclaimed. Urgency etched upon his face. While calling out, he paid no heed to anything else, conjuring an array disk from thin air. Ascending into the air, he harnessed the power of the disk, directing it towards the array for suppression. However, just as the array disk's force descended upon the formation, 2 tremendous shocks emanated from the depths below, overwhelming the disk's capacity and causing it to shatter instantaneously into 2 fragments. At this moment, the numerous experts of the Heavenly Palace who were fortifying the array collectively coughed up blood. Sun Xuanji, in particular, bore the brunt of the impact, spewing blood as he was sent tumbling backward 1,000 feet into the air. Evidently, the subterranean demons had sensed the weakening of the array's pressure and were fervently attempting to breach the seal. Sun Xuanji, gravely concerned, disregarded his injuries and hastily consumed 2 pills, channeling his strength to reinforce the seal. He then shouted loudly, "Heavenly Palace, heed my command. At all costs, suppress the 2 great demons." The others understood the seriousness of the situation and promptly ingested their pills, once more infusing their power into the seal. However, as some experts were dispatched to the southern regions in search of array masters, the 5 elements flag was no longer available. This foretold that, with the strength of Sun Xuanji and his companions, it would be utterly impossible to maintain the seal. It was evident to the naked eye that a master from the Heavenly Palace could not withstand the onslaught of the demonic creatures, succumbing to a sudden and untimely death. With reddened eyes, Sun Xuanji desperately reinforced the seal. Yet, no matter how fervently he exerted himself, the seal was rapidly weakening under the relentless assault of the subterranean fiends. "Your Majesty, there is no alternative. I implore you to lend me the Imperial Seal," Sun Xuanji exclaimed anxiously from midair. "What do you intend to do?" Nangong Fuyao retorted, his expression darkening with fury. "The Imperial Seal is the very foundation of the nation. How can it be frivolously employed to suppress these 2 demons? Your Majesty, if we do not utilize the Imperial Seal and harness the power of the Empire's fortune, these 2 creatures will break free in less than a day, and the capital shall surely descend into chaos." Sun Xuanji implored earnestly. "Damn it!" Nangong Fuyao's countenance turned frigidly cold. "You are all utterly useless." With a graceful sweep of her phoenix robe, the Empress Fuyao stepped into the air, simultaneously summoning the Imperial Seal, which instantly descended to suppress the demonic creatures lurking beneath. The Imperial Seal, a symbol of a nation's fortune, unleashed a formidable force that swiftly subdued the malevolent entities. Yet, it was precisely this act that filled Fuyao with reluctance. To use the revered Imperial Seal for such a purpose would be a source of embarrassment, and over time, it would undoubtedly have a detrimental effect on the nation's fortune. However, she conveniently overlooked the fact that it was her own insistence to seal these 2 formidable demons beneath the imperial capital. The ongoing struggle between the demons of the Tianhuang continent and humanity had always been relentless, and by confining such powerful beings within the bowels of the Fuyao Empire, it would provide a continuous influx of fortune to the realm. As time passed and this fortune accumulated, the Fuyao Empire would flourish ever more vibrantly. Observing the Imperial Seal's efficacy, Sun Xuanji exhaled heavily, his pallid complexion returning as he rejoined Empress Fuyao. Yet, he understood that employing the Imperial Seal to contain the demons was merely a temporary reprieve, hardly a remedy for the impending crisis. Should the nation's fortune wane to a critical degree, the Fuyao Empire would falter, inevitably descending into chaos and ultimately facing ruin. In such a scenario, it would be preferable to unleash the demons, for the devastation they wrought would be less catastrophic than the demise of the nation. "First, contact the Ancient One and inquire why he would toy with me so," commanded Fuyao, her expression as frigid as a predatory tiger poised to strike. "Yes." Sun Xuanji did not dare to delay, promptly retrieving a communication stone to reach out to the Ancient One. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, the Ancient One had just retracted his 5 elements banner, cursing vehemently. "Curse it all, let them perish." Yu Qing chuckled softly, attempting to calm him. Beside them, Shen Yuan Tao, the leader of the Qingyan sect, found himself at a loss for words, for his esteemed ancestor was a figure of formidable presence before all in the sect. Yet only in the presence of Lord Yu Qing did he reveal his true, irritable nature. At that moment, noticing the communication stone vibrating, the Ancient One grumbled, "Damn it. This wretched woman dares to contact me." Without hesitation, he infused power into the stone and began to respond vehemently. Back in the imperial capital of the Fuyao Empire, Sun Xuanji awaited the Ancient One's reply, while Empress Fuyao sat in silence, her expression as still as the depths of a placid lake. Finally, the communication stone in Sun Xuanji's hand shimmered with a pulse. "Your Majesty, the Ancient One has replied," he announced hurriedly. "Let me hear it," commanded Fuyao, her voice low and commanding. "Indeed," Sun Xuanji nodded, his fingers moving to relay the Ancient One's words from the communication stone. The first phrase was, "Fuyao, you wretched woman. May your ancestors be damned." You wretched creature, do you not comprehend the sacrifices my brother Yu Qing has made for you? Were it not for his fortuitous discovery of you in that desolate corner, you would have long since met a most foul demise. Yet here you are, behaving as though you were a sovereign, when in truth, you resemble a wretched beggar. My brother, despite lacking the cultivation, endeavored to assist you in quelling your troubles. And yet you, with your venomous heart, not only show no gratitude, but also sever the bridge behind you, casting him aside. Even more shamelessly, you dare to request my aid in reinforcing the seal. How audacious of you! How can such a brazen woman exist in this world? Upon hearing this, Sun Xuanyi could endure no more. He hastily shattered the communication stone into fine powder. However, even with just this portion of the tale, the countenance of Nangong Fuyao remained ominously dark, an icy aura enveloping the entire Fuyao palace. Countless objects around her silently shattered, splintering upon the ground, serving as testament to the fury raging within this empress. In her time on the throne, no one had ever dared to insult her in such a manner, especially not in front of Sun Xuanyi, dredging up her former misdeeds. Sun Xuanyi dared not utter a word, fully aware that this was a most sensitive issue for the empress. To defy the sovereign so openly for the sake of a discarded wretch was nothing short of folly. Time passed in the frigid atmosphere until, at last, Nangong Fuyao's voice resonated, each word laced with intent. I want the Qing insect to vanish from this world. Indeed. Sun Xuanyi nodded, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. The audacity of the ancient man to speak so to Nangong Fuyao could not escape dire consequences. A fate he found not at all surprising, given the relationship between Yu Qing and the ancient master. It was inevitable that such a scene would unfold once the ancient one learned of Yu Qing's banishment. Yet, he had not anticipated the swiftness of this day's arrival. A sigh escaped him. This situation had never needed to escalate to such extremes. Chapter 10. The gift of supreme bone. Upon realizing that the communication stone had fallen silent, the ancient master finally stowed it away. Yet, discontent brewed within him. He retrieved another communication stone, sending an edict to the entire Southern Border Array Masters Guild, forbidding any array master within the guild from aiding the Fuyao Empire. After hastily executing these commands, he turned to Xianyuan Tao and instructed, issue a command to summon all disciples of the Qingyan sect back and activate the mountain ceiling formation, prohibiting entry and exit. Understood, Xianyuan Tao replied promptly, aware that their ancestor's harsh words towards the empress would invite retribution. Yu Qing smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. He possessed a modicum of understanding regarding the ancient master's prowess in formations. Should he activate the mountain ceiling array and retreat, for the time being, the Fuyao Empire would find it impossible to contend with the Qingyan sect. However, one could not help but wonder when this Southern Border Array Masters Guild had emerged, granting this old man the authority to issue such commands. Xianyuan Tao seemed to perceive Yu Qing's confusion and promptly elucidated, Mr. Yu. The Southern Frontier Array Masters Guild was recently established under the auspices of our esteemed ancestor, who now serves as its inaugural president. Understanding dawned upon Yu Qing, who nodded thoughtfully, silently acknowledging the old man's accomplishments over the years. He then inquired, your venture with young Tao and the others must entail more than merely retrieving disciples. Correct? Indeed, the ancient Taoist affirmed with a nod. Not long ago, members of my Qingyan sect stumbled upon a hidden realm in the vicinity. Upon my investigation, it appears that this secret domain may very well have been left behind by a master alchemist. Ah, I see, Yu Qing remarked. It seems that as your lifespan draws to a close, and with no hope for immediate breakthroughs, you find it prudent to seek means of prolonging your life. The ancient Taoist chuckled wryly in response. Your observation reminds me that you are indeed several centuries old, Yu Qing acknowledged with a nod. Mr. Yu, in truth. At that moment, Xianyuan Tao could not refrain from saying, in truth, the ancestor is not in search of the longevity elixir. Oh? Yu Qing cast a curious glance towards Xianyuan Tao. What else is he seeking? Ever since the ancestor learned of your cultivation being rendered ineffective, he has tirelessly traversed various secret realms over the past 2 decades, attempting to discover a formula capable of reconstructing your foundation. He has been incessantly devising methods for your cultivation and has even been consumed by self-reproach for not finding a solution, feeling unworthy to face you. You speak too freely. At these words, the ancient being delivered a playful kick to Xianyuan Tao's rear, then turned to Yu Qing and said, do not heed this lad's wild claims. While I have indeed been searching in that direction, it is not nearly as outrageous as he suggests. However, the speaker's words, though careless, struck a chord with the listener. Yu Qing felt a stirring in his heart, even experiencing a tinge of shame. For the past 2 decades, He had assumed that the ancient Taoist was engrossed in the study of some intricate formation. After all, it was not unusual for someone of his ilk to devote 20 years to the exploration of a single formation. Thus, when he noticed the absence of visits from the other, he refrained from seeking him out, believing it unnecessary to inform him that his cultivation posed no issues. Little did he realize that this old fellow had been tirelessly wandering all this while. "Is a century sufficient for you to break through to the next realm?" Yu Qing inquired, casting a glance at him. The ancient Taoist shook his head, clearly failing to grasp Yu Qing's implication. "Not enough? Then let it be a millennium." As he spoke, Yu Qing retrieved a jade pill bottle from his sleeve. In truth, upon learning from Lu Yi that he was to meet the ancient Taoist, Yu Qing had contemplated presenting a gift to this old man. However, he had been at a loss as to what would be appropriate. Now, inspiration struck him. "What is this?" The ancient Taoist, momentarily bewildered, took the jade pill bottle and, upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. "Gah, longevity pills? And 10 of them?" The ancient Taoist stared at Yu Qing, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. Before Yu Qing could utter a word, the equally excited Xian Yuan Tao interjected, "Ancestor." The efficacy of this medicine. At these words, the ancient Taoist finally comprehended. The aura emanating from the pill bottle was exponentially more potent than any longevity pill he had encountered before. Recalling Yu Qing's earlier question, he seemed to grasp the significance. Incredulously asking, "Does the longevity effect of these pills extend a century per pill?" Yu Qing nodded with a smile. With this confirmation, the ancient Taoist inhaled deeply, rendered speechless by excitement. It was common knowledge that ordinary longevity pills could at most extend life by a mere 10 to 20 years. Even so, such items remained scarce and highly coveted. For many adept practitioners, a single step could lead them to a higher realm, further augmenting their lifespan. Yet, they often succumbed to the limitations of their longevity, reluctant to meet their end. An additional 10 or 20 years could prove crucial. Not to mention that a century of extension was beyond priceless. Should these pills be offered, countless esteemed masters would flock to obtain them, and Yu Qing presented not one, but 10, promising to extend life by a millennium. The ancient Taoist found himself wanting to exclaim, "I have never lived this long. How did you come by this?" He stammered, struggling to articulate his astonishment. "You need not concern yourself with the origins. Simply take them, and if that is insufficient, there is more." Yu Qing replied with a grin. As for the source of the pills, it was, of course, his system, over the years of daily sign-ins. He had amassed an abundance of treasures. More? Is that even a reasonable statement? The ancient sage found himself at a loss for words. "Xiao Taozi, this is a gift for you," he announced, as Yu Qing retrieved an object. I also have one." Xian Yuan Tao was taken aback. Upon receiving it and examining the item, he was momentarily stunned. This is a supreme bone? Indeed, this item is known as the supreme bone. Take it back and thoroughly absorb and refine it. Once you successfully refine it, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds, Yu Qing explained. Supreme bone. Xian Yuan Tao exclaimed, trembling with excitement. He was aware that the young prodigy of the Fuyao Empire, Xiao Wuchen, possessed a supreme bone, allowing him to cultivate at an extraordinary pace, surpassing many of his elders in just over a decade. He never imagined that he would one day acquire a supreme bone himself. "Lord Yu, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Xian Yuan Tao instinctively attempted to refuse. But a glance from Yu Qing made him retract his words. Having known each other for quite some time, he was well aware of Yu Qing's unwavering nature. With exhilaration, he prepared to bow in gratitude for the supreme bone, only to find an unseen force gently supporting him. "Lord Yu, your cultivation?" Xian Yuan Tao looked at Yu Qing in astonishment, and the ancient sage turned his gaze in curiosity as well. "Do you believe there could be a problem with my cultivation?" Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle. Upon hearing this, both men were momentarily taken aback. It was only then that he realized. Indeed, the longevity elixir, with a price of 10, was readily available, and the supreme bone was also directly presented. What concerns could Yu Qing possibly have regarding his cultivation? They discovered that Yu Qing, just as he had 2 decades prior, continued to bring forth surprises and unexpected marvels. Yet, this time, the astonishment was magnified considerably. "I shall accept these longevity elixirs as interest, for your delay in informing me has caused the old man unnecessary worry." The ancient figure cast a resentful glance at Yu Qing, promptly consuming one of the elixirs and carefully stowing the others away as if they were treasures. Yu Qing couldn't help but smile, silently acknowledging the resentful gaze. He then produced a storage bag, brimming with numerous cultivation resources, most of which were derived from his system's rewards, some relatively low-tier items, ideal for sharing with the members of the Qing sect. However, even these lesser materials caught the eye of Xianyuan Tao. Each item, casually drawn forth, could easily serve as a treasure for the Qing sect. Xianyuan Tao was filled with fervor. It was foreseeable that the future of the Qing sect would undoubtedly ascend to a realm of unparalleled power. Chapter 11. Anyone can take advantage of another's misfortune. Except for Yu Qing and the ancient figure, accompanied by Xianyuan Tao, indulged in a bout of inebriation. 2 days later, Yu Qing bid farewell to the members of the Qingyun sect and continued his journey towards the Southern Kingdom. With the longevity elixirs in hand and no longer needing to worry about Yu Qing's cultivation, the ancient figure turned his attention to the affairs of the Array Masters Guild. After all, the guild was newly established, and there were numerous specific matters to attend to. Even the location of the guild's headquarters had yet to be determined. At this moment, within the Empire of Fuyo, Sun Xuanji respectfully reported, "I report to your majesty, the Heavenly Palace has sought several renowned array masters in other nations. Yet they have all declared themselves incapable." Nangong Fuyo replied solemnly, "If they are incapable, then continue the search, dig 3 feet into the ground if you must. I refuse to believe we cannot find an array master capable of reinforcing the formation." "Yes," Sun Xuanji continued. "Moreover, the Xianwei camp has arrived at the Qingyun sect. But the protective mountain array is activated, making it unlikely to breach in the short term." "Humph. A mere Qingyun sect dares to offend imperial authority." Beside Nangong Fuyo, Xiao Wuchen let out a cold snort, disdainfully stating, "They may evade for a moment, but they cannot escape forever. Under the onslaught of the Xianwei camp, the day will inevitably come when the array is shattered. That will be the end for the Qingyun sect." Xiao Wuchen's words resonated deeply with Nangong Fuyo. "Remember, the ancient figure's life will be claimed in due time. I wish for him to witness the destruction of the Qingyun sect, to feel the agony in his heart, and to understand the consequences of daring to offend me." Nangong Fuyo spoke with a frigid tone. "Understood." Sun Xuanji nodded in acknowledgement. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. "According to the information relayed by our scouts, a few days after the ancient Taoist departed, he encountered Yu Qing at a distance of 1,000 miles from the southern border." Bang! Nangong Fuyo slammed her hand on the table, the coldness on her face palpable. "I said it before. How could that ancient Taoist suddenly dare to oppose me? It appears he has received Yu Qing's instigation. Yu Qing, it seems you harbor resentment against me. Because I expelled you from the Fuyao Empire, you have disregarded the safety of the imperial capital." "Indeed, Your Majesty," replied Sun Xuanji. "This individual, after being stripped of his powers, was granted the title of prince for over 20 years in recognition of his past contributions, living in luxury and splendor. Now, simply being banished from the Fuyao Empire has filled him with hatred, prompting him to withdraw the formation flags that suppress the demonic creatures. Such a person is truly treacherous and ungrateful." Beside them, Xiao Wuchen exclaimed with indignation, "Such a disloyal and unscrupulous individual deserves to die." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Nangong Fuyao's eyes but quickly dissipated as she understood that it was not yet the right time to act. When the empire was founded, Yu Qing had decisively eliminated 3 kings, and the repercussions of his actions still lingered in the court. Although no one openly criticized her decision to banish him, many secretly harbored dissent. If she were to kill Yu Qing at this juncture, the ensuing gossip would be difficult for her to suppress. However, the inability to kill Yu Qing did not preclude her from employing other means. "Yu Qing, since you are devoid of benevolence, do not blame me for lacking righteousness." With that, her tone turned icy as she fixed her gaze upon Sun Xuanji. Sun Xuanji, shifting his focus from Xiao Wuchen, hastily bowed and inquired, "What command does your majesty have?" "You just mentioned that the ancient Taoist and Yu Qing met near the southern border, which implies that Yu Qing is heading southward, preparing to enter the southern kingdom?" Sun Xuanji responded, "That seems to be the case. He is indeed clever. The north is tumultuous and perilous, and as a mere pariah, survival there is uncertain. Thus, he has chosen to journey to the southern kingdom, known only for its scenic beauty and weakened military strength. But if you wish to go to the southern kingdom, I shall not permit it." She commanded, "Send a message to the southern kingdom, informing them that Yu Qing is a criminal expelled from the Fuyao Empire. I believe they will know how to respond. Your Majesty is wise. Given the southern kingdom's feeble strength, they would not dare to oppose our Fuyao Empire." Ensuring Yu Qing cannot even enter their gates, Xiao Wuchen praised at the opportune moment. "Yet, Your Majesty, this may not be necessary," Sun Xuanji replied with a complex expression. "The fact that the ancient Taoist met with Yu Qing does not necessarily imply that the withdrawal of the formation flags was at Yu Qing's behest. given their relationship. It is entirely possible that the ancient Taoist, harboring resentment over Yu Qing's exile, took it upon himself to act. Esteemed Dean, your words are not quite accurate. Were it not for Yu Qing's instigation, would the ancient path practitioner possess such audacity? Xiao Wuchen could not restrain himself and retorted coldly. He has shown no compassion towards your majesty. Does that not grant your majesty the right to act unjustly towards him? Moreover, your majesty's decision not to execute him already reflects a commendable magnanimity. What gives you the right to interject while I converse with his majesty? Sun Xuanji's expression darkened as he sternly admonished, anyone may revel in another's misfortune, but you, above all, must refrain from doing so, regardless of Yu Qing's actions. He is still, in a sense, your mentor. Though Xiao Wuchen's countenance soured under the reprimand, he dared not retort due to Sun Xuanji's esteemed position, allowing resentment to fester within him as he withdrew. Very well, Dean's son, he is merely seeking to alleviate my worries. As for the matter concerning Yu Qing, let us proceed as I have suggested. At this moment, Nangong Fuyu raised her head and spoke with an air of authority, her voice imbued with an undeniable tone. Indeed. Sun Xuanji sighed, reluctantly acquiescing to her command. Chapter 12. Entering the Southern Kingdom, a nation awaits news of the Fuyao Empire swiftly reached the Southern Kingdom. In the imperial capital, Shangnan City, within the resplendent Golden Luan Hall, the civil and military officials were assembled. The Southern Kingdom, distinct from the Fuyao Empire, was another realm governed by a woman, known as Nanshi. Though young, she possessed an exquisite visage, her skin as fair as snow, delicate and flawless. Adorned in an opulent phoenix robe, she sat gracefully upon the dragon throne, exuding elegance and poise. Compared to Nangong Fuyao's commanding presence, she radiated a certain vivacity and the alluring charm characteristic of femininity. Yet, the glimmer in her eyes revealed her astuteness. My esteemed ministers, Nanshi began. I trust you have all seen the missive from the Fuyao Empire. My counsel is this. We must not only refrain from denying the esteemed hero Yu entry, but we should extend a grand welcome. Her words echoed throughout the Golden Luan Hall, leaving the assembly in a state of disbelief. Your Majesty, this is unthinkable. At that moment, a minister stepped forward and promptly remarked, the intent behind the communication from the Empress of Fuyao is quite apparent. If this is indeed the case, the Fuyao Empire is likely to harbor resentment towards us. After all, both their national strength and military prowess far surpass that of our Southern Kingdom. Your Majesty, Minister Fong is correct. The Fuyao Empire has risen swiftly, with considerable ambition, and may very well use this as a pretext to launch an attack against our Southern Kingdom. At this juncture, another minister approached and spoke up. In no time, many voices chimed in, echoing this sentiment, and expressing their utter confusion regarding the actions of their empress. After all, incurring the displeasure of the Fuyao Empire would indeed be a grave folly. With a calm demeanor, Nanshi listened to the minister's counsel before slowly rising to her feet. She then spoke in a measured tone, having heard your opinions. It is now my turn to address the matter. Do you all recall the monstrous dragon that unleashed a torrent of bloodshed on the borders of our Southern Kingdom 20 years ago? Upon hearing this, many attendees were transported back to that harrowing memory. The dragon had wreaked havoc, claiming the lives of countless souls and razing 3 cities along our borders. Even General Huangfu was mobilized, yet he could not subdue that vile creature. At that time, the Fuyao Empire was not yet established and was embroiled in internal strife. Fortunately, the valiant hero, Yu, appeared near the border. In desperation, my father sought his aid, and without hesitation, he single-handedly vanquished the dragon. After slaying the beast, despite his injuries, he merely waved and smiled, leaving without even partaking in a cup of tea. I trust that all present are familiar with this event. Indeed, many martial generals were witnesses to that momentous occasion. Furthermore, do you recall the 3 kings at the time of Fuyao's founding? Their ambitions were vast, and the chaos within the Fuyao Empire caused significant repercussions for our Southern Kingdom, as many territories were seized by the Spirit King among them. After the hero, Yu, quelled the 3 kings, what did he do? Under his influence, the territories occupied by the Spirit King were returned to our Southern Kingdom intact. I recall, Minister Fong, that your ancestral home lies within that very region, does it not? Nanshi directed her gaze towards the minister who had previously spoken, inquiring softly. Indeed, the minister replied, lowering his head. At this moment, the voice of Nanshi resonated with clarity. Though our Southern Kingdom may lack the might of those grand empires, it has long been a realm of propriety and righteousness, the very foundation upon which we stand. The people of our Southern Kingdom have always been discerning of right and wrong, grateful, and responsive. When a person who has previously bestowed great kindness upon our kingdom finds himself in dire straits, shall we cast him aside and add to his misfortune? Indeed, our southern kingdom may not rival the soaring empire of Fuyao, and we may fear their retribution. Yet, if we act thus, can the backbone of our southern kingdom endure? Nanshi's piercing gaze swept across the assembly within the Golden Wan Hall. Her words, delivered with measured cadence, resounded powerfully, prompting the courtiers to lower their heads in silence. After a moment of stillness, a minister stepped forward, shamefaced, and spoke. Your Majesty's words fill us with remorse. We are grateful for the reminder of the fundamental principles of our southern kingdom. I have no objections to your proposal and am willing to take responsibility for welcoming the esteemed hero, Yu. Your Majesty's words have shamed us all. And I too have no dissent. I too bear no objections. I shall also go to the borders to welcome the esteemed hero. In an instant, many ministers expressed their agreement. Excellent. This is the dignity that the people of the southern kingdom should embody. Seeing this, Nanshi gracefully swept her phoenix robe and resumed her place at the head of the hall, a smile gracing her face as she declared, As for welcoming the esteemed hero Yu, I shall personally attend. We all wish to accompany your Majesty, came the harmonious response. Echoing throughout the Golden Wan Hall and gradually spreading across the entire upper southern city and the southern kingdom itself. Unbeknownst to them all, Yu Qing remained oblivious to these developments. Initially, with his speed, he could have swiftly reached the southern kingdom. However, he had taken his time to savor the scenery and the myriad of worldly experiences, often lingering at an inn for an entire afternoon simply for a particular melon, or staying several days in a quaint town to relish a delectable dish. At last, on this day, he arrived at the border of the southern kingdom. He held a slight connection to this land, having visited before, yet he had never truly seen it. What puzzled him was the emptiness of the broad official road before him. Just as he contemplated this, a large contingent of soldiers appeared ahead, their attire suggesting they were not ordinary troops. The soldiers formed two lines along the sides, clearing the path. Following this, folk dancers emerged, striking gongs and drums, singing and dancing with exuberance. However, the most striking sight was the dragon carriage, drawn by 6 majestic steeds, exuding an air of grandeur. The dragon carriage approached him slowly, with civil and military officials trailing behind. In this scene, Yu Qing was utterly bewildered. He glanced left and right, pondering whether a significant figure from the southern kingdom had arrived. It was only when the dragon carriage halted before him that he belatedly realized it was indeed coming for him. Upon learning that the esteemed hero Yu would be visiting the southern kingdom, the emperor had specially brought his ministers to greet him. After the dragon carriage came to a stop, the southern empress, Nanshi, emerged, greeting Yu Qing with a warm smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. Yu Qing. It is an honor to meet your Majesty, he said, clasping his fist in salute. Simultaneously, his curious gaze fell upon the lady. Feeling a mix of astonishment and disbelief at the grand reception arranged in his honor, especially since he had no prior connection to the southern empress. At that moment, Nanshi was also scrutinizing Yu Qing, her heart filled with surprise. She had ascended to the throne only a few years prior, and 20 years ago. She was still quite young, thus never having encountered Yu Qing before. The tales of him had reached her ears only through her father, the former emperor, leaving her with a profound curiosity about this once-renowned swordsman of the Fuyao Empire. She had expected Yu Qing to be a weathered middle-aged man, or perhaps a robust and imposing warrior. To her astonishment, he appeared as a youthful figure radiating an air of nonchalance and elegance. It was hard to fathom that such a person had single-handedly vanquished the formidable evil dragon that the entire southern kingdom had been powerless against. However, Nanshi quickly averted her gaze, realizing that such scrutiny was impolite. Hero Yu, please join me in the dragon carriage, she instructed. Your Majesty may be unaware, but I am no longer a prince of the Fuyao Empire. I am now merely a commoner, Yu Qing replied. I am aware, Nanshi responded. After a brief pause, Yu Qing added, I have also been exiled from the Fuyao Empire. I know that as well, she replied. Then why, Your Majesty? He had assumed that the southern kingdom's actions were motivated by his former status as a prince of the Fuyao Empire, and that they had only come to greet him upon learning of his arrival. To his surprise, this was not the case. They had been fully aware of his exile from the Fuyao Empire. Pray tell, Your Majesty, why extend such hospitality? Yu Qing inquired, perplexed. Hero, you may have forgotten that you once aided our kingdom in slaying the evil dragon and restoring our lands after vanquishing the 3 queens, Nanshi said. But we, the people of the southern kingdom, have not forgotten. Thus, When our benefactor arrives, it is only right that we offer a grand welcome. Nanshi spoke with unwavering determination, succinctly articulating her purpose for coming. Upon hearing her words, even with Yu Qing's composed demeanor, he could not help but feel a surge of emotion. This sentiment was particularly poignant against the stark backdrop of his recent expulsion from the Fuyao Empire. It appears that in this world, not all is tainted. While some may sever bridges after crossing, there are those who hold you dear in their hearts. In truth, Yu Qing had never considered himself indebted to the Southern Kingdom. The act of slaying the dragon was merely a fortuitous encounter, and the return of the land was simply a matter of principle in Yu Qing's eyes. At that moment, Nanshi remarked, "The title of hero appears to me to bear a derogatory connotation. In my humble opinion, one should be addressed as Mr. Dongxiang in our southern nation." With that, she gracefully descended from the dragon carriage and extended her hand in a gesture of respect. "Mr. Yu, please." Yu Qing, not one to feign modesty, joined Nanshi in ascending the grand dragon carriage, which then set forth on its journey back to the palace amidst an impressive entourage. The interior of the carriage was opulent, spacious, and adorned with vivid dragon and phoenix motifs. On the table within, an array of beverages was already laid out, including specialties exclusive to the Fuyao Empire. It was evident that meticulous care had been taken in the preparations. "Thank you very much, Your Majesty." Yu Qing could not help but express his gratitude. "Having heard that you enjoy wine, I have prepared a selection for you, our southern nation's renowned peach blossom wine. Here, on behalf of my country, I raise a toast to you, esteemed sir." The Empress of the Southern Kingdom was the first to raise her wine cup, toasting to Yu Qing. "Thank you." Yu Qing lifted his cup and drank it down in one gulp. After finishing, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What exquisite wine." "I am pleased you find it to your liking," Nanshi replied with a smile. After placing his cup down, Yu Qing pondered for a moment before speaking. "I wonder if Your Majesty is aware that 20 years ago, during my battle with the Three Kings, my dantian was destroyed." "Of course I am aware," Nanshi responded with a smile. Yu Qing continued, "Thus, Your Majesty should not proceed in this manner." Upon hearing this, Nanshi was momentarily taken aback but soon comprehended the underlying meaning of Yu Qing's words. "I understand your concerns. To be frank, the Empire of Fuyao has already sent word, implying that they wish for me to exclude you. I am also aware that this action may lead to resentment from the Empire of Fuyao. The Southern Kingdom is not on par with Fuyao, and should such resentment arise, it could have significant repercussions for our realm. Therefore, Your Majesty's current course of action is unwise," Yu Qing stated, shaking his head. Nanshi chuckled softly, choosing not to respond immediately, but instead walked toward the window. "Given the pace of our journey, we are likely nearing the outskirts of Fengtian City, the closest point to the border." As she spoke, she gently lifted the curtain, revealing the view beyond the window. Yu Qing instinctively glanced over, noticing that the area alongside the dragon carriage was teeming with a multitude of common folk. The crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, while the buildings behind them were adorned with colorful lights and various welcoming banners. This deeply moved Yu Qing. Nanshi explained, "Some of these individuals are citizens of Fengtian City, which was one of the cities ruthlessly slaughtered by the vile dragon. Others have come from regions previously occupied by the Spirit King. During his reign, they were subjected to servitude. It was only after the restoration of their territories that they could return to a semblance of normal life. They have been preparing for the arrival of the gentleman since 3 days ago." With this, Nanshi lowered the curtain and turned to Yu Qing, saying, "Thus, this is not merely my desire. It reflects the will of the people throughout our southern kingdom, while it is customary to weigh the pros and cons. If everything is to be measured in such a manner, how does it differ from the reasoning of swine and hounds? For us, we do not seek what the gentleman can bring us, nor do we care about his strength. It is sufficient that he has come. Should he grow accustomed to life in the southern kingdom, he may consider it his new home. If anyone poses a threat to him, we are willing to offer our protection. In the future, we shall also be devoted to him in his twilight years." Yu Qing, poised to lift his cup, frozen mid-air upon hearing Nanshi's words, a tremor coursing through him. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within, prompting a bittersweet smile. It dawned on him that he had underestimated the noble intentions behind such sentiments. He shook his head in self-deprecation and then looked up to say, "I have long heard of the unparalleled beauty of the Southern Kingdom. If possible, I would like to behold its splendor and savor its exquisite wines." Nanshi smiled radiantly, assuring him that the Southern Kingdom would not disappoint. However, days after Yu Qing's arrival and the warm welcome he received, news finally reached the Fuyao Empire. With a resounding bang, Nangong Fuyo slammed her palm against the table in the Fuyo Hall, fuming with anger. How dare a mere southern kingdom defy the Fuyo Empire? What gives Nanshi the right? Yu Qing is but a discarded dog, a piece of worthless debris that they dare to salvage? Your Majesty, please calm your wrath. Xiao Wuchen interjected, eager to soothe her. The southern kingdom likely still perceives Yu Qing as he was 20 years ago, believing him to be of great value to them. Humph, a cast-off dog holds no worth, Nangong Fuyo retorted coldly. Send out orders to impose sanctions on the southern kingdom and terminate all trade with them. I shall make Nanshi comprehend the consequences of defying the will of the Fuyo Empire. Let the world know that not every woman is fit to occupy the throne. Xiao Wuchen, bowing respectfully, replied, Yes, Your Majesty, I shall attend to it immediately, ensuring the southern kingdom understands the repercussions of disobedience. However, just as Xiao Wuchen departed, Sun Xuanji entered with a grave expression. I have come to see Your Majesty. Director Sun, it has been many days. How is the search for the array master progressing? Nangong Fuyo inquired. With each passing day of delay, the fortune of the Fuyo Empire diminishes. We cannot afford to linger any longer. Sun Xuanji's expression darkened, hesitating to speak. What could be amiss? Sensing the abnormality, Nangong Fuyo furrowed his brow and demanded with authority, When will you come to apologize to my brother before discussing matters with me? Sun Xuanji replied, Your Majesty, the individuals dispatched to locate the array master have returned with news. All renowned array masters in the southern frontier have declared themselves incapable of assisting. How could this be? Nangong Fuyo's countenance fell, and he asked in a grave tone. The southern frontier is vast. How can there be no array master to be found? I too sense something amiss, Sun Xuanji explained with a troubled expression. I personally traveled to a neighboring nation and inquired with an array master with whom I share a relatively good rapport. I discovered that a new array master association has recently been established in the southern frontier, and nearly all esteemed array masters have joined this association. The reason we are unable to enlist their help is due to a prohibition issued by the association's president, forbidding any member from assisting the Fuyo Empire. What? Upon receiving the news, Nangong Fuyo was engulfed in a fit of rage, exclaiming, What right does this guild president have to impose such a prohibition upon us when we have done him no wrong? Sun Xuanji, with a countenance marked by complexity, responded, The president of the Array Masters Guild is none other than Gu Daoren. What did you say? Gu Daoren? Sun Xuanji's words struck Nangong Fuyo like a thunderbolt, leaving her in a state of disbelief as she rose to her feet and inquired, This insignificant Gu Daoren, what qualifications does he possess to lead the Array Masters Guild? Sun Xuanji explained, While Gu Daoren's mastery of array formations may not be the highest in the entirety of the southern wilderness, he certainly ranks among the foremost. Most importantly, he possesses extensive connections, which enabled him to facilitate the establishment of the Array Masters Guild, thus securing his position as its president. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyo was rendered utterly speechless. The formidable empress, who is typically known for her decisiveness, found herself at a loss in this moment. If she could not summon a formation master, the threat posed by the subterranean monsters beneath the imperial capital would necessitate the continued suppression with the imperial jade seal. Over time, this would undoubtedly cause significant damage to the empire's fortunes, leading the empire of Fuyo toward inevitable decline. Cursed be it. In her fury, Nangong Fuyo lost her composure, wreaking havoc throughout the Fuyo Palace. How could that ancient Taoist act in such a manner? Was he attempting to undermine the very foundation of the empire of Fuyo? Sun Xuanji, with a complex expression, then remarked, It may be due to the fact that the Xianwei camp is currently besieging the Qing sect, and he is aware that Your Majesty intends to eliminate them. Even so, he cannot act like this. Nangong Fuyo exclaimed in anger. Can that insignificant Qing sect possibly compare to the entirety of my empire of Fuyo? The reason I dispatched the Xianwei camp was that the ancient Taoist opposed me first. Had he not stood against me, I would not resort to such extreme measures. Sun Xuanji found himself at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his head and said, Your Majesty, the urgent matter at hand is to swiftly resolve the subterranean monster crisis. If we wish for the southern border formation masters to intervene, it may require the ancient Taoist to rescind his prohibitions. Are you suggesting that we no longer hold the ancient Taoist accountable? Nangong Fuyo's expression turned icy as she replied, He has insulted me and unilaterally removed the 5 elements formation flags, nearly bringing disaster upon the imperial capital. If I were to let him off, what would remain of my authority? Would it not imply that anyone could defy me? However, without such measures, the monster threat cannot be resolved, Sun Xuanji urged. As your majesty stated, relying on the imperial jade seal is not a long-term solution. With a heavy heart, Sun Xuanji implored, I beseech you, your majesty, to reconsider. Anger coursed through Nangong Fuyo as her chest heaved violently. After a lengthy contemplation, under Sun Xuanji's earnest persuasion, she reluctantly decided to concede. Very well, she said. Her voice resolute, I shall grant the ancient Taoist an opportunity. If he utilizes the Formation Master Guild to swiftly resolve the monster crisis within my imperial capital, I shall overlook past transgressions. Sun Xuanji breathed a sigh of relief and promptly declared, Your Majesty is magnanimous. I shall personally visit the Qingyun sect at once. After taking his leave, Sun Xuanji wasted no time and hastened to the Qingyun sect overnight. The following morning, he promptly withdrew the Xianwei camp and, alone, arrived at the gates of the Qingyun sect. At the Heavenly Palace, I, Sun Xuanji, seek an audience with the ancient Taoist. I implore you to come forth for a discussion, he announced, standing outside the mountain gate in his plain robes. After a long wait, the ancient Taoist finally descended from the air, clad in Taoist robes. Greetings, ancient Taoist, Sun Xuanji said, bowing respectfully. Please, let us speak candidly. The ancient Taoist's expression remained inscrutable. Very well. Sun Xuanji understood that it was best to be straightforward and said, I have come here at His Majesty's behest. Considering that the Qingyun sect is a prestigious establishment within our Fuyo Empire and has produced countless talented disciples who have made significant contributions to our realm, we ought to be like one family and not let matters escalate to this extent. Hence, I am here to negotiate with you, Taoist. To demonstrate our sincerity, the Xianwei camp has already withdrawn. However, in response to Sun Xuanji's words, the ancient Taoist merely snorted coldly and, without offering any courtesy, retorted, It seems it is not about the Qingyun sect being a renowned school, but rather that Nangong Fuyo is unable to secure a formation master, which is why you seek to negotiate. Caught off guard by such a pointed remark, Sun Xuanji's expression turned awkward as he hastily replied, This matter cannot be entirely laid at His Majesty's feet. After all, he is a sovereign ruler, and it is only natural for him to feel angered when insulted by you, Taoist. Humph, blame me for insulting him? The ancient Taoist's expression remained indifferent as he exclaimed, Has she never considered how she has betrayed my brother? Sun Xuanji's face darkened at the rebuke, and he sighed, saying, Taoist, retaliating with resentment will ultimately lead nowhere. The fact that His Majesty is willing to negotiate is, in truth, beneficial for all parties involved. Before Sun Xuanji could finish, he was interrupted by the ancient Taoist. Dean Sun, I know what you wish to say. I can state unequivocally that this matter is not open for discussion. If you truly desire negotiations, let her come to my brother and offer an apology before returning to speak with me. Sun Xuanji's expression soured, yet he remained unwilling to concede, continuing, Taoist. If this continues, it will yield no advantages for anyone. I implore you to reconsider. The dean need not say more. The matter has reached its conclusion. Please take your leave, the ancient Taoist replied coldly. Today, my presence was merely to honor your personal standing, but if you persist in this pursuit, it will only lead to further embarrassment for us both. Sighing in resignation, Sun Xuanji shook his head, realizing that a favorable resolution was unattainable today. The ancient Taoist took his leave, turning away in solitude after bidding farewell. Chapter 15. One breath and we have slain an evil dragon for our southern nation. How impressive. Upon returning to the Fuyo Empire, Sun Xuanji found himself in the Fuyo Hall. Nangong Fuyo wore a grim expression. That ancient Taoist is truly ungrateful. He seeks to insult me while pretending to be cordial. Your Majesty, I believe the core issue does not lie with the ancient Taoist, Sun Xuanji said earnestly. His imposition of a ban within the Formation Master Guild stems from his grievances on behalf of Yu Qing. I have come to realize that all of this is orchestrated by Yu Qing from the shadows, Nangong Fuyo scoffed, seeking revenge for my expulsion of him from the empire. Your Majesty, dwelling on this is futile, Sun Xuanji pondered for a moment before saying, to persuade the ancient Taoist to lift the ban. It seems we must bring Yu Qing back. Bring him back? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened instantly. If he were to allow him to return, would I not be rendering myself a fool? I personally expelled him from the imperial capital, and now to permit his return, how would the world perceive me? Yet, should Yu Qing remain absent, the ancient Taoist might not retract the ban imposed on the Guild of Formation Masters. The ancient Taoist remarked, weigh the gravity of the situation. Your Majesty, and ponder carefully. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's forehead throbbed with veins, his countenance as cold as frost. Very well, what a cunning strategy. He has thoroughly grasped my predicament. Thus, For the sake of the Fuyao Empire, I shall take a step back and grant him an opportunity to return, albeit temporarily. Summon Xiao Wuchen. Xiao Wuchen presented himself before the emperor shortly thereafter. Xiao Wuchen, you are to journey to the Southern Kingdom and locate Yu Qing. Inform him that I am willing to offer him a chance to redeem himself. As long as he collaborates with the ancient Taoists to resolve the demonic affliction plaguing the imperial capital, I will allow him to remain in the Fuyao Empire. However, Xiao Wuchen raised his gaze towards Nangong Fuyao, inquiring with profound significance, what if he is unwilling? Nangong Fuyao's demeanor turned frosty as he replied, should he refuse to accept kindness, then we shall employ more forceful measures to bring him back. Xiao Wuchen's pupils contracted, and he responded, understood, Your Majesty. After receiving his orders, Xiao Wuchen took his leave. Beside him, Sun Xuanji sighed as he watched Xiao Wuchen depart. He refrained from voicing his thoughts. Addressing the demonic affliction was of utmost priority. For now, let Yu Qing return to the Fuyao Empire. In the Southern Kingdom, at Shangnan City, Nanxi. At Yu Qing's behest, found him a waterside pavilion along the banks of the Mijiang River. Living here, Yu Qing felt exceedingly content. Recently, he had developed a passion for fishing, often sitting in the pavilion with a bamboo pole from dawn till dusk, hoping to catch a rare lotus fish unique to the Mijiang. This fish, renowned for its delectable flesh, combined with the pristine waters of the Mijiang, made for a truly exquisite fish soup. Nanxi frequently donned a casual robe to visit Yu Qing during her leisure hours. As their interactions grew more familiar, she, having been raised in the imperial palace, found herself deeply intrigued by the myriad wonders of the world outside. She often implored Yu Qing to share the stories he had encountered. At times, she would confide in him her joys and sorrows. Why is this Tang Sung like this? The great sage sought to protect him, yet he recited scriptures to drive the great sage away. What a foolish bald donkey. At this, she paused, looking at Yu Qing, and asked, what was that bald donkey again? Bald donkey, Yu Qing chuckled. Indeed, what a foolish bald donkey. Nanxi clenched her fists, secretly seething. After a moment, glancing at the sky, she rose and said, alas, time has flown by. I must take my leave, for there are pressing matters in court that require my attention. Yu Qing stood as well, saying, Your Majesty, safe travels. Alas, the gentleman's culinary skills are unparalleled. I truly wish to savor the meal before departing. Southtime said with a hint of regret, There is always another day, Your Majesty. I believe you can come whenever you desire, Yu Qing replied with a smile. After bidding farewell to Southtime, Yu Qing settled back onto the lounge chair, resuming his fishing. As time passed and dusk approached, his demeanor grew increasingly grim. He had endured several days of fruitless endeavors. It seemed today would be yet another day without a catch. The mere thought of it stirred a growing anger within him. The more one contemplates, the more discomfort ensues. In a fit of exasperation, a hand struck the river's surface, instantly rendering a 100-foot radius into stillness. Countless fish leapt from the water beneath that hand, momentarily suspended in midair. Yu Qing squinted, glancing left and right, before selecting the most succulent among them. Reaching out to grasp it effortlessly and casting it into the nearby fish net, he merely waved his hand, causing the other fish to return to the water, restoring tranquility to the river's surface. Today, he would forego aerial pursuits. Stretching lazily, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Nearby, a sheep lying on the ground rolled over, casting a disdainful glance before resuming its languorous slumber, as if the sky falling could not alter its lethargic demeanor. After an indeterminate period, a head suddenly emerged from the river before him. It was a little boy, around 7 or 8 years old, holding aloft a lotus fish weighing about half a pound, shouting, brother you, look, I've caught another one. As he spoke, he clumsily scrambled ashore. Clad only in a pair of shorts, his sun-kissed belly exposed, eagerly sharing his joy of the catch with Yu Qing. Little carp, you are impressive, Yu Qing praised. Hee. Little carp chuckled, playfully digging at his navel, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Living not far from Yu Qing, Little carp had grown up in the river and had become well acquainted with this little fellow the very day Yu Qing moved in. At this moment, Xiao Lier remarked, brother you, I suppose you're going to have another fruitless day today. Knowing your fondness for osmanthus fish, I shall gift you this one. As she spoke, Xiao Lier attempted to toss the osmanthus fish into Yu Qing's fish basket. No. Yu Qing quickly extended his hand to shield the basket. What's the matter, brother you? Xiao Lier asked, puzzled. Just take a look at my fish basket, Yu Qing replied with a boastful air. Xiao Lier struggled to lift the basket, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, brother you, this one must weigh several pounds, she exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Be modest, Yu Qing urged, pressing down his palm, though a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Subsequently, Xiao Lier fetched a small stool and settled beside Yu Qing. Brother Yu, have you heard about the important figure who recently arrived in the Southern Kingdom? Xiao Lier inquired earnestly. Yu Qing blinked, asking, what important figure? I heard he comes from the Fuyou Empire, known as the Green-Robed Sword Immortal, Xiao Lier replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. They say his sword is 40 meters long, towering 3 zhang high, and with immense strength, he single-handedly defeated a fierce dragon for our Southern Kingdom. Incredible, right? Little brat. Mind your language. Yu Qing couldn't resist tapping her forehead and admonishing, you don't even know where you heard that. It's nonsense. Don't believe it. It's not nonsense. It's from Dan in the neighboring village, who saw it with his own eyes, Xiao Liu insisted earnestly. He said he even dined with the green-robed sword immortal, accompanied by his grandfather, who was a soldier in the past. As she spoke, the little one gazed dreamily. Oh, how I wish I could meet him too, and then become his disciple, so I could also uphold justice. While she spoke, her small hands and feet fidgeted on the stool, accompanied by sound effects of clapping. Lost in her fantasies. Chapter 16. You don't think your extraordinary talent is due to your innate genius, do you? Yu Qing couldn't help but scoff. Just as he was about to continue lecturing the little one not to believe in rumors, suddenly his brow furrowed, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Across the river, a young man in black stood, his pupils gleaming with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Yu Qing. Behave yourself, little one, Yu Qing said, pressing down on the restless child's head. Xiao Lier looked at him in confusion. In the next moment, her mouth fell open wide as she witnessed the black-clad figure striding across the river. With each step he took, the water beneath him formed platforms for his feet. Soon, the young man in black stood before them. Xiao Lier trembled in fear, finding the extraordinary scene before her akin to that of a celestial being. At last, I've found you, Prince Qing. The young man in black gazed at Yu Qing, a smirk curling upon his lips as he languidly remarked, I must say, the scenery here in Prince Qing's domain is truly splendid. Were it not for pressing matters, I would indeed wish to linger for a couple of days. The visitor was none other than Xiao Wuchen, the foremost prodigy of the Fuyou Empire, endowed with the fabled supreme bone. Before Yu Qing could respond, Xiao Wuchen's smile deepened, and he added with a hint of significance, what do you think, Prince Qing? My earlier display was not inferior to your prowess from years past, was it? Yu Qing furrowed his brow slightly, and replied coolly, if you have something to say, then speak plainly. He continued, I have come at the behest of Her Majesty the Empress to escort you back. With this, Xiao Wuchen paused momentarily before teasingly adding, correction. It is a request for you to return. Therefore, I kindly ask that you rise and accompany me, so as not to make things difficult. There's no need. I am quite content here, Yu Qing replied nonchalantly, continuing to prepare his fishing bait. Xiao Wuchen's expression darkened, and he emphasized, this is the Empress's command. Yet, Yu Qing remained engrossed in his task. Finally, once the bait was ready, he gently cast his fishing rod into the water, seeing his words completely disregarded. A flicker of ire flashed in Xiao Wuchen's eyes as he gripped the fishing rod firmly. Yu Qing, are you unable to hear me as I speak to you? He said coldly, his hand trembling, causing the rod to shatter abruptly into splinters. Yu Qing frowned slightly and reached out to soothe the startled little carp nearby. Turning his head to say, out of respect for our past, I shall grant you 3 breaths' time to leave. Hearing Yu Qing's words, Xiao Wuchen erupted in laughter, as if he had heard a most amusing joke. Yu Qing, how far you have fallen, yet you remain so oblivious to your own state. Do you believe you are still the Yu Qing of 20 years ago? The one who quelled the 3 kings single-handedly? You dare to lecture me in this manner and demand that I depart within 3 breaths? You are hardly worthy. Let me enlighten you. You are nothing now, a mere waste of space. Even if you were the Yu Qing of 2 decades past, what of it? Do you think I am any less formidable than you were back then? I possess the supreme bone, a rarity among millions. Do you grasp what that signifies? Do not presume that even the Yu Qing of 20 years ago would command my respect now. As Xiao Wuchen continued to boast, Yu Qing's cold gaze flickered with derision, as though he were observing a jester. This demeanor utterly incensed Xiao Wuchen. Allow me to make myself clear. I am in control now, and you shall do as I command. Kneel before me. As he spoke, he transformed his hand into a claw, lunging toward Yu Qing. However, just 3 feet away from him, his hand froze mid-air. Xiao Wuchen's expression changed dramatically. In that instant, he sensed a peculiar force emanating from the depths of space, infiltrating every pore of his being, utterly immobilizing him in place. A tempest of turmoil surged within Xiao Wuchen's heart. In this state of complete bodily paralysis, cold sweat streamed down his face. His eyes widened in panic as he glanced around, desperate to comprehend the unfolding situation. Yet, he found Yu Qing gazing at him with a mocking glint in his eyes. It was with a sense of terror that he discovered the true architect of this chaos appeared to be the very figure before him. Yu Qing, what have you done to me? Release me at once. He bellowed, a mixture of fear and anger coursing through his voice. He struggled with all his might, yet found that against this overwhelming force, his efforts were as futile as a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Yu Qing regarded him with a chilling gaze. Indeed, the Supreme Bone is formidable. But do you truly believe you are the chosen one, that from a previously unremarkable state, this Supreme Bone has suddenly manifested within you? The cold glint in Yu Qing's eyes sent shivers down Xiao Wuchen's spine. In a panic, he exclaimed, "What do you mean by that? In my time within the Fuyao Empire, I had little interest in the affairs of state, so I resolved to cultivate a master for the empire. At that moment, you were somewhat compliant, and thus I chose you and bestowed upon you this Supreme Bone," Yu Qing said with a face full of derision. "Otherwise, do you think this Supreme Bone just appeared out of nowhere for you? What? How is that possible?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Wuchen was struck as if by lightning. His face a mask of disbelief as he shouted, "No, it cannot be. I refuse to accept this. You are nothing but a waste. How could you possess a Supreme Bone?" A mocking smile played on Yu Qing's lips. With a dismissive wave of his hand, a terrifying force surged forth in all directions. In an instant, the shadows lurking around the courtyard erupted violently, transforming into a rain of blood. Xiao Wuchen's eyes widened in horror, although his body was restrained. His mind remained acutely aware of the unfolding events. The handful of individuals, loyal confidants brought from the Fuyao Empire, possessed a minimum cultivation level of the Tianhuang realm. Each one could easily be a commanding general or an esteemed elder. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Yu Qing obliterated them into oblivion. With his discerning eye, it was beyond his imagination to fathom the level of cultivation required to achieve such a feat. Your cultivation. Xiao Wuchen trembled uncontrollably. Cold sweat pouring down his brow, his speech becoming increasingly stammered. He could scarcely believe that the person banished from the Fuyao Empire had not only retained his strength, but had attained a level of cultivation that surpassed common comprehension. He was utterly unwilling to envision the scene before him, let alone accept the reality that Yu Qing had just articulated. Moments ago, he had felt a sense of accomplishment in humiliating the former Qingyi sword immortal, only to be confronted with the revelation that everything he possessed was granted by the very person he sought to belittle. Having departed from the Fuyao Empire, I wish to sever all ties with it, thus I relinquish the Supreme Bone to you without a second thought. Yet, you dared to flaunt it before me. So, what are you? What I can bestow, I can just as easily take away." As he spoke, Yu Qing extended his hand slowly towards Xiao Wuchen. "What do you intend to do?" Xiao Wuchen shouted in panic. Chapter 17. Wait, why are you using a sheep as a hostage? Sensing Yu Qing's intention, Xiao Wuchen grew increasingly frantic. Eventually, he broke down, pleading for mercy. I was wrong. Please spare me. Do not take away my Supreme Bone." But Yu Qing's eyes were devoid of warmth. His slender hand, like a ray piercing through water, penetrated Xiao Wuchen's body directly. "Ah!" Xiao Wuchen screamed in agony, helplessly witnessing Yu Qing extract his Supreme Bone. Moments later, Yu Qing withdrew his hand, now holding a segment of golden bone that shimmered with a faint glow, exuding an aura that stirred the heart. As the Supreme Bone was drawn forth, Yu Qing waved his hand, lifting the restraints on Xiao Wuchen. He collapsed to the ground as if bereft of all support, resembling a mere puddle of mud. With the departure of the Supreme Bone, the weighty essence of his cultivation ebbed away like a receding tide. The once revered figure of the Fuyao Empire was now reduced to a state of utter helplessness. Enduring the excruciating pain of having his bone extracted, he fixated desperately on the Supreme Bone in Yu Qing's grasp. "I beg you, Lord Yu Qing, I was wrong. Please return my Supreme Bone to me. If you are willing to restore it, I shall serve as your dog, biting anyone you command." As he spoke, he crawled towards Yu Qing on the ground, resembling a dog, his forehead striking heavily against the earth. Even as blood flowed from the wound, he continued to plead. "Without the Supreme Bone, the Empress would no longer regard me with favor, and my status would vanish. I cannot exist without the Supreme Bone." However, Yu Qing paid no heed to Xiao Wuchen, instead turning his gaze to the little carp beside him. The little creature, with its thick eyebrows and large eyes, currently stared wide-eyed, resembling two goose eggs. Clearly, this little one was not foolish. From the exchange between the two, it was evident that Yu Qing was indeed the legendary sword immortal clad in green. Observe, the rumors circulating outside were mere fabrications. Yu Qing helplessly shrugged at the little carp. Suddenly recalling something, he extended the supreme bone in his hand and inquired, "What do you say?" The little carp, with its thick brows and large eyes, fixated intently on the supreme bone, its expression brimming with anxiety. Perhaps it realized that this would be the most significant decision of its life, as well as its greatest opportunity. "I will," the little creature replied, its toes gripping the ground tightly as it looked up at Yu Qing, a sense of tension evident in its voice. "Very well," Yu Qing replied with a gentle smile, a soft glow enveloping his palm as he infused the supreme bone directly into the little carp's body. The little carp gazed in astonishment as the bone melded into its being. "Take a nap on the recliner. I will assist you in the integration," Yu Qing instructed. The little carp nodded, too intimidated to ask further questions, and complied completely with Yu Qing's directive, climbing barefoot onto the recliner. Yu Qing waved his hand gently, channeling another wave of gentle energy into the little carp's body. Soon, the latter fell into a deep slumber, snoring lightly on the recliner. "No, my supreme bone. That is my supreme bone. Return it to me." Nearby, Xiao Wuchen, sprawled on the ground like a heap of mud, howled in anguish upon witnessing the supreme bone enter the little carp's body. His eyes turned crimson, filled with hatred. Suddenly, he drew a dagger from his waist, rolling on the ground until he reached the sheep that had been sleeping beside him. Using all his might, he clutched the sheep tightly, pressing the dagger firmly against its neck. "Return my supreme bone, or I will kill it." Xiao Wuchen trembled all over, his gaze fixed intently on Yu Qing as he shouted. Yu Qing, seeing this, was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Xiao Wuchen, with a forehead adorned with dark lines and numerous question marks. "No, you may threaten for a hostage, that I can understand. But seizing a sheep as leverage, what nonsense is this?" Meanwhile, the once sleeping sheep awoke, its innocent eyes wide open, realizing it was ensnared by limbs. Its forelegs stiffened in surprise, clearly not anticipating such an ill-fated turn of events. "Hurry, return my supreme bone, or I will kill it immediately." Xiao Wuchen tightly clutched the dagger in his hand, continuing to scream in a fit of hysteria. His choice to use a sheep as a hostage was not indicative of a complete loss of sanity. Rather, it was the last vestige of his rationality. Xiao Lier stood beside Yu Qing, and given Yu Qing's formidable prowess, it was inconceivable for him to take Xiao Liu captive. However, the sheep had been by Yu Qing's side since Xiao Wuchen first met him, having been nurtured plump and white over the years. Thus, in Xiao Wuchen's mind, this sheep might hold profound significance for Yu Qing, perhaps even surpassing the importance of the present Xiao Lier. "Did you not hear my words? If you do not return it to me, I will perish alongside it," Xiao Wuchen shouted maniacally. Yet, in response to Xiao Wuchen's threat, Yu Qing merely cast a pitying glance his way and casually remarked, "Do as you wish." The sheep, still groggy from sleep, seemed to belatedly realize it had been abducted. With a swift motion, it kicked out with a hoof. "Get the hell away from me." In an instant, Xiao Wuchen let out a cry, transforming into a streak of light that shot into the sky, vanishing without a trace. Ultimately, he was reduced to nothingness. On that day, many citizens of the Southern Kingdom witnessed a brilliant flash of light and could not help but make countless wishes. Chapter 18, System Rewards, Insights of a Sage. Days swiftly passed. Yu Qing's life remained ordinary yet pleasant. The only difference was that his waterborne pavilion now held the presence of Xiao Lier. Though this young lad is but a child, he possesses a modicum of understanding regarding the significance of the supreme bone. Each day, before dawn breaks, he rushes from his home to meticulously tidy up the courtyard and pavilions of Yu Qing, and he diligently washes the garments that Yu Qing had discarded the previous day. Once all tasks are completed, he prepares a basin of warm water, awaiting Yu Qing's rise. During Yu Qing's breakfast, knowing that Yu Qing intends to fish later, he preemptively sets up the fishing spot and prepares the bait. After fulfilling all these trifles, he obediently follows Yu Qing's instructions, settling beside the sheep to enter a state of cultivation. This industrious little fellow brings a smile to Yu Qing's face as he observes the young carp seated in meditation. The little carp is not a disciple appointed by the system's tasks. Rather, the supreme bone was merely a fortuitous endowment. Thus Yu Qing has only recognized him as a nominal disciple. Nevertheless, despite this nominal status, Yu Qing does not neglect his teachings. He first imparts a set of cultivation techniques suitable for the supreme bone, and subsequently implants the lifelong insights of a certain sage into the lad's mind. Both the techniques and the insights, along with the supreme bone itself, were acquired by Yu Qing through the system's sign-in over the past 2 decades. Indeed, the fruits of his sign-ins extend far beyond these, encompassing a myriad of other sundries. Equipped with techniques and the sage's profound insights, the young carp is entirely capable of self-cultivation, allowing Yu Qing to rest easy without personal concern. Ultimately, the extent of his progress will depend on his own fortuity. Reflecting upon the past, when Xiao Wuqian was bestowed the supreme bone, he had yet to receive the sage's insights. Had he possessed them at that time, perhaps he would have been granted a more comprehensive support. Otherwise, it is likely that Xiao Wuqian would have achieved more than his current standing. Regardless, this cannot alter the final outcome. As for Xiao Wuqian, Yu Qing feels no tumult within. After all, life is replete with moments of misjudgment. What matters is one's own happiness. Meanwhile, not far from Yu Qing's courtyard, Nanshi, dressed in casual attire, is accompanied by a few personal maidservants and an exceptionally poised young man. Cui Wei, Mr. Yu has rendered significant favors to my southern nation. Thus, it is both reasonable and just for us to ensure his protection during his visit, she states. Recently, scouts have relayed troubling news that the Fuyao Empire might dispatch individuals with ill intentions toward Mr. Yu. I am uneasy in trusting this task to anyone else. Hence, you shall remain by Mr. Yu's side to safeguard his well-being. Your Majesty, upon hearing this, Cui Wei promptly bows, his countenance revealing a hint of distress. What? Do you refuse? Nanshi inquires. It is not a matter of reluctance. As your Majesty rightly articulates, Mr. Yu has greatly benefited our southern nation, and it is only fitting that we take proper care of him. Cui Wei bowed slightly, his demeanor troubled as he spoke. Your Majesty is well aware of my character. I am truly ill-suited for such duties. Might I suggest that you consider appointing someone else? Even if your Majesty were to leave me in the army to train soldiers or to engage in battle, I would have no objections. However, being assigned to such idle tasks, I fear I would not perform adequately. Furthermore, the protection of Mr. Yu Qing could easily be entrusted to the Imperial Guards. Therefore, I humbly request that your Majesty rescind this order. Nanshi smiled and explained, I understand your disposition, yet even if I were to assign the Imperial Guards for protection, I would still harbor reservations. Moreover, Mr. Yu Qing's temperament does not lend itself to ostentation. You are indeed the most suitable choice for this role. Cui Wei's expression remained one of distress. Very well, no further discussion is needed. This matter is settled, Nanshi asserted with an air of finality. Although Mr. Yu Qing has lost his cultivation, his insights are vast, and you may learn much from him. Reluctantly, Cui Wei nodded in acquiescence. Very well. With Nanshi's insistence, he conceded. Come, let me take you to meet Mr. Yu Qing. Before long, Nanshi and her companions arrived at Mr. Yu Qing's courtyard. Sir, it has been a long time. Nanshi greeted with a smile. Indeed, it has been quite a while. Please, have a seat, Mr. Yu Qing responded with warmth. Nanshi beamed, and once seated, introduced Cui Wei. Mr. Yu Qing, allow me to present this gentleman, Cui Wei. Cui Wei, you ought to greet the sir. Cui Wei promptly bowed deeply, respectfully stating, Cui Wei pays his respects to you, sir. There's no need for such formality, Mr. Yu Qing replied with a smile. Sir, the matter is as follows, Nanshi interjected. Considering your esteemed position, I cannot help but worry about potential disturbances from ill-intentioned individuals. Thus, I have specifically assigned him to accompany you. He is at your service for any errands or tasks you may have, and when there is nothing pressing, he will keep to himself, ensuring he does not intrude upon your tranquility. How could I accept such an arrangement? Mr. Yu Qing protested. Nanshi chuckled. If you refuse, it would imply that you hold me, Nanshi, in low regard. Very well, Mr. Yu Qing conceded with a nod. Ultimately, he found it inappropriate to decline, especially as he was but a guest in this foreign land. Rising, he clasped his hands towards Cui Wei, saying, I appreciate your assistance, young Master Cui. Cui Wei swiftly responded, Sir, you are too kind. Please feel free to give any commands as needed. With that, he stepped aside, holding a sheathed longsword, his gaze vigilant. After leaving Cui Wei in place, Nanshi engaged in light conversation with Mr. Yu Qing, as she had matters to attend to at the palace. She soon took her leave. Once alone, Mr. Yu Qing resumed his fishing and, noticing Cui Wei standing rigidly nearby, could not suppress a smile. Young Master Cui, there is no need to be so formal. Feel free to be at ease. You need not concern yourself with me, sir. My duty is to ensure your safety, and I dare not grow complacent, Cui Wei replied. Cui Wei leaned forward and spoke. All right. All right. Yu Qing couldn't help but smile, allowing him to proceed. Meanwhile, within the empire of Fuyao, Nangong Fuyao sat in the hall, her brow furrowed in concern. Is there still no news of Xiaowuchen? She inquired of Sun Xuanji, who stood below. I have exhausted every means to reach him, yet have received no response, Sun Xuanji replied. However, reports from spies in the Southern Kingdom indicate that he crossed into their territory several days ago. As these words fell, Nangang Fuyao's brows furrowed even tighter. An unsettling sense of peculiarity lingered in her mind, accompanied by a faint unease. Given her understanding of Xiaowuchen's character, there was no reason for him to remain silent. The urgency of the demonic affliction could not be overstated. It was imperative that I contact Xiaowuchen without delay, urging him to bring Yu Qing back promptly. Understood. Sun Xuanji acknowledged before taking his leave. Once he had departed, Nangang Fuyao could not restrain herself from rubbing her forehead. The thought that the imperial fortunes waned daily in the effort to suppress the demonic entities left her far from tranquil. Now, with Xiaowuchen suddenly out of touch, her anxiety only intensified. Chapter 19. Never did I imagine that one day I would need to summon Yu Qing back. Several days passed, and life continued as usual. In the courtyard, Yu Qing gazed at the little carp beside him and couldn't help but exclaim, "Little one, your progress is quite remarkable." At first glance, the little carp seemed unchanged, its cultivation not readily apparent. However, in a mere span of days, it had risen to a level of expertise that could be deemed formidable in the Southern Kingdom. This was, of course, due to the terrifying potential of the supreme bone, coupled with the advanced techniques Yu Qing had provided, as well as the insights gained from the sage's training. Each element was essential. The reason its cultivation was not outwardly visible was still attributable to the nature of the techniques Yu Qing had imparted. This set of techniques possesses a hidden realm of self-concealment. The reason Yu Qing adopts this approach is to safeguard Xiaolier. When venturing outside, discretion can sometimes prove crucial at pivotal moments. Furthermore, his youth allows him to evade numerous temptations, thereby preventing any potential deviation from his path in the future. Such wisdom is a testament to his master's teachings. Xiaolier, with a simple and innocent smile, still donned his oversized shorts, exposing his belly and bare feet. It is unlikely that anyone would suspect this little fellow to be an extraordinary adept. Quite commendable, he remains neither arrogant nor servile, maintaining this commendable mindset. Yu Qing remarked with appreciation, "Very well, continue your training." "Yes, master," Xiaolier replied respectfully, then obediently resumed his practice. Days passed in this manner, and Xiaolier behaved as usual, observing him diligently cleaning the table early in the morning. Cui Wei could no longer remain idle and picked up a nearby broom to sweep the courtyard. In recent days, he has found himself enduring a rather torturous existence. It is not that Yu Qing treats him poorly. On the contrary, the tranquility at Yu Qing is exceedingly abundant. There are few tasks that require his assistance, the most demanding being fetching some peach blossom wine from the southern part of the city. Beyond that, he spends his days watching Yu Qing fish, often for an entire day. For him, such idleness feels like a profound waste of time. He would willingly march into battle or undertake demanding missions for the Southern Kingdom without a second thought. Yet, this pervasive leisure is undeniably tormenting for him. "Thank you," Xiaolier said with a polite smile as he noticed Cui Wei finishing the sweeping of the courtyard. "There's no need for gratitude," Cui Wei replied with a gentle smile. He held a fondness for this understanding little boy. However, upon observing Xiaolier sit down in a meditative pose after completing his tasks, he couldn't help but shake his head. He was well aware that Xiaolier was practicing. Yet, he pondered, what could one truly achieve by perpetually sitting in stillness? While meditation is essential, the foundation of cultivation lies in strengthening one's physique and honing one's physical abilities. It is acceptable to sit and reflect occasionally, but since Cui Wei's arrival, he has noticed that Xiaolier spends most of his time either working or meditating. In his eyes, this was indeed a misplacement of priorities. "Little one, merely sitting idly will yield no progress in your cultivation," Cui Wei kindly cautioned. "If you genuinely wish to cultivate, I can instruct you." "Thank you. But I think I shall pass," Little Lear replied, opening his eyes. "Do you not believe in my capabilities? Very well, you probably do not know who I am. Allow me to demonstrate what a true master of cultivation is like." With that, Cui Wei's sword moved, and as it did, the surrounding atmosphere stirred without a breeze. "Observe closely," he commanded softly. The sword was drawn, emitting a glimmer of cold light, and with a swift motion, a stream of sword energy surged forth like a dragon. The rocks several paces away shattered explosively. "What do you think?" Cui Wei remarked casually, smiling at Little Lear. However, the response he received was not what he anticipated. "Thank you, but that won't be necessary," Little Lear shook his head, declining his offer. One reason for this was that his mind was filled with the lifelong insights of a sage. In many respects, he was not the inexperienced child he seemed. In fact, the knowledge and experience he possessed far surpassed that of Cui Wei. Moreover, it appeared that he could also achieve feats akin to Cui Wei's. "Hey, you little rascal." Cui Wei's expression shifted to one of irritation upon witnessing little Leah's attitude. Yet, he was not genuinely angry. Noticing the refusal, he decided to let it be. He could see that little Leah lacked any innate talent for cultivation, so the methods of practice would likely yield similar results. He had initially thought that the days ahead could be filled with engaging tasks, but it seemed that hope had dashed. "Sir, here's the bait." Cui Wei casually took over little Leah's task, handing the prepared bait to Yu Qing, who had just risen and was preparing to fish. "Thank you." Yu Qing replied with a smile. He did not harbor any aversion towards the individual assigned to him by Nanshi. On the contrary, he had a rather favorable impression. Cui Wei neither overstepped his bounds nor spoke excessively. While Yu Qing fished, Cui Wei stood like a pillar, motionless. Only when the urge became unbearable did he retreat to the courtyard to practice his swordplay. On this day, under the longing gaze of Cui Wei, who awaited the stars and the moon, South Time finally arrived. On this day, Nanshi found himself in a tranquil state, having lingered at Yu Qing's residence for nearly 2 hours before departing. However, Cui Wei hurriedly caught up with him. "What brings you here?" Nanshi inquired. Glancing back at Cui Wei, "Your Majesty," Cui Wei said, scratching his head in embarrassment, "I find myself in a quandary. How long must I remain here?" "Is it not agreeable to stay with the teacher?" Nanshi asked. "It is not that I dislike being here, but rather it is excessively idle," Cui Wei earnestly replied. "During this period, even my cultivation has waned. If I stay any longer, I fear I may become utterly useless. Might I return?" Nanshi hesitated briefly but ultimately denied Cui Wei's request, stating, "As I have mentioned before, I cannot trust others. I shall wait until I find a suitable replacement." "Very well," Cui Wei conceded with a resigned nod, returning to the courtyard to resume his leisurely guardianship of Yu Qing. In the empire of Fuyao, days passed without any news of Xiao Wuchen. It was apparent to all that something must have transpired with him. Could it be that the Southern Kingdom has captured him? Nangong Fuyao spoke gravely. With Xiao Wuchen's prowess, it should not be difficult for him to leave the Southern Kingdom, provided he does not wish to engage in battle. Sun Xuanji remarked. "What, then, is the situation?" Nangong Fuyao exclaimed, visibly irritated. "Your Majesty, while Xiao Wuchen's disappearance is indeed suspicious, the most pressing issue remains the demonic plague," Sun Xuanji suggested. "Perhaps I should personally journey to the Southern Kingdom to retrieve Yu Qing and ascertain any news regarding Xiao Wuchen." Upon hearing this, a dark expression crossed Nangong Fuyao's face. After a long moment of gripping his hands tightly, he finally relented, saying, "Very well, you may make the journey. However, to ensure absolute certainty," Sun Xuanji interjected, "it would be best if your Majesty personally issued a decree to Yu Qing to clarify your stance." "Impossible," Nangong Fuyu retorted without hesitation. "Allowing you and Xiao Wuchen to go in tandem is already my greatest act of leniency. Inform him that if he wishes to return, he may do so. Does His Majesty truly require him? However, the matter of the demonic plague necessitates his presence. Only then will the ancient beings relent," Sun Xuanji argued, visibly troubled. "That is an issue concerning the ancient beings. It does not pertain to him," Nangong Fuyao replied coldly. "But it was because of him that the ancient beings imposed the decree," Sun Xuanji countered. "If Yu Qing does not return, or if we must even resort to forcibly bringing him back, the ancient beings are unlikely to relent. To persuade them, we must not only secure Yu Qing's return but also restore his title as the Prince of Qing. Thus, I implore your Majesty to issue a decree to further express your intentions." Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's words, Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened to the point where it seemed as though she could extract water from her visage. The tension in her clenched hands revealed faint veins pulsating beneath the skin. She never imagined that there would come a day when she would indeed have to invite Yu Qing back. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, she composed a decree and handed it to Sun Xuanji. "Your Majesty, I shall embark on a journey to the Southern Kingdom immediately." Sun Xuanji's face brightened with joy as he received the decree and promptly set off for the Southern Kingdom. Soon, Sun Xuanji arrived in the Southern Kingdom. Given that Yu Qing had not deliberately concealed his whereabouts, just as Xiao Wuchen was able to locate Yu Qing, so too could Sun Xuanji. Subsequently, he knocked on the gate of Yu Qing's residence. While fishing from the pavilion, Yu Qing, upon hearing the sound, casually remarked, "Let him return." "Understood," Cui Wei responded. Turning to the entrance, "You may take your leave, sir." The gentleman is unable to see you. Sun Xuanji's countenance darkened, surprised to be met with such a cold reception before even crossing the threshold. However, he was unwilling to concede so easily. Your Highness, I implore you to grant me a brief audience. I shall speak but a few words, and then I will take my leave, causing no further disturbance. Sun Xuanji called out, raising his voice towards the courtyard. Silence. Cui Wei's expression soured. He positioned himself at the gate, partially drawing his sword. The cold glint of steel flashing ominously, suggesting a readiness to draw it at the slightest provocation. As the standoff ensued, a calm voice emanated from within the courtyard. Let him in. Upon hearing this, Cui Wei's icy demeanor dissipated as he stepped aside, permitting entry. Thank you. Sun Xuanji clasped his hands in gratitude before stepping into the courtyard. Your Highness, it has been a long time. He offered a respectful salute. Speak plainly, Director Sun. Yu Qing said, continuing to fish with an indifferent tone. I have come primarily to convey the heartfelt apologies of the Fuyao Empire and Her Majesty the Empress to your Highness. Sun Xuanji began. The establishment of the Fuyao Empire owes much to your Highness's contributions. You have always been a great benefactor of our realm, yet you were unjustly exiled by the Empress. This, indeed, is a grave error on her part. However, it must be acknowledged that this decision was made in a moment of impulsiveness, not entirely reflective of her true intentions, and she deeply regrets it. Since your Highness's departure, she has missed you greatly. Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's words, Yu Qing could not suppress a sardonic smile. Before me, Director Sun, there is no need for such insincere flattery. A fleeting look of embarrassment crossed Sun Xuanji's face, but he quickly bowed again, stating, Your Highness may doubt my sincerity, yet this decree bears Her Majesty's seal, clearly expressing her stance, which you shall readily discern. As he spoke, Sun Xuanji presented the edict from Negong Fuyao with both hands. Director Sun, the past is but a distant memory. From the moment she banished me, my ties with the Empire of Fuyao were severed. Therefore, her current attitude holds no significance for me, nor do I care about it. Thus, there is no need for me to peruse this edict. Please take it back, Director Sun, Yu Qing remarked, not even casting a glance at the document. Sun Xuanji's expression darkened as he observed Yu Qing's unwavering resolve. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he suddenly knelt before him. Witnessing this, Yu Qing could not help but shake his head. Director Sun, you are a person of great repute in the Empire of Fuyao. What is the purpose of this? I implore you to allow Prince Qing to review the edict. After he has done so, he may reach a decision at his leisure. Sun Xuanji replied earnestly, extending the edict toward Yu Qing with both hands. Seeing Sun Xuanji's sincere demeanor, Yu Qing set down his fishing rod, rose, and sighed. Director Sun, I respect your loyalty to the nation and understand that, as a minister, you bear a heavy responsibility. In light of your standing, I shall grant you this one favor and take a look. However, I must forewarn you that this will not alter the outcome. With that, Yu Qing reached out to accept the edict. Thank you, Prince Qing, Sun Xuanji said, his expression brightening with joy. Over the years, he has gained a certain understanding of Yu Qing, recognizing him as a person deeply attached to emotions. Having lived in the Fuyao Empire for so long, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the establishment of the empire is a testament to his dedication. The edict states that if the Empress genuinely offers an apology and allows Yu Qing to return, it is likely that King Qin would soften his heart. However, in the next moment, Yu Qing's mocking voice resonated clearly. Yu Qing, you conspired with foreign powers in an attempt to commit treason. Despite your past contributions, I have chosen to spare you from death, merely exiling you from the Fuyao Empire. Instead of expressing gratitude, you harbor resentment and incite the ancient beings to impose restrictions on the Fuyao Empire through the Array Masters Guild, causing our empire's fortunes to wane. Considering our past connection, I am still willing to grant you an opportunity. If you immediately persuade the ancient beings to lift the restrictions and send someone to resolve the demonic affliction in the imperial capital, I shall overlook your previous transgressions and allow you to remain in the Fuyao Empire. As he spoke, Yu Qing's expression of derision only deepened. The more Sun Xuanji listened, the more his embarrassment grew, trembling and wishing he could vanish into the ground. He certainly dared not peruse the imperial edict privately. He had thought that regardless of how Nangguang Fuyao felt internally, in light of the urgent demonic crisis, there would be a relatively favorable attitude extended towards Yu Qing. Yet, he never anticipated such words within the edict. So this is the attitude of your Empress Fuyao? Yu Qing inquired meaningfully. Is this the decree you wish for me to behold? Director Sun? Chapter 21. Let him see whether meditation holds any worth. Yu Qing's words left Sun Xuanji at a loss for response. his complexion alternating between shades of green and red, struggling to utter a single word. All the countless phrases he had prepared to salvage the situation evaporated in that instant, leaving him too ashamed to speak. "Director's son, please take your leave and do not return," Yu Qing said, shaking his head derisively and carelessly discarding the edict onto the ground. Sun Xuanji's expression turned exceedingly complex. After a long silence, he sighed deeply, picked up the edict from the ground, and departed without uttering a word. "The gentleman has spoken. Do not return. Should you come again, the southern kingdom will no longer extend its courtesy." At the entrance, Cui Wei spoke coldly. Sun Xuanji gazed at the young man with a frosty demeanor. A deep sigh escaped his heart. The heavenly palace, as the cradle of the formidable warriors of the Fuyao Empire, not only undertakes various missions but also serves as the intelligence center of the empire. As the head of the heavenly palace, he immediately recognized the identity of the young man before him. He was one of the top 10 young talents of the southern kingdom, highly favored by the Empress of the South. If all goes as anticipated, this individual is destined to become a pivotal figure in the southern kingdom. Previously, he had learned that the Empress personally welcomed Yu Qing's arrival. Yet he had never expected that she would also assign Cui Wei to accompany Yu Qing. From the moment he entered, Cui Wei assumed the role of a protector. The southern kingdom's attitude towards Yu Qing was, in stark contrast to that of the Fuyao Empire, unequivocally evident. In this moment, Sun Xuanji truly felt as though he could no longer face Yu Qing. "Rest assured, my young brother, I shall not return," Sun Xuanji uttered with a bitter tone. After speaking, he turned away in desolation. His gaze drifted towards the direction of the Fuyao Empire, where the light in his eyes seemed to have vanished, replaced instead by an overwhelming sense of confusion. His purpose for coming had been to inquire about the whereabouts of Xiao Wuchen. Yet now he found himself devoid of any interest in that pursuit. After bidding farewell to Sun Xuanji, Cui Wei returned to the courtyard, clutching his long sword. Still feeling a sense of ennui. Noticing the small carp beside him in deep meditation, he could not help but let out a sigh. The young lad, despite being told repeatedly that meditation is futile and not suited for his age, remained undeterred. Just as he was about to practice his swordplay, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he spun around, his keen gaze piercing through the ornate buildings, fixating on a rooftop a mile away. There stood a young man clad in white. The two locked eyes from afar, an invisible spark of tension igniting between them. The white-clad youth smirked with disdain, his gaze laced with provocation. Before leaping away towards the outskirts of the city, Cui Wei, witnessing this, clenched his fists tightly, instinctively preparing to pursue. However, as he exerted force on his legs, he glanced back at Yu Qing, who was leisurely fishing on the loft, and abruptly halted. With a composed expression, he returned to the balcony, standing guard as always. Clearly, despite his desire to chase after the youth, he never lost sight of his duty to protect Yu Qing. On the balcony, Yu Qing shook the nearby wine jug with a wry smile before addressing Cui Wei. "Brother Cui, could you fetch me a jar of the peach blossom wine sold by old Lu outside the city? I've heard from our neighbors that it is the most authentic." At this, Cui Wei's eyes brightened. "Of course, sir, I shall go at once." With a glance towards the city's outskirts, he stepped out of the courtyard and swiftly leaped away towards his destination. "Alas, it seems today will again be a futile endeavor," he mused as he departed. Once Cui Wei left, Yu Qing set down his fishing rod, stretched, and subdued the urge to evaporate the river before him. He approached the little carp. "Have you encountered any difficulties or bottlenecks in your training?" The little carp opened its eyes wide and quickly replied, with master's insights. "I have faced no challenges or obstacles." "That is good," Yu Qing replied with a smile, nodding in approval. "However, what you lack most at this moment is practical experience. How do you feel about putting your skills to the test?" Upon hearing this, the little carp's eyes sparkled with excitement. No longer the same little carp as before. It had absorbed the sage's teachings, allowing it to avoid missteps in its training and imprint various combat experiences in its mind. Yet, it had always yearned for a genuine opportunity to apply its recent learnings. "Cui Wei treats you well, doesn't he?" Yu Qing inquired. "Yes, master," the little carp nodded, scratching its head and expressing mild annoyance. "But he always says my meditation is useless, which bothers me greatly." Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle at this. "Well then, if I'm not mistaken, he is currently facing a bit of trouble. You should go assist him, and let him see for himself whether your meditation has any merit." The little carp's eyes lit up with determination. "Yes, master, I shall go at once." Chapter 22. Where did the little brat come from outside the southern city? Cui Wei soared through the air with remarkable speed. His immediate intention was not to seek out the man in white, but rather to heed Yu Qing's instructions and first procure a jug of peach blossom wine from the old man Lu. After securing the wine jug, he hastened towards the peach blossom grove beyond the city. In the grove, the peach blossoms stretched for miles. Recent days had brought incessant drizzles, rendering the paths within the grove muddy. Cui Wei trudged through the damp earth, making his way towards the pavilion nestled among the peach blossoms. Within the pavilion stood the man in white, a cold smile gracing his lips as he met Cui Wei's gaze. It was a classic case of enemies confronting one another, their animosity palpable. The man in white was named Bai Hua, and he was of similar age to Cui Wei, both being among the top 10 young talents of the Southern Kingdom. However, their backgrounds were starkly different. Cui Wei hailed from humble beginnings, having toiled and struggled to rise, while Bai Hua was born into a prestigious family that had long held significant influence in the Southern Kingdom. Despite their contrasting origins, there was no inherent reason for enmity between them. The true source of their conflict lay in Nanshi's regard for Cui Wei. This instilled a sense of crisis in Bai Hua. A mere upstart from humble beginnings had unexpectedly risen to a status comparable to his own. Consequently, he unleashed a series of oppressive measures against Cui Wei. It was not until the day Cui Wei witnessed his fiancée emerging from Bai Hua's bed that their conflict had escalated to a point of irreconcilable enmity. This is also the reason for the hatred that fills Cui Wei's eyes. You, a worthless wretch of humble origins, are even slow in your movements? Within the peach blossom pavilion, Bai Hua looked at Cui Wei with a mocking expression, sneering, "No wonder Lianer finds you unworthy. She climbed into my bed. I must say, Lianer's form is indeed exquisite." Enough. Cui Wei's forehead throbbed with rage, his fist clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. "What is the matter? Are you angry?" Bai Hua continued with a cold laugh. "It is understandable. After all, Lianer has been with you for so many years without surrendering herself. Yet after only half a month of knowing me, she willingly offered herself to me. Naturally, you would be filled with impotent fury." As soon as these words were spoken, Cui Wei's breath became erratic, and his entire body trembled with agitation. At this moment, Bai Hua leisurely remarked, "Now, I present you with an opportunity for revenge. Let us engage in a life-and-death duel between men. What say you?" No sooner had Bai Hua's voice faded than Cui Wei unsheathed his long sword with a sharp clang, transforming into a streak of cold light as he charged towards Bai Hua. Observing Cui Wei's rising fury, a subtle smile curled at the corners of Bai Hua's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. After secretly consuming a fury pill, he advanced towards Cui Wei. Although the fury pill bore severe side effects, it could enhance his strength by nearly 30%. Given that Cui Wei was now infuriated and his aura was chaotic, he felt absolute confidence in seizing this opportunity to eliminate Cui Wei. Once Cui Wei was dispatched, no one among the younger generation in the Southern Kingdom could challenge his position. Thus, the minor side effects of the fury pill were of little consequence. While the death of such a remarkable youth would undoubtedly enrage the Empress, it was a sacrifice worth making. After all, the demise of one prodigious individual would not lead to the eradication of another. Otherwise, the Southern Kingdom would be left without successors. Therefore, for the future of the Southern Kingdom, it was highly likely that Nanshi would turn a blind eye. Moreover, it was Cui Wei who initiated the confrontation first. As the two prominent youths of the Southern Kingdom clashed, the sword light flashed within the peach blossom grove. The violent energy surged outward in all directions. Countless peach trees were severed, and the blossoms danced chaotically in the wind before disintegrating into dust. After a fierce exchange of blows, Cui Wei was forced to retreat in midair. "What is the matter, you worthless fool? Is this all the power you possess? No wonder Lianer looks down on you." Bai Hua taunted, determined to provoke Cui Wei further. In battles among skilled fighters, even the slightest misstep can lead to chaos. A single opening could result in catastrophic mistakes. Indeed, at that moment, with bloodshot eyes, Cui Wei charged at Bai Hua once more. His swordplay, though fierce and relentless, was purely offensive, revealing a desperate fighting style. Cui Wei had entirely fallen into Bai Hua's trap. In no time, Bai Hua pierced Cui Wei's shoulder with his sword. Regrettably, a flicker of cold light flashed in Bai Hua's eyes as he lamented that this strike had not severed Cui Wei's head. However, it mattered little. Cui Wei was now on the brink of exhaustion. The two continued their fierce clash, escalating to a fever pitch. The peach blossom grove had already suffered considerable devastation. Cui Wei was now riddled with sword wounds, whereas Bai Hua remained composed and unperturbed. Finally, in the last exchange of strikes, Bai Hua delivered a palm strike to Cui Wei's chest. Cui Wei was sent flying several dozen feet, crashing into the mud, unable to rise again. A commoner-esque background would forever confine him, never to contend with the brilliance of the moonlit sky. Bai Hua, with his sword in hand, advanced step by step, disdainfully declaring, "You will never dream of shining as bright." Upon reaching Cui Wei's side, he looked down upon him from a position of superiority. On the ground, Cui Wei spat blood, his eyes filled with crimson veins, and his expression was one of deep resentment. Die. Bai Hua's countenance turned cold as he raised his sword, ready to strike at Cui Wei's vital points. Stop. At that moment, a crisp and clear voice broke through the air. Bai Hua raised his gaze, following the sound, and soon spotted a young boy of 7 or 8 years old trudging along the muddy path, not far away. The boy was barefoot, and his oversized shorts were caked with dirt. Bai Hua's lips twitched slightly. He had expected someone of significance, only to find a mere child had appeared. He couldn't be bothered to spare another glance, and lifted his sword once more, determined to strike at Cui Wei again to avoid any lingering troubles. "I command you to cease." The boy's voice rang out again, filled with a youthful authority that brooked no argument. Bai Hua's expression darkened, anger surging within him. How audacious could this little brat be? Meanwhile, Cui Wei, lying on the ground, caught sight of the boy in the distance. Upon realizing it was Little Li, his eyes widened in shock, and his body trembled. This little fellow, how could he possibly have come here at this moment? Just as he was about to shout for them to disregard him and urge the little carp to flee, an astonishing scene unfolded before his eyes. To his shock, the little carp, which had been several dozen yards away just moments ago, suddenly teleported right before the two of them. At this moment, Cui Wei was momentarily consumed by an overwhelming sense of resentment and animosity towards Bai Hua, his bloodshot eyes wide with disbelief. Bai Hua, too, was taken aback by this unexpected display. "Did you not hear me when I instructed you to cease?" Little Li, despite standing no taller than Bai Hua's waist, spoke with an air of authority that belied his youth. His icy demeanor was entirely uncharacteristic of a mere 7 or 8-year-old boy. He resembled a seasoned warrior, battle-hardened and resolute. The tone incited an uncontrollable rage within Bai Hua. Indeed, the sudden teleportation exhibited by the young girl startled him, yet it did not signify her exceptional prowess. A mere child, even if one were to assume she had been cultivating since infancy, could not be so formidable. He raised his long sword, poised to strike. However, in the next moment, he paid dearly for his impulsive action. With a resounding thud, the girl landed a punch upon a particularly sensitive area, the sheer force propelling Bai Hua into the air, sending him hurtling 100 feet away. During this backward flight, he endured a cascade of agonizing sensations. From initial numbness to a deep, aching soreness, culminating in an excruciating pain that penetrated to the marrow of his bones. Ultimately, he crashed heavily to the ground, his body carving a long trench in the earth before coming to a halt. Chapter 23. Are you really only 8 years old? No, I am 7.5. The impact left Bai Hua severely injured, blood gushing from his mouth. Yet, he paid no heed to his wounds, instead curling up on the ground, hands clasped over his abdomen, rolling in agony as beads of cold sweat erupted from his entire being. In this scene, Cui Wei lay on the ground, utterly bewildered. What kind of power is this? He fixated on Xiaolier, his eyes brimming with disbelief, feeling an unfamiliar sensation wash over him. Is this still the simpleton who, aside from performing household chores, can only engage in meditation? I shall end your existence. At that moment, in the distance, Bai Hua, having endured the initial agony, finally staggered to his feet. Gazing at his bloodied hands, trembling uncontrollably, and let out a frenzied roar. He then soared into the sky, brandishing his sword towards the little carp. Be cautious. Quickly take cover. Seeing this, Cui Wei shouted in alarm. Although he was astonished by the little carp's sudden teleportation and the strength it had displayed, he did not believe that, in a direct confrontation, the little carp could possibly rival Bai Hua. It was not entirely unfounded. The little carp was simply too young. Hurry. As he saw the little carp still not moving, his urgency escalated, and he cried out once more. Yet, as he continued to shout, he realized his voice was fading, growing softer as if something was lodged in his throat. Then, to his astonishment, the little carp extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught the sword that Bai Hua had swung at him. Cui Wei's eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but rub them in astonishment. This scene appeared to him utterly surreal. Yet, no matter how he perceived it, that tender hand, still smeared with mud beneath the fingernails, resolutely clutched the sword, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. Bai Hua was equally astonished. Her entire being resembling that of someone who had encountered a ghost, her heart filled with more terror than even Cui Wei. This sword was cleaved by him. No one comprehends its power more profoundly than he does. With just 2 fingers, he effortlessly caught the strike of his sword. The prowess of the little carp was beyond his wildest imagination. At that moment, the little carp deftly bent her fingertip, causing Bai Hua's long sword to shatter instantaneously. The little carp was not inclined to relent. With a swift kick, she aimed once more at the very spot where Bai Hua had been wounded. It was a second strike, and even Cui Wei could not help but shudder instinctively. As anticipated, Bai Hua was sent flying again. Though his landing was far less dramatic than before. He lay on the ground, convulsing, his eyes rolling back, and froth escaping from his mouth. From now on, do not dare to claim that my meditation is in vain, the little carp declared earnestly, lowering her gaze to Cui Wei. Cui Wei could only click his tongue, at a loss for words. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to articulate a question. Are you truly 8 years old? No, replied the little carp. At this, Cui Wei sighed in relief. Had the little carp genuinely been only 8, he, a self-proclaimed genius of the younger generation from the Southern Kingdom, might as well have found a block of tofu to end his life. Yet, in the next instant, the little carp's words nearly choked him. I am merely 7.5. Gazing at her remarkably earnest demeanor, he felt an overwhelming urge to throttle her. Despite the gratitude he should have felt for her life-saving intervention. Seemingly aware of Cui Wei's thoughts, the little carp continued. All that I can do is a gift from my master. Moreover, the reason I am here is that my master sent me, knowing you were in trouble. Master! Cui Wei's body jolted violently, his eyes wide with disbelief. After a long, drawn-out moment, he began to comprehend. He had initially assumed that the prowess displayed by the little carp stemmed solely from her extraordinary talent. It was only upon hearing her mention of her master that he thought of Yu Qing, that benefactor of the Southern Kingdom. The seemingly idle young man who spent his days fishing. He hastily patted the wine flask tucked away in his bosom. It was intact, unharmed. It then dawned on him why Yu Qing had suddenly instructed him to fetch a jar of wine outside the city. He had previously been puzzled as to why. Despite the peach blossom wine sold within the city being sourced from Old Lu, Yu Qing had opted for a distant supplier. Now, it was clear that he had been aware of Bai Hua's impending arrival, even predicting that Cui Wei would not be a match for him, thus dispatching the little carp to assist him. This implied that Yu Qing was far from the rumors suggesting he had been incapacitated 20 years prior. This overwhelming revelation momentarily left Cui Wei in a daze. Yet, he could not afford to linger in contemplation. What should be done about that individual? At this moment, the little carp inquired. Cui Wei then came to his senses and, with the little carp's assistance, gradually approached Bai Hua. At this point, Bai Hua had long since fainted. Though his body occasionally convulsed, under the little carp's relentless assault, Bai Hua's vital essence was mercilessly shattered, prompting Cui Wei to involuntarily gasp. He could not fathom why the little carp targeted that specific area. However, he silently vowed never to provoke this small creature again. Yet, upon gazing at Bai Hua, his expression quickly turned cold. Although he had previously lost his reason in a fit of rage, he was not foolish, now, with a semblance of calmness. He recalled Bai Hua's various antics and could not help but understand her intentions. Gritting his teeth, he brought down his sword, swiftly and decisively ending Bai Hua's suffering. The two soon returned to the Mozhui Pavilion in Shangnan City. Yu Qing remained languidly reclined on his chair, fishing. Upon seeing Yu Qing again, Cui Wei felt entirely different. Previously, he had only known that Yu Qing had once rendered service to the Southern Kingdom, and, due to the orders of the Empress Nenshi, he was to fulfill his duties. Cui Wei, I am deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, my lord, he said, kneeling heavily on both knees, his voice filled with gratitude. It was but a trifling act. No need for such formality, Yu Qing replied with a serene smile, lifting Cui Wei up. He then added, however, your injuries are more severe than anticipated. Under normal circumstances, his strength should not have inflicted such damage upon you. Your insight is truly remarkable, my lord. Cui Wei offered a sheepish smile before recounting the grievances between himself and Bai Hua to Yu Qing without reservation. I see, Yu Qing said, patting Cui Wei's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. She's merely a woman. There's no need to dwell on it. One day, I shall take you to enjoy the melodies at the pleasure quarters. Ah, I shall heed your advice, my lord, but I must decline the offer of the pleasure quarters. I am truly uninterested, Cui Wei hastily protested. You speak too soon. Once we go, you shall understand, Yu Qing chuckled, then turned his gaze to the little carp and inquired, how do you feel? Thank you, master. I feel absolutely wonderful. The little carp exclaimed, clenching his tiny fists, still brimming with excitement as it was his first display of prowess after achieving success. "Oh, then tell me how you defeated that fellow," Yu Qing asked with a smile. Thus, the little carp began to vividly recount the tale. Meanwhile, Cui Wei chimed in with additional details. As they listened, Yu Qing felt something amiss. "Hold on. Let me take a closer look at the specifics of your insights." As he spoke, Yu Qing quickly began his examination. At that time, he had focused solely on whether the insights he shared with Xiaolier were suitable for the growth of the supreme bone, neglecting to pay attention to the specific teachings of the saint. Upon reviewing them, Yu Qing was momentarily taken aback. A twitch at the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards Xiaolier transformed into one laden with profound significance. It seemed as if he could already envision a future entity that would instill terror, rendering others trembling in fear. "Master, is something amiss?" "And no, nothing is wrong." Yu Qing awkwardly waved his hand, hastily attempting to smooth over the situation. Although the methods may appear somewhat unsavory, any technique capable of defeating an enemy is indeed a commendable one. Chapter 24. An unprecedented opportunity in the Southern Kingdom. 2 days elapsed. Cui Wei's injuries had nearly healed. Strangely, Yu Qing chose not to fish today. Instead, languishing on a chaise longue, holding the peach blossom wine that Cui Wei had brought back from outside the city 2 days prior. He also commenced his daily system check-in. "Oh, yet another saint's insights," Yu Qing remarked with an impassive expression. Recently, the influx of saintly teachings had been akin to a burst dam, with no less than 100 copies now occupying his storage space. One particular insight from a sword saint caught his eye. Just as he was about to stow it away, he glanced at Cui Wei, who was practicing his swordplay nearby. After a brief moment of hesitation, while looking at the wine jug in his hand, he called Cui Wei over. "Greetings, my lord. How may I serve you?" Cui Wei replied with utmost respect. "I have a gift for you." Yu Qing waved his hand, presenting the jade slip that shimmered with a faint glow, which landed in Cui Wei's hands. "What is this?" Cui Wei asked, puzzled as he accepted the jade slip. Upon opening it, he was taken aback, promptly kneeling on the ground. "My lord, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it." At that moment, Yu Qing had already closed his eyes again, simply gesturing for him to leave. Cui Wei, overwhelmed with excitement, swallowed hard, clutching the jade slip tightly, and knelt once more to express his gratitude. "My lord, thank you for this treasure." After expressing his thanks, Cui Wei respectfully retreated to a corner, where he reopened the jade slip. Though he had anticipated that it contained insights from a saint, upon closer inspection, he realized he had significantly underestimated its value. Within these pages lies not only the lifelong insights of the sword saint on the art of swordsmanship, but also a wealth of combat experience and various perspectives. In just a brief moment of contemplation, many of the perplexities and challenges that had previously eluded him became clear. This implies that in his future cultivation, armed with these sage insights, he shall not encounter any detours or bottlenecks. He need only follow the prescribed path for his progress to unfold effortlessly. Over the course of the following day, Cui Wei experienced 2 more moments of profound enlightenment, each time achieving a breakthrough. Should he now encounter Bai Hua, who had consumed the frenzied pill, he was confident he could dispatch him with a single strike, effortlessly. Thus began a new chapter, as beside the sheep. Not only Xiaolier was seated in meditation, but Cui Wei had also joined her. Xiaolier shifted slightly, unable to resist casting a curious glance at Cui Wei. "You previously claimed that meditative practice was futile. How is it that you are now engaged in it yourself?" She could not help but inquire. Cui Wei's face flushed with embarrassment at her words, his expression shifting as he stammered. "Have I ever said such a thing? You have a poor memory. Focus on your cultivation." With that, he promptly closed his eyes, avoiding the inquisitive gaze of Xiaolier. However, just as they had entered their meditative states, a knock resounded from outside. They both opened their eyes simultaneously and approached the door. Standing there was a young man clad in armor, exuding a commanding presence. "Greetings, generally," Cui Wei said, quickly clasping his fist in salutation, though confusion washed over him. What brought Li Shang here? It was well known that he hailed from the Southern National Guard and was one of Nanshi's most trusted confidants. Li Shang glanced at Xiaolier, and seeing no one else around, he cupped his hands and said, "Lord Cui, His Majesty, considering your desire to join the military, has specifically sent me to take over your duty of guarding Mr. Yu Qing. The affairs of the state have kept His Majesty preoccupied. So I kindly request that you accompany me to meet Mr. Yu Qing and explain the situation." At these words, Cui Wei's expression changed dramatically. Before he could respond, Xiaolier pointed at him and exclaimed, "Oh, So you wish to leave? I shall inform master at once. With that, she dashed towards the courtyard. Seeing this, Cui Wei swiftly lunged forward, catching Xiao Li and covering her mouth, urgently whispering, "Shu, shu, shu. Li no, I was mistaken. I truly meant no offense. Please, spare me." Yet, in the depths of her gaze, it was evident she had no intention of letting him off the hook. 10 skewers of candied hawthorn and 10 servings of osmanthus cake, Cui Wei hastily added. Furthermore, I shall take care of all household chores for the next month, allowing you more time for meditation and cultivation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Li finally relented and ceased her intention to report. Cui Wei let out a sigh of relief and turned back toward the courtyard entrance, once again clasping his hands to Li Shang as he said, generally, "I apologize for the inconvenience of your visit. I have grown accustomed to my current circumstances, and I would appreciate it if you could relay this to His Majesty." "Very well, then farewell." At the entrance, Li Shang scratched his head in confusion. It was puzzling how this fellow, who had been so eager to depart, suddenly hesitated. Once Li Shang had left, Cui Wei let out a sigh of relief. How could he possibly leave immediately after receiving the sage's insights from Yu Qing? Especially considering that Yu Qing had saved his life. Remaining there, he was determined to assist Yu Qing in any way he could. Subsequently, he approached Yu Qing and candidly recounted the events that had just transpired. In response, Yu Qing merely smiled softly and patted his shoulder, reassuring him that there was no need to dwell on it. This filled Cui Wei with an increasing sense of reverence towards Yu Qing, while simultaneously, his heart brimmed with guilt. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he finally voiced the pressing question that weighed heavily on his mind. "My lord, I still do not understand what merit or capability I possess that warrants such a significant gift from you. Such a precious item could surely serve you better or be passed down to your descendants." The young girl, little Lear, perhaps lacking understanding and concept, remained oblivious. Yet, as Cui Wei grasped the essence of the sage's insights more profoundly, he became increasingly astonished. In his view, this sage's wisdom was potent enough to cultivate a formidable sect, or even serve as the foundation of a nation, generating an endless stream of skilled practitioners. Thus, alongside his gratitude, he felt a startling trepidation at being so favored. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing smiled gently and reassured him, "You need not feel so pressured. The fact that I can bestow this upon you signifies that it holds less value in my possession." Cui Wei was momentarily taken aback, then unable to contain his surprise. Could it be that, in Yu Qing's eyes, the sage's insights were not of great worth? What, then, was the level and realm of Yu Qing himself? One could only wonder how the Empire of Fuyao would react upon learning of this revelation. Yet, Yu Qing did not harbor any resentment towards the empire, a testament to his benevolence. However, even with Yu Qing's reassurances, Cui Wei still felt unworthy of such a precious gift. Observing his reaction, Yu Qing offered a faint smile. Rising to the railing, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the expanse of azure waters and the golden hues of dusk reflecting upon the surface. "I hail from a distant land, where there too flows a river of such vibrant blue. Though shadows and inequities exist there, many of its people resemble you from the south. Thus, I hold great affection for this place and am content to remain here." Yu Qing's words caused Cui Wei to tremble involuntarily, a surge of pride swelling within him. Historically, the South had been a small nation, struggling to survive amidst the chaos of repeated wars, coming perilously close to annihilation on multiple occasions. Yet, the enduring quality of the Southern people remained unchanged. Perhaps there were grievances akin to those between him and Bai Hua, as well as numerous unseen injustices. Nevertheless, the majority steadfastly adhered to their principles. It was precisely this integrity, devoid of ulterior motives, that earned the recognition of Yu Qing. Thus, the bestowal of the sage's insights was not merely a personal gift to Cui Wei, but rather a gesture of goodwill towards the South. "Thank you, my lord, for acknowledging my homeland." Cui Wei reflected on this realization, his excitement mounting. He seemed to foresee that the South was on the brink of an unprecedented opportunity. Chapter 25. Sun Xuanji resigns. Life in the South was tranquil and serene. Meanwhile, in the Empire of Fuyao, Nangong Fuyao was in a furious rage. How dare they? Moreover, were you implying that Nanshi not only personally welcomed him, arranging his accommodation and fulfilling all his requests, but also assigned his trusted confidant as a bodyguard? Indeed. Sun Xuanyi nodded in affirmation. "I pondered how a mere wastrel like Yu Qing could dare to oppose me. It turns out he has the backing of the Southern Kingdom." "Ah, Southern Kingdom. It seems you wish to confront my Fuyao Empire with unwavering resolve. If my predictions hold true, The Southern Kingdom must also be aware of the calamity plaguing our imperial capital, deliberately keeping Yu Qing close, biding their time until the fortunes of my Fuyao Empire wane. All with ulterior motives. Such audacity indeed. Since a small southern kingdom dares to repeatedly challenge me, I shall not hesitate to be ruthless. The fertile lands of the Southern Kingdom are precisely what I seek. Should I manage to conquer it, the loss of fortune due to this calamity would be rendered inconsequential. As he spoke, Nangong Fuyao's gaze settled on Sun Xuanyi. Are you about to implore me to reconsider? You, the esteemed head of the heavenly palace, act submissively like a mere inept. How can you achieve greatness? Furthermore, if Yu Qing is unwilling to return, are you unaware that he can be forcibly brought back? Do I need to personally teach you this? In response to Nangong Fuyao's scorn, Sun Xuanyi remained silent, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes. His mention of the Southern Kingdom's treatment of Yu Qing was not intended to provoke an assault on the Southern Kingdom, but rather to incite reflection in Her Majesty. After all, Yu Qing merely aided the Southern Kingdom in slaying a dragon and is treated thusly, while he is a founding hero of the Fuyao Empire. Now reduced to the status of an enemy, he waited patiently for Nangong Fuyao to finish her tirade before kneeling on the ground. He then respectfully stated, "As your Majesty has observed, this old minister finds himself no longer capable of fulfilling the role of head of the heavenly palace, and thus I humbly request to resign, hoping your Majesty will relieve me of this position and allow me to return to my homeland." You wish to resign? Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted, her demeanor imposing as she scrutinized Sun Xuanyi, asking in a low voice, "Are you certain?" "I am certain," Sun Xuanyi replied with deference. Seeing the seriousness etched on Sun Xuanyi's face, Nangong Fuyao's countenance fluctuated between various emotions. Yet, in the next moment, she suddenly erupted into laughter. Ha 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 ha. She quickly stepped forward to assist Sun Xuanyi to his feet, speaking gently. "Director Sun, do not speak such words of anger to me. My previous remarks were indeed harsh, but I was merely venting my frustrations. The calamity in the imperial capital remains unresolved. Xiao Wuqing is unreachable, and both Yu Qing and the Southern Kingdom stand against me. Out of exasperation, I spoke those words. I hope you can understand my plight. Your Majesty, I am not speaking in anger, rather. I truly find myself advanced in years and incapable of continuing as head of the heavenly palace." With a serious expression, Sun Xuanyi spoke earnestly. Upon finishing his words, he knelt once more, bowing his head to the ground to signify his stance. Observing this, Nangong Fuyao's face darkened, exuding an aura of coldness. And he inquired, "Is it that Director Sun harbors any dissatisfaction with my treatment?" "Certainly not," Sun Xuanyi replied. "Then do you believe that my treatment of you is insufficient?" Sun Xuanyi responded, "Not exactly." After a prolonged silence, Nangong Fuyao remained uncommunicative, and the entire palace was permeated with an icy tension. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, Nangong Fuyao broke the silence, his voice elongated. "Director Sun, you must confirm. Should I grant this approval, there will be no turning back." "I confirm," Sun Xuanyi asserted. Nangong Fuyao took a deep breath, calming the tumultuous rise and fall of his chest, and continued, "Given the recent troubles caused by the demonic affliction, it is only natural that you, Director, feel mentally and physically drained. I shall temporarily consent to allow you a period of rest. Once you have recuperated, you may return." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall take my leave," Sun Xuanyi said gratefully, bowing before rising and exiting the hall directly. "Are you truly allowing this old man to depart?" After Sun Xuanyi's exit, a figure clad in white emerged from behind a screen. "He likely disapproves of my intentions to attack the Southern Kingdom. Granting him a respite may be wise," Nangong Fuyu remarked solemnly. "Once I have firmly subdued the Southern Kingdom and all is settled, he will have little to contest." "Then I wish you success," the man in white said nonchalantly as he seated himself. "How well does this body adapt?" Nangong Fuyao queried. "This individual ranks among the top 3 of the younger generation of my Fuyao Empire. It is manageable, I suppose." The man in white glanced down at himself, then retrieved a list of materials, placing it upon the table. Noticing this, Nangong Fuyao furrowed his brow. The man in white discerned her concerns and stated, "Having just taken over this body, an adaptation period is necessary. Once this phase is complete, my true self will swiftly regain its peak prowess. In my prime, the entire southern region would appear as mere ants before me. At that time, whatever you wish to accomplish will be but a matter of my casual gesture." Nangong Fuyao tucked away the list, gazing at the young man clad in white, her expression gradually softening. "I hope you will fulfill your promise when the time comes." In the subsequent days, within the Fuyao Empire, Troops were mobilized and horses gathered. Although the Fuyao Empire did not immediately declare war, the southern nation sensed an undercurrent of tension. The prominent generals and numerous high-ranking officials of the southern nation were summoned to the palace without delay. The entire situation bore an ominous feeling, as if a storm were impending. Meanwhile, atop the Mishi Pavilion, a serene atmosphere prevailed. Cui Wei and Xiao Li sat cross-legged beside the sheep, immersed in meditation and comprehending the insights of the sages. At that moment, a powerful aura emanated from Xiao Li, causing Cui Wei to widen his eyes in astonishment. This marks the third breakthrough for Little Carp in recent days. After Little Carp had rescued him, he was already aware that her realm surpassed his own. Yet now, despite having attained the insights of a sage, he found himself unable to keep pace with her. How have you managed to break through again? Cui Wei's voice carried a hint of envy. Because my master bestowed upon me the supreme bone, Little Carp replied earnestly, meeting his gaze. What? Cui Wei sprang up in astonishment, his expression one of disbelief. He understood perfectly well what the supreme bone entailed. The renowned figure of the younger generation from the Fuyao Empire, Xiao Wuchen, was endowed with such a gift. With the insights of a sage coupled with the supreme bone, the future that lay ahead for Little Carp was beyond his imagination, as if he were already witnessing an unparalleled powerhouse before him. Though he felt a twinge of envy at their shared cultivation journey, it was not genuine jealousy. Rather, he felt a sincere joy for Little Carp and an optimistic hope for the future of the Southern Kingdom. After all, Little Carp was a native of the Southern Kingdom. His gaze then shifted to Yu Qing beside him, filled with even greater reverence. With this individual's arrival, the future of the Southern Kingdom was indeed hard to fathom. Chapter 26. Listen to me or face consequences. However, today heralded the arrival of a visitor, an ancient sage. He produced 2 fine jars of wine from his storage pouch and sat with Yu Qing in the misty water pavilion, where they began to drink together. Is the Fuyao Empire still besieging your Qingian sect? Yu Qing inquired. Not anymore, the ancient sage replied. They understand that they cannot even breach my mountain protecting formation, and they are still counting on me to lift the restrictions imposed by the Formation Masters Guild. That's good to hear, Yu Qing nodded. Regarding the ancient sage's restrictions on the Fuyao Empire's Formation Masters, he maintained his stance of neutrality. It was no longer his concern, as he had severed all ties with the Fuyao Empire long ago. However, I have heard whispers that the Fuyao Empire seems poised to take action against the Southern Kingdom. The ancient sage continued. For what reason? Yu Qing asked. If my suspicions are correct, it is highly likely due to you, the ancient sage stated. Though we cannot dismiss the possibility that your sister has her own intentions regarding the Southern Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing furrowed his brow. Considering the 2 demons beneath the Fuyao Empire, along with the ancient sage's restrictions, and the successive visits from Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji, he easily discerned the underlying connections. A flash of anger crossed his typically gentle and cultured visage. Thus, I have come to inquire about your plans moving forward. The ancient sage inquired about the path. Yu Qing's pupils contracted slightly. If the Empire of Fuyao were to indeed launch an assault on the Southern Kingdom, it would not solely be due to him. Yet he would certainly be a significant factor. In both sentiment and reason, he could not remain indifferent. In truth, given his formidable prowess, should he personally engage in battle to assist the Southern Kingdom, he could effortlessly vanquish the Empire of Fuyao. However, what of the future? Or rather, what if he were absent from the Southern Kingdom? Thus, he did not regard the Empire of Fuyao with trepidation. His gaze was fixed on a more distant horizon. Therefore, to aid the Southern Kingdom in resolving its tribulations, one must address the issues at their very roots. For he holds a deep affection for this land, the Southern Kingdom as it stands now. The attic of the Misty Water Pavilion serves as the current abode of this interdimensional traveler. Even if he ventures to distant lands in the future, he may still find solace in returning here. Could you perhaps establish the headquarters of your Array Mage Guild in the Southern Kingdom? Yu Qing inquired. I share the same thought, Gu Darn replied, his eyes gleaming with excitement. To be candid, due to recent events, I am contemplating relocating my Qingian sect. I have consulted the stars and divined that the new location should be in the south. The only place in the south where the Qingian sect could reside is indeed the Southern Kingdom. Furthermore, since you are currently in the Southern Kingdom, I have resolved to move the entire sect there. The status of an array mage is widely recognized throughout the Southern Wilderness. Often, a single array mage can rally countless supporters, as anyone, regardless of their sect, may seek their assistance at some point. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume that the location of the Array Mage Guild's headquarters will inevitably become one of the core regions of the Southern Wilderness. Thus, if my Qingdan sect relocates to the Southern Kingdom, it is only natural for me, driven by personal interest, to wish for the headquarters of the Array Mage Guild to be established there as well. Since it is thus, I would appreciate your assistance in facilitating this matter. Yu Qing said, hands clasped behind his back. As long as the headquarters of the Array Mage Guild is in the Southern Kingdom, no nation in the Southern Wilderness, not even the Fuyao Empire, would dare to harbor ill intentions towards it. For any attack on the Southern Kingdom would equate to enmity with the Array Mage Guild. To be frank, this is somewhat challenging, Gu Darn admitted, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Aside from myself, the president, there are 3 vice presidents within the Array Mage Guild. Their skills in array formation are on par with mine, and they possess considerable seniority and reputation. When their interests are not at stake, they might grant me, as the president, some leeway. However, in matters as critical as the headquarters, they are unlikely to yield easily. Gu Darn expressed his frustration. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing smiled faintly and said, I have a solution. Oh, what is it? Gu Darn asked, puzzled. When the time comes, you can take me to meet them, and you understand, Yu Qing replied with a grin. Very well. Coincidentally, in 2 days, we will convene in the Southern Kingdom to discuss the location of the Array Mage Guild's headquarters. You shall accompany me, Gu Darn said. Agreed. Yu Qing nodded. 2 days later, he followed the ancient Taoist to the kingdom of Qing. Within a grand hall, all the prominent array masters of the southern frontier had gathered. Although the ancient Taoist may not have been the most distinguished in his mastery of formations, his position as the president of the Array Masters Guild attested to his extensive connections and comprehensive abilities. Thus, upon seeing him, many attendees greeted him warmly. Noticing Yu Qing, who accompanied the ancient Taoist, numerous voices of praise erupted. President Gu, could this young man be your recently accepted disciple? He certainly possesses an impressive demeanor. A true dragon among men. To have garnered President Gu's attention, this lad's future achievements are boundless. Indeed, it is beneficial for the youth to broaden his horizons, especially at an assembly that gathers all array masters of the southern frontier. Young man, you must observe and learn diligently. Do not disappoint President Gu's earnest efforts. In response to these remarks, the ancient Taoist quickly clarified that this was not the case. Yu Qing, however, merely smiled and said nothing, seemingly indifferent. By the way, you haven't informed me of the method you intend to employ, the ancient Taoist inquired with curiosity. You shall see shortly. Let us proceed, as everyone has arrived. And it is time to convene, Yu Qing replied with a gentle smile. In the expansive hall, the array masters took their seats according to their ranks. Yu Qing casually chose a spot. Besides the ancient Taoist, the most distinguished figures present were the 3 elderly men flanking him, the vice presidents of the Array Masters Guild. After a brief opening address, the ancient Taoist stated directly, Esteemed colleagues, let us deliberate on the location for the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 vice presidents exchanged glances. Then, an elder named Ing Chongkong spoke up, President Gu. Our unanimous decision is to establish the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild in the kingdom of Qing. Upon hearing this, the ancient Taoist furrowed his brow and replied solemnly. Although the 3 vice presidents are highly esteemed, making a decision without my knowledge as president seems rather dismissive of my position, does it not? President Gu. Establishing the headquarters in the kingdom of Qi is the best decision. I believe those present will have no objections. With that, the 3 vice presidents cast their gaze over the assembly, seeking any dissent. This gaze silenced the crowd, which had been engaged in hushed whispers, instantly bringing a profound stillness. Amidst the throng, it is inevitable that divergent opinions will arise, and some may indeed choose to align themselves with the ancient figure. Yet, none are eager to be the first to voice dissent. The adage holds true, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot. Should the 3 vice presidents harbor resentment simultaneously, it would not bode well for anyone involved. Observing the scene, the 3 vice presidents exchanged glances, their faces betraying expressions of satisfaction. They had astutely capitalized on this very point, establishing their headquarters in the kingdom of Qin before the ancient figure could respond. Just as Ing Chongkong contemplated swiftly cutting through the chaos to announce the decision, a voice emerged from the silence. Yu Qing spoke. I oppose. Yu Qing's words fell like a stone into still water, darkening the expressions of the 3, who immediately turned their gazes upon him. The other array masters in the room also shifted their attention, some filled with admiration, others astonished by the audacity of the speaker. For the 3 vice presidents, the most daunting prospect was the emergence of a dissenting voice. Once the first dissent is voiced, others are sure to follow. You oppose? But who are you? Ing Chongkong's countenance darkened, his piercing gaze fixed on Yu Qing. He slammed his hand on the table and demanded, "I have never seen you before. Speak quickly. How did you come to be here?" At this moment, the ancient figure finally reacted, his voice steady as he declared, "He did not come uninvited. He arrived with me." "Humph, President Gu, even if he arrived with you, what of it?" Ing Chongkong retorted coldly, surveying the room. "In a meeting of our esteemed Array Masters Guild, who among us is not a notable figure from Nanjing? When did it become permissible for a mere child to be brought along?" With that, he directed an imposing aura towards Yu Qing, stating ominously, "Young one, this is not a place for you. Out of respect for President Gu, depart on your own accord, and I shall not pursue the matter further." At this, the ancient figure's patience waned. He leapt to his feet, slamming his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "How dare you insult him? In terms of array mastery, none here can rival Yu Qing. You. As a president, how can you stoop to such disgraceful insults? How can you hold that position?" Ing Chongkong retorted, anger etched on his face as he pointed at the ancient figure. As the tension between them threatened to erupt into a cacophony of accusations, Yu Qing shook his head and rose. Initially, he had intended to broker some form of mutual benefit, a means to appease both sides, for there was no animosity among them. However, given their current demeanor, he had no time to engage in futile verbal sparring. Without further ado, he drew a broad, long knife, placing it against Ing Chongkong's throat. "Now you will listen to me. Disregard this, and you shall meet your end." Chapter 27. Reinforcements arrived, yet they fled. What are you doing?" Feeling the chill creeping up his neck, Ing Chongkong stared incredulously at Yu Qing and exclaimed, "This is the Array Masters Guild. Do you dare to commit violence in public?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's eyes glinted with determination. Without hesitation, he raised his long blade and struck forward. Stop! Ing Chongkong's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, cowering and pleading for mercy. At that moment, he was truly trembling in fear. He could distinctly sense that had his legs not turned to jelly, Yu Qing would have unhesitatingly severed his neck. This fellow certainly possesses audacity. A sharp blade hovers perilously close to his forehead. "You are no better," Yu Qing remarked condescendingly, casting a scornful glance at Eagle Chongkong. This scene plunged the entire gathering into chaos, as none could have anticipated that during the assembly of the Array Masters Guild, someone would dare to draw a blade against the vice president. Beside him, the ancient figure widened his eyes in disbelief. "Is this truly the solution you proposed? From this moment forth, I shall be the one to dictate terms. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is established in the Southern Kingdom. Do any of you have objections?" Yu Qing's gaze swept across the assembly, particularly lingering on the three vice presidents. The trio maintained sullen expressions, remaining silent. Yet secretly they crushed their jade slips to send messages, for they discerned Yu Qing's overwhelming strength the moment he brandished his weapon, while many among them possessed formidable realms. Their practical combat abilities were notably lacking, their minds primarily occupied with arrays. Nevertheless, the energy they wielded was immense, their prowess manifest in their ability to summon assistance. After all, who among them could claim to have never needed an array master? Be it establishing protective formations for their mountain, exploring secret realms, or even the smaller matters concerning the disciples' cultivation through gathering formations, they were inextricably linked to the array masters. Consequently, many prestigious sects would hire powerful array masters as guest elders, ensuring not to offend them during peaceful times. It is fair to say that a capable array master could command a legion with a mere call. Yet, their covert maneuvers did not escape Yu Qing's keen perception. He merely remarked, "Very well, summon your aides if you must. It will save us from future troubles. However, remember to invite only the strongest. Do not indulge in the farce of striking a father only to seek a grandfather. My time is limited." Yu Qing's words gnawed at the patience of the trio, inciting their ire. The words spoken were utterly audacious. "Young man, you certainly possess a certain bravado, however. I hope you still have the standing to make such grand claims in due time," one of the elders remarked with a disdainful snort. Yet, Yu Qing paid him no mind. Instead, he sheathed his long blade and settled down to await the arrival of their reinforcements. After a few moments, a commotion arose outside. A middle-aged man in a long robe descended gracefully from afar. The sight of this man caused an uproar among those present. "Goodness, it appears to be Yunantian, the leader of the Fengyan sect in the kingdom of Qing. Indeed, he is, for aside from certain transcendent sects, most factions in the southern regions fall under the Empire's dominion, and the Fengyan sect stands equal to the Emperor of Qing, a testament to its formidable power. The presence of the sect leader here certainly grants significant weight to the three vice presidents. Truly, even he has been summoned." Within the crowd, numerous array masters buzzed with discussion. As array masters, they could rally support, yet their influence varied significantly. At least among themselves, they lacked the clout to summon Yu Tian. At that moment, Yu Tian hovered outside the main hall and proclaimed, "I have heard word that the 3 array masters have encountered some trouble. May I inquire what the nature of this trouble is?" Upon hearing this, Ing Chong Kong and the others hurried forward to greet him. "Sect Leader Yi, we sincerely appreciate your visit. We have indeed run into difficulties, not only threats but also attempts on our lives. We implore you to assist us in apprehending the assailants." Ing Chong Kong stated with a cold demeanor, recalling how Yu Qing had forced him to kneel with a blade at his throat, fueling his deep-seated hatred. "Oh, such a thing has transpired?" Yi Nantian's expression darkened as he responded gravely, "Where are the assailants? I shall ensure their capture and hand them over to you 3 for your judgment." Meanwhile, Yu Qing remained seated. Upon seeing Yi Nantian, a knowing smile crept across his face. To his surprise, he had encountered an old acquaintance. Without waiting for Ing Chong Kong and the others to speak, Yu Qing's voice rang out first. "Sect Leader Yi, the so-called assailant is none other than myself," he said, slightly raising his chin as he addressed Yi Nantian. Upon hearing this, Yi Nantian's pupils constricted as he pierced through the crowd, fixing his gaze upon Yu Qing. One does not realize until they take a glance. And upon doing so, they are taken aback by the sight. They are met with that smiling visage. In that moment, he was engulfed by a surge of terror, instinctively shivering as cold sweat erupted all over his body. He vividly recalled that fateful incident a decade ago. A diplomatic dispute arose between the Kingdom of Qing and the Empire of Fuyao, leading him, at the behest of the Emperor of Qing, to exert pressure upon the Empire of Fuyao. This endeavor became a harrowing nightmare in his life. Upon returning from the Empire of Fuyao, a demon visited the Fengyun sect in the dead of night, armed with a knife. He, along with several esteemed elders of the sect, was bound and tormented until dawn. Since that fateful night, both the Fengyun sect and the entire Kingdom of Qing dared not engage in any association or conflict with the Empire of Fuyao. The psychological scars inflicted upon him that night took nearly a decade to heal, nearly transforming him into a victim of his own inner demons. Only recently had he finally emerged from this psychological shadow. Little did he expect that just as he had begun to reclaim his life, he would encounter that very demon once more, brandishing the same knife from years past. Memories of that long-buried incident flashed through his mind in an instant. Without uttering a word, he executed a swift turn and fled at once. As if fearing he wasn't fast enough, he instinctively kicked his legs in midair, seeking to propel himself forward with greater speed. Meanwhile, the trio of Ing Chong Kong eagerly awaited Yi Nantian's decisive defeat of Yu Qing, even concocting malicious plans for Yu Qing's fate, only to be taken aback as Yi Nantian suddenly vanished without a trace. They stood frozen in disbelief. The others present were equally stunned, perplexed by the turn of events. After what felt like an eternity, someone finally regained their composure and stuttered in disbelief. "Why, Yi Sect Master seems to have run away?" At the utterance of those words, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of astonished chatter. Is this the arrival of reinforcements, or their swift departure? Chapter 28. Since they have already arrived, why flee? Yi Nantian was desperately fleeing in midair, cursing as he ran. "Damn you, Eagle Chong Kong. You 3 old wretches have led me to this predicament. Blast you all." However, as he continued his frantic escape, he suddenly froze in place. A sensation akin to a lump lodged in his throat. In that fleeting moment, he distinctly felt that the space surrounding him had been entirely solidified and imprisoned. This sensation was akin to being frozen mid-run, suspended in midair. A sudden wave of cold sweat cascaded down his brow. Despite his esteemed status and worldly experience, he found it nearly inconceivable to fathom the strength required to achieve such a feat. It was remarkable to consider that, in this fleeting moment, he had covered an unknown distance of miles. The demon's strength seems to evoke even greater terror than it did a decade ago. At the very moment of his confinement, a voice resonated within his mind. "Since you have already arrived, why attempt to flee? Let us reminisce together." As the voice faded, the shackles of confinement finally dissipated. Yet, Yu Nantian found no desire to escape. With a countenance resembling that of a bitter melon, he turned back, just as the onlookers remained in a state of bewilderment. Questioning whether Yu Nantian had truly fled, they were taken aback to see him return once more. This rekindled the extinguished hearts of the 3 individuals, soaring like eagles in the boundless sky. Whereas Yi Nantian's retreat might have been misconstrued, it was evident that he was preoccupied with pressing matters. Thus, upon encountering him, their spirits soared with delight, and they hastily called out, Esteemed sect master Yi, burdened as you are with countless affairs, we sincerely apologize for the interruption. We implore you to swiftly intervene and aid us in capturing this villain. However, upon hearing such words, the disheveled Yunantian felt an overwhelming surge of exasperation, wishing he could silence these three old rogues with a single strike. Yet, he had no time to indulge their folly. Under the astonished gaze of the crowd, he donned a facade of obsequiousness and approached Yu Qing. Senior, I'm not particularly acquainted with them. Upon reaching Yu Qing, Yunantian hastily sought to dissociate himself from the trio of formation masters. His expression radiated unprecedented reverence. Yet, his words rippled through the ears of those present, creating a tempest of astonishment. Did they truly hear what was uttered? The sect master of the Wind and Cloud sect had addressed Yu Qing as senior? In the desolate lands of the heavenly wasteland, the strong are revered, and the powerful take precedence. The address of senior implicitly suggests that Yu Qing's prowess may surpass even that of Yunantian, even if this title was a mere misinterpretation by the onlookers. The immediate disavowal of any association with Cheng Kong by Yunantian, coupled with his obsequious demeanor before Yu Qing, was evident to all. It has now become clear that Yunantian's earlier claims of urgency were nothing more than a ruse to flee. The reasons for his sudden return remain a mystery. Meanwhile, the expressions of Cheng Kong and his companions were particularly telling, resembling that of someone who had just consumed a dead rodent. They believed themselves to be sufficiently respectful of Yu Qing, which was why they had invited Yunantian to join them, hoping Yu Qing would recognize that the energies they represented could not be measured by mere strength alone. Yet, they were taken aback by Yunantian's sycophantic behavior in Yu Qing's presence. Master Yi, you are but a savior summoned by these three old men. Your excessive deference to me is unwarranted, Yu Qing remarked with a smile, adding leisurely, according to the usual protocol, you should assist them. And then we shall engage in a duel. These words sent a shiver down Yunantian's spine. He hastily wiped the sweat from his brow and ingratiatingly remarked, Oh, esteemed senior, how could you say such a thing? To suggest that I engage in a duel with you is indeed to elevate me beyond my station. Furthermore, as I just mentioned, I am not truly acquainted with them. Upon uttering this, Yunantian's words provoked another wave of astonishment among those present. They had witnessed displays of humility before, but never one as profound as this. Is this truly the illustrious leader of the Fengyan sect, renowned throughout the southern frontier? Oh, does that mean you will not intervene in the grievances between us? Yu Qing inquired gently. Of course, it is none of my concern, Yunantian promptly asserted, saying, If the esteemed elder gives the word, I can swiftly take care of those three. The trio, Cheng Kong and his companions, nearly choked on their own blood. Indeed, they had invited this person. They pointed at Yunantian, their eyes brimming with hatred and derision, left speechless with indignation. How could the esteemed leader of the Fengyan sect be so contemptible, so spineless? Yet, Yunantian remained oblivious to their scorn, secretly contemplating that these old fellows were utterly unaware of the terror embodied by the individual before them. Since you choose not to intervene, very well. You may amuse yourselves elsewhere. Yu Qing waved his hand. Upon hearing this, Yunantian's expression shifted to one of palpable relief, and he promptly withdrew to the side. Yu Qing then turned his gaze towards Cheng Kong and the others, inquiring serenely, Do you have anything further to say? This is the Array Masters Guild, not some outside arena. Even if you employ your strength to intimidate us momentarily, the entire southern border's Array Masters will not acquiesce. An elder among the three vice presidents shouted, his face flushed with indignation. His words indeed resonated with all present Array Masters. Regardless of their allegiances, they were first and foremost Array Masters. Should the guild bow its head under the duress of armed threats, their hearts would remain unconvinced and unwilling to accept. Ah, your reasoning holds merit. After all, this is the Array Masters Guild, Yu Qing mused thoughtfully. He then gradually rose and declared, I will set up an array for you three to attempt to break. If you succeed, I will leave your fates in your hands. At this, Cheng Kong's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Are you serious? Absolutely. Yu Qing replied with unwavering confidence. Very well, Cheng Kong responded. If we manage to dismantle your array, you will allow us to decide your fate. If we fail, then whatever you say shall be accepted as truth today. His words carried an air of self-assuredness, while they might not match Yu Qing in sheer strength. When it came to arrays, the three of them together prided themselves on being unafraid of anyone from the southern border. Utilizing a borrowed sword, Yu Qing casually gestured towards the sky. Suddenly, three long swords ascended, seemingly conjured from thin air, and descended from the three vice presidents' respective directions to form the array's positions. With countless array masters observing, Yu Qing swiftly executed a series of hand seals. In no time, an array was effortlessly established. All set, please proceed to break the array. Yu Qing stated nonchalantly. Is that all? Zhang Kong and his companions gazed incredulously at Yu Qing. They had anticipated that such bold claims would be backed by something substantial. Yet they did not foresee such a hasty approach. Even the materials used to form the array were sourced on the spot. This instilled in them a sense of being belittled. Let us break it first and discuss later, Yu Qing said, disregarding the gazes of those around him and sitting down to himself. Chapter 29. Senior, we have nothing more to say. Observing Yu Qing's demeanor, even the other array masters felt a surge of displeasure. Indeed, Yu Qing was formidable. However, this was the realm of formations. The trio he faced, led by Zhang Kong, represented the pinnacle of array masters in the southern frontier. Yu Qing's contempt suggested he held little regard for this group of array masters. In truth, it was not only the other array masters who felt this way. Even Gu Daoren furrowed his brow, sensing Yu Qing's rashness. Was it truly sufficient to simply insert 3 swords and perform a few hand seals to constitute a formation? He could not discern the nature of this array, nor could he identify what it truly entailed. Very well. We shall now dismantle this so-called formation of yours. Remember what you just said. Zhang Kong declared in a grave tone. Be my guest, Yu Qing casually replied, extending his hand. As his words fell, the three of them exchanged glances and stepped forward in unison. Yet, with that step, the environment before them transformed entirely. Just moments ago, they stood within the array, able to converse with Yu Qing and the other masters. Now, they seemed to have entered an entirely different realm. The three, taken aback, quickly shed their earlier disdain. There is indeed something to this, remarked one of the elderly men. Indeed, there is some merit, Zhang Kong concurred, but it is merely an illusion array. Yes. The other two nodded. They understood that while the world around them appeared altered, they had not forgotten that they stood in the grand hall. Despite possessing some skill, Yu Qing still underestimated them. Did he believe that a mere illusion array could thwart them? The simplest method to break an illusion was to disregard all that transpired within the illusion and maintain clarity as they moved forward, one elder suggested. The other two nodded in agreement. Then, they stepped forward once more. However, as they did, the previous calmness of the three men was abruptly shattered. In a short while, a voice filled with terror escaped Zhang Kong's lips. No, don't come near me. With this exclamation, Zhang Kong scurried about like a headless fly within the limited space encircled by the 3 swords. The other 2 elders fared no better. One turned pale, hastily retrieving a pill from his storage bag and desperately consuming it, as if confronted by a tremendous danger. The other, equally ashen, brandished his personal sword, frantically swinging it in the surrounding space. This scene naturally captured the attention of the assembled array masters, who were collectively struck with disbelief. No longer daring to harbor even the slightest disdain, their eyes turned with reverence towards the figure of Yu Qing, seated nearby. Simultaneously, the crowd encircling the 3 swords began to retreat, wary of inadvertently stepping into that perilous zone. Observing the disheveled state of the 3 vice presidents, they could not help but realize that what appeared to be a hasty array was, in fact, fraught with profound mysteries. Their disarray provoked deep contemplation among the onlookers about the nature of the trials they faced within. All they could do was watch, wondering if the 3 vice presidents could regain their composure and subsequently dismantle the array. However, events did not unfold as they had hoped. Before long, Zhang Kong appeared to confront the most terrifying of circumstances, veins bulging on his forehead, his pupils dilated in horror. He seemed to have lost all strength. Collapsing to the ground in a pitiful plea for mercy, his head repeatedly striking the earth, leaving it swollen and bloodied. The other 2 were not faring any better. They had descended into a frenzied battle against one another, failing to recognize their own companions, as if possessed by malevolent spirits. The spectators gasped in shock, bewildered by what these 3 had encountered within the array. Given their current state, any hope of breaking the array seemed utterly forlorn. One brave soul attempted to call out to Zhang Kong, but even though he was but a breath away, it felt as though 2 worlds were severed apart. And he responded, not at all. Should we not release them? At last, one of the array masters could no longer contain his thoughts. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their questioning gazes towards Yu Qing. Observing the dire situation, it seemed imperative that they act swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences could be irrevocable. Perhaps they should indeed set them free. At this moment, the ancient figure could no longer restrain himself. Although he had not been particularly harmonious with the three vice presidents, there was no profound enmity between them. Their discord stemmed merely from a struggle for interests. Furthermore, if they were truly to be eliminated, it would only serve to weaken the power of the Array Master Guild. Upon hearing the ancient figure's words, Yu Qing casually gestured, causing the three swords that had been plunged into the ground to return to their rightful places. Yet, even though the array had been disrupted, the three individuals within it remained disoriented. Chong Kong lay curled on the ground, trembling. The two combatants, momentarily stunned, swiftly resumed their assault on one another. Seemingly unable to distinguish reality from illusion, the onlookers hurriedly intervened, preventing further bloodshed. Meanwhile, others assisted Chong Kong, informing him that he was no longer within the confines of the array. Only then did the three slowly regain their senses. A mixture of trepidation and realization washing over them as they cast fearful, vacant gazes toward Yu Qing. "How do you find my words now?" Yu Qing asked lightly, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the three. Their expressions were complex as they exchanged glances, the spirit to argue having completely evaporated. For them, this day had been a total defeat. In terms of strength, even the allies they summoned had fled upon their arrival. As for the array, it was clearly of an entirely different caliber. "Senior, we have no further words to exchange," the three said, clasping their fists in a respectful salute. Although they had faced utter humiliation, it must be acknowledged that the array devised by Yu Qing had thoroughly impressed them. This gesture of respect was genuine, reflecting their newfound admiration. The change in how they addressed Yu Qing spoke volumes. "Very well, my intention, along with President Gu, is to establish the Array Master Guild in the Southern Kingdom. Do you have any objections?" Yu Qing inquired. Silence enveloped the gathering, clearly indicating their agreement with Yu Qing's proposal. "Since there is consensus, let it be settled thus," Yu Qing affirmed, nodding before preparing to take his leave. "Wait, senior," Chong Kong called out, stopping Yu Qing in his tracks, his speech faltering. "Speak your mind," Yu Qing encouraged. "May I ask, could you enlighten us about the nature of that array?" Chong Kong inquired, his face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and curiosity. Despite the lingering fear of that formidable array, his lifelong passion as a seasoned array master compelled him to seek a deeper understanding of its mysteries. "This is not something that can be explained in just a few words. However, I reside in the Southern Kingdom, and when you arrive, I will gladly share its intricacies with you," Yu Qing replied, gazing at Chong Kong with a calm demeanor. "In due time, we may also engage in a mutual exploration of the wonders of arrays." "Excellent. Truly excellent." Chong Kong and his companions were overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing those words. The earlier discontent seemed to have vanished completely, as their eyes sparkled with fervor and enthusiasm while gazing at Yu Qing. They sensed that if Yu Qing could elucidate the intricacies for them, their mastery of formations would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. "Senior, we will collaborate with President Gu to establish our headquarters in the Southern Kingdom promptly," Chong Kong said, hastily clasping his hands in respect. As Yu Qing prepared to depart, the group quickly offered their respectful farewells. Chapter 30. The Formation Masters Guild will align with the Southern Kingdom, advancing together as Yu Qing departed. Gu Daoren gazed vacantly in the direction he had gone. He realized that he had never truly comprehended Yu Qing. The final words of Yu Qing left him profoundly impressed, showcasing his own grandeur while deftly maneuvering this group of foolish old men, who were now eagerly volunteering to head to the Southern Kingdom. It was easy to foresee that in the future, the Formation Masters Guild, centered around him, would become an unbreakable entity, free from any lingering concerns. The artful manipulation of human emotions displayed here is indeed remarkable. Should anyone mistakenly perceive him as a lazy, indolent scion, they would be gravely mistaken. Meanwhile, Yunantian, who had been lurking in the shadows, patted his chest and exhaled a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this formidable figure had never considered him a threat. His gaze began to shift, revealing that it was time to establish rapport with the Emperor of Qing and foster a good relationship with the Southern Kingdom. Silently, Yunantian departed. Shortly thereafter, the meeting of the Array Masters Guild continued without dissent regarding the headquarters location in the Southern Kingdom. The next step was to implement specific arrangements. Thus, upon Yu Qing's return to the Southern Kingdom, Chong Kong and his companions promptly arrived in Shangnan City. Within the royal palace, Nanshi furrowed her brow as she conferred with several ministers about strategies to counter the impending threat from the Fuyou Empire. The mobilization of troops by the Fuyou Empire clearly indicated an aggressive stance towards the Southern Kingdom. A great conflict appeared inevitable. Judging by the furrowed brows of Nanshi and her advisors, the situation was dire. After all, the Southern Kingdom's smaller land area resulted in a reduced population, rendering it economically and militarily inferior to the Fuyao Empire. Your Majesty, there exists a saying, the appropriateness of which is uncertain. At that moment, a minister hesitantly spoke, suggesting that the initial decision to embrace Mr. Yu and celebrate his arrival was perhaps a grave error. Nanshi, perceptive of his thoughts, inquired, "Is that so?" "Indeed," the minister replied, bowing his head. Otherwise, Nangong Fuyao would not have seized this opportunity to launch an assault on our southern kingdom. "Nay, you are mistaken," Nanshi asserted with unwavering conviction. "Nangong Fuyao has long coveted our southern kingdom, whether or not Mr. Yu were present. She would inevitably find an excuse to mobilize her forces. For the sake of peace and the greater good, it is indeed prudent to relinquish certain matters. However, should we abandon our fundamental principles, our southern kingdom would cease to be what it is. Therefore, those among you who entertain the notion of surrendering Mr. Yu to appease the Fuyao Empire should abandon such thoughts. Let us not forget the immense favor Mr. Yu has bestowed upon our southern kingdom. Do you truly believe that yielding will suffice to satiate their ambitions? No, it will only embolden them, leading them to perceive us as pushover, as feeble beings. What awaits us is a relentless series of escalations. Therefore, to avert invasion, we must demonstrate our resolve, showing them that while our southern kingdom may be modest in size, we are not easily subdued. This battle is not solely against the Fuyao Empire. It is also a declaration against the predatory ambitions of neighboring states. Thus, my esteemed colleagues, though this conflict may prove arduous, it is an unavoidable confrontation. We must fight with confidence and assert our might." Nanshi's words resonated with clarity and strength, igniting a sense of shame among those ministers with ulterior motives. Their spirits soared, uniting them in solidarity, free from dissent. Just as Nanshi issued a series of commands, a eunuch rushed in with urgent news. "Your Majesty, the renowned masters of formations, Ing Chong Kong and 2 others from the southern frontier, request an audience." The eunuch reported respectfully. "Ing Chong Kong?" The mention of these illustrious masters stirred intrigue among the ministers, their eyes filled with curiosity. Why would they seek an audience at this moment? Nanshi, too, was enveloped in perplexity. She had certainly heard of the esteemed names of these 3 individuals. However, what business did they have with the southern kingdom, arriving so unexpectedly? "Please, allow them to enter," Nanshi instructed. After issuing her command, she resumed her discussions with the ministers regarding the impending war. Time waits for no one, and a moment's strategy might significantly reduce casualties. Moments later, led by Ing Chong Kong, the 3 esteemed array masters entered the hall. "We pay our respects to Her Majesty, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom," they greeted with courtesy. "The 3 masters are excessively polite. It is I who have failed to extend a warm welcome to such esteemed visitors from afar," Nanshi replied, momentarily stepping away from her deliberations with the ministers to address them. "Since you have come to our southern kingdom, you are undoubtedly aware of our current circumstances. I hope for your understanding." "Your Majesty is far too gracious," the trio responded promptly, their fondness for Nanshi's demeanor evident. They then revealed their purpose without further reservation. "Your Majesty," Ing Chong Kong began, "we are well aware of the situation in the southern kingdom. To be candid, our purpose in coming here is directly related to this matter. In addressing the challenges posed by the Fuyao Empire, our Array Masters Guild shall stand in solidarity with the Southern Kingdom, advancing and retreating together." "What?" Nanshi exclaimed. Disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Ing Chong Kong. While she was stirred by the revelation, confusion and doubt loomed larger. Her ministers, too, mirrored her bewilderment. Observing her reaction, Ing Chong Kong smiled and continued, "Of course, Your Majesty. This arrangement is contingent upon your willingness to have our Array Masters Guild establish our headquarters in Shangnan City of the Southern Kingdom." "The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild in Shangnan City?" As soon as these words were spoken, the people of the Southern Kingdom, including Nanshi, were utterly astonished. Recently, the establishment of the Array Masters Guild in the southern frontier, along with the selection of its headquarters, had not gone unnoticed by the Southern Kingdom's intelligence. However, their interest had merely been one of observation. After all, they had never considered that the Southern Kingdom could forge any connection with the Array Masters Guild, let alone imagine that the guild's headquarters would be situated within their domain. They were acutely aware of the significance represented by the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild and did not believe that Shangnan City could be bestowed with such an honor. Yet now, Changkong was informing them that the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild would indeed be established in Shangnan City. To them, this felt akin to a dream. Such jesting with Master Eagle is not to be trifled with. Once calm returned to Nanshi, she spoke half in jest. Yet, the jade hand concealed within her phoenix robe trembled uncontrollably, her dark pupils fixated on Eagle Changkong. The ministers behind her dared not even breathe. Their gazes intensely fixed upon him. Just as His Majesty has stated, what audacity do we possess to jest in such a manner? The location of the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is indeed in Upper Nan City, which is why the three of us have come before your Majesty. Seeking your gracious approval, Eagle Changkong replied with a smile. Approved. Naturally approved. Of course, it is approved. Upon receiving Eagle Changkong's response, Nanshi was immediately overwhelmed with excitement, her voice quivering slightly as she spoke. The ministers behind her were equally elated, with some of the older officials even having tears welling in their eyes. The two elderly gentlemen, nearing 2 centuries in age, embraced each other tightly. Heaven bless our Southern Kingdom. Heaven bless our Southern Kingdom. Their fervor was entirely understandable. They were acutely aware of the significance behind the Array Masters Guild establishing its headquarters in Upper Nan City. Chapter 31. It appears you are not what everyone assumes in the presence of the three masters. How could you, a mere assembly of court officials, display such a lack of decorum? Nanshi could not help but admonish the crowd, though her exquisitely crafted face betrayed an unmistakable smile. While she had prepared thoroughly to face the Fuyao Empire, preparation alone could not bridge the vast disparity in national strength. Regardless of the outcome, the Southern Kingdom would inevitably pay a grievous price. Should the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild be situated in the Southern Kingdom, it would effectively bind the kingdom to the guild. May I be so bold as to inquire, esteemed masters, why the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is to be established in our Southern Kingdom? At this moment, Nanshi could not restrain her curiosity. With her keen intellect, she discerned that there must be underlying reasons at play. It was implausible to think the guild would arbitrarily choose to set up in the Southern Kingdom. Other ministers also cast their inquisitive glances in her direction. Since your Majesty has inquired, I shall speak plainly. The proponent for establishing the Array Masters Guild in the Southern Kingdom is none other than Senior Yu, Eagle Changkong stated. Senior Yu? Nanshi's eyes gleamed with recognition, the figure of Yu Qing emerging vividly in her mind, prompting her to ask, are you referring to Yu Qing? Indeed, it is the esteemed Yu Qing. Eagle Changkong spoke, and as his words fell, everyone, including Nanshi, exchanged glances of disbelief. They had never anticipated that the headquarters of the Array Master Guild would be established in the Southern Kingdom due to Yu Qing. When they initially welcomed Yu Qing, they had never considered the profound impact he could have on their nation. They merely regarded him as a benefactor. Yet, through their unintentional kindness, they had reaped immense rewards. Particularly the official who had previously argued against accepting Yu Qing now found himself blushing with shame. By the way, your Majesty, do you know where Mr. Yu resides now? Eagle Changkong could not help but inquire. The other two elders also directed their gazes toward him, still pondering the array techniques Yu Qing had discussed with them. Rest assured, I am aware. I can take you three to meet him right away. Nanshi responded promptly. No, there is no rush for that. Eagle Changkong hurriedly replied. Although they were eager to discuss array techniques with Yu Qing, their trepidation towards him lingered, with the matter of the guild's headquarters still unresolved. They dared not approach him just yet. It would be prudent to wait until the establishment of the Array Master Guild was fully realized before paying their respects to the esteemed elder. Rest assured, your Majesty, we shall announce the location of the Array Master Guild in Southern City today. Once the announcement is made, the Array Master Guild and the Southern Kingdom will truly be united. If the Fuyao Empire relinquishes its designs on the Southern Kingdom, that would be for the best. But if they persist in their misguided ambitions, we shall ensure they witness the formidable power of our guild. Excellent. With your assurance, I feel at ease. Nanshi exclaimed with excitement. In that case, we shall take our leave for now, the three elders said. Attendants, please escort the esteemed masters, Nanshi commanded. After seeing off Eagle Changkong and his companions, she turned her back to the others, a tear of overwhelming joy slipping down her cheek. She felt an immense sense of gratitude for the decision she had made, which had brought the Southern Kingdom to its current state. Wiping away her tears, she resolutely turned to the assembly and declared, we must remain prepared for all eventualities. Proceed as previously arranged. Yes, the ministers responded with palpable excitement. They all understood that their actions were merely a precaution. With the binding of the Array Master Guild, the Southern Kingdom would no longer fear the Fuyao Empire. even in the event of conflict. Once everyone had withdrawn, Nanshi finally sat down. On the long table before her lay an unfinished portrait. Gazing at the image, she fell into a deep reverie. It seems you are not what everyone perceives you to be, Nanshi murmured. As a sovereign, her ability to read the subtleties of expression and emotion had reached its zenith. She had discerned the subtle undertones of fear in the way the three individuals addressed the esteemed Yu Qing. Given their standing in the southern border, their trepidation underscored Yu Qing's extraordinary stature. In the empire of Fuyo, within the Fuyo Hall, Nangong Fuyo occupied the seat of power. A multitude of military generals stood in orderly formation below her. General Longhu, I grant you a deadline. Conquer the southern kingdom within a month. Do you possess the confidence to achieve this? Nangong Fuyo inquired, gazing at the formidable middle-aged man before her. Your Majesty, with the might of the Fuyo Empire at our disposal, the insignificant southern kingdom requires no more than 20 days, the man responded emphatically. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyo's countenance brightened with joy. Very well, 20 days it shall be. After this period, I shall host a grand banquet to celebrate your triumphant return. Thank you. Your Majesty. We shall set forth immediately, the general declared, and with a commanding voice, the generals exited the Fuyo Hall, embarking on their expedition to the south. Observing the disciplined ranks of generals, Nangong Fuyo could not suppress a cold snicker. Yu Qing, you were presented with an opportunity and chose not to return. You mistakenly believed that clinging to Nanshi would allow you to oppose me. This is a grave miscalculation. In truth, I owe you my gratitude for providing me with a pretext to march against the southern kingdom. Even should you wish to retract your steps now, the chance has vanished. Once the southern kingdom is subdued, the fortunes of the Fuyo Empire would surely surge. The previously dissipated luck from subduing the demon would pale in comparison. She could even harness the fortunes plundered from the southern kingdom to directly obliterate the underground demons. With these thoughts, Nangong Fuyo extended her slender hand to grasp a cup of tea nearby, savoring it leisurely. Just as she envisioned a promising future, a sharp cry from the eunuchs outside the Fuyo Hall interrupted her reverie. Report. Urgent news. Your Majesty, urgent news. The eunuch rushed in and prostrated himself on the ground. Trembling. What a disgrace to be so flustered over a mere incident. Speak, what is the matter? Nangong Fuyo said slowly, her calm demeanor betraying none of her irritation. You better hope this is truly urgent. Your Majesty, the Array Masters Guild has made an announcement in the southern border. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is established in the southern kingdom Shangnan City. The eunuch proclaimed, his voice sharp and trembling. What? The previously composed Nangong Fuyo. Upon hearing this, let the teacup fall from her hand, standing abruptly. Her long fingers reached out, drawing the eunuch towards her with an overwhelming force. Repeat what you just said, Nangong Fuyo demanded, her face a mask of frost. Your Majesty, the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild is established in the southern kingdom Shangnan City. The eunuch stammered in fear. Damn it. Nangong Fuyo hurled the eunuch away, then struck the table forcefully with her palm. The entire table, along with numerous memorials, was reduced to dust under the weight of her blow. Chapter 32. The inebriated Nanshi Yi? Had the Array Masters Guild members lost their wits? How could they possibly establish their headquarters in such a place as the southern kingdom? Nangong Fuyo's expression was as dark as a thundercloud, practically dripping with fury. Everything within reach that could be shattered had already been destroyed. At that moment, Sun Taifu rushed in, currently acting in place of Sun Xuanji, overseeing various affairs of the Heavenly Palace. Upon witnessing Nangong Fuyo's wrath, he promptly knelt upon the ground. His demeanor indicated that he was already aware of the situation. Tell me, why has the Array Masters Guild chosen to set their headquarters in the southern kingdom? Nangong Fuyo demanded, her chest heaving with agitation as she fixed her gaze on Sun Taifu, enunciating each word with intensity. Your Majesty, the information I have received indicates that the Array Masters Guild established their headquarters in the southern kingdom due to Yu Qing. Sun Taifu prostrated himself on the ground. What? Yu Qing? Nangong Fuyo's eyes widened in disbelief as she retorted, Are you certain your intelligence is not flawed? What merit does Yu Qing possess to influence the location of the Array Masters Guild's headquarters? Admittedly, he has a favorable relationship with the ancient Taoist. Yet such a decision cannot rest solely with one person. Your Majesty, the report suggests that the Array Masters Guild recently held a meeting in the Qing Kingdom. After the meeting, 3 vice presidents of the guild visited the southern kingdom to meet with Nanshi. Sun Taifu recounted diligently. Yu Qing was also present at this meeting, although the specific details are not yet known. It is evident from various angles that Yu Qing indeed played a role in the decision to locate the headquarters in the Southern Kingdom. Upon hearing Sun Taifu's words, the furious Nangong Fuyao stumbled backward, nearly collapsing to the ground. Her face turned an ashen shade. She was torn between regret and resentment. In any case, she had never anticipated that Yu Qing, a man rendered powerless, could wield such influence over such a significant matter. Had she known he possessed such capability, she would never have expelled him from the Fuyao Empire, allowing the Array Masters Guild to establish their headquarters there instead. How splendid that would have been! This signifies that the Empire of Fuyao is destined to flourish perpetually, poised to become the core region of the entire southern frontier. Every aspect appears to be advantageous. She trembled slightly as she grasped the chair beside her, struggling to accept such an outcome for an extended period. Your Majesty, General Longhu, and the others have just departed. She was reminded by the words of Master Sun, which jolted her back to reality. For Nangong Fuyao, already grappling with this difficult acceptance, it was akin to adding insult to injury. Not only had she missed this fortuitous opportunity, but the prospect of launching an attack on the Southern Kingdom must also be relinquished. Although previously the Empire of Fuyao had been subjected to a decree from the Guild of Formation Masters, it was merely a prohibition, not a genuine confrontation with the Guild. However, an offensive against the Southern Kingdom would signify a direct opposition to the Guild of Formation Masters, while she harbored no fear of the Guild itself. The formidable individuals behind it instilled a sense of dread. It can be said that which nation does not require the services of Formation Masters? Which nation has not owed a debt of gratitude to them? Should she stubbornly pursue an attack on Nangong, she might find herself besieged by a coalition of nations by dawn. Summon them back. Finally, Nangong Fuyao cried out in frustration, her clenched fist trembling uncontrollably. The location of the Array Mage Guild has undeniably disrupted Nangong Fuyao's meticulously crafted plans, plunging her spirits from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall summon General Longhu at once. Sun Taifu, having risen from the ground, cast a glance at Nangong Fuyao, hesitated momentarily, and then bowed, saying, Given the circumstances, I implore Your Majesty to temper your anger. However, the demonic affliction persists, and the Empire's fortunes continue to wane. Therefore, Your Majesty must devise a new strategy to replenish the lost fortunes while simultaneously alleviating the demonic threat. You must personally journey to the Barbarian Kingdom tomorrow to expedite the alliance negotiations. Nangong Fuyao replied with calm resolve. Very well, Sun Taifu sighed, recognizing that this was the only viable course of action. As one of the foremost nations in the southern frontier, solidifying an alliance with the Barbarian Kingdom would indeed bolster the fortunes of the Fuyao Empire. Meanwhile, in the upper South City, by the banks of the Misty River, tranquility reigned. To celebrate the absence of aerial forces that day, Yu Qing took it upon himself to prepare a roasted live fish. Little Li devoured it with delight, her mouth smeared with grease. Chui Wei, standing nearby, poured wine for Yu Qing and Nanshi, who gazed at Yu Qing with profound gratitude. With the Array Mage Guild now established in Upper South City, and the latest news indicating the withdrawal of troops from the Fuyao Empire, the future of the Southern Kingdom appeared exceedingly bright. Mr. Nanshi raised her glass, on the verge of expressing her thanks. But Yu Qing waved a hand to interrupt. Drinking is fine, but there is no need for gratitude. It was but a trifling effort on my part, he chuckled. Nanshi was taken aback. She had prepared numerous words of thanks, yet found herself swallowing them down, transforming her feelings into boundless appreciation. Subsequently, she downed her drink in one gulp, and perhaps due to her inexperience with alcohol, she erupted into a fit of coughing, her delicate face turning crimson. She then collapsed onto the table. Yu Qing, who had just raised his glass, was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Nanshi before glancing at Chui Wei. Chui Wei scratched his head, offering an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, sir. Her Majesty has never consumed alcohol. Ah, well then. You should help her to lie down in the room, Yu Qing suggested nonchalantly. Is that appropriate? Chui Wei inquired, casting a glance at the inner room. Normally, Little Li did not reside there, and he himself meditated in the loft at night. Thus, the entire loft contained but one bed belonging to Yu Qing. For now, it must suffice, Yu Qing replied with a hint of resignation. After all, it would be even more inappropriate for the esteemed Empress to return to the palace in such a state of disarray. Chui Wei promptly summoned Nanshi's personal maid, assisting Nanshi to lie temporarily on Yu Qing's bed. Upon returning, Yu Qing addressed him. Stay and drink with me. As you wish, sir. Chui Wei, unwilling to show any negligence, promptly filled Yu Qing's cup. Upon learning that the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild was established in Shangnan City, Cui Wei's admiration for Yu Qing had escalated to a fervent intensity. Whenever Yu Qing requested a drink, he complied without hesitation, raising his glass and toasts again and again. Although the young man had a commendable capacity for liquor, he was no match for Yu Qing. Before long, he succumbed to intoxication, collapsing onto the table and subsequently sliding beneath it like a slippery eel, clutching the table leg and drifting into a deep slumber. Yu Qing observed this with a shake of his head and a gentle smile, rising alone with the wine jug in hand. He strolled to the railing, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the expanse of azure waters, lost in thought. The setting sun cast a long silhouette, while inside the room, the inebriated Nanshi stirred groggily, her cheeks still flushed with a rosy hue. This sensation of waking up intoxicated, utterly oblivious to her surroundings, was a novel experience for Nanshi. Instinctively, she pushed open the window, eager to discern the time of day, only to have her gaze captured by a familiar silhouette. Despite the blinding rays of the setting sun, her eyes remained fixated. After what felt like an eternity, she finally regained her composure. Glancing down, she realized she was nestled in Yu Qing's bed. For reasons unknown, the delicate form curled beneath the covers instinctively shrank further into the fabric. A pair of jade hands emerged, clutching the blanket and pulling it upward, just enough to graze her elegantly sculpted nose. The quilt bore a faint, indescribable fragrance that compelled her to inhale deeply once more. Turning her head to regard that familiar figure, her charming face flushed with an even deeper hue. It felt so delightful. What should she do if she didn't want to rise? She murmured to herself in secret. Just then, her personal female guard approached. Bowing respectfully as she spoke, "Your Majesty, you are awake. Allow me to assist you." A throbbing pain surged through her head. Nanshi quickly placed her palm against her forehead, feeling as though the effects of the alcohol still lingered. "Your Majesty, I shall fetch an antidote for your hangover at once," the guard hastily offered. "No need. I shall rest a while longer." "And please do not inform anyone of my awakening," Nanshi replied, burying her head deep into the blankets. Chapter 33. You young wretch. Do you still aspire to be an official? Nanshi enjoyed a comfortable slumber in Yu Qing's bed until the night fully enveloped the world, at which point she bid farewell to Yu Qing. Once she departed, Cui Wei promptly followed. "Your Majesty, is there something you need?" Nanshi inquired. "I wish to report to you that I have acquired a remarkable insight from a sage," Cui Wei responded respectfully. Initially, he had refrained from disclosing this information, fearing it might expose Yu Qing's secret. Though he served as a minister, the thought of benefiting from another's good fortune while inadvertently causing trouble weighed heavily on his conscience. However, with time and the establishment of the Mage Association's headquarters in Shangnan City, Cui Wei realized that such matters appeared inconsequential to Yu Qing. Nanshi was genuinely astonished. The insight of a sage was an invaluable treasure, and she understood its significance. Yet, this was not the paramount concern. The most crucial matter was Shaolier. After a brief hesitation, Cui Wei continued, "He has encountered a fortuitous opportunity, and in addition to possessing the sage's insight, he bears the supreme bone." At this moment, Nanshi was taken aback, covering her crimson lips in astonishment. Earlier today, before indulging in wine, she had encountered Shaolier. Being seated at the same table as this child from an ordinary family did not strike her as anything unusual, perhaps due to a sense of affection for the innocent. She harbored a fondness for Shaolier. However, she never anticipated that this child bore the essence of greatness. "I understand now. You may return. Since the heart of the sage has been bestowed upon you by the master, it is rightfully yours. You must strive diligently and not disappoint the master," Nanshi earnestly advised. "Yes, Your Majesty, I shall certainly do so." Time passed quietly. The establishment of the Array Masters Guild headquarters in Shangnan City was progressing steadily. It was evident that many unfamiliar faces had arrived in Shangnan City. Some were Array Masters, while others were formidable individuals from foreign lands drawn by their reputation. As for Yu Qing and his companions, their lives remained uncomplicated. On this day, after completing his training, the young carp returned home. His family had been fishermen for generations, and his parents followed the same tradition. Although they resided in the capital city of Shangnan, their neighborhood was not a bustling area. In comparison to the true heart of the city, it remained rather secluded. This is also the reason why Yu Qing chose this place initially. Thus, their lives are relatively modest. "Mother, just wait and see. I will definitely become an official in the future." Shaoli sat beside a woman, confidently sipping her porridge as she spoke. "Once I attain that position, I will ensure your health is restored." The woman, slender in form and evidently unwell, could not help but tease Xiaoli by pinching her nose, laughing, "Oh dear child, I do not expect you to become any official. As long as you are happy every day, I will be content. Indeed, little one, do not set your sights too high. Becoming an official is not an easy feat." Nearby, a man repairing the table lifted his head and said, "In a year's time, I shall send you to school. If you can study well enough to become a scholar, it would be a blessing for our family." "You all do not believe in me," Xiaoli retorted. Her face flushed. "Just the other day, I dined with Her Majesty the Empress." Upon hearing Xiaoli's words, the couple was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "Humph, I shall not converse with you any longer." After finishing her porridge, Xiaoli hastily set down her bowl and stormed out in a huff. "Ha ha." The couple exchanged amused glances once more, then called after Xiaoli, "Remember to come back early. Do not wander too far." Shortly after Xiaoli left, the simple courtyard door was knocked upon once again. "I shall go open the door," the woman said as she rose. "Madam, you are still taking your medicine." "Allow me to go," the man replied, setting down his work, smiling, and walking outside to open the door. As the door swung open, he stood frozen. Astonished by the sight before him, a young woman, though not dressed in finery, exuded an aura that left him utterly amazed. "Old Jiang, who is she?" At that moment, the woman approached and was momentarily rendered speechless upon seeing the young lady. She swore that she had never encountered such a woman of exquisite grace in her entire life. "Certainly, this must be a person of significant status. May I inquire whom you are seeking?" the man instinctively asked. The woman responded with a gentle smile. "Is this the residence of Xiaolia?" "Yes, but he is currently not at home." The couple exchanged glances, somewhat incredulous that this woman was indeed looking for their son. "Oh, not at home? May I trouble you to allow me to sit for a moment?" The woman hesitated slightly, then inquired. Of course, the couple, taken aback, nodded in astonishment, clearly still in a state of disbelief. They welcomed the woman inside, hastily poured water, and rummaged through their belongings to offer some snacks. The woman sat at the table in the courtyard, leisurely surveying her surroundings while engaging in casual conversation with the couple, inquiring about their well-being. After a quarter of an hour, she finally rose and addressed her female attendant. "Please contact Physician L from Madame Zhang." "Yes," the attendant nodded in acknowledgement. However, the couple, overhearing the mention of Physician L, were taken aback. "No need, young lady, we could never afford Physician L," the woman hastily interjected. "Madame Zhang, you need not worry about the fees. You only need to focus on your health," the woman replied softly with a smile, providing further instructions before taking her leave. "How can we accept such kindness?" The couple hurried to see her off, while secretly feeling elated at their son's fortune and having caught the attention of such a distinguished figure. To have the ability to summon Physician L surely indicated that they were of a prominent family in the southern city, possibly even officials. As they escorted the woman to the door, they found the bustling little street outside had been completely surrounded by guards. To their astonishment, they noticed an official from the city, hunched over and wiping sweat in a corner. Upon seeing the woman's face, they finally realized her true identity. Shocked, their legs weakened, and they nearly fell to their knees. Chapter 34, The Barbarian Nation Rejects the Alliance. Wasn't that all for naught? After departing from Xiaoli's home, Nanshi dismissed the crowd, taking only her personal attendant with her as she knocked on Yu Qing's door. "I have come to see you, sir," Nanshi said with a graceful bow. "What brings your majesty to my humble abode today?" Yu Qing asked with a smile. "I have come to apologize," Nanshi replied, expressing her regret. "Yesterday, I intended to accompany you for a drink, but instead, I dampened your spirits. Hence, I have brought a bottle of royal jade liquor from the palace, and I hope you will enjoy it." As she spoke, Nanshi took a beautifully crafted wine flask from her attendant and presented it to Yu Qing with both hands. "Your majesty is far too gracious," Yu Qing said, foregoing pleasantries as he accepted the flask and brought it to his nose, inhaling deeply. Indeed, it was exquisite wine. Yu Qing could not resist the temptation of the wine cup, promptly pouring himself a drink and indulging in it. "Shouldn't we raise another toast to Mr. Nanshi?" Upon witnessing this, Nanshi also took a cup from the side and approached him. Yu Qing paused in surprise. "Are you certain?" Upon hearing this, Nanshi inexplicably felt her cheeks flush. "Perhaps it would be better if you refrained from drinking. Just the scent has already made your face turn red." Yu Qing took the cup from her hands and set it aside. Nanshi secretly stuck out her tongue, her eyes revealing a hint of reluctance as she said, "Very well. If Mr. is pleased with this wine, I shall bring you some next time I visit. For now, I must take my leave." "Are you leaving so soon?" Yu Qing felt that Nanshi was rather perplexing today. After a few courteous exchanges, he finally escorted her out of the courtyard. In the land of the barbarian nations, the two leaders sat with an air of solemnity. From the looks of it, that fellow has completely severed ties with the Fuyao Empire and is residing in the Southern Kingdom, said Man Shan. Indeed, I never anticipated that even the headquarters of the Formation Masters Guild would be established in the Southern Kingdom, replied Gongsun Tuesday. It seems we should cultivate a good relationship with the Southern Kingdom. Is that truly necessary? Man Shan could not help but inquire. Geographically, we are not connected to the Southern Kingdom, and an alliance holds little significance. This situation differed from their previous intention to ally with the Fuyao Empire, as historical frictions compelled them to form a union to signal their stance. No, your perspective is flawed, Gongsun Tu asserted. Initially, I believe this individual's strength was terrifying beyond measure. Now, with the Formation Masters Guild's headquarters located in the Southern Kingdom, it is evident that this person is not merely formidable. Such a figure, by establishing a rapport in advance, presents us with countless benefits and no detriments. Do not forget, the true control of the southern frontier lies not with us nations, but with the forces behind the scenes. Gongsun Tu's reasoning was clear, delineating the pros and cons. Man Shan could not help but nod in agreement. Previously, due to historical frictions between the barbarian nations and the Fuyao Empire, they had been compelled to form an alliance as a passive stance. However, the current scenario was different. The barbarian nations had no direct ties to the Southern Kingdom, and seeking an alliance was a proactive approach to win Yu Qing's favor. At that moment, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. Your Majesties, the Grand Tutor son from the Fuyao Empire seeks an audience. The Fuyao Empire? And he has come directly? The two leaders exchanged glances and nodded. They then summoned Grand Tutor Sunday. After all, since he had come, it was not a significant matter to meet him. Grand Tutor Sunli, I greet the two esteemed leaders. Upon entering, Grand Tutor Sun displayed a demeanor of respectful composure. Why have you come to our barbarian nation without prior communication? At the head of the table, Man Shan furrowed his brow and inquired directly. Sun Taifu offered an awkward smile, subsequently clasping his fists in explanation. Indeed, there is a sense of urgency, and I hope the two leaders can forgive me. I have come here on the behest of our Empress Fuyao to discuss matters of alliance with you both. Although our three nations have experienced some friction throughout history, under the leadership of both esteemed leaders and our Empress Fuyao, our relations have gradually improved. Should we succeed in forging this alliance, we would be able to completely avert the devastation of war between our two nations, which would be a significant boon for generations to come. Sun Taifu spoke languidly, outlining the benefits of the alliance from the perspective of the three nations. However, as he spoke, the expressions of Man Shan and Gongsun Tu were laced with derision. Were it not for Yu Qing, the empire of Fuyao would have been trampled by the two great barbarian nations long ago. At that moment, Master Sun continued, Thus, I have come to inquire of both leaders whether the alliance can be swiftly established. However, before Master Sun could finish his statement, Man Shan interjected with a wave of his hand. Master Sun, after careful consideration, we have concluded that since our two nations and the Fuyao Empire have engaged in conflict for so many years, it would be prudent to continue our hostilities. Hence, an alliance seems unnecessary. What? Upon hearing Man Shan's words, Master Sun was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, Why? Wasn't it made quite clear just now? Man Shan raised an eyebrow and replied, Otherwise, wouldn't all those years of struggle have been in vain? Upon hearing these words, Master Sun was rendered even more bewildered. What is the reasoning behind this spiral? And listen, is this something a leader of a nation should say? He hastily adjusted his demeanor, forcing a hollow smile as he remarked, Gentlemen, please do not jest with this old man. Do you perceive me as jesting? The atmosphere around Man Shan darkened, a palpable pressure bearing down upon Sun Taifu. The temperature in the hall plummeted. Sun Taifu's forced smile froze upon his visage. Gentlemen, is there any dissatisfaction with the alliance treaty? If so, please feel free to voice your concerns. We can engage in further discussion. Reflecting on the significance of the alliance with the two great barbarian nations, Sun Taifu endeavored to maintain his composure. Yet, what met him in return was the frigid countenance of Gongsun Tu and his companion. Sun Taifu, it would be best if you took your leave. Man Shan clearly had no intention of further discourse with Sun Taifu, gesturing for him to depart. Sun Taifu swallowed his words, stifled by the decree of dismissal. Any further dialogue had become futile. He sighed, departing with a heavy heart, laden with confusion. He was utterly unaware of what had gone awry. Just months prior, Discussions with the two great barbarian nations had progressed smoothly. Their stance was not at all as it was now. In fact, their eagerness to foster the alliance had surpassed even his own, leading them to make numerous concessions in the treaty. It was only due to Emperor Fuyao's suspicion of their abnormal attitude that the negotiations had been deliberately delayed for several months. Little did he expect that the situation would shift so drastically in the ensuing months. Despite being oblivious to the reasons behind these developments, Sun Taifu understood the urgency of conveying this intelligence to Nangong Fuyao. Thus, he hastened back to the Fuyao Empire. Chapter 35. If blame is to be assigned, let it be to yourself. In the Fuyao Empire, when Nangong Fuyao received this news, it struck her like a bolt from the blue. She had never anticipated such a dramatic shift in the barbarian nation's stance at this critical juncture. For the present-day empire of Fuyao, it is truly a case of misfortune compounding upon misfortune. Every endeavor seems to falter. One might inquire whether they harbor discontent regarding the alliance treaty. Nangong Fuyao pressed urgently. Might it be that their dissatisfaction lies therein? Your Majesty, I must say, judging by their demeanor, it appears that this is not the root of their grievances. Sun Taifu replied hastily. Could it be that they perceive my sincerity as lacking? No, I shall personally visit the barbarian nations, Nangong Fuyao resolutely declared. I shall go myself. Demonstrating utmost sincerity. Even if they're unwilling, I must ascertain the reason. You must make the necessary arrangements. I shall depart on the morrow. As you wish. Sun Taifu recognized the urgency of the matter and swiftly set about organizing the journey for Nangong Fuyao. Once Sun Taifu departed, a beleaguered Nangong Fuyao rubbed her forehead in exasperation. Subsequently, she rose with a furrowed brow and made her way to the area afflicted by demonic maladies. Within the void of that domain, her imperial seal remained in suppression. Although the seal had quelled the disturbances wrought by the demons, as the sovereign, she could acutely perceive that the national fortune, which the seal had coalesced, was diminishing daily in order to maintain the suppression. Why? Why are matters so fraught with adversity of late? Looking up at the imperial seal, Nangong Fuyao felt an inner ire brewing. Presently, forging an alliance with the two great barbarian nations seemed to be the last straw to salvage the waning national fortune. Yet now, it appeared that even this final recourse had become fraught with complications. The following morning, Nangong Fuyao set forth with a grand entourage, embarking towards the two great barbarian nations. In order to facilitate the alliance, not only did she choose to go personally, but she also made extensive preparations and was ready to make various concessions in the treaty, as long as her bottom line remained intact. When Nangong Fuyao arrived at the outskirts of the two barbarian nations, it was already 2 days later. In the barbarian realm, the two leaders, Man Shan and Gong Sun Tu, sat in the high seats. She is still undeterred, even at the city gates, Man Shan remarked, unable to restrain his thoughts. Her persistence is of no consequence, Gong Sun Tu replied dismissively. What, after all, is a visit from an empress of a nation? Should we not extend our courtesies? Man Shan inquired. I have already dispatched a eunuch, Gong Sun Tu responded coolly. A eunuch? TSK. Man Shan glanced at Gong Sun Tu and remarked, she is, after all, the empress of a nation. Sending a eunuch to receive her might not sit well. I did not summon her. If she is displeased, she may return whence she came. Gong Sun Tu expressed his disbelief. Outside the capital city of the barbarian nation, Nangong Fuyao's entourage was encamped. Accompanying her, aside from Master Sun, were several high-ranking officials and a few vehicles escorted by disarmed soldiers, laden with gold, silver, and textiles brought from the Fuyao Empire. She had deemed her visit to be marked by sincerity. However, upon encountering a eunuch at the city gates to welcome her, her visage darkened to a dismal degree, as if it could rain. Her fists clenched tightly, producing a cracking sound. You barbarians are utterly unreasonable. How dare you treat me, the illustrious empress of the Fuyao Empire, in such a manner? The officials accompanying her could no longer contain their ire, their necks reddening as they shouted in protest. Your Majesty, let us forego this alliance and return. Several officials declared, their faces ashen. Nangong Fuyao bit her crimson lip, and after a prolonged moment, she concealed her emotions within and approached the eunuch. I appreciate your efforts, esteemed eunuch. I kindly request an audience with the two leaders. Since we have come this far, it is imperative that we meet. The eunuch looked at Nangong Fuyao with surprise before responding. Only Her Majesty the Empress may enter. What? As soon as those words were spoken, even Sun Taifu grew anxious. Your Majesty, you mustn't. If you go alone and something unfortunate were to happen, what then? The eunuch interjected, you barbarians are excessively arrogant. This is the custom of our land. If Her Majesty the Empress is unwilling, Please return. Very well, I shall go. Despite her seething anger, Nangang Fuyu suppressed it at that moment. She could not believe that the two great barbarian nations would dare to harm her. Instead, she was eager to ascertain the true stance of the barbarians. Were they merely seeking greater advantages in the alliance treaty, or was there another motive at play? Yet, she silently vowed to remember every humiliation. The eunuch bowed and led the way, while Nangang Fuyao's carriage followed slowly behind. Before long, she encountered the two leaders of the barbarian nation. Empress Fuyao, forgive us for not greeting you more warmly, they said with an indifferent formality upon seeing her. Nangang Fuyu could not discern their true thoughts but maintained an outward composure. This audacious visit is truly my own boldness, and I hold no grudge against the two leaders. She then smiled and continued, I have long heard of your exceptional prowess, and indeed it is true that seeing is believing. By the way, I have heard that your nation produces fine wines, so I have brought offerings from the Fuyao Empire, including our exquisite liquor. Additionally, I have brought some treasures of gold and silver as gifts for our first meeting. However, due to the customs of your nation, these items remain outside the city. So I kindly request that you send someone to fetch them. Nangang Fuyao spoke with poise. She believed she had effectively countered the barbarians' attitude towards her. She had come with gifts, yet the barbarians had barred her offerings from entering the city. Was this not a subtle indication of their stinginess? With a playful lift of her lips, she glanced at the two barbarian leaders, eager to see their reactions. However, to her astonishment, the leaders of the two barbarian nations were entirely unimpressed by her approach. The leader of the barbarian mountain spoke plainly, Nangang Fuyao, now that you are in our land, spare us these formalities. To be frank, we do not welcome you, and we have no need for your gifts. Please return. As soon as barbarian mountain's words fell, even Nangang Fuyao's excellent composure faltered, her expression darkening. To be dismissed before negotiations had even begun was beyond her expectations. Did the two leaders not wish to ally with the Fuyao Empire? She questioned pointedly, does this inquiry not alter anything? It is utterly pointless. I have already conveyed this to your son Taifu long ago. The voice of Man Shan resonated gravely. Nangang Fuyao's pupils constricted, anger swirling within her heart. Yet, being on another's territory compelled her to suppress her fury. She then remarked, I have journeyed a great distance, filled with sincerity for the sake of our two nations' people, only to be taken aback by the unpredictable nature of your leaders. Enough with your cryptic remarks, Man Shan interjected, his tone somber. If there is blame to be assigned, it rests solely upon your shoulders. Chapter 36, with Yu Qing gone, what significance does your Fuyao Empire hold? What do you mean by that? Nangang Fuyao's expression darkened as she discerned the underlying implications, prompting her to inquire hastily. Humph, given the current situation, I see no reason to withhold the truth from you. Man Shan replied with a cold snort. Did you truly believe we sought an alliance with your Fuyao Empire out of admiration for your presumed prosperity? Did you think it was due to your leadership, or that our man country was in such dire straits that we feared you? Is it not so? Nangang Fuyao countered, her voice steady. Man Shan nearly laughed at her retort. You truly enjoy embellishing your own image. Let me be frank. We have never regarded your Fuyao Empire with any seriousness. Our willingness to consider an alliance stemmed solely from Yu Qing. Who? Are you referring to Yu Qing? Upon hearing this name, Nangang Fuyu felt as though she had stumbled upon a grand jest. No, it cannot be. How could such a minor figure possess such influence? Even if you did not wish to ally, you need not resort to such absurd reasoning. Nangang Fuyao, naturally, found it hard to believe Man Shan's assertions. Yet, a seed of doubt crept into her mind. How did Man Shan know of Yu Qing? Observing Nangang Fuyao in such a state, the previously mocking expressions on Man Shan's face shifted to one of pity. How lamentable it was for a sovereign to remain ignorant of her own people's true nature. Do you truly believe Yu Qing is as you perceive him? Do you genuinely think he is a mere wastrel? Man Shan sneered. When he was present, we would have naturally facilitated an alliance without your prompting. However, we never anticipated that you would expel him from the Fuyao Empire yourself. To put it bluntly, when Yu Qing was with you, we held you in a degree of respect. But now that he has departed, what does your Fuyao Empire amount to? Is this not the consequence of your own actions? Man Shan's words struck Nangang Fuyao like a thunderclap, shattering her composure in that instant. No, it cannot be. This is absolutely impossible. After the Battle of the Three Kings, his dantian was clearly destroyed. I witnessed it with my own eyes. How could he still possess such strength? I cannot believe this is true. I refuse to accept it. She fixed her gaze upon the imposing figure of Man Shan, seemingly hoping to receive a negation from him. Yet, Man Shan, with an impassive countenance, issued an eviction order. Your Majesty Fu Yao, I have conveyed all that I wish to say. Whether you believe it or not is your own choice. Unless Yu Qing returns, the possibility of an alliance among our three nations is extinguished. Therefore, I bid you farewell. Nangong Fu Yao was at a loss as to how she exited the capital of the Man Kingdom. The words of Man Shan echoed incessantly in her mind. Yu Qing is not incapacitated. The previous intention of the Man Kingdom to forge an alliance with the Fu Yao Empire was solely due to Yu Qing. Your Majesty, it is merely the Man Kingdom. If we do not ally, then we do not. The Fu Yao Empire shall endure for eternity. The absence of an alliance is a loss for those two major barbarian nations, not for us. On her return journey, noticing Nangong Fu Yao's silence, Sun Taifu could no longer restrain himself and approached to offer comfort. Leave me be. Yet, what met him was a sharp rebuke from Nangong Fu Yao. Sun Taifu and several high-ranking officials exchanged glances, perplexed by the sudden volatility of the Empress's emotions. Upon her return to the Fu Yao Empire, Nangong Fu Yao almost immediately retreated to the Fu Yao Hall, expelling all the palace maids and guards. The contents of the hall were left in disarray from her rampage. Those who came to deliver medicine and meals were also ousted. Outside the Fu Yao Hall, ministers gathered, their faces etched with concern. Sun Taifu, you should enter and inquire about Her Majesty. Ascertain what has transpired, several ministers urged him. Sun Taifu wore a troubled expression. In the past couple of days, he had been expelled 7 or 8 times. Yet, seeing the earnest expressions on the faces of the crowd, he could only nod and prepare to make another attempt. As expected, just as he approached the entrance of the Fuyao Palace, he was once again driven out by Nangong Fu Yao. He sighed and shook his head at the ministers waiting outside, preparing to leave when suddenly he heard Nangong Fu Yao's voice bellowing from within the palace. Come back. At the sound, Sun Taifu froze momentarily and hurriedly turned back, apprehensively re-entering the Fuyao Palace. Inside, the palace was in disarray, a testament to Nangong Fu Yao's earlier outburst. The once imposing figure of Nangong Fu Yao now appeared worn and haggard, with bloodshot eyes that suggested a lack of rest. I ask you, has Yu Qing's strength already been restored? Before Sun Taifu could respond, Nangong Fu Yao, with piercing eyes, posed the question first. This question left Grand Tutor Sun utterly bewildered. Why would His Majesty suddenly inquire about this? Grand Tutor Sun, perplexed, responded, Is it I whom you are questioning? Indeed, it is you I seek answers from, shouted Nangong Fu Yao, her voice rising in intensity. Terrified, Grand Tutor Sun promptly knelt on the ground, answering in fear, Your Majesty, I am unaware. Incompetent fool, depart at once. Without daring to linger for even a moment, Grand Tutor Sun hastily retreated, crawling away in haste. Yu Qing, why have you deceived me? In the hall of Fu Yao. Nangong Fu Yao's expression darkened, her mind a tumult of confusion. Ever since Yu Qing had departed, she had been reluctant to mention his name, for it was akin to a scar upon her heart. She dreaded hearing it from others, fearing the whispers of her being the empress who banished a former hero. Yet, a darker part of her psyche insisted that she must expel Yu Qing to find satisfaction, for she feared more the notion that her ascension as empress was solely due to Yu Qing's past sacrifices. Thus, upon learning that Yu Qing was of no further use to the Fu Yao Empire and feeling confident in her ability to solidify its foundation, she unhesitatingly cast him aside. However, news from the barbarian mountains now informed her that Yu Qing had not been discarded. Even the barbarian nation was inclined to form an alliance with the Fu Yao Empire. All because of Yu Qing. Could it be that I was mistaken? No, it cannot be. Had you not deceived me, I would not be in this predicament. Had you revealed to me your restored strength, would I not have kept you by my side? The more she pondered, the more chaotic her thoughts became, and her hatred for Yu Qing deepened. Yet, she could not help but reflect on recent events. Had Yu Qing not departed, the ancient Taoist would not have imposed restrictions upon the Fu Yao Empire through the Array Masters Guild. Perhaps the affliction plaguing the imperial capital could have been resolved much sooner. Had Yu Qing remained, the headquarters of the Array Masters Guild would not have been established in Shangnan City, but rather in the Fu Yao Imperial City. Had Yu Qing not left, it would not be she, Nangong Fu Yao, who fostered the alliance, but rather the two great barbarian nations. Such actions will not only prevent the decline of the Fu Yao Empire's fortunes, on the contrary, they will lead to a resurgence of prosperity and flourishing. Yet, we find ourselves in this predicament, with the demonic affliction remaining unresolved to this day. All of this conveyed to her that without Yu Qing, she seemed utterly incapable of stabilizing the Fu Yao Empire. Even though she was deeply reluctant to accept this reality, it was indeed the truth. An idea began to take root in her mind. Should she humble herself and personally seek out Yu Qing, persuading him to return? If Yu Qing were to come back, the alliance with the barbarian nation would undoubtedly be within reach. With the connection between Yu Qing and the ancient Taoist, he would also assist her in resolving the demonic afflictions plaguing the imperial capital. Furthermore, even though the headquarters of the Formation Masters had merely issued a public notice without actual implementation, it was not entirely out of the question to relocate it to the imperial capital. Chapter 37. Must the Fuyu Empire descend into decline without Yu Qing? However, as this thought surfaced, Nangong Fuyo swiftly shook her head to extinguish it. No, that is utterly impossible. The sovereign is the sovereign, and the minister is the minister. How can a sovereign lower themselves for a minister? Moreover, she was even less willing to believe that without Yu Qing, she, Nangong Fuyao, would be insufficient. Must the Fuyao Empire inevitably decline without Yu Qing? Surely, difficulties are only temporary. She reassured herself with these thoughts. At that moment, an anxious and excited voice from outside the door interrupted her reverie. Your Majesty, wonderful news, tremendous news. Just speak, what is it? Nangong Fuyu replied in a subdued tone, her mind in turmoil. It's from the Immortal Sect. The Immortal Sect has sent word. Sun Taifu shouted excitedly from outside the door. The Immortal Sect? Nangong Fuyu raised an eyebrow and hurriedly summoned Sun Taifu inside. What news has the Immortal Sect conveyed? It was not surprising that Nangong Fuyu reacted this way. The southern frontier appeared to be a collection of myriad nations under the control of these sovereigns. Yet, they were acutely aware that what they termed the myriad nations were merely dominions over the mundane and some secular forces. The true powers lay with the transcendent immortal sects of the southern frontier. Any disciple casually emerging from the immortal sect would be a formidable presence in the secular world. However, the immortal sect rarely intervened in worldly matters and generally refrained from engaging in disputes among the myriad nations. The only time the Fuyo Empire had ever established contact with the immortal sect was when Xiao Wuchen first revealed his supreme bone, during which an immortal sect had expressed an interest in taking him as a disciple. Yet, the Fuyo Empire, driven by selfish motives, believed such a promising talent should be retained, and thus, they temporarily declined the immortal sect's offer, keeping Xiao Wuchen within the empire. Of course, neither they nor the immortal sect understood the true significance of the supreme bone. Otherwise, the immortal sect would not have allowed the Fuyao Empire to refuse, forcibly taking Xiao Wuchen back to cultivate instead. After all, the supreme bone was not originally of this world. Is it the Yuhua immortal sect? Hope flickered in Nangong Fuyao's eyes as she eagerly inquired, is it for Xiao Wuchen? Not the Yuhua immortal sect, but the Tai immortal sect. Sun Taifu promptly responded. The Tai immortal sect? This left Nangong Fuyao in a state of perplexity. It is essential to note that they had never had any prior connection with the Tai celestial sect. Pray tell, what is the specific news? The Tai celestial sect expressed that our Fuyao Empire is a rare land of fortune in the entire southern wilderness. They had heard of His Majesty's illustrious name and acknowledged His Majesty's adept governance. Hence the Tai celestial sect wishes to send several disciples to our Fuyao Empire for training. Ideally, they would assume certain positions within the Fuyao Empire to enhance their capabilities while learning diligently. Sun Taifu exclaimed with great excitement. Is this truly what the letter states? Nangong Fuyao could hardly believe his ears. Absolutely, word for word, Sun Taifu promptly replied. Ha. With Sun Taifu's confirmation, Nangong Fuyao threw his head back and laughed heartily. I always knew that difficulties are but fleeting. Our Fuyao Empire shall surely soar to great heights. Now even the celestial sect acknowledges that our Fuyao Empire is a land of prosperity. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It is all due to your wise leadership. Even the celestial sect recognizes your brilliance, Sun Taifu added, beaming with joy. To be honest, when he first laid eyes on this news, he too could hardly believe that such happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. He had confirmed it several times, for the celestial sect, in his understanding, was indeed too grand and distant. Although I have exerted considerable effort for the development of the Fuyao Empire, it still feels insufficient. What merit do I possess to warrant such commendation from the celestial sect? Nangong Fuyao humbly responded, though a subtle trace of pride could not be concealed in his demeanor. We must respond without delay. Subsequently, Nangong Fuyao hastily commanded, first, express our gratitude for the compliments from the celestial sect. Additionally, extend a grand welcome to their disciples for training in our Fuyao Empire. I shall personally arrange suitable positions for them. Yes, Your Majesty, I shall attend to it immediately. Sun Taifu said, his face alight with joy. With that, he hurriedly departed. Once Sun Taifu had left, Nangong Fuyao felt elated. Bring forth my meal. I am famished. Furthermore, ensure that the Fuyao hall is tidied up. Yes, your majesty. The group of palace maids waiting outside breathed a collective sigh of relief and promptly set to work. Before long, the grand Fuyao hall was transformed anew. Nangong Fuyao sat beside the table, a cheerful expression gracing his face as he began to dine. The celestial sect's recognition made all the present difficulties seem trivial in comparison with the capabilities of the celestial sect's disciples. The impending demonic threats would surely be resolved with ease. As for the barbaric nations, whether or not they choose to form an alliance is of little consequence. When they realize the esteem in which the Fuyao Empire is held by the Tai celestial sect, their regret will be theirs alone. Ah, Yu Qing. I truly did not foresee your strength returning. I must concede that your departure has indeed caused me considerable trouble. However, I wish for you to understand that without you, the Fuyao Empire shall not suffer greatly. In the past, as in the present, and in the days to come, it shall remain so. Meanwhile, amidst a mountain range tens of thousands of miles away from the Fuyao Empire, here, mist swirls amidst the undulating mountains. Within this ethereal shroud, jade pavilions emerge, appearing and disappearing like phantoms. Furthermore, celestial cranes soar gracefully, accompanied by disciples in white, treading upon flying swords. This is indeed the Tai Chi immortal sect. Within the majestic hall, a middle-aged man sits at the head, accompanied by several elderly gentlemen with youthful faces and white hair. Although they sit in silence, they exude an aura that feels unfathomable. These are none other than Li Wufeng, the current sect master of the Tai Chi immortal sect, and several esteemed elders. Beneath Li Wufeng and the elders stand a group of young individuals, both male and female. The females are youthful and radiant, while the males embody a spirited and upright demeanor, each possessing an extraordinary presence. Have these 5 been confirmed? Li Wufeng inquired of the elders. Indeed, after careful selection, these 5 have been chosen. If there are no issues, I shall send them down the mountain tomorrow, one of the elders replied. There is no rush. This matter is of great significance, and the ancestor must review it personally. Li Wufeng gestured dismissively. Upon hearing this, the elders exchanged glances, silently questioning whether such formality was necessary, with even the ancestor needing to oversee the process, yet they refrained from voicing their doubts. After a prolonged wait, an elderly figure clad in simple clothing and carrying a wine gourd ambled in, hands clasped behind his back. Salutations, ancestor. All present rose to pay their respects. The elder waved his hand and then turned his gaze towards the 5 disciples, nodding in satisfaction. He then imparted solemnly, remember this. My dear children, the so-called trials you are to undergo are not truly trials in the conventional sense. Rather, it is imperative that you cultivate a good relationship with that individual. If you can establish a rapport and gain some opportunities from him, your lives will be greatly enriched. However, be mindful not to appear overly eager. Focus on your duties first. Once you excel in your tasks, opportunities to connect with him will naturally arise. Do you understand? The elder spoke with earnest gravity. Ancestor, is this not excessive? Li Wufeng could not help but interject, with other elders expressing their agreement. What do you know? The elder shot them a sharp glance. Although I interacted with that individual a year ago, we were not particularly familiar. I merely mentioned, just before parting, my intention to send a few disciples for secular training, hoping they might venture to his nation. Therefore, while this is not entirely without merit, such words may have seemed merely polite banter to him. Being overly insistent could lead to a negative impression, causing him to perceive us as greedy. Hence, I have advised you to establish contact with the emperor of the Fuyao Empire beforehand. He then turned his attention back to the 5 disciples, saying, of course, as long as you focus on performing your duties well, even if he discerns your true intentions, he will likely understand and not hold it against you. For he is a person of great stature. Ultimately, whether this endeavor succeeds rests upon your efforts, and indeed, the future of our sect may depend on you. Yes, ancestor. We understand, they replied in unison. The 5 disciples responded in unison, their voices resonating with anticipation. A year prior, this elderly man, whose time was seemingly drawing to a close, ventured out and upon his return, not only radiated vitality but even surpassed his previous cultivation. At that moment, they realized that their esteemed ancestor had encountered a benefactor during his travels. The honor of representing their sect in the presence of such a distinguished figure was immense, and their anticipation grew as they pondered what it would be like to meet such a person in the flesh. The eyes of the young aspirants sparkled with excitement. After making all necessary preparations, the following morning, the 5 young individuals were escorted down the mountain by the elders. They then swiftly mounted their flying swords, transforming into 5 streaks of light as they hastened towards the empire of Fuyao. Chapter 38. What do you think of my fortune? Upon learning that the disciples of the immortal sect were to arrive that very day, the imperial capital of Fuyao held a grand welcoming ceremony, with Nangong Fuyao personally coming forth to greet them. At last, amidst the eager anticipation of the multitude, 5 beams of sword light suddenly appeared in the sky, swiftly approaching the imperial capital of Fuyao. The 5 beams of sword light, dazzling as meteors, captured the attention of all present. As the brilliance drew nearer, the onlookers discerned that it was none other than 5 disciples from the Tai immortal sect. They rode upon their flying swords, their expressions austere, as if untouched by the mortal realm. Moments later, the quintet landed gracefully in the plaza of the imperial capital of Fuyao, immediately captivating the gaze of the assembled crowd. The aura they exuded, coupled with a subtle energy, evoked a profound sense of reverence among the spectators. Whispers of admiration filled the air. Is this truly the disciples of the Tai immortal sect? They are indeed like celestial beings. Even Nangong Fuyao's eyes glimmered with a fleeting expression of longing. Surely, these 5 were the pride of the Tai sect. I am Fuyao, the Empress. Upon learning of your arrival today, I have come to extend my welcome, she declared warmly as she approached them. We are honored to meet your majesty, the 5 replied, ever mindful of their sect's teachings, displaying neither servility nor arrogance due to their esteemed status. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nangong Fuyao continued, esteemed talents, after your arduous journey, I have arranged a feast in your honor. Your majesty is too kind. We are merely here for training and would not dare accept such lavish hospitality, they responded courteously. However, unable to resist Nangong Fuyao's persistent invitations, they ultimately acquiesced. Inwardly, Nangong Fuyao could not help but admire them. Normally, disciples from immortal sects, upon entering the mortal realm, would carry themselves with an air of superiority, noses held high. Such decorum, humility, and courtesy among these 5 individuals are indeed rare. Perhaps it is the esteemed customs of the Tai immortal sect that foster such behavior. Yet it simultaneously attests to the capabilities of Nangong Fuyao. After all, the respect of others is predicated upon one's strength. In terms of power, the Fuyao Empire does not dare to compare itself with the immortal sects. Thus, it seems that as the Tai immortal sect suggests, the Fuyao Empire is a land of great fortune, brimming with potential. It is precisely for this reason that these disciples of the immortal sects exhibit such humility and courtesy. However, the 5 remain oblivious to the multitude of thoughts occupying Nangong Fuyao's mind, preoccupied instead with the anticipation of meeting a certain individual. The banquet is set within the Tianguang Hall, not far from the Fuyao Palace, where civil and military officials have gathered. Nangong Fuyao personally leads the officials in toasting the 5 disciples. Senior Wuchen, remarked one female disciple, unable to contain herself, with such grandeur, welcoming ceremonies, feasts, and toasts, one might mistakenly believe we have come to the Fuyao Empire to exert our influence. The male disciple named Wuchen nodded in agreement, then approached Nangong Fuyao, stating, Your Majesty, we 5 have come to the Fuyao Empire for training and service. Thus, it would be prudent for you to assign us positions promptly so that we may commence our duties. Nangong Fuyao, however, sensed that their intentions were not merely to serve, but rather that the Tai immortal sect had employed some foresight regarding the future of the Fuyao Empire, sending disciples in advance to foster collaboration and strengthen ties. Consequently, she hesitated to grant them official positions. Yet there was indeed a matter she wished to solicit their assistance with. After a brief moment of contemplation, she tentatively proposed to speak candidly. I do have a request I would like to make of you 5 extraordinary talents. Nangong Fuyao's inquiry was merely exploratory, as she did not expect them to assist her immediately upon their arrival. However, to her surprise, the 5 brightened with enthusiasm, fervently responding, Your Majesty, please command us with whatever task you have. We shall not disappoint your trust. The swiftness of the response left Nangong Fuyao quite astonished. Are the 5 prodigies truly sincere? She inquired. Indeed, we are, the 5 affirmed, exchanging a glance with Sun Taifu beside her. Nangong Fuyao ceased her hesitations and promptly recounted the matter of the demons lurking beneath the imperial capital. What difficulty lies therein? If we were to confront those demons directly, it might prove troublesome. However, merely reinforcing the seal is a task I can undertake immediately. With that, the leader, Wuchen, stepped into the void and soared towards the afflicted region. The others hastened to the main hall, gazing upward. They beheld Wuchen, suspended in the air, summoning a grand seal with a flourish of his hand. which he directed downward upon the land of the demons. As the seal descended, a mournful wail echoed from beneath the imperial capital, followed by an eerie silence. Such efficiency! What a formidable seal! Nangong Fuyao murmured, her expression brightening as she realized that the menace that had plagued her for so long had been resolved so effortlessly. Sun Taifu and the others shared her joy, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Your Majesty! The demon threat has been eliminated." "Indeed, it has finally been resolved," Nangong Fuyao replied, her spirits elevated. "With the alliance of the Celestial Sect, what significance did the Array Masters Guild hold? What weight did the barbarian nation bear? And what of the remnants of the past?" Without delay, she reclaimed the long-lost imperial seal. At that moment, Wu Chan, having sealed the demons, returned. Her 4 junior disciples rushed to greet him. "How did it go, senior brother? Was it taxing?" "Not particularly," Wu Chan responded. "I could sense that these 2 demons were once formidable, but their strength has been significantly diminished over the years. My power, combined with the celestial seal, was just sufficient. However, senior brother, I noticed that Empress Fuyao even employed the imperial seal to suppress the demons. Is that truly necessary?" A junior sister remarked, discerning the implications. These words caused Wu Qing to furrow his brow. Yet, after pondering for a long while, he could not discern any rationale. Regardless, it was imperative to engage in more endeavors, ensuring that when that esteemed senior became aware of our presence, he would not harbor any aversion towards our arrival. Wu Qing continued to convey his thoughts, and the fellow brothers nodded in agreement. At that moment, Nangong Fuyao had just approached, intending to express her gratitude to Wu Qing. However, before she could utter a word, Wu Qing interjected, "Your Majesty, I have observed several issues within the entire imperial city's protective formation. Although my brothers and I are not professional formation masters, we possess some knowledge in this area. We shall proceed to rectify these formations immediately." Without allowing Nangong Fuyao the opportunity to respond, Wu Qing, accompanied by 4 others, soared into the sky, promptly commencing the repairs of the formations around Fuyao Imperial City. Observing the scene, the onlookers exchanged glances, bewildered. Sun Taifu could not help but approach Nangong Fuyao, whispering, "Your Majesty, what exactly are they up to?" Nangong Fuyao's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing her contemplation. Time passed quietly. A few days later, within the Fuyao Hall, Nangong Fuyao stood by the window, gazing out at the vast Fuyao Imperial City. Sun Taifu respectfully stood behind her, softly reporting, "Your Majesty, according to information from our scouts, the barbarian nation has allied with the Southern Kingdom." Nangong Fuyao's pupils constricted, followed by a cold smile as she remarked, "Yu Qing truly exceeds my expectations, managing to sway the barbarian nation in such a manner. Nevertheless, it is merely a small barbarian nation. I am unperturbed." Sun Taifu nodded in agreement. Indeed, having established connections with the immortal sect, the insignificant barbarian nation now seemed inconsequential. He continued, "Moreover, they have completed the repairs to the entire formation of Fuyao Imperial City and have personally visited the Celestial Palace to guide the younger generation there." "Oh?" At this, Nangong Fuyao could not help but smile. She then inquired, "Sun Taifu, as someone well-versed in both celestial and terrestrial matters, what do you believe fate truly is? And how can one control it?" Sun Taifu's expression turned contemplative, and he shook his head with a wry smile, saying, "Fate is not something an old minister like me can thoroughly comprehend, let alone control. The average person only recognizes that certain actions may diminish or enhance their fate. And even this perception is merely superficial, making control a distant notion. As for those from the immortal sect or powerful beings, they can only foresee certain events and prepare or align with the impending currents of fate." Nangong Fuyao listened quietly, reflecting on her life. Despite the setbacks she had faced, her current status as a figure of great power was likely beyond anyone's foresight, including her own. What of the future? Would she merely be a ruler of the Fuyao Empire? Chapter 39. How could a mere mortal emperor dare to dismiss the esteemed Yu Qing? "What do you think of my fate?" she inquired once more. "Your Majesty's fate is, of course, unrivaled," Sun Taifu promptly replied. Hearing this, Nangong Fuyao smiled and said, "Inform them that I wish to excavate a moat for the city. Ask if they have any suggestions. These individuals are disciples of the celestial sect. Is it truly appropriate for them to engage in such labor?" Sun Taifu expressed his concern. "Simply follow my instructions," Nangong Fuyao replied, her gaze serene. "Understood." Sun Taifu retreated. A few days later, an astonishing scene unfolded outside the imperial city of Fuyao, where a genuine sword cleaved the mountain before the eyes of the onlookers. Upon the city wall, Nangong Fuyao stood with her hands clasped behind her back, observing the moat that was gradually taking shape, a look of satisfaction gracing her features. She then turned to her companion Wuchen and the others, saying, "Wuchen, you have truly worked hard recently. Your Majesty, it is our duty to serve the Fuyao Empire." Wuchen replied with a smile. "Excellent, I am greatly gratified," Nangong Fuyao praised as she gently patted Wuchen's shoulder. "How about assisting me with another task in a couple of days? As your brothers, we are willing to serve your Majesty." Wuchen and his 4 companions dedicated themselves to Nangong Fuyao's various commands. In this period, she truly grasped the essence of power. Whenever she desired rare, medicinal herbs, which were invaluable and scarce, Wuchen would traverse great distances to procure them for her. Even when she wished to sample the unique spirit beasts from the southern border, Wuchen and his team would hunt them down for her. Initially, she believed that being the sovereign of a nation made her a winner in life. However, with the assistance of Wuchen and his companions, she realized that merely being the emperor of the Fuyao Empire was far from sufficient. As she gazed at the 5 individuals standing respectfully below her, Nangong Fuyao said thoughtfully, "Wuchen, rest assured, as long as you assist me diligently, I shall undoubtedly fulfill all your future needs." "Thank you, Your Majesty. You may return and rest well," Wuchen replied. "Yes, Your Majesty." After the 5 departed, one female disciple could no longer contain her curiosity and communicated telepathically, "Senior brother, we have been in the Fuyao Empire for quite some time. Yet we have heard naught of that esteemed elder. Why is that?" Wuchen furrowed his brow in deep thought, equally puzzled. They had not dared to hope for an encounter with the elder upon their arrival, yet the absence of any rumors was indeed perplexing. A figure of his stature should not remain obscure. Just as their confusion lingered, they encountered Sun Taifu. Through their recent collaboration, Sun Taifu had grown more familiar with them. Previously, he regarded the celestial sect as a lofty existence, but now he perceived that these disciples obeyed the Empress's commands, leading him to conclude that apart from their formidable strength, they were not so different after all. "Esteemed ones, as we now work together, be mindful of certain taboos in the presence of Her Majesty," Sun Taifu felt compelled to warn them. "Taboos?" The 5 individuals, perplexed, humbly inquired of Master Sun, "What is the taboo?" He gravely replied, "In the presence of His Majesty, there exists one individual who must never be mentioned, regardless of whether you have heard of or are aware of this person." With a weighty tone, Master Sun emphasized, "It must not be spoken of. Pray tell." "Who is it?" Wuchen asked. "Yu Qing," Master Sun stated, and prepared to depart. However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the 5 were frowning and blocking his path. "Why is it a taboo? Why must he not be mentioned?" Wuchen asked, his tone serious. "You need not concern yourselves with the reasons. Simply understand that it must not be mentioned. Moreover, when serving His Majesty, refrain from asking too many questions," Master Sun admonished, his voice laced with a hint of reproach. "I have matters to attend to and cannot linger." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when an overwhelming pressure surged toward him. Despite Master Sun's considerable strength, he felt as fragile as a small boat caught in a tempest. Before he could react, Wuchen, his face a mask of fury, seized him by the throat. "I am asking you a question." Wuchen's voice was icy, each word deliberate. What are you doing?" Master Sun stammered, his complexion paling. "Release me at once." "I am asking you a question," Wuchen reiterated, tightening his grip. The specter of death loomed over Master Sun, and in that moment, he felt genuine fear. Realizing that these 5 were disciples of the celestial sect, he understood they could easily overpower him. "I will speak," he exclaimed in terror, and then recounted the circumstances of Yu Qing's exile and the grievances between him and the Empress of Fuyao in great detail. However, upon hearing this revelation, the 5 erupted with fury. Even when they first learned the taboo pertained to Yu Qing, they sensed there was more to the story. But when confronted with the stark reality, they found it utterly unacceptable. Unbeknownst to others, they had prepared for this moment for an extended period. Each of them had been meticulously selected by their sect leader. They had toiled tirelessly in the Fuyao Empire, subjected to the whims of those they usually regarded as insignificant. To discover that Yu Qing had been cast out from the Fuyao Empire was a crushing blow. Had all their efforts been in vain? And with Yu Qing absent, by what right did the people of the Fuyao Empire command them? "Are you certain you are not lying?" Wuchen demanded, veins standing out on his forehead as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Master Sunday. "And no, I dare not deceive," Master Sun stuttered. Sun Taifu had never encountered such an imposing presence. He was utterly paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably as he pleaded for mercy. Upon receiving a final confirmation from Sun Taifu, Wuchen's expression turned icy. With a sudden, forceful grip, he severed Sun Taifu's neck. After discarding the lifeless body of Sun Taifu, Wu Qin wasted no time and soared into the air, heading towards the area afflicted by demonic turmoil. Extending his hand, he reclaimed the Fan Tian seal that he had previously suppressed there. With Yu Qing no longer within the Fuyao Empire, there was no longer any reason to assist them. As the Fan Tian seal was retrieved, the entire imperial capital trembled violently. Fissures splitting the ground as if an earthquake had struck. What was happening? At that moment, Nangang Fuyao, who was resting within the Fuyao Palace, approached through the air. Upon seeing the Fan Tian seal in Wu Qin's possession, she questioned him in a grave tone. Wu Qin, what are you doing? Wu Qin's expression darkened at the sight of Nangang Fuyao. You arrived just in time. I wish to inquire how you dared to take such audacious actions. How could a mere secular emperor, an insignificant creature, have the audacity to expel Elder Yu Qing? Elder Yu Qing? Yu Qing? Nangang Fuyao furrowed her brow, a sense of foreboding enveloping her. Chapter 40. Demons Emerge. Nangang Fuyao's deep regret. Wu Qin, let us discuss this calmly. Please return the Fan Tian seal, Nangang Fuyao said anxiously, her gaze fixed on the area plagued by demonic forces. Clearly, at this moment, she could no longer afford to consider anything else. If the demons were to emerge, the entire imperial capital would face catastrophic peril. Discuss calmly. What right do you have to speak to me in such a manner? Wu Qin retorted coldly. How dare you address me like this? Nangang Fuyao replied sternly. What are you? Have you grown so accustomed to giving orders? Do you truly believe that your so-called Fuyao Empire is a land of fortune? Do you think that you, Nangang Fuyao, are a favored child of destiny? Surely, you cannot believe we came here for you, Nangang Fuyao? Wu Qin's words struck with merciless disdain. Nangang Fuyao stood frozen. As if struck by lightning, her complexion growing increasingly pale as she inquired, What do you mean by that? What do I mean? Wu Qin scoffed, his voice heavy with scorn. Do you not comprehend? If it were not for Elder Yu Qing's presence in the Fuyao Empire, do you think my Tai immortal sect would even acknowledge your empire? We came here because of Elder Yu Qing. And yet your insignificant secular nation had the audacity to expel him. How dare you possess such boldness? As Wu Qin's words fell, Nangang Fuyao felt as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt, rendered immobile by shock, gazing with a pair of eyes filled with utter disbelief. She appeared as if her soul had been lost in that moment. Despite an ominous premonition stirring within her when Wu Qin mentioned Yu Qing, the revelation that the five of them had come specifically for Yu Qing surpassed her wildest expectations. How could disciples of the celestial sect be drawn to Yu Qing? They even addressed him with the honorific of senior. It was only then that she grasped the truth. The so-called Fuyao Empire, a realm of fortune, and her own identity as a dragon among men, were mere illusions. All this time, they had followed her commands. Not because of her perceived status as a person of great destiny, but entirely due to Yu Qing's influence. Yet, how could this be? Aren't you celestial beings? Even if Yu Qing possesses some extraordinary qualities, could he truly command such reverence from your sect? Nangang Fuyao struggled to accept this outcome. Her face flushed as she exclaimed, Humph. A summer insect cannot speak of ice, and a cicada knows not the seasons. Your limited understanding and narrow perspective cannot fathom the true heights of heaven. Wu Qin retorted with disdain. At that moment, as he spoke, the removal of the Fanian left them without other means to suppress the demons, causing the entire imperial capital to feel as though the apocalypse had descended. Buildings crumbled, and the ground fissured wider and wider. Finally, amidst the trembling earth and sky, two formidable auras soared into the heavens. Soon, towering shadows erupted from the ground, their immense oppressive force causing many to prostrate themselves in submission. The two long-sealed demons had finally emerged. Ha! We are free at last. Their voices resonated with excitement, echoing throughout the imperial capital. Damn humans. Let us collect some interest first. Without hesitation, the two demons unleashed their strength upon the structures of the capital. The tremendous force cascaded down, reducing entire swathes of buildings to rubble. Fortunately, the capital had long been plagued by demonic threats, and most ordinary citizens had already fled, leaving only the officials of the Fuyao Empire behind. Otherwise, the devastation would have claimed countless lives. Nevertheless, a significant number of Fuyao soldiers still perished. At that moment, the two demons seemed to catch a whiff of something and approached the vicinity of Nangang Fuyao. They soon hovered ominously above her. As she surveyed the chaotic scene of the imperial capital, her eyes bloodshot, and gazed at the two demons suspended above her, her entire body trembled. Empress Fuyao, we know you. At this moment, the demons suspended above began to speak. In the sunlight, their true forms were revealed, though their shapes bore a resemblance to humanity. They were cloaked in a dense coat of fur, their skeletal and muscular structures remarkably robust, standing with a slight bend in their limbs and torso. In both stature and presence, humans in their midst appeared to confront a primordial behemoth. Though we harbor animosity towards you, we must express our gratitude. Had you not driven away that wretched demon Yu Qing, we brothers would likely never have seen the light of day again. However, your life shall be spared for a while longer. In due time, we shall return to exact vengeance for this seal. The two demons spoke in deep, resonant voices, casting a glance at the 5 individuals of Yu Qing nearby. Clearly, in their current state of recent liberation with much of their strength diminished, the 5 still posed a considerable threat to them. Empress Fuyo, prepare yourself for our retribution. Once uttered, the 2 demons transformed into streaks of light and vanished, leaving behind the desolate capital of Fuyo. However, though the demons had departed, Nangong Fuyo, standing in place, could not help but stagger, nearly losing her balance. The tremors throughout her body intensified. She finally comprehended why the demons had remained sealed for so many years without issue. It had recently begun to stir. The words of Yu Qing echoed in her mind. Summer insects cannot speak of ice. For reasons unknown, Nangong Fuyo found herself murmuring this phrase. As she did, the visage of Yu Qing began to flood her thoughts, invoking memories of their shared past. It was a night fraught with snow and wind when she, emaciated and on the brink of death, huddled in a corner. It was then she first encountered Yu Qing. He produced a steaming bun from his bosom and took her hand in his. Once deprived of sustenance, she began to eat her fill and dress warmly, no longer subjected to the torment of others. Subsequently, the royal palace sought her out, revealing her identity as a princess lost to the world. She yearned to reclaim her rightful status, and he unwaveringly protected her in her quest to restore her identity. In time, as the previous emperor lay gravely ill, and the several princes vied for the throne, Nangong Fuyo found ambition stirring within her. She merely expressed her desires to him, and he unsheathed his sword to assist her in claiming the crown. Ultimately, she achieved her aspirations. As the Fuyo Empire flourished and its fortunes prospered, she, now exalted above multitudes, realized she no longer required him. She also recognized that he had ceased to serve a purpose in her life. At times, she even regarded him as a shadowy chapter of her past. She feared he would reveal the story of her once frail and malnourished self, a source of embarrassment. Furthermore, she felt that as someone now wielding the power to determine the fates of countless lives, she had no need for his ostentatious concern, which felt like an immense burden. Gradually, her disdain for him grew, intensifying over time. Yet now, she discovered that she had always lived under his protective wing. He had been safeguarding her all along. Chapter 41. Brother, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. It was he who silently defended the Fuyo Empire, suppressing the demons lurking beneath the capital. It was because of his presence that the ever-watchful barbarian nation no longer dared to act against the Fuyo Empire, even willingly incurring losses to foster an alliance. It was he who, despite the might of the Tai immortal sect, inspired them to send disciples for training, ready to heed her command. Had Yu Qing not departed, all that the southern kingdom now enjoyed would surely have belonged to the Fuyo Empire. The headquarters of the Formation Masters Guild ought to be situated in the Fuyo Empire. The barbarian nation has long since allied with them. The so-called threat of demons and monsters would not truly exist. Perhaps this group of disciples from the immortal sect could indeed be of service to her. At this moment, he seemed to awaken to the realization of what he had missed, recognizing the magnitude of his errors. A profound sense of regret began to envelop his heart, rendering her momentarily breathless with emotion. It appeared that I, indeed, have gravely erred. She felt her body weaken, her stance unsteady. This is the consequence of your own making. The 5 members of Yu Qing observed her coldly, their expressions devoid of warmth. Considering you are, after all, a sovereign of this realm, whose actions can affect countless lives, we, your fellow brothers, shall not pursue this matter further for now. Reflect upon your actions. With a disdainful snort, they departed, transforming into 5 fleeting beams of light, disappearing in an instant. After the departure of the 5, Nangong Fuyo finally collapsed onto the ground, her gaze vacant as tears streamed down her cheeks. Days following the turmoil in the imperial capital, reconstruction efforts had already commenced in Fuyao. Regardless of the chaos, a nation must continue to function. As the ruler, Nangong Fuyo felt compelled to empathize with the plight of her people. Your Majesty. As she traversed the streets, the populace bowed in respect. However, after the salutations, many no longer exhibited the reverence they once held for her. Conversely, a cacophony of discussions arose among the common folk and within the court. Following the emergence of the demons, The news of the turmoil spread throughout the imperial capital. Many ordinary citizens, previously unaware of Yu Qing's expulsion, now learned that this esteemed figure, who had quelled the three kings, had been cast out by Nangong Fuyao. It became evident that it was Yu Qing who had been suppressing these two demons. It was only after Nangong Fuyao banished Yu Qing that the demons broke free from their seals, leading to the devastation of many families. Nangong Fuyao had thus become an indirect perpetrator of this calamity. Though no one dared to voice such sentiments, Nangong Fuyao could perceive them through the gazes of the crowd. Seated within her chariot, she, who ought to empathize with the plight of the people, found herself too fearful to disembark. The intensity of those silent stares, which seemed to articulate everything without uttering a word, sent shivers down her spine. Even upon arriving at the army she had painstakingly nurtured, the warmth of their previous enthusiasm had dissipated, leaving behind a somber atmosphere. Nangong Fuyao opened her mouth to speak, yet no words emerged. After merely commanding an increase in the compensation for the wounded soldiers, she retreated to the Fuyao Palace much earlier than usual. Upon her return, news from the Ministry of Personnel reached her ears. Numerous officials had resigned, including several holding pivotal positions. It was evident that these departures were a residual consequence of Yu Qing's expulsion. Yu Qing, regarded as a founding hero, had made significant contributions to the Fuyao Empire, and many within the court were first-hand witnesses to his endeavors. When Yu Qing had left, dissatisfaction had brewed among many. But Nangong Fuyao had quelled it with her formidable will. However, the recent upheaval instigated by the emergence of demons had acted as the proverbial last straw, causing these pent-up emotions to erupt. "Ah!" Nangong Fuyao cried out in a frenzy, pounding the table with desperation. "Why? Why must you force the Fuyao Empire down this path of ruin? Am I not allowed to admit my errors?" With a heart heavy with despair, she could not ascertain how long her anguish lingered before it began to subside. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a fragrant sachet, hanging beside her desk, where she typically reviewed documents. Unable to resist, she reached for the sachet, clutching it tightly in her hand. It brought to mind a year prior, when Yu Qing had visited her, concerned that she might be overburdened, and had gifted her this very sachet. At the time, she had dismissed it as a mere trinket, casually hanging it nearby without affording Yu Qing much conversation, hastily sending her away. Since that moment, the sachet had faded from her thoughts entirely. In fact, after Yu Qing's departure, she had instructed others to remove all traces of her, neglecting even to consider the sachet. Now, as she beheld it once more, waves of memory surged within her mind. She recalled how she would often visit Yu Qing, indulging in the pleasures of food and drink, persistently urging her to prepare hot pot. Yu Qing would always be prompt in arranging her favorite ingredients. She also remembered the time when the three kings were deposed, and she remained steadfastly by Yu Qing's side, leveraging the might of the Fuyao Empire to summon renowned physicians from across the land. Yet, she could scarcely recall when everything had shifted, nor the last occasion she had enjoyed a hot pot prepared by Yu Qing. With a growing intensity, she tightened her grip on the sachet, bringing it closer to her nose, as if hoping to anesthetize herself with its fragrance, to rekindle the illusion that Yu Qing was still within the Fuyao Empire. However, as the scent enveloped her, Nangong Fuyao distinctly felt her entire cultivation being stirred, a palpable loosening of her inner strength. Shocked, she stared at the sachet in her hand, and with trembling hands, she carefully unfastened it. Soon, the materials contained within the sachet were revealed before her: Tianqin Dan, Qi Tianbai, Wuchen grass, and Taoxue stone. Each of these materials is remarkably rare in the entirety of southern Xinjiang, and they are valuable yet scarce. Nourishing the spirit is merely their most elementary function. The fragrance emitted from the amalgamation of these materials possesses the remarkable ability to purify and rejuvenate, thereby alleviating the bottlenecks encountered by practitioners on their journeys of cultivation. Moreover, it serves as a simple means to enhance one's cultivation level. Nangong Fuyao reminisced about the past year, during which her cultivation had soared as if propelled by a rocket, and she found herself experiencing an unprecedented absence of obstacles, particularly during her time spent in the Fuyao Palace, where the effects were even more pronounced. She had not considered any other factors, naively believing herself to be a favored child of destiny, cherished by the heavens. However, upon reflection, it became evident that she was neither a prodigy nor a favored one. She had merely flourished under the protective wings of Yu Qing. Ultimately, she had always been that frail girl, never having truly left his embrace. This only intensified her distress, as she clutched the fragrance pouch tightly, her delicate form trembling uncontrollably. Tears cascaded down her cheeks like beads, and her choked sobs filled the air. Had she been a tad more patient at the outset, not hastily dismissing Yu Qing, but rather allowing him to finish his words, had she treated this pouch with the reverence it deserved, instead of casually hanging it in the Fuyao Palace, and instead bringing it back to her chamber, placing it in a sealed environment, perhaps her cultivation would have flourished beyond what it is now. In the vastness of the Fuyao Palace, where officials and palace maids frequently traversed, the pouch's efficacy likely went unutilized to even a fraction of its potential. Now, realizing this, she understood it was too late. After a whole year, even the most miraculous time would have significantly diminished the potency of the medicine. Brother, I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Chapter 42. To summon King Qing back, the emperor should do it personally. At the border of the Fuyao Empire, nestled within the forest where two nations meet, lies an unassuming frontier town, largely untouched by worldly affairs. Aside from the occasional hunters from distant lands, few outsiders tread here. At the foot of the mountains sits a reservoir, modest in size yet vital for irrigating the surrounding territory. On the dam, an elderly man sat on a bamboo stool, fishing with a bamboo rod, while a few barefoot children, heads adorned with little braids, frolicked nearby. At some point, the children were led away. Just as the old man hooked a fish and placed it in his catch bag, he rose slowly and bowed politely towards a nearby path. Commoner Sun Xuanji pays respects to Her Majesty the Empress. For reasons unknown, Sun Xuanji's lackadaisical demeanor brought a wry smile to Nangong Fuyo's lips as she approached him, gently lifting him up. Director Sun, there's no need for such formalities. She then glanced at his catch, noting several plump white carp, unable to suppress a smile. Might I indulge in some of these fresh carp tonight? Your Majesty jests. What in the world is beyond your reach? Sun Xuanji replied. Surely you do not truly yearn for my humble fish. You still blame me, she observed, her face clouded with bitterness. How could a commoner dare to do so? Sun Xuanji responded. In truth, I have come to apologize and to invite you back, she said, her expression laden with regret. Your Majesty owes me nothing, thus? There is no need for apologies, he replied. Sun Xuanji's words deepened the bitterness etched on Nangong Fuyo's face. Director, the Empire needs you. Xiao Wuchen remains unaccounted for, and the Grand Tutor Sunday. Reluctantly, Nangong Fuyo recounted to Sun Xuanji the recent events in detail. It turned out so much had transpired lately. Upon hearing this, Sun Xuanji's expression was equally complex. However, he did not exhibit much surprise regarding the events that had transpired. I truly acknowledge my errors, Nangong Fuyu declared, pausing for a moment before continuing. This visit is not only to request the dean's return but also to implore him to carry my edict to my brother. I sincerely hope the dean can persuade my brother to come back. Sun Xuanji cast a surprised glance at Nangong Fuyo, but quickly shook his head, replying, Perhaps it is best to refrain from such endeavors. Your Majesty, I genuinely recognize my mistakes this time. I will sincerely apologize to my brother. And I earnestly wish for his return. Nangong Fuyo hastily clarified. I assure you, I am sincere. Without hesitation, Sun Xuanji reiterated. I have lost the face to seek out Prince Qing again. I had previously expressed my hope that Your Majesty would sincerely invite Prince Qing back, not only due to the calamity of the demons, but also considering the merits he has contributed to the Fuyao Empire. He deserves to be welcomed back. Yet, at that time, my humble words held little weight and could not sway Your Majesty's decision. Eventually, Your Majesty issued an edict for me to invite Prince Qing from the Southern Kingdom. However, it was precisely because of that edict that the last vestige of goodwill between the prince and me has vanished. Thus, if Your Majesty truly wishes for Prince Qing's return, it would be best for Your Majesty to extend the invitation personally. I lack the authority to do so. Sun Xuanji's words left Nangong Fuyao's complexion exceedingly grim, feeling a sharp sting of humiliation. Moreover, there is another matter I must bring to Your Majesty's attention, Sun Xuanji added. What is it? Nangong Fuyo inquired hastily. Xiao Wuchen is unlikely to return. After I returned from the Southern Kingdom, I dispatched someone to investigate, and it was revealed that Xiao Wuchen's last known whereabouts were at Prince Qing's residence. The skilled individuals he brought with him have all perished there. Furthermore, on the day I arrived in Qishan town, I received a report from my spies in the Southern Kingdom, who, under my command, informed me of the emergence of a supreme bone. Considering the recent occurrences in the capital of Fuyao, coupled with the assessment of Prince Qing's abilities and the origins of Xiao Wuchen's supreme bone, it is evident that even he cannot clarify its genesis. It can be reasonably concluded that Xiao Wuchen's supreme bone was likely bestowed by Prince Qing. In essence, the so-called foremost figure of the younger generation, Xiao Wuchen, was almost entirely forged by Prince Qing. Thus, He has the power to create as well as to destroy. I hope your majesty can comprehend this. The words of Sun Xuanji are evidently clear, revealing the underlying truth, coupled with the fact that Xiao Wuchen had previously learned from Yu Qing. The fundamental reality is likely close to the mark. Upon hearing Sun Xuanji's words, Nangong Fuyao trembled slightly, her face a canvas of inscrutable emotions. Left speechless for a long time. It turns out that her former right-hand companion was also crafted by Yu Qing himself. The most absurd part is that she had actually sent Xiao Wuchen, who was nurtured by Yu Qing, to forcibly bring Yu Qing back. The commoner has grown old and can no longer fulfill the role of the head of the heavenly palace. Moreover, it is now a realm governed by the youth. Therefore, I humbly request your majesty to allow me to continue my simple life as a fisherman. At this moment, Sun Xuanji turned around, lifting his fishing gear and bamboo chair. He bowed slightly to Nangong Fuyao, saying, "My lady is still waiting for me at home. I must take my leave." With that, Sun Xuanji did not linger, carrying his bamboo stool as he walked along the mountain path, soon vanishing from sight. Nangong Fuyao gazed in the direction of Sun Xuanji's departure, rendered speechless for quite some time. However, the desire to invite Yu Qing back grew increasingly intense. Yet, recalling the scenes that had transpired, he was certain Yu Qing would blame him. He had cared for him so deeply, yet he had banished him from the capital of Fuyao. Undoubtedly, Yu Qing felt a deep sense of grievance. For a moment, Nangong Fuyao found himself at a loss on how to face Yu Qing. Nonetheless, he remained his sister, and although there was no blood relation, the bond they had forged through countless experiences was profound. If she sincerely acknowledged her mistakes, he would surely forgive her. Chapter 43. I am merely a harmless little demon in the vast sky. Two shadows flashed by, two demons that had broken free from their long imprisonment beneath the capital of Fuyao. "Ah, the sensation of freedom is truly exquisite," exclaimed one demon. "Indeed. After being sealed for so many years, we are finally free," the other responded excitedly. "However, my dear third brother, we are still on human territory, and our powers have yet to be restored. We must remain cautious." "Fear not, my fourth brother, I have a plan." "Oh, what plan?" "To the south of the Fuyao Empire lies a small nation called Nangua. It is remote and lacks formidable experts. Even in our current weakened state, we can still roam freely there, unabashedly capturing those wretched humans to siphon their essence and regain our strength. That is indeed a brilliant strategy. What are we waiting for? Let us head to Nangua at once. Let us go." Thus, the two demons struck a harmonious accord and transformed into two streaks of light, soaring towards Nangua. In Nangua, atop the misty water pavilion, lay a broken fishing rod, snapped in two. Since arriving in Nangua, Yu Qing had become enamored with fishing, captivated by the shimmering waters. Yet, human enthusiasm is finite, and he could not withstand the daily disappointments. Finally, 2 days ago, his last shred of passion for fishing had been extinguished, leading him to stomp on his fishing rod in frustration, breaking it in the process. In truth, fishing had merely been a fleeting interest. He had experienced many such whims. However, his true passion lay in the art of medicine and alchemy. Despite his somewhat lackluster talent in this area, which had led him to abandon it numerous times, he could not resist his love for it, repeatedly picking it up after every defeat. Once again, he resumed his peculiar endeavor. Clad in a white lab coat and adorned with gloves fashioned from sheep intestines, he stood before an imposing table measuring a yard in length. Surrounding this table were an array of meticulously prepared medical instruments. At its center lay several toads, the subjects of his experimental aspirations. Yu Qing delightedly punctured and sutured these toads repeatedly, reveling in the process until they could no longer succumb to death. He then produced a handful of diminutive pills, resembling grains of sand, which he administered to the toads, fervently hoping for their resurrection. Thus, he awaited for a full half an hour. Under the sun's rays, the toads began to emit an unpleasant odor, yet they failed to revive. Alas, another failure. Yu Qing, in frustration, discarded the sheep intestine gloves onto the table. While he felt that toads were perhaps an unsuitable medium for experimentation, the idea of using humans seemed excessively cruel. Muttering to himself, his gaze inadvertently drifted towards a sheep lying nearby. Bah! Seemingly sensing his scrutiny, the ordinarily lethargic sheep suddenly bleated and sprang to its feet. With a wary demeanor, it retreated in small, cautious steps until it found refuge in the corner, cautiously maneuvering along the wall to a safer spot. Just as Yu Qing pondered where to find a suitable test subject, 2 streaks of light appeared in the sky above Shangnan City. They heralded the arrival of 2 formidable demons from the Fuyao Empire. "Ah, this place is truly splendid," one remarked. Look at the humans here. They are remarkably delicate. We shall restore our strength in this locale. Indeed, and observe how pitifully weak these inhabitants are. They pose no threat to us whatsoever. With hearty laughter, the demons surveyed Shangnan City from their elevated vantage point, already envisioning it as their conquest. However, in the next moment, a voice resonated in their ears. It seems you two little demons have managed to escape. What brings you here? Did you miss me? As the sound resonated, two massive demons shuddered violently, with the one referred to as the third demon paling in fright and even producing a bubble of mucus. Without uttering a word, the two demons propelled themselves into the air and fled. Yet, scarcely had they covered a few paces when an overwhelming force enveloped them, inexorably pulling them back. In midair, Yu Qing stood with his hands clasped behind his back, clad in a white lab coat, observing them with a bemused expression. Since they had arrived, what was the point of fleeing? The two demons, now bereft of tears, trembled before him like mere hills, their fear palpable. Moreover, they had to suppress their discomfort and immediately present forced smiles. Ah, dear sir, what a coincidence! The third demon exclaimed, his voice tinged with despair. Indeed, what a remarkable coincidence, esteemed sir. We were aware of your presence here and came specifically to pay you a visit, echoed the fourth demon beside him. As they spoke, the two demons, not forgetting their subservience, crouched low, using their diminutive fists, which were thicker than Yu Qing's limbs, to pat his thigh in a display of feigned reverence. This appearance is utterly ridiculous, indeed. Oh, what I just heard was quite the opposite, Yu Qing remarked with a frosty expression. As soon as these words fell, the two demons were so terrified that they knelt in midair. Unjustly wronged, greatly wronged, they exclaimed. Indeed, we are merely two harmless little demons. How could we ever think of harming humans? They pleaded, raising their fingers and weeping profusely, appearing as if they were innocent souls. They certainly did not wish to escape from the dragon's lair only to fall into the tiger's den once more. If you wish for me to spare you, you must first remain by my side for a while. I require your assistance in forging a great path, Yu Qing declared. Upon hearing that they would have to stay beside Yu Qing, the demons felt as if they wished for death. However, upon hearing the latter part of the statement, they exchanged glances filled with trepidation. To forge a great path? They thought. They were well aware of Yu Qing's formidable nature. Could this possibly mean he intended to elevate them? The demons were now filled with both curiosity and dread. Yet, under the pressure of Yu Qing's piercing gaze, they had no choice but to acquiesce, whether they wished to or not. Mo Sanson and Mo Xiaoxi are willing to serve you, master, they proclaimed, kneeling in submission, hoping that their future days might be a tad more bearable. I do not appreciate speaking with you while you keep your heads bowed, Yu Qing remarked. The two demons quickly realized their mistake, and with a series of crackling sounds, they transformed into human-like stature. Upon shrinking, their forms resembled that of a chimpanzee. Seeing this, Yu Qing nodded in satisfaction and cast a spell upon them, effectively masking their demonic aura. With a wave of his sleeve, he swept them up and returned to the tranquil courtyard of Mosui. You, lie down, Yu Qing instructed, patting the table and gesturing to Mo Sanson. Mo Sanson stared blankly at the table, then glanced at the neatly arranged cold instruments nearby, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He promptly squatted beneath the table, pitifully shaking his head at Yu Qing. Yu Qing shot him a glance. Mo Sanson quickly scrambled out from under the table and lay on it. The awkward position felt decidedly off. He hastily closed his legs and covered his groin with his hands. Yu Qing paid no heed to his fidgeting, but instead focused intently on the medical text before him, eventually finding his target and thrusting down with precision. Ah! A sound akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the serene courtyard. Witnessing this scene, Mo Xiaoxi was so frightened that he attempted to flee. However, Yu Qing conjured another table out of thin air, seizing him and tossing him onto it. Do not run. I intend to conduct 2 experiments and make a comparison, Yu Qing stated. Soon, the courtyard resounded with a cacophony of pig-like cries, one after another. To prevent disturbing others, Yu Qing casually cast a soundproofing barrier. Time passed, though it was unclear how long. Indeed, the resilience of the demons is truly remarkable. They remain as vigorous as ever, their cries growing ever more pronounced. With the aid of the two of you, I might just ascend to the status of a legendary healer. As Yu Qing meticulously sutured the wounds of the two demons, his voice resonated with admiration. Upon concluding his task, he suddenly added, I apologize, but the scalpel has inadvertently fallen into the abdomen. The demons lamented. After a flurry of bustling activity, Yu Qing finally completed his work. Following this, He retrieved a small notebook to begin documenting his observations. It became evident that even in this fantastical realm, the principles of surgery retained their efficacy. In certain cases, surgical intervention proved to be more immediate than relying on the whims of chance for healing. As a healer, I must ensure that I do not become careless in the future. Such an incident as a scalpel lodged within the abdomen must never occur again. Once he had diligently recorded his insights, Yu Qing closed his notebook with a sense of satisfaction. Although he possessed extraordinary abilities, the art of healing, at times, seemed trivial to him. However, the fulfillment derived from such accomplishments is beyond the comprehension of ordinary mortals. You two shall remain here for the time being, Yu Qing declared, as he placed them into a small dark room. Remember, do not reveal your true demonic identities in front of others. If anyone questions your nature, simply state that you are pausing to reflect that this world seemingly lacked creatures like gorillas, he continued. Say you are monkeys, particularly robust ones. With that, Yu Qing closed the door to the small dark room. In that instant, muffled sobs emerged from within. Soon after, the sounds of an argument erupted. Damn you, Sanson. Is this truly the best you could find, with no humans in the southern lands capable of threatening us? How can you blame me? This demon can hardly be called human. In the days that followed, the two demons endured a dismal existence devoid of demonic pleasures. At last, on a certain day, Sanson and the other demon found themselves free from the sight of the table they had derisively named the slaughter bench. Just as they believed they could finally exhale in relief, Yu Qing entered with 2 bowls of medicine, ready to feed them. This is a prescription concocted by Yu Qing, relying solely on his own experience. Originally intended for the restoration of injuries, it resulted in 2 demons lying on the ground, frothing at the mouth and gasping for breath. After enduring this ordeal, the 2 demons were presented with several pills crafted by Yu Qing himself. In the ensuing time, the demons either succumbed to poisoning and lost consciousness or developed festering sores, with parts of their bodies becoming numb and devoid of sensation. Meanwhile, Yu Qing meticulously documented each occurrence, his expression a blend of seriousness and patience. It became evident that all medicines possess inherent toxicity. Every remedy carries its own side effects. Moreover, even among the same category of substances, those with seemingly similar physiques may exhibit distinct responses under identical treatments. Alas, as my research into the art of medicine deepens, I increasingly feel that these 2 demons are far from sufficient for my purposes. Yet, for now, I shall make do. In the dimly lit chamber, the 2 demons leaned against the wall, their eyes brimming with nostalgia. Ah, how long for the days of our confinement in the Fuyao Empire, sighed the third. Indeed. Back then, we still had our dreams. Before the sentiment could linger, the door to the chamber swung open, and Yu Qing entered, bearing 2 large bowls brimming with medicinal concoctions before the demons. With their eyes shut tight, the demons opened them once more and, without uttering a word, gulped down the contents of the massive bowls in one swift motion. I am weary. Let it all come to an end. Whatever will be, will be. Chapter 44. This disciple is not one I must take on. On this day, the sun shone brilliantly. By the banks of the Mishi River, sunlight cascaded down, casting a golden glow that danced upon the surface of the water, creating a shimmering spectacle. The willows along the riverbank swayed gently, their lush greenery vibrant against the backdrop of nature. A soft breeze whispered through, carrying the refreshing scent of the river intertwined with the distant fragrance of blooming flowers, invigorating the senses. Yet, not far off, a figure descended from the sky, wobbling unsteadily before crashing onto the ground. A woman clad in black, her long raven hair cascading down her back, possessed a delicate visage that bore a pallid hue. Cursed fate, though she had momentarily evaded her pursuers, her current predicament was far from promising. Clutching her chest with one hand, she struggled to rise from the ground. In her prime, such a situation would have been effortlessly resolved. Yet now, having fallen from grace and finding herself in this obscure locale, it appeared that no one possessed the means to offer her healing. This could very well become the final straw that breaks my spirit. As she spoke, a wave of sweetness washed over her, compelling her to expel a mouthful of crimson. She lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. Then, burdened by her heavy steps, she trudged forward. No matter, I must first seek a place to recuperate. After a considerable time, she finally reached a small courtyard and knocked upon its door. In recent days, in pursuit of enhancing his medical skills, Yu Qing had already sent away Cui Wei and Shaoli. Upon hearing the sound of knocking, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze. He then personally approached the door and opened the courtyard gate. As the gate swung open, their eyes met. The woman in black, slightly taken aback, regarded Yu Qing with some astonishment. She had merely knocked on a random door, only to find a young man of remarkable demeanor. Compared to those coarse and foul-smelling men, the abode of such a person should be relatively clean. Indeed, she considered herself fortunate in this regard. Without further ado, she produced a gold ingot from her bosom. Leave this place, and do not return before I depart. For an ordinary household, a single gold ingot would suffice to secure a night's lodging. Yu Qing furrowed his brow and replied, Then I fear I shall not return. What do you mean by that? The woman in black's expression darkened. I am well aware of the severity of the girl's injuries, given your current state. Unless you intend to collect her remains, Yu Qing stated matter-of-factly. The woman's countenance immediately turned icy. Yet, simultaneously, a look of astonishment directed towards Yu Qing emerged. For he spoke the truth. Her injuries were indeed grave, and even if she were to recuperate at the utmost speed, survival was not guaranteed. However, no other options remained. She could only seek to survive in adversity. Do you possess any cultivation? She inquired in a low voice. A little. Yu Qing gestured with 2 fingers. The woman in black nodded, her expression tinged with a bitter hue. In this battle, she sustained grave injuries and could only escape by employing a secret technique, which, however, inflicted severe repercussions that greatly diminished her cultivation level. At this moment, her prowess has fallen to a point where she can no longer be distinguished from an ordinary practitioner. I can save you. At that moment, Yu Qing spoke again. Can you save her? The woman lifted her gaze to Yu Qing, her eyes brimming with uncertainty. Although her inquiries could have been effortlessly resolved in her prime, they were not matters that an ordinary individual could address. If Yu Qing could indeed provide assistance, she would certainly regard him in a new light. Very well, if you are able to help me, I will grant you whatever you desire. The woman in black quickly replied, No, I have no need for material possessions. My only condition is that you must take me as your master, Yu Qing stated calmly. Observing the woman in black, as she knocked on the courtyard gate, the system sent a notification. At that moment, Yu Qing thought to himself that the system had not deceived him, for it had promised that he would find a disciple in the southern lands, and indeed, here she was. However, upon hearing Yu Qing's words, the expression of the woman in black darkened suddenly, a surge of anger flaring in her eyes. Do you even know who I am, daring to take me as your disciple? You think you are worthy? Despite her diminished state, she was not someone who could be casually accepted as a pupil by just anyone. Even a fallen tiger should not be so easily bullied. Ah, very well then. Do as you wish, Yu Qing replied nonchalantly, then promptly shut the courtyard gate. Although the system had indicated that accepting a disciple would yield great rewards, taking on a disciple was not an absolute necessity. After all, he was not without the means to defend himself. He could forego the reward if necessary. As for the notion of intervening in unjust situations and playing the Good Samaritan, he had had his fill of such experiences. Seeing the courtyard door close decisively behind Yu Qing, the injured woman in black was momentarily taken aback, her face a shade of grim determination. Humph! With a cold snort, she prepared to leave. Even in her wounded state, the pride of a strong individual remained intact. It was not just any young person from this remote area who could qualify as her master. Indeed, there were few in the entire southern region worthy of such a title. Yet, just as she rose to depart, she spat out a mouthful of blood. This was dire. Her injuries had reached a critical level, and she could not afford to delay any longer. The woman murmured gravely to herself, without regard for her surroundings. She immediately sat down in front of the gate, entering a state of meditation for healing. As she focused, faint ripples began to emanate from her body, interspersed with wisps of dark mist. Clearly, in addition to her severe injuries, she had also been poisoned. A quarter of an hour later, she coughed up another mouthful of blood. Judging by her pallor and condition, she had not improved through her meditative efforts. Rather, time had intensified her plight. No. In my current state, I am utterly incapable of resolving this predicament. I must have assistance. Otherwise, I fear I shall perish here. Were she to meet a natural demise, the young woman would likely harbor no fear. However, having fought her way through a perilous path and temporarily evaded her pursuers, the prospect of death, especially when hope was within her grasp, was utterly intolerable. She could not resign herself to such an end. Clenching her teeth, she cast her gaze toward the courtyard. After a moment's hesitation, she resolutely knocked upon the gate once more. Yet, despite the duration of her knocking, the gate remained obstinately closed. Damn it. Why is it taking so long? In her current predicament, every second wasted would exacerbate her injuries. Thus, she struck the gate again. Finally, the door creaked open, revealing Yu Qing once more. Do you have further matters to discuss? he inquired, regarding the cloaked woman with a detached demeanor. I am willing to fulfill any request you may have, be it cultivation techniques, spiritual artifacts, or spells. You need not concern yourself with healing me. Simply assist me according to my instructions. What do you say? The woman immediately presented her substantial offer to Yu Qing. Yet, he remained unmoved, coolly replying, So, will you become my disciple? The black-clad woman momentarily faltered, nearly infuriated by Yu Qing's words. Did he not comprehend human language? I could never accept you as a teacher. Nor anyone else for that matter, she declared with resolute firmness. Very well then. In that case, I suggest you die far away. Perishing at someone else's doorstep is quite impolite. It would also bring me ill fortune, Yu Qing remarked, preparing to close the gate with a creak once more. The young woman was consumed by a desire to eliminate Yu Qing. What manner of person is this? Stubborn and unwilling to entertain any negotiation. Does he grasp the implications of the promises he utters? Yet, as the door threatens to close, recalling her injuries and the profound resentment of dying here, she, after a tumult of internal conflict, finally clenches her teeth and speaks, her face a mask of reluctance. Very well, I shall comply. Although Yu Qing halted his action of closing the door, uncertainty flickered across his countenance. Observing the hesitation on Yu Qing's face, the woman in black felt a surge of desperation. But I have already consented. Why do you waver? Do you comprehend how arduous this decision was? If this were to leak, it could stir the entirety of southern border. Indeed, Yu Qing was in a quandary. If this female disciple were a well-behaved child, perpetually sweet-talking him and offering to massage his legs and shoulders, it would be a different matter altogether. However, this woman bore an imposing demeanor. Yu Qing despised trouble, even the slightest inconvenience. Nonetheless, he found himself intrigued by the system's reward. Moreover, one must not stagnate. It would reflect a lack of ambition. After much inner turmoil, Yu Qing resolved to accept her, to save her life, and in turn, to secure a system reward for himself. As for the future, he preferred to maintain a distance, allowing fate to take its course. Speak, he urged. As his momentary distraction nearly brought the woman in black to tears, her frustration boiling over. Come in, Yu Qing said coolly. Hurry and assist me, she called out to him. Who is the master here, you or I? Yu Qing ignored her, turning instead to walk into the courtyard, adding, Besides, taking a few more steps won't kill you. You. The woman in black's chest heaved with indignation. Truly, a tiger fallen upon hard times, bullied by mere curs. Very well. Once I recover, you shall see. With great difficulty, she moved her wounded body into the courtyard. However, upon entering, Yu Qing did not attend to her injuries immediately. He simply sat down on a stool. Come now. Let us perform the initiation rites, he instructed the woman in black. You. She trembled with rage, her eyes burning with resentment fixed upon Yu Qing. I made it clear from the outset that I could save you, provided you became my disciple. This is a straightforward and fair exchange. You could have chosen not to accept and sought another remedy for your injuries, but having agreed, you must adhere to the terms. Yu Qing, seated comfortably, remarked coolly, thus. There is no need for you to regard me with such disdainful eyes. It is not that Yu Qing lacks understanding of reason. How could he not perceive that this woman harbors no intention of seeking a mentor? Thus, he initially regarded this as a fair exchange, a mutual fulfillment of needs. Since he could not obtain what he desired, why should he be compelled to save her? Please, this is not a civilized society. After saving someone, they may not only fail to fulfill their promise of apprenticeship, but may even turn against you. Such altruistic behavior serves no purpose other than to invite trouble upon oneself. Chapter 45. The First Disciple. Unlocking New Rewards from the System? Yu Qing's words rendered the woman in black speechless. Clenching her teeth tightly, it was indeed a formidable challenge for one as proud as she to kneel and perform the act of apprenticeship before another. Yet, as her injuries worsened and death loomed ever closer, her fear of mortality intensified. There remained far too many unresolved matters in her life. Ultimately, amidst great struggle and inner turmoil, the woman in black performed a gesture of apprenticeship before Yu Qing. No verbal acknowledgement? Yu Qing inquired once more. Under the piercing gaze of the woman, who seemed ready to kill, she reluctantly addressed Yu Qing as master. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing remained expressionless, not even nodding in acknowledgement. However, the gesture of apprenticeship had been completed, and the title of master had been conferred, seemingly fulfilling the conditions set by the system for accepting a disciple. Indeed, it was not long before the system conveyed its feedback. The task of accepting a disciple has been accomplished. However, Yu Qing did not rush to claim his reward. Since the conditions he required had been fulfilled, it was now his turn to save the person in need. Please wait here for a moment. I shall prepare the medicine. Yu Qing instructed, then made his way towards the small dark room. You had better succeed in saving me, the woman said, her voice heavy with gravity. After uttering those words, compounded by her previous delays, she could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground. Although her mind remained alert, her body had succumbed to a loss of control. Her expression was one of profound complexity. She had never imagined that one day she would kneel before a mentor, nor did she anticipate that it would be a young man of such modest standing. Most unexpectedly, she found herself in a position where her very life was now at the mercy of another. This uncontrollable sensation is truly unpleasant. In the dimly lit room, a flicker of excitement appeared on Yu Qing's face. Not only had he completed his task of taking on a disciple, but he also had the opportunity to personally heal others. This will mark a monumental moment on his path to healing. As he perused medical texts, he meticulously prepared the medicinal herbs. No, that won't do. Oops, I've added too much of this ingredient. In the dim corner of the room, Mo San and Mo Xiaoxi observed Yu Qing as he concocted the medicine, their bodies instinctively shrinking back in trepidation, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. At long last, after a brief interval of preparation, Yu Qing produced a thick paste. Under the anxious gaze of the two demons, he carried the concoction outside. Approaching the woman, Yu Qing knelt beside her and said, "Here, take this medicine. I assure you, it will cure your ailment." Could this man be an apothecary? Upon hearing his words, the woman's complex emotions eased somewhat. At least he was a healer. Perhaps her injuries could indeed be mended. However, when she saw him forcefully bringing the lump of paste toward her mouth, her heart sank to the depths of despair. As the paste entered her mouth, a foul, fishy taste assaulted her senses, prompting the woman in black to retch violently. Without hesitation, Yu Qing sealed her lips with his hand. The woman struggled desperately, tears welling in her eyes, but Yu Qing persisted, shoving the entire bowl of paste into her mouth. The effects of the medicine quickly became apparent. The woman, sensing the impending doom, realized she had lost the ability to speak. Moreover, her already paralyzed limbs grew numb, completely unresponsive. Soon, she noticed her lips swelling, with blood beginning to seep from her eyes, nostrils, and ears. No, I don't want this. Within her mind, the woman screamed, desperately shaking her head with the last vestiges of her consciousness. She could hardly fathom that in her dying moments, she would endure such humiliation. Not only was she being coerced into servitude, but she was also subjected to such inhumane torment. Yet, as the effects of the medicine intensified, her awareness began to fade. Before her consciousness dissipated entirely, she vaguely perceived Yu Qing squatting nearby with a small notebook in hand, a pen poised between his fingers as he thoughtfully chewed on its tip. Though the human physique may not rival that of demons, its resistance to toxins should not be underestimated. However, this particular concoction was far from flawless. The issues of limb paralysis and blood loss needed resolution. In her haze, the woman could hardly discern what Yu Qing was saying. Ultimately, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, though the number of days eluded her. Within the recesses of her mind, only hatred remained. Compared to those who had relentlessly pursued her to the brink of despair, she longed to rend the seemingly refined beast before her. "I will kill you." At long last, a chilling gasp escaped the lips of the woman clad in black as she abruptly sat up from her bed. However, upon surveying her surroundings, her eyes widened in disbelief. As if in a dream, she gently touched her own body. "I am still alive." Hastily, she began to channel her inner energy to examine her physical state, only to discover that her injuries had significantly healed, and the remaining afflictions could be easily mended through her own recuperation. Furthermore, the poison within her body had long since dissipated. The only lingering discomfort was a slight numbness in her limbs, rendering them somewhat unresponsive, prompting involuntary twitches from time to time. With great effort, the woman in black forced herself to rise from the bed, her movements awkward and faltering. Once outside, she was greeted by the warm embrace of sunlight, evoking a profound sense of gratitude for life itself. In the attic, Yu Qing sat at a table, engrossed in his notes. Upon seeing him, the woman in black was overwhelmed with a complex array of emotions. The memory of that viscous substance being forced into her mouth lingered vividly, even through her haze of consciousness. Yet, she could not deny that she had indeed survived the perilous ordeal. The debt of gratitude she owed was immeasurable. With her limbs still somewhat numb, she shuffled over to Yu Qing's side and, after a moment's hesitation, finally uttered a simple yet heartfelt, "Thank you." Yu Qing turned his head to regard her, nodding in acknowledgement before saying, "The numbness in your limbs is a normal occurrence. It will subside in a couple of days." The woman in black nodded in response, pondering that Yu Qing was indeed a skilled alchemist. However, she found it difficult to gauge the extent of his proficiency. If one were to claim it was mediocre, she was acutely aware of her own circumstances at that time. It was unlikely that an ordinary alchemist could have facilitated her recovery in such a brief span. If one were to assert that it was remarkable, she remained uncertain. The concocted elixir is truly beyond words. In due time, I shall bestow upon you a substantial array of resources to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. At this moment, the woman in black spoke again, her expression revealing an unspoken hesitation. However, regarding the matter of master and disciple, if you do not wish to be a disciple, you are free to leave at any time, Yu Qing said indifferently. As for material compensation, there is no need for that. The woman in black glanced at Yu Qing with surprise and gratitude, somewhat puzzled by his sudden amiability. It was indeed beneficial, saving her the trouble of excessive discourse. However, upon hearing Yu Qing's refusal of her material compensation, she couldn't help but shake her head. It seemed that this person before her had only perceived her as a manifestation of her current cultivation level, completely unaware of her true abilities before her decline. Nor did he grasp the true value of the compensation she offered. Yet, her identity was indeed rather sensitive. Uttering even a single word could attract the ire of enemies. Moreover, refraining from discussing it was also for Yu Qing's sake, as such disputes were beyond the reach of a mere alchemist of his caliber. Thank you for your understanding. However, I may need to stay here for a while longer, the woman in black stated. Is that acceptable? Yes, Yu Qing nodded in agreement, saying, you may remain until you are well enough to leave. Although they could not become master and disciple, it was still a transaction of sorts. The woman in black nodded in gratitude. Given her current condition, she truly could not travel far, and hastily changing locations would likely lead her into the hands of her enemies. Thus, staying here for the time being would be considerably safer. Rest assured. I promise you compensation. When I return, I will certainly send someone to deliver it, the woman in black added. Yu Qing did not dwell on this matter further. Instead, he gestured towards the table beside them, saying, there is food there. If you wish to eat, please do so. The woman in black turned her gaze to the table, which was adorned with 3 dishes and a soup. Although her cultivation had long reached the level of fasting, her abilities had stagnated during her unconsciousness. Thus, upon seeing the meal, she found herself genuinely hungry. Thank you. The woman clad in black sat at the table, indulging in her meal. As the food graced her palate, her beautiful eyes sparkled with delight. Having reached a certain level of cultivation, she had long since transcended mere cravings for food, and thus, she typically held little interest in such ordinary fare. However, upon tasting this dish, it awakened her taste buds, evoking a nostalgic illusion of her youth before embarking on the path of cultivation, recalling the days spent in her quaint hometown village, savoring the meals prepared by her parents. Despite savoring each bite, she finished one bowl only to refill it once more. Throughout her meal, her gaze frequently drifted towards Yu Qing. For reasons unknown, this young man instilled in her a sense of disconnection. Before losing consciousness, she had harbored a desire to strangle him, yet now, he appeared less detestable, even managing to bring her a flicker of surprise. Lost in thought, 2 round, furry faces suddenly intruded upon her reverie, those of Mo San San and Mo Xiaoxi. They regarded the woman with wide, astonished eyes, having personally witnessed her consuming the medicine provided by Yu Qing. Yet, she seemed to have recovered. Was it not merely a side effect? Although the woman was well-versed in the world, the sight of these 2 creatures momentarily startled her, prompting her to rise in alertness and inquire, what is this? Yu Qing, quick to respond, reassured her, no need for alarm. These are my pet monkeys. Chapter 46. What is true Southern speed? Monkeys? The black-clad woman appeared momentarily stunned. In this world, there exist such grotesque monkeys and such robust ones. She could not help but ponder over these 2 monkeys. Yet after much contemplation, she found herself unable to discern any rationale. Since Yu Qing claimed they were monkeys, then they must indeed be so. It was imperative to recuperate swiftly. Although she felt temporarily secure here, no one could predict when the pursuers would arrive. The dark-clad woman murmured to herself, when that moment arrives, not only would she be in peril, but the young man who came to her aid would likely face utter ruin, along with everything in this place, due to the side effects of the medication. Her limbs remained numb, compelling her to return to the bed, adopting a reclining posture to cultivate her energy and restore her strength. Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. It was Nanshi, accompanied by the temporarily departing Chui Wei. After exchanging pleasantries with the gentleman, they entered and greeted Yu Qing with courteous bows. Your Majesty, what brings you to my humble abode today? Yu Qing inquired with a smile. I heard from Cui Wei that you were quite occupied recently, so I did not wish to disturb you. I thought you must have concluded your affairs. Hence I have brought you some wine. Nanshi replied with a gentle smile, producing a flask of the exquisite palace jade liquor they had previously shared. I am truly grateful, Your Majesty, Yu Qing expressed, accepting the fine wine and drinking heartily. Meanwhile, within the room, a cloaked woman lying on the bed, engrossed in her recovery, stirred slightly at the sound. She had not anticipated the arrival of a mundane empress, yet it was of little consequence to her. A mortal sovereign held no allure for her. However, the presence of Cui Wei, who stood beside Nanshi, piqued her interest to a degree. Despite his youth, his prowess was commendable. It was unexpected to discover such potential in this secluded locale. Furthermore, Yu Qing also garnered her surprise, indicating that his standing within this nation was quite respectable. After all, it was no trivial feat to rescue her in her dire circumstance. While it may be commonplace among their kind, in this remote setting, it certainly represented the pinnacle of achievement. The cloaked woman dismissed further contemplation and resumed her meditation, focusing on her recovery. Meanwhile, atop the Mistwater Pavilion, Yu Qing and Nanshi engaged in casual conversation. Understanding Yu Qing's disposition, Nanshi refrained from uttering overt expressions of gratitude, yet her eyes betrayed an undeniable appreciation for Yu Qing. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild was already in the process of establishment, and a recent alliance treaty with the barbarian nation had just been signed. Additionally, numerous neighboring countries were extending gestures of goodwill towards her southern nation. This was something she had never dared to envision in her entire southern homeland before. If this matter were to reach the ears of the emperors of the southern kingdom throughout the ages, they would likely be so exhilarated that they could leap from their coffins. The entire situation arose solely because Yu Qing stepped into the southern land. Having spent considerable time here and engaged in numerous interactions, everyone had become quite familiar with one another. And Nanshi no longer exhibited the initial shyness that accompanied her presence. She resembled not a sovereign ruler, but rather a vivacious young maiden. The scenery here is truly exquisite. No wonder you chose this place, Nanshi remarked as she made her way into the room. Sir, where are your fishing baits? I wish to try my hand at fishing as well. Upon entering, her gaze instinctively fell upon the wooden bed where she had once lain. Stealing a glance outside, and seeing that no one was paying attention, she contemplated lying down for just a moment. However, as her eyes fell upon the bed, she discovered a figure resting there, an unfamiliar woman of considerable beauty. Instantly, Nanshi's brow furrowed. For reasons unknown, an inexplicable sorrow welled up within her, extinguishing her desire to fish, and all she could think about was leaving swiftly. Yet, as she reached the threshold, an unexpected surge of courage compelled her to turn back and inquire of the woman on the bed. May I ask who you are? Her tone, though striving for calmness, betrayed a hint of urgency in her breath. I need not trouble myself with who you are, the woman in black replied, opening her eyes with a frown, evidently disturbed from her recuperation. How audacious. How utterly brazen. This was the first thought that crossed Nanshi's mind. To be so audacious here, her identity, or rather her connection to Yu Qing, must be significant. Just as she was about to turn and leave, Yu Qing suddenly entered and spoke. She was injured and I happened to rescue her, so she is temporarily settled here. He then turned to the woman in black and inquired. I have yet to ask your name. White Zhua. The woman in black hesitated slightly before responding, for after all, a name is merely a name. There are countless individuals with the same name in the world, and this would not betray her identity. Ah, it is Miss White Zhua. Please continue to rest well, Yu Qing said, before turning to exit. For some inexplicable reason, his words felt like a remedy for Nanshi at that moment. She even forgot the woman's earlier haughty indifference and began to feel concern for her. After all, the young lady was injured. I wonder if she is feeling any better. If you require any medicinal herbs, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall send someone promptly. As the adage goes, one does not strike a smiling face. The woman in black nodded slightly in acknowledgement and replied, Thank you, but that won't be necessary. Very well, Nanshi nodded, casting a glance at the wooden bed with an expression that was difficult to decipher, perhaps a mix of jealousy and displeasure, before hastily following Yu Qing outside. Sir, shall I find someone to help you expand this house? Nanshi suggested eagerly. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Qing nodded. That would be much appreciated, Your Majesty. Although he felt the space was not particularly large, considering he now had a small dark room and 2 additional monkeys, it was indeed becoming somewhat insufficient. All right. I shall make the necessary arrangements at once, Nanshi replied, her face lighting up with joy as she bid farewell and departed. The matter of constructing a house undoubtedly entails significant undertakings and meticulous planning. Yu Qing pondered that it would likely take some time to resolve. However, he did not anticipate that Nanxi would act with such remarkable decisiveness. Within half an hour of her return, a representative from the Ministry of Works arrived promptly. After swiftly finalizing the plans and addressing Yu Qing's requirements, work commenced that very morning and continued through the night. Thus, Yu Qing witnessed the astounding efficiency of the Southern Kingdom. By the late hours of that night, the expanded courtyard was already completed. Even Yu Qing could not help but give a thumbs up. The newly enlarged Mosui Pavilion was significantly larger than before, now featuring a dedicated room for Yu Qing to prepare medicines and conduct experiments, as well as a designated area for his experimental subjects, which currently housed 2 monkeys. Additionally, there were now a study, a kitchen, and several guest rooms. Meanwhile, a spacious courtyard, measuring over 10 zhang in length and width, was allocated for Yu Qing to cultivate flowers and plants. With the completion of the construction, Baiduo was moved to the guest room that very night. Concurrently, in the new small dark room, the 2 demons were still engaged in a heated argument. Mo San, you owe me my freedom. Mo Xiaoxi, you can't fully blame me. It was you who agreed to come to the Southern Kingdom in the first place. I don't care. I hold you responsible. Thus, the 2 demons continued their bickering. Suddenly, Mo San exclaimed, "Silence. What is it? I sense a stirring in the bloodline, as if our leader and second-in-command are near." Yes, I feel it too, Mo Xiaoxi responded excitedly. After all these years, our leader and second-in-command have finally come to find us. Quickly, use the secret method to send a message to them, urging them to come and rescue us. Chapter 47, System Divine Rewards. An existence of extraordinary proportions, but could the leader and second-in-command truly contend with these demons? It should be fine. I sense the strength of their bloodline from my own. Mo San rationally analyzed. It seems they have indeed broken through. Their presence feels undeniably powerful. Mo Xiaoxi, employing the demon's secret methods, also sensed the formidable strength of their leader and second-in-command's bloodline. Without hesitation, the 2 demons transmitted messages to the 2 demons that had already entered the southern border. Upon successfully sending the information, Mo San and Mo Xiaoxi were filled with excitement. Finally, we are about to escape from this clutches. When our leader and second-in-command arrive, they will surely take revenge for us. That accursed human, that detestable Yu Qing. I will force him to consume every single potion he concocted himself, and let him truly experience the taste of a life worse than death. Indeed, we shall await the arrival of our leader and second-in-command. As the night enveloped the world, adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars, Yu Qing sat by the banks of the Mosui River, the gentle breeze caressing him, bringing forth a refreshing coolness. He diligently recorded his notes, reflecting on the elixir he had concocted that had miraculously healed Baiduo, instilling in him a profound sense of confidence. Rather than aspiring to be an unrivaled celestial sovereign, he yearned to be revered as a divine alchemist known throughout the ages. Recently, he had made significant strides in the realm of medicine, and he hoped for even greater breakthroughs that would allow him to embark on experiments he had previously dared not attempt. However, he found himself with only 2 specimens, woefully insufficient for discerning the subtle differences across various configurations. Thus, he resolved to acquire 2 more specimens to enhance his endeavors. After meticulously completing his notes, Yu Qing rose, hands clasped behind his back, gazing contemplatively at the shimmering waters, murmuring softly. It then dawned upon him that since taking on disciples, he had yet to claim the rewards associated with such an honor. Curiosity sparked within him as he pondered the nature of these rewards. Claiming system rewards, Yu Qing announced. The system responded, "System rewards are being claimed." System rewards successfully claimed. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the divine talent, transmuting stone to gold. Transmuting stone to gold, a cooldown period of 12 hours, meaning the host may utilize it once each day. Is this it? Yu Qing's countenance darkened upon hearing the system's proclamation. Just this? His spirits plummeted as he grappled with disappointment. He had anticipated something far more significant than this seemingly trivial skill. What use was the ability to transmute stone into gold to him? This is the realm of cultivation. What purpose does an abundance of gold serve here? Gold possesses value solely in the mundane world, at elevated levels of existence. It is regarded as little more than mere stones. Sighing, Yu Qing stifled his urge to expel Baiduo at once and raised a finger. Although trivial, he decided to test the miraculous ability of transmuting stones into gold. Leaning against the railing, he approached the riverbank in search of the largest stone to experiment with this skill. However, just as his hand rested on the railing. A voice from the system suddenly resonated. "Congratulations, host, you have successfully transmuted the stone." "What? I haven't even touched a stone," he exclaimed, perplexed. Just then, he noticed his entire house lurch abruptly. Initially convinced it was a figment of his imagination, he soon observed the house shift again. In the next instant, a voice echoed in his mind. "Mitsui Courtyard, greetings, master." Simultaneously, he distinctly perceived the front eaves of the house dip slightly as if bowing to him. By the heavens! Yu Qing was taken aback. Even with his current cultivation and knowledge, he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. A house alive? The phenomenon of transmuting stones into gold was manifesting in a way he had never anticipated. Amidst his astonishment, the voice of the house resounded once more. "Report to the master. Enemies detected approaching, activating protective functions." Yu Qing's gaze sharpened, and his consciousness extended outward. Meanwhile, above the city of Nan, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Above Mitsui Courtyard, a massive storm vortex churned ominously. A savage and disquieting aura spread throughout the city, causing widespread unease among its inhabitants who remained oblivious to the nature of the impending threat. Within the tempestuous vortex, two fur-covered creatures emerged, their sinister gazes fixated on the riverbank and the Mitsui Courtyard. According to the clues received through secretive means, the third and fourth were believed to be here. It seemed they were imprisoned by humans. A figure spoke in a deep voice. "These diminutive humans have dared to imprison our kin. They shall face annihilation. And this human settlement shall hold no further purpose." Another frigid voice echoed in agreement. With that, the two formidable demons advanced toward Mitsui Courtyard. As they drew closer, they suddenly sensed something swiftly approaching. Upon discerning the source, surprise flickered across their faces. A barrier rising from the ground was striking toward them. Mere trifles. One of the fiends emitted a cold snort, astonished merely by the peculiarity of the technique. Yet his gaze was suffused with disdain. With a hand capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, he casually reached toward the barrier. Then, there was nothing further to behold. A sudden cry escaped his lips as he succumbed to unconsciousness, plummeting from the air, utterly senseless. Observing this, another fiend furrowed his brow, poised to confront the barrier, when he unexpectedly noticed a door panel descending upon him from an unknown origin. The door of the courtyard swung open, revealing a monstrous visage that seemed to twinkle like stars. In the blink of an eye, the two formidable demons found themselves stripped of their ability to act. Thus, as they made their entrance, they were swiftly rendered unconscious. Just as they were about to crash to the ground, the grand gate of the courtyard opened wide, resembling a gaping maw ready to engulf them. With two resounding thuds, the demons transformed to a size akin to that of humans, lifeless and discarded at Yu Qing's feet. "Report to the master. The Misty Water Courtyard has successfully repelled the intruders. The enemies have been captured and await your command." It was only upon hearing this voice resonate in his mind that Yu Qing emerged from his state of astonishment. He blinked, gasping in disbelief. What had transpired was remarkably swift. Within mere moments, the two demons were rendered incapacitated at his feet. Could this truly be the phenomenon of turning stone into gold? Was it not utterly surreal? Yu Qing found it hard to regain his composure. The sheer power of this house was astonishing. What would the world think if word spread? It was essential to note that these two demons were no ordinary foes. In fact, had he not been present, they could have easily obliterated the Southern Kingdom. Yet, a mere house had effortlessly subdued them. Unconsciously, he raised a finger, his face alight with exhilaration. This system is certainly not a scam. Chapter 48. Wait. Wasn't it promised that demons would never be enslaved? What excites him even more is that he was just worried about where to find two little white mice. This opportunity has arrived at our doorstep, akin to the arrival of a pillow when one is drowsy. Reflecting on his research, Yu Qing wasted no time and ushered them into his laboratory, eagerly commencing the study. After administering the potion to the two newly arrived entities, Yu Qing proceeded to fetch 2 bowls of the concoction to the small dark room for comparative analysis. Meanwhile, within the confines of the small dark room, Mo San and Mo Xiaoxi were engaged in hushed whispers. It had been quite some time. Why had the leaders not yet arrived? They should be here shortly, I believe. At that moment, a creaking sound echoed as the door to the small dark room swung open. Yu Qing entered, carrying 2 bowls of medicine. The two demons, Mo San and Mo Xiaoxi, could not help but shudder. What a wretched human. Here again, Mo Xiaoxi communicated telepathically. Stay calm, stay calm. This will be the last time, at most, replied Mo San. Indeed, It will be the final encounter, Imo Xiaoxi said, a look of suppressed fury on his face. But after this last time, the suffering we have endured for years shall be repaid 1,000-fold upon this human. The two demons felt an unprecedented exhilaration. After receiving the medicine from Yu Qing's hands, they downed it in one gulp. Soon after, they collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. When did these two become so proactive? Their eagerness took Yu Qing by surprise. After crouching down to document their condition, he turned and left. Morning light broke. After a night of toil, Yu Qing stretched lazily and returned to his room, preparing to sleep. Meanwhile, in the small dark room, as Yu Qing had recorded, even among their kind, there were variances in response to the medication. Imo Xiaoxi was the first to awaken, his expression vacant, his pupils unfocused, reflecting a profound disillusionment with life. After a while, Imo Sansan followed suit, and upon awakening, he exclaimed excitedly, "Old four. Have the eldest and second arrived?" In response, Imo Xiaoxi, devoid of emotion, replied, "They have." "Where are they? Where are they?" Imo Sansan asked eagerly. "Over there." Imo Xiaoxi indicated. "Over there?" Imo Sansan asked, looking bewildered. Following Imo Xiaoxi's gaze, he saw the eldest and second suspended from the beams nearby, appearing even worse off than the two of them. Gah! A sound akin to a dry duck's croak escaped Imo Sansan's lips, and at that moment, he collapsed in despair, rushing over to confirm their identities in disbelief. "No need to check. I have already verified it," Imo Xiaoxi said, his tone resigned. "It is indeed them." Imo Sansan sank down onto the ground, astonished that the eldest and second had actually come, yet regretting their arrival. At that moment, the eldest and second, having endured a night of torment, slowly regained consciousness. Imo Sansan and Imo Xiaoxi hurried forward. "Eldest, second, how are you?" they asked anxiously. The eldest and second, looking weary, inquired, "What on earth happened?" Sighing, Imo Sansan and Imo Xiaoxi recounted the events of their years of repression in the Fuyao Empire and how they had barely escaped from the tiger's den only to fall into the dragon's lair. "You have truly suffered these past years." Upon hearing the accounts from the third and fourth, the first and second were filled with compassion. What hardships they endured stemmed from the treachery of humanity. Imo Sansan declared with righteous fervor, "Fear not, my brothers, though we have been suppressed for many years. We have never yielded, nor have we ever bowed our heads to humankind. Indeed, you are truly commendable sons of our kind, and we take great pride in you." The first and second expressed with admiration. They then lamented, "Regrettably, we have failed you by not being able to rescue you." "Nay, it is we who owe you an apology," Imo Sansan interjected hastily. "Were it not for our desperate plea through secret means, you would not have suffered thus. Why dwell on such matters among brothers?" The first and second replied, "Although we have fallen into the treacherous clutches of humanity, our brotherhood remains intact. As long as we unite our efforts, we shall surely escape and exact vengeance upon humankind. Yes, united as brothers, we shall prevail and rend humanity asunder. Demons shall never be enslaved." They echoed with fervor. In that moment, the bonds of brotherhood were as steadfast as gold, and they embraced tightly. Suddenly, the door to the small dark room swung open unexpectedly. Yu Qing stood at the threshold, a bemused expression gracing his features as he regarded the four demons. After a brief pause, he remarked, "It has just occurred to me that these two demons came to kill without cause last night." With a gaze heavy with implication, he turned his attention to Imo Sansan and Imo Xiaoxi. The profound gaze sent shivers down the spines of the two demons, almost causing them to collapse to the ground in fear. "Third brother, think of a way." Demon Xiaoxi kicked Demon Sansan and hastily communicated, nearly on the verge of tears under such immense pressure. After all, having interacted with Yu Qing in the capital of Fuyao, he was acutely aware of the dire consequences of a poor response. Demon Sansan also felt his scalp tingle, seeing the growing impatience on Yu Qing's face. He suddenly had a bright idea and eagerly said, Esteemed sir, your arrival is most fortuitous. I was just about to discuss this matter with you." "Oh?" Yu Qing's lips curled into a smile, intrigued by what Demon Sansan would articulate. "Isn't it true that you wish to embark on an entirely new path? Both Xiaoxi and I understand that this journey will require various validations. Consequently, we thought you would need fresh test subjects, which led us to these two. We employed secret methods to lure them here, all to present them to you." He paused, seemingly worried Yu Qing might doubt him, and quickly patted Demon Xiaoxi. Still dazed, Demon Xiaoxi snapped back to reality and chimed in, Yes, third brother is absolutely right. We merely wanted to surprise you." The duo's words left the two figures hanging from the beam in utter shock, struggling violently. "Demon Sansan, Demon Xiaoxi, how could you? What happened to our brotherhood?" What happened to our vow never to be subjugated? They roared, their eyes blazing like fiery copper bells. However, Demon San swiftly silenced them. Esteemed sir, do not heed their nonsensical claims. Shao Si and I have always been obedient little demons. It is they who possess formidable strength and resilience. And they will surely make significant contributions to you. Please, let us use them as test subjects. Chapter 49. A Chicken and Duck Conversation, Flowers and Grass Clash TSK. Even Yu Qing did not anticipate that Demon San would conjure such an excuse. You possess quite the silver tongue. In that case, you shall consume this potion. With that, Yu Qing presented a large bowl of concoction. Upon witnessing this, Demon San fainted in terror. Thus, the days gradually passed. Within the empire of Fuyao, in the Fuyao Hall, the effects of various influences became increasingly evident, causing a noticeable decline in the empire's affairs, and similarly, Nangong Fuyao's prestige waned. TSK. At this moment, from behind the Fuyao Hall, the young man clad in white emerged once more. Having utilized so many of your resources, I shall assist you this time, he remarked languidly. What assistance do you intend to provide? Nangong Fuyao inquired hastily. Moreover, have you fully recovered? I have regained some strength, though not entirely, the young man in white replied with a cold chuckle. As for the specifics of my assistance, you shall discover that in due course. With that, he vanished from the Fuyao Hall. Meanwhile, in the Southern Kingdom, demons continued to endure inhumane torment. Subjected to trials of numerous potions each day, sometimes a dozen, other times dozens. Due to the expansion of the courtyard, Cui Wei remained by Yu Qing's side, diligently assisting him while training alongside the little carp. Bai Zhuo, too, was rapidly recuperating. For Yu Qing, aside from daily potion research, he refused to squander the opportunity of his daily transmutation. Through these recent experiments, he had thoroughly discerned the true effects and limitations of the transmutation process. Firstly, the effect of transmutation is that any successfully targeted object becomes imbued with spirit. Upon this infusion, not only do they acquire consciousness, but they also gain considerable strength, automatically recognizing him as their master. However, a notable limitation is that it cannot be applied to humans, yet it can be used on animals. For instance, the ducks and geese in the river before his home were all transformed by Yu Qing. They ceased to paddle through the water or catch fish, instead adopting a meditative posture by the riverbank, with their legs tucked beneath them. Yu Qing decided to let them remain in this state, as it preserved their previous habits, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary ducks. Furthermore, transmutation cannot be applied to entities of excessive size. For example, Yu Qing could not resist attempting it on the river itself, but the effort proved futile. This limitation was, however, understandable. The entire courtyard could be considered a singular entity for the purpose of transmutation, and in a certain sense, the world itself is a singular entity. Were there no such restrictions, a single act of transmutation upon this world could lead to it recognizing him as its master. After grasping the art of turning stone into gold, Yu Qing found himself eager to try his hand at everything he encountered. Thus, in addition to the ducks in front of his door, he instructed Cui Wei to procure a few chickens, which he also decided to experiment with. He even ordered a few fish caught from the river nearby, and not to mention, he examined every flower and plant at the entrance, as well as various other items. Consequently, the entire courtyard became a cacophony of sounds, filled with incessant chatter. Conversations among the chickens and ducks became a common occurrence, while disputes between flowers and grasses were no rarity either. Only when Yu Qing commanded them to be quiet did they fall silent. Fortunately, their exchanges existed on a plane that others could not perceive. Apart from Yu Qing, no one else could hear them. In the courtyard, Cui Wei and Shao Lier were engrossed in their training, while Bai Zhuo observed from the sidelines. In such a humble setting, Cui Wei's potential surprised her. Yet it was Shao Lier who astonished her even more. She sensed that Shao Lier harbored a secret of sorts, and although she could not discern it now, she was certain that Shao Lier was a prodigy, a rare talent even beyond the mundane world. Knowing Shao Lier was Yu Qing's disciple, Bai Zhuo had suppressed her thoughts of mentorship multiple times. However, upon seeing Shao Lier today, she could no longer contain herself. How about you take me as your teacher? She ventured, hesitating slightly before expressing her thoughts aloud. Shao Lier opened her eyes. I am my master's disciple. He saved you, yet you would undermine him. If master were to know. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhuo's expression turned awkward. She was well aware that her actions were somewhat unethical, yet she could not bear to let go of such a promising talent. After a brief pause, she continued, I will speak to your master myself. If you choose to follow me, your potential will be greatly enhanced. I can offer you the finest techniques and provide the most efficient path in your cultivation journey, allowing you to avoid many detours. Taking me as your teacher does not mean you must abandon your master. Instead, as you cultivate under my guidance, you will be better positioned to repay him in the future. Listening to Baizuo's words, Xiao Liu met her gaze. For some reason, Baizuo felt as if the child was looking at her with a hint of disdain. Xiao Liu then replied resolutely, "You need not speak to my master. I will not agree to your proposal." With that, she turned her back on Baizuo. Baizuo sighed, taken aback by the child's firmness. However, she realized it was not the right moment to press further. Patience would be key. This little fellow will eventually understand the significance of this. However, just as she was about to return to her room to meditate, her expression suddenly shifted, and she gazed up at the distant sky. It was the aura of the Five Elements Alliance. She had not anticipated that they would locate the Southern Kingdom so swiftly based on their senses. In that moment, her delicate face became gravely serious. At the same time, she swiftly entered her dwelling. Once inside, she retrieved several precious artifacts and arranged them to form barriers, then concealed her own aura to the utmost degree. She silently prayed to evade their scrutiny. With her current cultivation, she was far from capable of confronting the impending adversaries, thus resorting to such desperate measures. Meanwhile, several men in uniform attire appeared several miles away from the misty water courtyard. Their feet hovered in midair, their energies surging. It was evident they were no ordinary individuals. Baiduo, do you think that by fleeing to the mundane realm we would be unable to find you? Spoke the leading man coldly. We are aware of your methods to conceal your aura, but do you presume we lack our own means? He then produced a compass with both hands, utilizing the blood left behind from Baiduo's previous injuries. He gestured to a companion, who raised his hand, allowing a drop of crimson blood to coalesce at his fingertip before letting it fall onto the compass. In the next moment, the compass shone brightly, revealing a direction. She is that way. There is no escape, the man declared icily, before stowing the compass and leading his companions towards the misty water courtyard. Chapter 50. Where on earth did this terrifying duck come from? Simultaneously, on the banks of the misty river opposite the misty water courtyard, a man in white appeared here unbeknownst to anyone. His long hair cascaded over his shoulders as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back. A faint smile graced his lips, his gaze fixed on the misty water courtyard across from him. He was none other than the man in white who had journeyed from the Fuyou Empire. With his prowess, he had previously tracked down Xiao Wuchen and Sun Xuanji. So it was only natural he could locate this place as well. Yu Qing, a rather fine name, he mused, his pupils narrowing slightly. Imbued with a sense of one who was about to ensnare their prey. Coming from the mundane world, he had managed to attract the attention of the Tai Immortal sect. He was eager to see what extraordinary qualities he possessed. But do not disappoint me, he added, as he took a step forward, embodying the essence of shortening distance. However, just as the soles of his shoes grazed the water's surface, he could not help but frown. Turning his head, he sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching, seemingly aligned with his own target. His brow furrowed slightly before relaxing, revealing an expression of keen interest. This is intriguing. It would be delightful to observe the unfolding drama. After a moment's hesitation, he withdrew his foot and retreated a few steps, concealing himself in the shadows. Just as the young man in white concealed himself, several formidable presences arrived, belonging to the members of the Five Elements Alliance who had rushed over with a compass. They were positioned in the courtyard across the river. Kill without mercy, commanded the leader, his pupils narrowing to pinholes as he fixated on the courtyard across the river. With his order, a wave of formidable energy surged forth, nearly enveloping the entire courtyard. In the next instant, several of them traversed the water's surface, drawing ever closer. However, at that moment, an overwhelming sense of danger washed over them, and the leader was the first to sense it. Be cautious, he shouted, executing a roll in midair. Simultaneously, a feather-like projectile sliced through the air, akin to a descending sword. The feather barely grazed the leader's neck, leaving behind a faint trace of blood. Even with his swift reflexes, he touched his neck, his heart racing with terror. Had he not reacted in time, he would have surely met his demise, sinking to the riverbed to feed the fish. Who goes there? Show yourself. The leader drew his longsword, his vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings. Below him, the river flowed quietly, and all seemed tranquil. Looking around, he saw no one in sight, only a group of ducks that had inexplicably appeared before him. As he contemplated ignoring the ducks, he noticed a glint of mischief in their eyes, prompting him to realize that something was amiss. Why would ducks possess such an expression? His gaze narrowed, fixating on the group of ducks. No, to be precise, it was not entirely ducks. There was a goose among them. Together, they numbered 5, arranged in a neat line. Their quacking resounded in the air. At first glance, they appeared to be an ordinary flock of ducks and a goose, indistinguishable from typical domestic fowl. Without further ado, he raised his sword, its gleam reflecting in his hand, and swung it towards the assembly of geese and ducks. It was evident that the man's thoughts were profoundly cautious. Given his prowess, it was indeed an overkill to wield such force against a mere flock of poultry. Yet, reality bore out the validity of his caution. Mid-swing, he felt an unseen force abruptly halt his blade. No matter how he strained, he could not budge it an inch. His expression darkened as he surveyed the scene, revealing an unparalleled incredulity. One of the ducks had one leg poised upon the water's surface, while the other extended its webbed foot. It was this very webbed foot that had withstood his strike. A tempest of astonishment and fury surged within him. Although he had not exerted his full strength in this attack, it was inconceivable that a mere duck could withstand such force, especially with a webbed foot. The man was engulfed in an indescribable blend of shock and ire. The companions accompanying him bore equally incredulous expressions, their gazes wary as they faced this peculiar assembly of geese and ducks. Were they beasts of legend? Unlikely. He had never witnessed poultry transforming into such creatures. Perhaps they were puppets. Some masters possessed extraordinary skills in puppet manipulation. It is conceivable that this was a troupe of crafted puppets. This assertion, evidently, fails to convince the masses. For all these years within the realm of cultivation, one has never heard of a puppeteer crafting puppets in the form of geese or ducks. At this moment, the duck that had extended its legs retracted its webbed feet. "Ah, brothers, this is going to be amusing," it exclaimed. "Can it even speak?" The members of the Five Elements Alliance gasped in astonishment. Regardless of their nature, they regarded the peculiar creatures as mere trifles to be disposed of. At that moment, the leading man commanded, although he too was taken aback by this flock of geese and ducks. Yet, he did not believe that a mere assembly of such creatures could obstruct their path. With his command, those following him sprang into action instantly. Blades flashed and swords glimmered, as formidable attacks descended upon the flock of geese and ducks. However, upon the initial contact with these creatures, the countenance of the Five Elements Alliance members shifted dramatically. Quack! 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 From amidst the flock, a towering white goose surged forward, its body bowing as it emitted a series of calls. Flapping its wings vigorously and charging straight towards them, it subsequently collided with a skilled fighter, sending him flying. The adept let out a piercing scream. With that strike, he felt as though his entire being was on the verge of being torn asunder, akin to being struck by a colossal mountain, several of his ribs fracturing under the force. The great white goose surged forward, crossing the riverbank, only to pivot and charge at him once more with the same ferocious intent. The others fared little better. In mere moments of contact, they were left in disarray by the relentless ducks. One particularly audacious duck executed a sweeping kick, sending one skilled fighter crashing heavily onto the water's surface. Another duck plunged into the depths, re-emerging with a resounding quack, launching itself like a rocket from the watery abyss, targeting the lower body. The assailed expert from the Five Elements Alliance was propelled high into the sky, reaching an altitude of 100 feet. Just as the excruciating pain in his lower body began to register, he suddenly noticed another duck soaring upward, ascending to a height slightly above his own. In that instant, a flicker of indifference passed through the duck's eyes, its webbed feet gradually extending before descending with purpose. With the resounding quack, the duck's foot landed squarely upon the chest of the beleaguered adept. The formidable expert plummeted to the ground like a cannonball. With a resounding crash, the surface of the water erupted, sending forth waves that soared to great heights. Soon, the battle intensified. To their astonishment, even the ducks unleashed their skills. Amidst the flurry of feathers, one duck suddenly turned its rear towards an adversary and proclaimed, "Taste my duck droppings." Following this, a barrage of bullets erupted like a machine gun, and despite the opponent's commendable strength and superior defense, he was reduced to a sieve under the relentless assault. In mere moments, several members of the Five Elements Alliance had perished. Do not lose your composure. Gather together. Do not allow them to pick us off one by one. He shouted with a grave expression, a vivid imprint of a duck's foot adorning his cheek. Just as his voice fell, his countenance darkened, as if he had discerned something unusual. In the next instant, he beheld a flock of hens flapping their wings as they charged from a nearby path. Cluck, cluck, brother duck, brother goose, leave one for us. Chapter 51. Terrifying poultry, frightened man in white before long. This flock of hens had joined the fray. The members of the Five Elements Alliance were filled with despair, for these hens were even more ferocious than the ducks. Their attacks were chaotic, flapping their wings and rushing forward, pecking and scratching indiscriminately. In just a few breaths, the remaining few were left bloodied and battered by the relentless onslaught of the hens. Retreat. Quickly, retreat. Finally, the leading middle-aged man realized that they were utterly outmatched by these poultry. Though he was plagued by 1,000 questions regarding how a mere flock of fowl could be so terrifying, survival took precedence, and he cast aside his doubts. With his command to retreat, the disheartened crowd turned and fled. However, as they pivoted, they sensed something amiss. Upon opening their eyes, they discovered several massive, gaping mouths looming behind them, adorned with whiskers and accompanied by large, rolling eyes. "It's a fish. It appears to be a carp, a colossal carp," one expert exclaimed in horror. Yet, scarcely had his voice faded when he was swallowed whole, vanishing without a trace. Damn it, damn it. Quickly, scatter. At this moment, the members of the Five Elements Alliance completely lost their composure, nearly shouting in a state of hysteria to save their lives. However, with geese and ducks in front and hens behind, along with monstrous carp lurking in the water, there was no escape for them. Before long, only a few remained. The leader, drenched in cold sweat, glanced around desperately and, with a decisive strike, propelled his two remaining companions away to shield himself from a fatal blow. Finally discovering a glimmer of opportunity. "This time we concede, but the Five Elements Alliance will inevitably seek vengeance," he declared, producing a luminous scroll. As he unfurled it, his expression twisted with pain, yet survival took precedence over all else. Upon activation, a spatial rift appeared, and he swiftly stepped into it. Just as he believed he could escape unscathed, an unseen vine silently ensnared his hand. "What in the world is this?" The man's face paled. But recalling the terror of the fowl and fish, he raised his sword and severed his own arm in a desperate bid for survival. His severed limb fell onto the water's surface, and the rift sealed shut. "Alas, what a pity. One has escaped," muttered one of the ducks, and soon the group dispersed, disinterested. In no time, the flock returned to their usual demeanor, appearing as ordinary as ever. The remnants of the battle, having taken place on the surface of the Mijiang River, washed away with the flowing water, leaving no trace behind. It was as if nothing had transpired at all. Only a handful of experts from the Five Elements Alliance lay buried here. They had arrived with great fervor, yet only one, gravely wounded, managed to escape in a disheveled manner using a teleportation scroll. However, in the shadows across the river, another figure lingered, having witnessed the entire conflict unfold. "I seem to be incredibly fortunate," he murmured, his heart racing with trepidation, devoid of the calm demeanor he had possessed earlier. Even as he whispered, his body trembled slightly. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of the Five Elements Alliance's experts, he might have been the one to perish. As an eyewitness, and having been in a state of observation, he could grasp the terror of these fowl more acutely than the members of the Alliance themselves. Not only in his current state, but even at his peak, he doubted he could cross this river. Terrifying. Indeed, it was profoundly frightening. Even with his perspective, he could not fathom the means that rendered these creatures so horrifyingly formidable. Gazing back towards the Mijiang courtyard, his expression shifted to one of complete wariness and dread. He no longer dared to approach, wishing only to retreat as far away as possible. Meanwhile, in the loft of the Mijiang courtyard, Yu Qing reclined on a rocking chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips. This group of poultry truly took him by surprise. Moreover, their methods of attack were not merely limited to spiritual possession. They seemed to evolve their own personalities and even develop unique offensive techniques. Additionally, this courtyard, already imbued with spirit, exceeded his expectations by far, as it appeared to isolate itself from all external influences, save for him, its master. Meanwhile, the small carp and Shui Wei, who were seated in meditation within the courtyard, remained entirely oblivious to the recent battle. This skill appears to be remarkably effective. He raised his finger to contemplate what to enhance next. Simultaneously, within the room, Baijiu remained in a meditative posture, concealing his presence while employing various other methods of stealth. This relentless pursuit endured for numerous hours before it finally withdrew with caution. Upon realizing that the presence of the Five Elements Alliance had vanished from Shangnan City, a sigh of relief escaped her lips. However, her actions were akin to engaging in a battle of wits with the very air. "Dear girl, if there is nothing pressing, it is advisable to refrain from venturing outside," Yu Qing subtly advised the following day, standing with hands clasped behind him atop the loft. His courtyard was designed to obscure one's aura, thus logically, the enemies hunting by duo should have been oblivious to her presence. The only plausible explanation for their pursuit was that Baiduo must have ventured beyond the confines of the courtyard, allowing them to detect her essence. Oh, why? Baiduo could not help but inquire. In this sanctuary, you are sufficiently secure. Should you step outside, your safety cannot be assured, Yu Qing replied nonchalantly. Assured of my safety? Baiduo's brows arched slightly, and she couldn't suppress a smile. She found herself at a loss for words. If her adversaries truly came knocking, she harbored no belief that Yu Qing could safeguard her. Remaining within the courtyard held little distinction. Perhaps Yu Qing had set up defenses within his abode, such as traps or formations, but in the face of her enemies, they would prove ineffectual. Yet, considering Yu Qing was unaware of her true identity and strength, and acted purely out of goodwill, she nodded in acknowledgement and said, "Thank you." Yu Qing paid her little mind and resumed his experiments with the 4 demons. His interest in Baiduo stemmed solely from a sense of integrity. After all, he had completed his system task and acquired a formidable skill. Thus, he felt it incumbent upon himself to facilitate her recovery as much as possible. That was all there was to it. In the afternoon, after a brief transformations, Baiduo departed the courtyard and ventured onto the streets of Shangnan City, intending to procure some medicinal herbs to expedite her recovery. Despite knowing that Yu Qing was a skilled alchemist, she wished to avoid incurring too many favors. Moreover, the potions concocted by Yu Qing were rather difficult to articulate in terms of their effectiveness. Fortunately, she possessed her own means. As she stepped beyond the threshold, Xiaoli opened her eyes and followed closely behind. "Little one, what brings you along?" Baiduo inquired, glancing back at the small figure. "My master instructed me to accompany you whenever you venture out," Xiaoli responded, brandishing a sword nearly her height. "Are you following me?" "No. I am here to protect you." "Protect?" Chapter 52. Bring me that flock's master. Baiduo could not help but stifle a laugh, especially at the earnest expression on Xiaoli's face, which only added to her amusement. "You, little one, are going to protect me?" Baiduo bent down slightly, her jade-like hand unable to resist giving a gentle tap on Xiaoli's forehead, then remarked, "Do not laugh me to death." The little child hurriedly retreated, claiming she had matters to attend to. With that, Baiduo ceased to acknowledge Xiaoli and hastened towards the largest apothecary alone. "Humph. Were it not for my master's instructions, I would not wish to accompany you." Xiaoli, with a childlike pout, let out a soft huff but paid no heed to Baiduo's words, trailing behind her nonetheless. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away from the southern kingdom, nestled amidst towering mountains, an aura of spiritual energy permeated the air. Atop the highest cliff, a viewing platform had been established. Seated within the pavilion of this platform was a man with striking white hair. His handsome visage and elongated figure gave him an ethereal quality, as if he were a celestial being untouched by the mundane world, his bright eyes and pristine teeth enhancing this otherworldly charm. As he sat there, butterflies and birds occasionally approached, flitting around him. Behind him stood a man and a woman, both exuding a restrained presence, as still as stone statues. At the foot of the platform, a middle-aged man with a severed arm knelt in trepidation, trembling. This man, known for losing an arm in the Moshui courtyard, had barely escaped thanks to a teleportation scroll. However, he knelt there for quite some time without receiving a single glance from the white-haired man, who was more engrossed in the little bird he was toying with while gazing at the distant sunset. Only after the sun had set did the white-haired man lazily recline in his chair. "Speak. What has transpired?" The low voice of the woman accompanying him broke the silence. "Reporting to the Alliance leader, we utilized the compass to locate Baiduo's whereabouts, but upon arrival, we fell into an ambush," the man with the severed arm stammered. "All my men perished there, and even my subordinate lost an arm. I barely escaped thanks to the teleportation scroll granted by the Alliance leader." "An ambush? What sort of ambush?" "Surely, this is merely an excuse stemming from your lack of ability," the woman replied coldly. "I would not dare deceive the Alliance leader." The man quickly bowed his head, fear evident in his voice. "Moreover, we were not only ambushed, but the enemy's methods were exceedingly peculiar. We were beset by a flock of chickens, ducks, and geese, and yes, even carp that resembled aquatic monsters. These creatures were utterly unrecognizable. Yet we were no match for them." He recounted his tale in detail. As his words fell silent, the white-haired man, who had not once glanced at him, seemed to finally display a flicker of interest. "Come here, let me examine your arm," he said gently, a smile gracing his lips. "Thank you, Alliance leader. Thank you," the man exclaimed, relief flooding his expression. The one-armed man cautiously approached the elderly gentleman with white hair, his body trembling in trepidation. The white-haired man gently raised his elongated hand, but instead of placing it upon the wound of the one-armed man, It descended directly onto his crown. A piteous cry escaped the one-armed man's lips, his face contorted in agony as if he were enduring insurmountable suffering. Moments later, his eyes widened in despair, and he collapsed to the ground, a mere shell of flesh and bone. Chickens, ducks, geese, and even man-eating carp. How intriguing indeed, remarked the white-haired man, wiping his hands with a handkerchief, his voice laced with curiosity. My lord, if that is the case, does it mean what he said is true? The woman exclaimed in astonishment. Although they may be inept, their strength in the southern wilderness is not to be underestimated. How can mere chickens and ducks be so formidable? Nick Hang, if my suspicions are correct, we are dealing with worthy adversaries this time, the white-haired man replied thoughtfully. I fear I must trouble you to make a trip. As for Baishua, I need not speak of him. However, do not harm the one who assists Baishua, bring him back to me. His methods with those chickens and ducks have piqued my interest. Imagine if we could transform this group of young ones into something similar. How delightful that would be. As he spoke, the little birds surrounding him began to chirp excitedly. Yes, my lord, I understand what must be done, Nick Hang affirmed, leaping from the cliff before her, vanishing into the mist. Meanwhile, in Shangnan City, the arrival of the Array Masters Guild headquarters had made the city noticeably livelier than before. On the streets of Shangnan City appeared two elderly gentlemen. One, disheveled and unkempt, with a gourd of wine at his side, was tugging at the other elderly man. The scruffy elder was none other than the ancestor of the Tai Immortal sect. In contrast, the second elder radiated an air of ethereal grace, with long white whiskers and a face that, though aged, retained an aura of righteousness. Bai Mei, heed my advice and accompany me to pay respects to that senior. It will do you no harm, urged the ancestor of the Tai Immortal sect, who had resolved to visit Yu Qing following the return of his 5 disciples from the Fuyan Empire. By chance, the ancestor of the Qianquan Immortal sect, who had not seen him for many years, had come to the Tai Immortal sect to reminisce, and he had been invited along. Li Bugo, if you intend to go, I shall wait for you at a tavern, the Qianquan Immortal sect's ancestor, Bai Mei, retorted with annoyance, his sleeve flaring as he spoke. Moreover, as cultivators, we must uphold righteousness. Flattery is not our way. If your behavior as the ancestor of the Tai Immortal sect were to become known, would you not feel ashamed? What nonsense are you spouting, Bai Mei? What do you mean by flattery? The disheveled elder, Li Bugu, was incensed by the remark and exclaimed, I intend to pay my respects because they have shown me kindness. Moreover, regarding these esteemed seniors, it is solely out of our long-standing acquaintance that I am inclined to take you along. Had it been anyone else, I would not have consented. Humph. Even if he is a revered elder, I, too, am an ancestor of a sect. Regardless, if you choose to go, I shall not accompany you, Bai Mei coldly remarked. Hey, you stubborn old man, you are impervious to reason, Li Bugu retorted. Meanwhile, as the two elders engaged in a spirited exchange, Bai Duo, as was her custom, ventured into the largest apothecary in Shangnan City to procure medicine. Although the remedies available here would do little to expedite her recovery, any assistance, however modest, was welcome. However, upon noticing the little one, Shaoli, trailing behind her, her brow furrowed in concern. What do you intend to do, little one? Why do you persist in following me? Bai Duo inquired, her expression tense. I promise to protect you, Shaoli replied, clutching her sword with an innocent lilt. Bai Duo could not help but exhale in exasperation. This is the stage of youthful exuberance, where one engages in role-playing. A mere child, yet to fully mature, dares to assume the mantle of protector. I remarked. You little rascal, are you following me with the ulterior motive of having me buy you some food? If that is the case, simply state your desires, and I shall procure it for you, Bai Duo commented, for that was the extent of her thoughts. However, as soon as she finished speaking, her expression shifted dramatically. Meanwhile, the small sword-wielding Leo could not help but wipe her nose, adjusting the sagging waistband of her trousers. The streets around them, unbeknownst to them, had suddenly turned cold. The previously gentle breeze had inexplicably transformed into a fierce gust, striking their faces with a sensation akin to being sliced by a blade. Chapter 53. Finally, the true strength of Leo is revealed. Something is amiss. Should we investigate? The two elderly disputants, who had been locked in argument not far away, ceased their quarreling, exchanged a glance, and then leapt away, vanishing from sight. On the street where Bai Duo stood, the feeling of unease intensified, and the leaves on the ground swirled up, creating a chaotic scene in midair. In this moment, even the ordinary passers-by on the street and the vendors peddling their wares sensed an unusual disturbance. Hurry, hurry! The street vendors hastily packed up their stalls, and pedestrians quickened their pace to leave. Before long, what was once a bustling thoroughfare became desolate, leaving only Duo and Xiaoli standing alone in the center of the street. "Little one, you must go. Hurry." Duo's brow furrowed, her expression grave as she surveyed her surroundings, her voice tinged with urgency as she called out to Xiaoli. However, Xiaoli seemed resolute in staying close, taking a few steps nearer to her. "You should leave." As Xiaoli drew closer rather than departing, Duo instinctively prepared to scold her. Yet, the moment the words escaped her lips, she felt as if her throat had been constricted. At the end of the street, an enigmatic woman clad in red appeared, her countenance frigid as she locked her gaze onto Duo. With her arrival, the already plummeting temperature dropped even further, causing frost to visibly form upon the ground, sending shivers down one's spine. Duo similarly fixed her gaze on the woman in red, her features taut with a mix of gravity and unyielding defiance. If her instincts were correct, this woman was one of the two mysterious elders of the Five Elements Alliance. The last time the Five Elements Alliance had pursued her, she had managed to elude their grasp by employing a technique of concealment. She had believed that they would not return to this city in the near future. Yet, she never anticipated that the Five Elements Alliance would not only return, but would also mobilize one of their enigmatic elders. This left her utterly perplexed. Even during the previous pursuit, the Five Elements Alliance had not mobilized a single esteemed figure. Why then had they chosen to act now? She aimed to flee. Yet she understood that the prospect of escape had grown increasingly dim. The woman clad in red cast a cold glance at Duo and then languidly announced, "Call forth the one behind you." "The one behind me?" Duo's expression was one of confusion. "Indeed, the master who controls the chickens, ducks, and geese." The red-clad woman replied, her tone devoid of warmth. "Chickens, ducks, and geese? What chickens, ducks, and geese?" Duo's face reflected her utmost bewilderment. She longed to inquire about the meaning of the woman's words. "Very well, I shall eliminate you first. That individual behind you will surely be revealed upon your demise." The red-clad woman stated flatly. "Wait." Just as the woman in red was about to strike, Duo suddenly exclaimed, "This child is innocent. He is merely a common boy from an ordinary family. Could you not let him go?" The red-clad woman did not so much as blink, entirely disregarding Duo's plea. In an instant, her scarlet attire left behind a lingering shadow, and a glimmer of cold light surged forth, imbued with an overwhelming aura of death, descending upon Duo. Duo summoned all her strength, attempting to mount a counterattack. However, the speed of the red-clad woman's strike was unparalleled. Due to the residual effects of a prior secret technique, her cultivation had yet to recover even to a tenth of its full capacity, rendering her utterly incapable of withstanding that blow. In truth, she could not even discern the direction from which the woman had struck. As the red-clad woman unleashed her sword, Duo had already sensed it. Even at her peak, the red-clad woman's prowess would have likely eclipsed her own, let alone in her current state. Am I to perish? A sense of unwillingness flickered in Duo's eyes. She wished to resist. She did not wish to die so easily. Yet, in her current weakened state, she lacked even the qualification to fight back. The disparity between them was insurmountable. Resistance, in essence, was no different from awaiting death. However, just as she believed her demise was inevitable, an enchanting sound of collision resonated ahead. Clang. This is the sound of blades clashing. Duo stared in disbelief, her eyes widening. She tilted her head and then lowered it, catching sight of the small Lier beside her. It was indeed Lier who had drawn a blade from its sheath, clashing it against that of the woman in red. However, it was not a sword that Lier unsheathed, but rather a dagger, a broad blade. This broadsword was a gift from Yu Qing to little Lier, and from that moment on, she has kept it close, never parting from it. With a decisive strike, he firmly intercepted the sword of the woman clad in red, even causing her to stumble back a couple of steps. "You." In White's astonished eyes, her crimson lips parted slightly, as if she had witnessed the most unbelievable spectacle in the world. Little Lee did not cast a glance at her, but instead focused on the red-clad woman opposite him. The woman, too, displayed a look of surprise, realizing that the boy, who had not even glanced her way from the beginning, was the true master. Anger surged within her. How could her sword strike be thwarted by a mere child, leaving her with a sense of humiliation? Yet, before she could launch her own counterattack, she discovered that the boy had already made his move. The blade shimmered, its light glinting as it sliced toward her. She did not underestimate him. The sword's brilliance rose as she aimed to parry his strike. However, she was unprepared for the fact that her sword met only air. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she recognized little Lee's feint. Indeed, when she finally reacted, She realized that the boy had somehow positioned himself beneath her. She widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom that he was targeting her lower stance. There was no time left to defend herself. With a swift kick, she was sent reeling backward, her legs carving 2 long furrows into the ground. Who claims that only men feel pain when struck below the belt? In truth, women suffer as well. The woman in red lost all semblance of her previous composure, her body trembling in a distorted manner as she stood frozen in place. Cold sweat trickled down her forehead, drop by drop. Yet, as fate would have it, seizing the moment of her vulnerability, Little Carp launched her counterattack almost instantaneously. The horizontal blade descended vertically upon the suffering woman in red. Though the latter's eyes widened in shock, her body remained immobilized. In a fleeting instant, a crimson line appeared from her forehead to her chin, blood oozing forth. Subsequently, she collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The horizontal blade spun gracefully in midair before sheathing itself with a clean precision. My master has warned me about the dangers of venturing outside. However, considering your earlier words, you have become slightly less detestable to me. With that, Little Carp embraced the sword and continued on her predetermined path toward the apothecary. Chapter 54. Indeed, we may not even be able to withstand that strike. Little Carp had already walked some distance, yet White Ruin remained rooted in place, clearly still in a state of shock. This seemingly daft little creature has, astonishingly, slain one of the esteemed members of the Five Elements Alliance. She feels as though everything that just transpired is merely a figment of her imagination. Yet, the lifeless body sprawled not far from her feet serves as a stark reminder that this is indeed reality. Moreover, upon reflection, it is evident that Little Lee not only defeated her adversary, but did so with remarkable swiftness. To be more precise, it was a swift annihilation. For aside from parrying that one strike, Little Lee employed merely 2 moves throughout the encounter. While the first move may not have appeared particularly honorable, it does not detract from the undeniable fact of the swift execution. Her prowess has now surpassed even her prime. Contemplating this, a mixture of shock and complexity washed over her visage. Time and again, she had sought to take the young Carp as her disciple. Yet she now realized that this prospective student was far superior to her. Without hesitation, she gazed at the silhouette of the young Carp and hurried after her. Despite her newfound awareness of the young Carp's strength, a multitude of questions still lingered in her mind. She felt that answers could be unearthed from the essence of the young Carp. Meanwhile, not far off on a rooftop, 2 elderly men stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, having observed the preceding scene with keen interest. These 2 were none other than Bai Mei and Li Bu. Recalling the earlier moment, even Li Bu set aside his usual nonchalance, swiftly stroking his small tuft of beard, his beady eyes darting with excitement. That young boy's strength is no less than ours. Indeed, it is uncertain whether we could withstand that single strike. At this moment, Bai Mei spoke. Indeed, and what of the woman who was killed? I have never heard of her before. If my suspicions are correct, she must be connected to the enigmatic Five Elements Alliance that emerged recently. Li Bugu's small eyes gleamed with a sharpness. The Five Elements Alliance, you say? Bai Mei's pupils darkened, lost in thought. The southern region is likely on the brink of a significant upheaval. Indeed, as the 2 pondered the situation, Li Bu suddenly grasped Bai Mei's arm. In that case, we must hasten to pay our respects to that esteemed elder. Come, let us go. I refuse. I have already stated my intention not to go. Who do you think I am? The illustrious Bai Mei. In an instant, the 2 elders began to quarrel again, tugging at each other until they reached the entrance of the Mosui courtyard. Yu Qing had been in the southern kingdom for quite some time and had never concealed his whereabouts. Thus, it was not difficult for capable individuals to uncover his residence. If I am not mistaken, the elder should reside here. Hurry, let us pay our respects. Li Bu exclaimed excitedly. Enough, Li Bu. Bai Mei forcefully shook off Li Bu's arm, retorting, the only reason I accompanied you to this southern kingdom was to see where the Array Masters Guild is located. Now that we are here, you may go on your own. Do not drag me along. You old rascal, do not be so proud. Just do not regret it later. Humph. Li Bu snorted coldly and ignored Bai Mei, making his way towards the Mosui courtyard. Humph. What is there for me to regret? Bai Mei huffed in anger. Rather than meeting the elder Li Bu spoke of, he was far more interested in befriending the young boy they had encountered earlier. Li Bu successfully entered the courtyard. Old Li, it's you. Long time no see, Yu Qing exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Li Bu, though they were not particularly close. He still had a vivid memory of the old man. You, I am surprised you still remember me. Li Bu responded with astonishment. How could I forget? So, shall we share a few drinks? Yu Qing smiled warmly. Absolutely. I happened to bring some fine wine on this trip, Li Bugu replied eagerly. With that, the seemingly mismatched duo, one old and one young, immediately raised their cups and began to toast. After several rounds, Li Bugu took the initiative to mention that he had sent 5 disciples to the Fuyao Empire recently. I merely hoped those 5 youngsters would gain some practical experience and perhaps receive a word of wisdom from the elder. I never anticipated that you had already left the Fuyao Empire, Li Bugu candidly confessed, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. In response, Yu Qing simply smiled faintly. There is nothing disgraceful about such matters. I still remember when he first traversed into this realm, eager to find masters and seeking every means to apprentice himself. Li Bugu's candidness only served to endear him further to me. However, I did not anticipate that his 2 experimental subjects would escape in such a manner. Of course, he did not dwell on the affairs of the Fuyao Empire. Upon seeing Yu Qing's understanding, Li Bugu expressed his gratitude, repeatedly toasting to Yu Qing. Master, we have returned. At that moment, the sound of the courtyard gate creaking open announced the arrival of Little Lear, who was followed closely by Baiduo. Despite the journey they had undertaken, Baiduo's heart remained tumultuous, particularly as they re-entered the familiar courtyard. Little Lear possessed remarkable abilities, leading her to ponder whether her master, Yu Qing, was truly as formidable as she had envisioned. It was particularly striking that she had just recalled Little Lear's words, stating that she was assigned to protect her safety under Yu Qing's explicit instructions. With this thought, an inexplicable heaviness settled upon Baiduo's steps as she entered the courtyard, accompanied by an uncomfortable warmth of embarrassment. Simultaneously, not far from the courtyard, Bai Mei observed the scene unfold. Initially languid and musing over Li Bugu, his attention was abruptly captured upon seeing Little Lear and her companion. His eyes widened in surprise, and when he heard Little Lear calling out for her master at the entrance, his mouth fell agape. Even a fool could predict that the master she referred to was likely the esteemed individual Li Bugu intended to introduce him to. After all, in such a confined space, who else could it be? Suddenly, Bai Mei's composure unraveled, and anxiety clutched at his heart. Having known Li Bugu for quite some time, he was not skeptical of the man's words. Rather, he acknowledged that there must indeed be a remarkable figure present. Yet, in his view, even a sage should merely surpass them by a slight margin, as he too held the status of an elder from a distinguished lineage. There seemed to be no need for him to adopt such deference towards someone merely stronger than himself. However, upon witnessing Little Lear, an entirely different sensation enveloped him. The prowess of her master's disciple was astonishing, and it dawned on him that her mentor must be profoundly enigmatic. Unconsciously, he began to pace back and forth, his eyes frequently darting towards the direction of the Mijuan courtyard. Why hadn't the old man emerged yet? How long had it been? A simple introduction should not take this long. Surely, after the formalities, he could return. Could it be that he was indulging in refreshments within? Thus, he continued to wait, pacing back and forth. After a while, when Li Bugu still did not emerge, he could no longer contain himself and hastily took out the communication jade slip. Old Li, have you come out? Shall we not delay any longer? Seeing your unwavering determination, I have come to a resolution. I shall accompany you to meet the esteemed elder you spoke of. Chapter 55. Nonsense. How could the venerable ancestor, the founder of a sect, possibly harbor resentment? Yet, at this moment, Li Bugu had no thought of the waiting Bai Mei outside. His surprise was palpable upon seeing Xiao Lier and Baiduo enter. It was evident that he had not anticipated that Xiao Lier was indeed a disciple of Yu Qing, although he was already aware of Yu Qing's formidable prowess. This revelation still took him somewhat aback. Once inside, Xiao Lier recounted the earlier events in meticulous detail to Yu Qing. After listening, Yu Qing nodded, seemingly unperturbed by the revelations. He merely cast a normal gaze at Baiduo. For reasons unknown, Baiduo felt a tinge of embarrassment meeting Yu Qing's eyes, and his heart was far from tranquil. Yu Qing's tranquil demeanor clearly signified that he had already been aware of the matter, and he had evidently anticipated the outcome. It was clear that Yu Qing was poised and assured. This effectively negates her initial sense of relief, revealing that the prowess of Little Carp stemmed solely from her own capabilities rather than any residual fortune. It is now evident that this is far from the truth. The so-called residual fortune is not merely a slightly accomplished young individual, but rather a superlative entity beyond her wildest imagination. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming complexity within her heart, uncertain whether to consider herself fortunate for having randomly sought assistance in a time of need, only to encounter such a remarkable presence. Yet, When she recalled her previous arrogance in front of Yu Qing, she found herself somewhat ridiculous. Bai Duo was at a loss for words, acutely aware of the flush that colored her cheeks. I still have guests here. You should rest. Yu Qing observed her discomfort with a smile. Thank you. Bai Duo nodded, casting a glance at Li Buge beside Yu Qing before retreating into the room. Old Li. Let us continue our drinking, Yu Qing remarked cheerfully. Very well, senior. Ha 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 ha, Li Buge replied, and while the two indulged in their revelry, outside, Bai Mei lingered, waiting impatiently. Damn that Li Buge, why hasn't he emerged yet? Moreover, I received no response to my message. Bai Mei continued to survey the courtyard, several times feeling the urge to knock on the door, yet hesitating at the threshold. What would it mean to knock? It would be impolite. Not to mention how it would reflect on Li Buge. It would surely become a jest at my expense. With such thoughts, he straightened his proud demeanor. Yet his gaze inevitably drifted towards the courtyard. At that moment, the door swung open, and Yu Qing and Li Buge emerged, engaged in lively conversation. Come, I shall take you to procure some peach blossom wine, Yu Qing said with a smile. Splendid. I have long heard of the renowned peach blossom wine from the southern lands. I must taste it today, Li Buge exclaimed excitedly. Simultaneously, from a nearby building, Bai Mei suddenly began to cough. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing the commotion, Yu Qing and Li Buge turned their attention towards him. At this moment, Bai Mei stood tall in his pavilion, hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the distance at Upper South City, his presence both profound and timeless. A gentle breeze stirred, lifting the fabric of his long robe and tousling his hair, showcasing his ethereal poise. Yet, his brow occasionally furrowed as he cast sidelong glances in their direction. Li Buge, call out to me. Why don't you call? Yu Qing glanced at him, just as she was about to address Li Buge, who hastily interjected, Senior, let us hurry and fetch the wine. Yu Qing nodded, not dwelling on it further, and together they made their way to the tavern. Seeing them about to leave, Bai Mei coughed once more, this time with increasing intensity, even expelling a phlegm-laden cough. Yet, engrossed in their discussion of wine, the two paid him no heed. In a state of agitation, the white-browed figure darted about, having already collided with something. Why has that old man Li Buge not come to my aid? Observing that the two had moved further away, he, unwilling to concede defeat, pursued them once more. He reappeared atop the building ahead of Yu Qing and Li Buge, stroking his beard and once again succumbing to a fit of coughing. Senior, you proceed ahead. I shall follow shortly, he declared. Upon witnessing this, Li Buge's expression darkened. After exchanging a brief greeting with Yu Qing, he hurried towards the white-browed man. What are you up to? Li Buge demanded. I'm doing nothing at all. Is it not permissible for an old man to cough? The white-browed man replied with utmost seriousness. Coughing, you say? That hardly seems trivial, Li Buge remarked, furrowing his brow before a smirk graced his lips. Ah, I see. You two wish to befriend that esteemed elder, do you? The dialogue unfolds with the character Bai Mei, whose expression fluctuates between moods, feigning confidence as he declares, Nonsense, I have not. He gestures dismissively, urging, Do as you please, but do not keep swaying about. My esteemed elder and I are reveling in our drink, and I fear we shall linger in the south for quite some time. If you wish to depart, then do so. With that, Li Buge prepares to leave, staying for an extended period. Upon hearing this, Bai Mei's demeanor shifts to one of urgency as he swiftly blocks Li Buge's path. Ahem, my good friend, after much contemplation, considering our long-standing friendship and your insistence, it would not be amiss for me to accompany you. Bai Mei, standing resolutely before Li Buge, strokes his graying beard earnestly. Ah, your willingness to accompany me does honor the years we have shared. However, my initial unease has dissipated now that we have reunited, and thus I require no companionship. With that, Li Buge attempts to depart once more. Bai Mei, now genuinely anxious, calls out, No, do not go. I truly can accompany you. Hearing this, Li Buge senses an unusual tension and turns back to gaze at Bai Mei with a knowing look. Something is amiss with you, quite amiss indeed. I perceive that you have been waiting outside. Could it be that witnessing the demise of that child from the Five Elements Alliance, who happens to be your apprentice, has altered your mind? Are you feeling envious of my closeness to such a formidable elder? Has the thought of forming a bond crossed your mind, leading to regret? Nonsense. I, Bai Mei, am not that sort of person, Bai Mei retorts, standing tall and declaring with conviction. I am merely concerned for your solitude and am kindly prepared to accompany you. How can you be so ungrateful? I am not at all lonely and require no companionship. You may return, Li Buge dismisses with a wave. You, Li Buge, halt. Bai Mei, flushed with indignation, exclaims, "After all these years, who is the elder here? You or I? I have declared my intent to accompany you, and it is the elder's word that prevails. Lead the way." Without further ado, he seizes Li Bugui and directs him toward the location of Yu Qing. "You old rascal, you are clearly envious yet refuse to admit it." "Nonsense. I, by May, a venerable ancestor of our sect, envious?" Let on without delay. The two old men bicker lightheartedly until they finally catch up to Yu Qing. Upon their arrival, Bai Mei exchanges mischievous glances with Li Bugui. Li Bugui returns a fierce glare, but when it comes time to introduce Bai Mei, he grants him due respect. Bai Mei, elated by the introduction, bows to Yu Qing, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I am unworthy of such praise. It is merely old Li's flattery. I have often heard old Li speak of you. Esteemed elder, I am Bai Mei, pleased to make your acquaintance." Chapter 56. What face do you have? Wishing to be master and apprentice? Immediately, the two old men surround Yu Qing with camaraderie, and they proceed to indulge in drink. After their revelry, the trio returns to the courtyard of Mozui, raising their cups in celebration. After several rounds of toasts, the elder remarks with a chuckle. At this moment, the old man with white eyebrows revealed a toothy grin and said, "Esteemed elder, I have a remarkable gift for you, one that I believe will be of great utility." "Oh, what is this remarkable treasure?" Intrigued by the air of mystery surrounding the white-browed man, Yu Qing could not help but inquire. Individuals of the Kunlun sect may not possess overwhelming strength, but we excel in esoteric arts, among which puppet mastery reigns supreme. Coincidentally, I carry a puppet with me today, and I intend to bestow it upon you, esteemed elder. It can assist you with menial tasks around this misty water courtyard and even run errands when needed. The white-browed man explained. As he spoke, he raised his hand, and a humanoid puppet descended before the trio. Though referred to as a puppet, its appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to a real person, crafted with exquisite detail. Yu Qing gazed in astonishment. "Chang'an, come and pour the wine." The white-browed man commanded the puppet with a wave of his hand. "Yes," the puppet responded, obediently pouring wine for the three of them, and then standing rigidly to the side. This puppet, in addition to the functions I have mentioned, possesses the ability to learn. Should you take an interest in teaching, it can acquire knowledge in various arts, be it music, chess, literature, or poetry. Most significantly, it can cultivate as well. Naturally, its cultivation level may not impress you, but it is sufficient to deal with common nuisances, he continued. With that, the white-browed man extended his hand and declared, "This puppet has been by my side for 2 decades, and I have now chosen to gift it to you, esteemed elder. You need only to imprint your consciousness upon it, and it will heed your every command." Upon hearing the white-browed man's words, even Yu Qing was left in a state of astonishment. Isn't this merely the artificial intelligence from the world he traversed before, capable of teaching and nurturing? One must admit, it is indeed a remarkable creation. However, a gentleman should not usurp another's beauty. Nevertheless, despite the allure, he politely declined. "No, no, no," Bai Mei hastily interjected. "Upon encountering you, esteemed senior, my admiration flows ceaselessly like the relentless waters of a torrent, akin to a flood that cannot be contained. You must accept this. Should you refuse, it would imply a lack of regard for me, Bai Mei." Given Bai Mei's earnestness and his own genuine fondness for this peculiar item, Yu Qing nodded in agreement, no longer resisting. Since acquiring the system, he had somewhat lost interest in merely enhancing his cultivation and found himself increasingly captivated by the extraordinary and the unusual. The puppet indeed served its purpose for him. Setting aside other matters, it was precisely what he needed for his experiments. Thus, I shall accept this item, and of course, should my esteemed brother Bai ever require assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask, Yu Qing remarked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Mei's expression brightened instantly. Amidst the laughter, he promptly raised his cup in a toast to Yu Qing. It was not until nearly dusk that the two reluctantly took their leave. However, ever since Bai Mei had presented the humanoid puppet, Li Bugui had been feeling somewhat off. Once they exited the courtyard, he could no longer contain himself. "Bai Mei, you truly are full of surprises. If I am not mistaken, that puppet was one of your finest creations from the Kunlun sect, was it not? It is practically a treasured artifact of your sect. Did you not claim that you, Bai Mei, uphold integrity and disdain flattery? Yet, here you are, presenting your sect's treasure." Upon hearing this, Bai Mei shot him a sidelong glance, humming a little tune as he leisurely shook his body. "What is the matter? Feeling envious? Are you uncomfortable now that the elder has made a promise to me? If you have the courage, why not offer something as well?" With that, Bai Mei walked ahead with an air of pride. Why would I feel envious? I have known the elder for quite some time. The nature of our relationship is beyond your imagination, Li Bugger retorted, lifting his chin defiantly. Oh, but did the elder extend a promise to you? Bai Mei inquired. Glancing back, I. Li Bugger was momentarily at a loss for words, then steeled himself to say, the relationship I share with the elder does not require any promises. If ever there is a need in the future, the elder will surely lend a hand. Humph. Anyone can boast. That is certainly better than your sycophantic ways. In an instant, the two elderly men began to bicker once more. In the courtyard, Yu Qing was examining the puppet. At this moment, the puppet had recognized its master and obediently followed Yu Qing's commands. Meanwhile, at a distance by the entrance, Bai Duo gazed at Yu Qing's silhouette with a complex expression. She had not entered the room at all. The earlier scene of the two old men drinking with Yu Qing had played out before her eyes. Initially, she had been unable to ascertain the identities of the two elders, but once Bai Mei revealed the puppet and their ensuing conversation, she finally confirmed their identities. One was an ancestor of the Kunlun sect, and the other, an ancestor of the Tai sect. These two individuals, in the southern frontier, almost epitomized the pinnacle of excellence. However, she observed their frequent deference towards Yu Qing, referring to him as senior with an air of sycophantic admiration. Despite having realized Yu Qing's extraordinary nature when she witnessed Xiao Lier vanquish a dignitary of the Five Elements Alliance and return to report, the impact was far less profound than experiencing it firsthand. The recollection of her previous demeanor in his presence evoked an even greater sense of absurdity. Lost in thought, she bit her crimson lips, as if having resolved upon a certain decision, and approached Yu Qing. Miss Bai, is there something you need? Yu Qing inquired. Engrossed in his study of puppetry, Bai Duo's expression was intricate, her complexion flushed with heat. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally spoke. Thank you for today. Yu Qing nodded in acknowledgement, and then asked, is there anything else? Bai Duo hesitated, her palms clenched tightly beneath her sleeves, the intensity of her grip causing her fingertips to pale. I, Bai Duo, visibly anxious, gazed at Yu Qing and continued. May I ask if the bond between a master and disciple can still be considered? Upon hearing this, Yu Qing lifted his gaze to her, his thoughts withdrawing from the puppets. After a brief silence, he moved to the railing, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the shimmering azure waters before him. He then countered, do you remember? Since our first encounter, you have never once referred to me as master, nor have you regarded me as such. Yu Qing's retort left Bai Duo feeling unbearably flustered, wishing she could simply vanish into the ground. Thus, my dear lady, once your wounds have healed, you should depart. Yu Qing remarked with a nonchalant tone. At this, Bai Duo felt an overwhelming sense of shame, biting her lip as she lowered her head for a long while before finally whispering, yes, of course, there is no need for such formality, as I mentioned earlier. You may take your time to recover fully before leaving, Yu Qing added with a warm smile. After all, where there is no transaction, there remains a bond of righteousness. After speaking, Yu Qing gently patted her shoulder and returned to the room with a smile. However, standing there, Bai Zhuo remained immobilized, struggling to regain her composure. Her delicate frame trembled, her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her cheeks. A tumult of shame and regret enveloped her heart. From the moment she entered this small courtyard, she had consistently underestimated Yu Qing. Whether it was in acknowledging him as her master or addressing him as such, her heart harbored immense reluctance, even resentment. Despite Yu Qing having truly saved her life, she had never regarded him as a mentor. It was only now, upon witnessing his formidable strength and extraordinary nature, that she realized the immense opportunities that might await her as his disciple. She finally yearned to cast aside her stubborn pride and genuinely embrace the role of his student. Yet, reflecting upon it now, she questioned her audacity. What right did she have? Meanwhile, Yu Qing, without harboring any resentment, had selflessly saved her life by curing her poison and sending Xiaoli to vanquish the elder, thus saving her once more. Even in the end, he merely suggested that she heal her wounds before departing. The thought of this filled Bai Zhuo with profound sorrow, and she understood all too well that once this opportunity slipped away, it would never return. Chapter 57. My brother would never abandon me at the entrance. Yu Qing paused and glanced at Bai Zhuo, shaking his head without uttering a word. The fact that they had crossed paths indicated a bond of teacher and student. Had she expressed a desire to regard him as her master after he saved her life, he would have certainly embraced the role of a mentor. However, many matters are subject to the whims of fate. Sometimes, choices may become irrevocable. It remains as it is, consider it a transaction. She regained her life. And he fulfilled his system task. The transaction concluded, each would continue their respective lives. The only distinction being that, should they meet again in the future, she might treat him to a drink. Meanwhile, as Yu Qing leisurely went about his days, the Southern Kingdom prepared for a grand celebration. The headquarters of the Array Masters Guild had been officially completed, rising majestically in the heart of Upper South City. A monumental 9-story building became a landmark of the Southern Kingdom. To commemorate the completion of the Guild's headquarters, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom issued a decree to hold a grand celebration 7 days hence. On that occasion, Array Masters from across the southern frontier, along with envoys from neighboring nations bearing gifts, would gather to partake in the festivities, for no nation could afford to overlook the significance of Array Masters. Some rulers would even attend in person, both to join the celebration and to foster diplomatic relations with the Southern Kingdom. Consequently, it was confirmed that over 20 monarchs from various nations would grace the celebration, including several from powerful realms within the Fuyao Empire. Princess Nangong Fuyao sat at the head of the Fuyao Hall, having received word of this momentous event. Beside her stood a middle-aged man. Following the departure of Sun Xuanji and the passing of Grand Tutor Sun, Princess Nangong Fuyao had to appoint a new leader for the Celestial Court. This new appointee, named Zhao Qian, had sent a formal invitation to the Southern Kingdom, expressing his intent to attend the celebrations. In the previous chapter, Nangong Fuyao expressed her concerns. Your Majesty, the South Kingdom likely still remembers our previous plans to attack. Your visit may not be wise, Zhao Qian cautioned. The South Kingdom? Humph, what are they? Nangong Fuyao retorted angrily. Their current might stems from my brother. Without him, the South Kingdom would be insignificant. Indeed, the Prince of Qing is your Majesty's brother. Regardless of circumstances, no one shares a bond as profound as that between your Majesty and the Prince, Zhao Qian hastily acknowledged. However, while one may disregard the South's Emperor, the Prince still bears a grudge against your Majesty. Zhao Qian furrowed his brow, revealing his unease. You do not understand, Nangong Fuyao replied solemnly. You cannot fathom the depth of our sibling bond, nor the trials we have endured together. He may indeed be angry with me now, and I regret not having properly apologized. Thus, my visit is ostensibly to offer congratulations, but in truth, it is to bring my brother back. I shall bring him his favorite wine and gifts, and I will inform him that 2 demons have threatened my life. If he learns of this, he will not forsake me. He could never abandon me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian visibly relaxed. Though misunderstandings linger between the prince and the emperor, I believe reconciliation is imminent. I shall prepare at once. We will depart shortly, he declared. Nangong Fuyao nodded in agreement. After Zhao Qian took his leave, her brow furrowed once more. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward the back of Fuyao Palace. That reborn by Xin had promised to attend to matters for her. Yet he had yet to return. How much time had passed? Where could he have gone? He hasn't fled, has he? Damn it. Nangong Fuyao scowled deeply. To aid in his restoration, she had invested considerable resources. If he truly had abandoned her, the Fuyao Empire would suffer greatly. Time passed, and 2 days flew by. As the grand celebration of the South Kingdom approached, the entire realm was abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, on a mountain not far from Shangnan City, amidst the swirling mists, one stands here, gazing down upon the entire city of Upper South. Suddenly, atop the peaks, 2 figures emerge. One man, with flowing white hair, is adorned with a few chattering, colorful birds perched upon his shoulder. The other, cloaked in black, follows silently, his expression devoid of emotion. And Shang is dead. The situation has become intriguing. The white-haired man tilts his head, playfully coaxing the birds on his shoulder, and speaks languidly. Though a trusted subordinate has perished, a smile lingers at the corners of his mouth. My lord, shall I make another trip? The black-clad man inquires respectfully from behind. No need, since an Shang has fallen. Your journey would only lead to your demise, the white-haired man replies. Let us depart. You and I shall personally pay a visit to the masters of those fowl. Now that Shang is gone, I find myself in dire need of talent. Moreover, this grand celebration in the Southern Kingdom aligns perfectly with my intentions. Since the Lord himself is taking action, it undoubtedly signifies the obliteration of any presence in the southern frontier, the black-clad man exclaims with excitement. Enough flattery, let us go. At the sound of the white-haired man's nonchalant voice, the 2 vanish in the blink of an eye. When they reappear, it is within the confines of Upper South City. Chapter 58. Not a monkey, but a demon? Within Upper South City, the white-haired man and his black-clad guardian materialize silently. Get lost. A sharp command escapes the lips of the black-clad guardian. sending the surrounding crowd into a frenzy. Instantly, chaos erupts as they scatter in all directions. In a brief moment, the once spacious street is left desolate, occupied solely by the white-haired man and his guardian. This small expanse of Upper South City indeed proves to be a remarkable locale. Thriving with fortune, commencing from here seems to be an excellent choice. As he speaks, the white-haired man rolls his tongue and gently lifts one of the birds from his shoulder, akin to a delicacy, and slowly brings it to his lips. He swallows it whole, feathers and all, his elongated fingers teasing the corners of his mouth, revealing a lingering satisfaction. "My lord, what shall we do next?" "Please give your command," the black-clad guardian asks respectfully from behind. "We shall act separately. You will seek out those foolish emperors, while I shall pursue that enigmatic individual." "I can hardly contain my eagerness to claim him," he declares, a sinister aura emanating from him, a hint of malice etched upon his fair visage. "And what of that by duo?" the black-clad guardian inquires. "She is no longer of consequence." The white-haired man waves his hand dismissively. "Understood. I shall know what to do." The cloaked guardian respectfully acknowledged the command and subsequently vanished from sight. On the street, there appeared to be no trace of the two individuals who had just been there. Even the people who had previously scattered seemed to have forgotten that such two persons ever existed. Within the confines of the Mosui courtyard, Yu Qing was engrossed in the study of a puppet. The day after parting ways with Bai Mei, he eagerly applied the transformative spell to the puppet. Externally, the puppet seemed to exhibit no significant alterations. However, it was fundamentally transformed. Simultaneously, Imo San, one of the four great demons, knelt before him. "Drink this potion," Yu Qing said, looking down at him with an air of authority. "Why must it be me?" Imo San lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. "Clearly, there are four of us, and I am the most obedient, gentle, honest, and cooperative among us." In a desperate bid to avoid being the test subject, Imo San was willing to say anything. His mantra was one of camaraderie. "A dead comrade is better than a living foe." "It is precisely because you are the most astute that I have chosen you to drink first," Yu Qing replied. "Please, no," Imo San implored, his eyes pleading. Yu Qing's expression darkened. Seeing his reaction, Imo San had no choice but to gulp down the potion without further ado. "How do you feel?" Yu Qing inquired. His gaze fixed intently upon him after he finished. After numerous experiments, he finally concocted the elixir. An unbearable itch enveloped him, invisibly. Red rashes began to emerge across his body. As he spoke, the skin on his lips, which had just come into contact with the potion, swelled and reddened, resembling the aftermath of a scalding. "What else?" Yu Qing inquired with concern. Moreover, Imo San intended to mention the numbness in his limbs. But in the next instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his meridians, rejuvenating his blood vessels. In a mere moment, the cultivation he had lost while suppressed in the empire of Fuya rapidly restored itself. Not only that, but upon recovery, it surged towards the next critical point. In an instant, a terrifying demonic aura enveloped the entire courtyard. Had it not been for the transformation of the Mishi courtyard into a golden realm, the mere presence of this demonic essence could have thrown the entire Upper South City into chaos. A demon? How could there be a demonic aura? Bai Zhuo was practicing within the courtyard when she sensed the presence rushing towards her. In that very moment, she discerned the source of the demonic energy. Was it the monkey she had been nurturing? To her astonishment, there were not monkeys at all, but demons? She had been harboring demons in her home. Using them for experimentation? Bai Zhuo gazed incredulously at Imo San, then cast a look of shock towards Yu Qing. Having resided with Yu Qing for so long, she was well aware of his alchemical studies and the torment those four subjects had inflicted upon them daily. Once, she had naively believed they were merely monkeys. Now, she discovered that all four were indeed demons. Recalling their trembling appearances before Yu Qing, Bai Zhuo's heart was now filled with astonishment. Simultaneously, she felt the demonic aura emanating from Imo San intensifying, pressing down on her to the point of breathlessness. Nearby, the diligent little Li and Cui Wei also directed their gazes towards the commotion. So this is what a demon truly is? Cui Wei was equally astonished. Their mentor had been using demons for experimentation all along. However, little Li, perhaps due to her youth or naivety, appeared considerably more unfazed. Ha 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 ha. Not only have I recovered, but I have also transcended. Moments later, Imo San erupted into laughter, and after finishing, he cast a fervent gaze at Yu Qing. He promptly knelt before Yu Qing, exclaiming, "Thank you, master, thank you." At this moment, the title spoken by Imo San had transformed. Having been suppressed beneath the capital of Fuyao, for so many years. His realm had continuously declined, which underscored the depth of his current excitement. It seemed that the elixir had indeed been successfully concocted. Yu Qing's lips curled into a comforting smile. As he gazed at Imo Sanson, who, despite his breakthrough, still faced persistent side effects, he sighed. Although the side effects are quite pronounced, what does it matter? As long as it is effective. You should return now and summon your little demon, Imo Xiaoxi, to partake in the elixir as well. But remember, do not presume that once you have broken through, you will no longer need to trial the potion. You shall continue to comply with my request for potion testing, Yu Qing instructed. Yes, my master. Please feel free to administer the potion to me. And do not burden my brothers with such suffering. Allow me to bear it alone, Imo Sanson declared, kneeling on the ground with a tone of sincere earnestness. Seeing this, Yu Qing couldn't help but chuckle, promptly waving his hand to usher him back into the small dark room. After his breakthrough, Imo Sanson's gait had transformed into a swaggering strut, a demeanor only displayed in front of Yu Qing. Outside, one could surmise that even a dog would take a slap at the sight of him. Upon returning to the small dark room, the eldest and second had just awakened from their drug-induced slumber. Recalling the torment of their last experience, their hatred for Imo Sanson and Imo Xiaoxi had intensified. Imo Sanson, Imo Xiaoxi, may you both meet a miserable end. You traitorous scoundrels. The eldest and second cursed vehemently. Heaven knows the tribulations they had endured during this period, especially since Imo Sanson had boasted that one was formidable in cultivation while the other was robust in physique. Yu Qing had truly inundated them both with rigorous training. Not a single day passed without side effects afflicting them. Previously, when faced with the scorn of the eldest and second, Imo Sanson and Imo Xiaoxi could only lower their heads in silence. However, this time, upon hearing the insults, Imo Sanson merely cast them a sidelong glance, dismissively thinking them foolish. He then puffed out his chest slightly and quietly revealed his cultivation level. Confined within the small dark room and isolated from all external energies due to the misty water courtyard, they were unaware of Imo Sanson's breakthrough. Thus, when they sensed the sudden surge of his aura, the other three demons were immediately taken aback. You have recovered your cultivation, and moreover, you have advanced further? They exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, Imo Sanson replied with a proud nod, casually sitting in a corner with one leg crossed over the other. How is that possible? The other demons were incredulous, but Imo Xiaoxi quickly deduced the cause and shouted, It's the medicine, I assent it? The medicine that has elevated your power? Exactly. Imo Sanson confirmed with a nod. A spark of excitement ignited in Imo Xiaoxi's eyes as he eagerly inquired, Third brother, what kind of medicine is it? Feeling the aura emanating from Imo Sanson, he was genuinely envious. Having been suppressed in the Fuyao Empire for so many years, it was only natural for him to desire the same breakthrough. Observing Imo Xiaoxi's anxious demeanor, Imo Sanson did not respond immediately. Instead, he summoned Imo Xiaoxi closer, patted him on the shoulder, and said earnestly, Little fourth, let me be honest with you. Do you know why I chose to escape towards the Southern Kingdom after fleeing the Fuyao Empire? Hearing this, Imo Xiaoxi's eyes gleamed with both intrigue and disbelief. Could it be? Chapter 59, The Silver-Tongued Imo Sanson indeed. Your third brother did so intentionally, Imo Sanson remarked with a hint of nostalgia. You must understand, when we emerged from the seal of the Fuyao Empire, our strength was nearly depleted, and we found ourselves in the territory of humans. What do you think we should have done? Return to the land of demons? However, we have been exiled from the realm of demons, a place to which we can never return. If we remain in the domain of humans, the inevitable outcome is either continued imprisonment or being hunted down by them. Ultimately, I calculated that our great fortune lies to the south, so I resolutely journeyed there. Upon hearing Imo Sanson's words, Imo Xiaoxi's eyes widened in astonishment. Sighing, Imo Sanson continued, It is indeed my fault for not informing you earlier. I foresaw that to witness the blossoming of flowers, one must endure numerous trials. I feared that if I revealed this to you beforehand, you might not withstand the hardships. Listening intently, Imo Xiaoxi's face reflected deep emotion and a tinge of shame. Old third, have you truly had all of this under your control? You have contemplated so much. How foolish I was to resent you for bringing me to the south, only to fall into the hands of demons. It turns out all of this was for my own good. Do not dwell on it. Imo Sanson remarked thoughtfully. All is in the past. I have already spoken well of you to our master. He has agreed to assist you in regaining your strength. You should go now? Really? Imo Xiaoxi exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Of course it is true. Go swiftly, Imo Sanson urged. Imo Xiaoxi, filled with exhilaration, exited the dim room. As time passed gradually, when he returned to the small dark room, though the side effects had intensified, his aura was evidently restored and even enhanced. Old Third. Allow me to pay my respects, Mo Xiaoxi said, his gaze towards Mo Sanson filled with admiration. Meanwhile, the older brother stood by, mouths agape. Expressions rife with disbelief. When did Old Third become so formidable? At that moment, Mo Sanson's gaze fell upon them. After a long sigh, he remarked, Oldest, second. I know you harbor grievances against me. However, given the circumstances, I shall reveal the truth to you. The truth? What truth? The two brothers looked at him in confusion. Mo Sanson spoke slowly. Although you have not been sealed and your cultivation persists, we have been banished from the realm of demons, left to wander aimlessly in the human domain. But what lies ahead? This profound interrogation indeed left the elder brother and the second brother momentarily speechless. They had not truly contemplated their future. Do you think I lured you here merely to subject you to suffering? You are gravely mistaken. As brothers, my concern lies in your potential lack of refuge and the fear that one day you may be vanquished or sealed away by the formidable forces of humanity. It is for this reason I devised a plan to summon you, to join me in seeking refuge under a worthy leader. After all, if the two of us can transcend, is it not possible for the two of you to do the same? This discourse profoundly impacted the souls of the eldest and the second, for upon careful reflection, it became evident that Mo Sanson's words held a semblance of truth. The natural enmity between demons and humanity has rendered their existence perilous, traversing a path fraught with danger. Having narrowly escaped numerous human ambushes and ultimately preserving their lives against all odds. Thus, I took it upon myself to select a wise leader for you, to chart the course of your future. Yet, I fear your potential rejection, your unwillingness to accept this choice, and so, as Mo Sanson spoke. They covered their face and bowed their head, seemingly burdened by an overwhelming weight. Observing Mo Sanson's pitiful demeanor softened the hearts of the eldest and the second. Is what you say truly so? The eldest inquired, unable to restrain their curiosity. You too must not cast doubt, Mo Xiaoxi interjected. For the third has borne so much for us. How can you still doubt them? The eldest and the second exchanged glances, then replied, But third, we are aligning ourselves with humanity, and we demons are inherently opposed to them. Indeed, Mo Xiaoxi nodded in agreement, their eyes returning to Mo Sanson. What of humanity? What of them? Is the only alternative to align with the demons? At this juncture, Mo Sanson lifted their head once more and declared, Do the demons of our homeland regard us as mere monsters? Do you not yearn to return and exact vengeance? Upon the utterance of these words, several demons fell into a profound silence. Indeed, who does not yearn for retribution? When they were cast out from the realm of demons, those fiends never regarded them as equals. Yet this human, willing to embrace us, providing us with shelter and enhancing our cultivation, stands in stark contrast to those malevolent beings. What say you, Demon 3? Inquired Demon 4. I concurred with the sentiments expressed by the third demon. Demon 4 was the first to rise in agreement. The leaders exchanged glances at the dimly lit room, sensing an underlying discord. Nevertheless, the reasoning of Demon 3 bore a semblance of truth, leaving them unable to pinpoint any significant flaws. With a mix of confusion and understanding, they nodded, their faces reflecting a hint of remorse towards Demon 3. Ah, dear brother, how you have suffered. It seems we have unjustly misjudged you. Chapter 60. He stands as the embodiment of invincibility, capable of sweeping across the southern wilderness with a mere wave of his hand. On that day, Mo Sanson knelt before Yu Qing and recounted in detail the conversations that had transpired in the small dark room. Master, we have all come to a unanimous decision to wholeheartedly submit ourselves to your service, and we sincerely hope that you will accept us. Should you command us to journey east, we shall not stray to the west. If you instruct us to slay a chicken, we shall not butcher a dog. If you require us to test medicine, we shall dutifully comply. As long as you are willing, we shall willingly become your 4 loyal monkeys, allowing you to plant the seeds of servitude within us. We do not desire anything for ourselves, only to see you succeed in your future endeavors in the realm of medicine, elevating us alongside you. Upon finishing his words, Mo Sanson prostrated deeply before Yu Qing. Seated in his recliner, Yu Qing regarded Mo Sanson with profound significance. It must be said, this individual is truly a remarkable talent. However, he possesses great intelligence. He is even aware that the identity of the demons poses numerous inconveniences in the human realm, willingly accepting the role of a monkey and allowing himself to be imbued with demonic essence. Indeed, since time immemorial, humans and demons have been at odds. Yet, Yu Qing remains indifferent to such matters, guided solely by his own convictions. After a moment of slight hesitation, he acquiesced to Imo San's request. Firstly, he genuinely required some long-term experimental subjects for his drug trials. Secondly, after implanting the slave mark, he harbored no fear of betrayal. With the mark in place, a mere thought from him could turn them to ashes. Thirdly, there are instances when demons prove to be more reliable than humans. Yu Qing extended his palm, suspended in midair. Upon witnessing this, Imo San's countenance brightened, and he eagerly inclined his head, placing it beneath Yu Qing's hand. With a gentle pressure, a radiant symbol imprinted itself into Imo San's mind. After a brief moment of daze, he knelt heavily upon the ground. I pay my respects to my master. Rise, and summon the others, Yu Qing commanded. Yes, my master, I shall do so at once. Imo San excitedly hurried back to the small dark room, subsequently bringing forth Imo Shaoxi and the other two. Yu Qing then proceeded to bestow the demonic essence upon each of them. Thus, the four formidable demons were collectively subdued under Yu Qing's command. You will come forth to assist in the drug trials when summoned, during times of inactivity. You may freely roam the vicinity. Since the slave mark had already been implanted, Yu Qing consequently granted them a modicum of freedom, rather than confining them perpetually within the small dark room. Thank you, master. The four demons responded with enthusiasm. As time gradually passed, Shangnan City grew increasingly lively. Numerous sovereigns from various nations had arrived in the city. In anticipation of this, Nanshe Yi had long ago designated a parcel of land within Shangnan City, embarking on a grand construction project to erect a series of interconnected palatial complexes, collectively referred to as the Palace of the Many Emperors. This grand edifice was further divided into dozens of great halls, where the emperors from other nations resided according to their respective countries. Consequently, the Palace of the Many Emperors not only boasted stringent defenses from the Southern Kingdom, but also had layers of security established by the forces accompanying the visiting sovereigns, rendering it a veritable fortress, impenetrable to all. The Earth Sovereign Hall. Here lies the temporary palace of the Emperor of the Earth Nation. Although this nation is situated in a remote area, its people are fiercely valiant and uphold martial prowess, making it almost inevitable for anyone to ascend to the throne through sheer strength. However, at this moment, within the heavily guarded halls of the Earth Emperor's residence, a mysterious figure clad in black appeared silently. Who are you? The Emperor Zhao Guang of the Earth Nation regarded the sudden arrival with a wary expression. For even with his formidable power, he could not fathom how the stranger had materialized before him. There is no need for alarm, Your Majesty. I have come to discuss a collaboration, the figure stated directly. Collaboration? I do not even know who you are. What collaboration can we discuss? The Emperor retorted coldly. Who I am is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you are willing to alter the existing dynamics of the southern frontier, to trample upon those nations that surpass the Earth Nation in strength, such as the Southern Kingdom. The figure spoke languidly. Change the dynamics of the southern frontier? The Emperor was taken aback by the figure's words, but upon hearing the latter part, he could not restrain himself from looking up and inquiring. Are you out of your mind? The figure merely smiled coldly. Shortly thereafter, four imperial seals materialized in their hands. The Emperor gasped once more at the sight. As one who held imperial status, he was acutely aware that the four seals in the stranger's possession were indeed authentic, especially given the palpable imperial aura emanating from them. This indicated that prior to his arrival, four emperors had forged an alliance with this enigmatic figure, even willingly offering their seals. The Emperor quickly discerned a plethora of information. Narrowing his eyes at the figure, he pondered for a considerable time before inquiring in a deep tone, "Clarify your intentions." Noticing the Emperor's evident intrigue, the figure smiled slyly. It is precisely as it sounds. The southern frontier has remained unchanged for far too long. A sprawling territory does not necessitate so many nations. Thus, before long, the majority of these nations will meet their demise, leaving only those loyal to us. So, Your Majesty, will you choose annihilation? Or shall you aspire to be one of the few great nations that endure after the transformation of the southern frontier? The figure's words seemed to possess an enchanting quality. Yet they also deeply shocked the Emperor. Now, make your choice. Will you embrace destruction or pledge allegiance to us, ultimately becoming one of the true elites of the southern frontier? The figure continued. Your beguiling words do not sway me. Do not think that a few imperial seals can intimidate me, the Emperor stated with a cold scoff. If you do not believe me, then I shall assume you have made your choice, the figure replied coolly, turning decisively to leave. Yet, after taking a few steps, the emperor called out to him. The figure smirked, turning back to face the emperor. How am I to trust you? The emperor scrutinized the figure from head to toe. Allow me to present you with this. Surely, you will believe now. With a swift motion of his palm, the man in black sent a radiant orb soaring into the hands of the Earth Sovereign. Upon receiving it, the Earth Sovereign's countenance transformed in shock. A spiritual artifact. Indeed. If you agree, this spiritual artifact shall be yours. Of course, this is merely the most modest of benefits for aligning with us, the man in black remarked languidly. The Earth Sovereign, upon hearing this, began to breathe more rapidly. Despite his status as a sovereign of a nation, the might of his realm could not procure a single spiritual artifact. True spiritual artifacts are monopolized by the celestial sects, absolutely forbidden from circulating beyond their confines. The mere act of presenting such an artifact was enough to astonish the Earth Sovereign. With this artifact in hand, his power could multiply severalfold. However, while the Southern Wilderness appeared to be a coalition of myriad nations, the genuine power brokers remained those celestial sects lurking in the shadows. If you wish to alter the landscape of the Southern Wilderness, you must first contend with the celestial sects. Merely controlling a few nations amounts to little. At this juncture, the Earth Sovereign spoke again. Celestial sects? Ha! The man in black scoffed, a disdainful expression adorning his face. With our leader at the helm, what do the celestial sects matter? I am not afraid to divulge that we have already obliterated one of them. As for those such as the Tai Celestial Sect and the Qiankuan Celestial Sect, their demise is merely a matter of time. When that occurs depends solely on our leader's mood. Ha 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 ha. You speak of your leader? The Earth Sovereign could not restrain his curiosity. Who is your leader? Who our leader is, you are not yet worthy to know. Should you become one of us, perhaps you will have the opportunity to meet him. But until then, you must understand this. With our leader present, nothing is insurmountable. He is the embodiment of invincibility, capable of sweeping across the entirety of the Southern Wilderness with a mere wave of his hand. Simultaneously, not far from their exchange, a white-haired man appeared silently atop a pavilion near the Mistwater courtyard. Is this the place? He mused, admiring the exquisite scenery of the courtyard. What a pity it would be to destroy it. However, when dealing with individuals of considerable strength, I prefer to crush them from the outset, completely shattering their confidence. Thus, if you manage to survive, you may indeed be worthy of following me. In that instant, the white-haired man extended his long hand into the air, which then coalesced into a massive palm imprint over 100 feet wide above the Mistwater courtyard. He then brought it crashing down, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his lips. Yet, in the next moment, his smile froze, and without uttering another word, he turned and fled. Oh no! Oh no! I was wrong. As he beheld the scene before him, 6 radiant streaks of light soared into the heavens at the moment his palm descended. In an instant, not only did they neutralize the force of his strike, but each beam emanated an aura that instilled trepidation within him. Among them, one possessed no trace of human essence, resembling a lifeless entity. Yet, the formidable energy it unleashed sent shivers down his spine. There was also a young boy wielding a knife, whose depth remained inscrutable. Yet the blade he held evoked a sense of dread within the white-haired man. The remaining 4 auras seemed to bear strength comparable to his own, yet they induced a profound tremor in the depths of his soul. This could only signify one thing. These 4 entities exerted an innate bloodline suppression over him. His palm strike had stirred a veritable hornet's nest, unleashing vengeful wasps that surged forth with a menacing buzz. In that fleeting moment, the white-haired man realized he had tread upon perilous ground. Faced with the imminent threat to his life, his usual composure evaporated, and he sprinted with reckless abandon, swiftly escaping the confines of Shangnan City. As he fled, he could not help but lament his misfortune, questioning what sins had led him to encounter such formidable adversity upon his return. However, despite his swift escape, the pursuers accelerated even more rapidly, particularly the expressionless entity devoid of human essence, which charged ahead, delivering a powerful punch directly toward him. This punch nearly sealed the dimensions of time and space, confining all possible avenues of retreat. In an instant, it transformed his head into a mere pulp, with a resounding crash. It was initially believed that the white-haired man had succumbed to his fate. However, accompanied by an eruption of demonic energy, his true form was revealed, a serpent with 9 heads, stretching 100 feet in length. Yet, at this moment, the serpent bore only 6 heads. One had been obliterated by the puppet Chang'an, while the other 2 had long been lost to him. In legends, this 9-headed serpent is also known as the undying zombie worm, reputed to possess 9 lives. Not dead. This is truly splendid. Brothers, let us advance. Among the pursuing forces, the the four great demons were evidently present. Upon witnessing the serpent's survival, Imo San felt a surge of exhilaration. Having recently aligned themselves with Yu Qing, they were eager for achievements, yet fearful that Chang'an's fist might extinguish their opportunity for glory. Thus, upon witnessing the spectacle, the four great demons rushed toward the nine-headed serpent without hesitation. With one head destroyed, the serpent was already in a weakened state. In mere moments, each of the four demons obliterated another head. Only two remained. At that juncture, a flash of blade light appeared as Xiao Lier brandished her sword, severing yet another head from the last two. Do not kill him. Capture him to serve as a specimen for our master. At this moment, as Chang'an was about to make a move, Imo Sanson exclaimed. Chang'an tilted his head slightly, a look of contemplation appearing on his stiff features, and then an overwhelming force enveloped the nine-headed serpent. Under this immense power, the colossal serpent was forcefully compressed to half a foot in size, and then seized by its neck, captured once more. When the six individuals returned, Yu Qing was seated in the courtyard, having not even brewed tea when he noticed their arrival. Master, they called, we have brought back a small nine-headed serpent, which can serve as a test subject for your medicinal experiments, Imo Sanson said with a sycophantic expression. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing cast an appreciative glance at Imo Sanson. It was true, he had previously administered his elixir to Baiduo, and as for the four great demons, they had never been tested on a creature like this. Very well, let us use it for our experiments, Yu Qing replied with a smile. At that moment, the nine-headed serpent, pinned beneath Chang'an's foot, flicked its tongue and glared with cold, fierce eyes. Humans, cursed humans, release me at once. Do you have any idea who I am? I, the nine-headed serpent, am a representative of the demon clan, serving our kind, and within my veins flows the blood of the demon race. Should you refuse to free me, once my kind learns of this, they will surely come to trample this place and devour you whole. Oh, half-demon blood, you say? Upon hearing this, Yu Qing found the situation increasingly intriguing, while the four great demons sensed amusement in the unfolding drama. Imo Sanson crouched down, grasping the serpent's head, and said meaningfully, Little reptile, do you wish to see what we truly are? At that moment, the four great demons unleashed their demonic auras. As the aura permeated the air, the nine-headed serpent's eyes widened, and it quivered under the pressure of its own bloodline. Why you are. Although it had sensed the suppression from the four demons earlier, the serpent had not considered that the very beings capable of obliterating its four heads were demons themselves, as they had long sealed their auras to avoid unnecessary trouble in the human realm. All right, you may disperse for now. Conveniently, I have some elixirs here. Let us conduct a small experiment on it. Once the others respectfully withdrew, Yu Qing seized the nine-headed serpent and poured a large bowl of medicinal wine down its throat. Before long, the serpent fell into a state of near death, being toyed with repeatedly in Yu Qing's grasp. As senior. At that moment, Baiduo approached, observing Yu Qing's preoccupation, hesitating to speak. It's all right, speak your mind, Yu Qing remarked as he fiddled with the hydra in his hands. There is a matter I have contemplated for quite some time, and I feel it is imperative to inform you, senior, as it may pertain to the safety of the entire southern frontier, Baiduo said, furrowing her brow. Oh, it concerns the safety of the southern frontier? Yu Qing lifted his gaze. Baiduo solemnly nodded and continued, although this matter does not directly involve you, I believe your presence in the southern frontier warrants your awareness. She then proceeded to divulge the details. Upon hearing, Yu Qing's pupils slightly contracted. Are you suggesting that a five-elements alliance has emerged in the southern frontier? Aside from its two formidable sages, there exists a mysterious leader whose strength is so formidable that even the immortal sect might not stand a chance against him? Indeed. He is immensely powerful. His capabilities may even rival yours, Baiduo stated with grave seriousness. As she spoke, noticing that Yu Qing was struggling to administer the medicine, she hurriedly assisted by holding the hydra's head, allowing Yu Qing to proceed with the treatment, and continued, if my conjectures are correct, this enigmatic entity harbors a grand conspiracy against the southern frontier. Chapter 62. Elevating your empire to preeminence. However, how did you come by this information? Yu Qing inquired, unable to restrain his curiosity. At this juncture, Baiduo's expression dimmed, and she lowered her head. I was originally an elder of Fei Yin, the sect that he annihilated. I am the sole survivor. Before the sect leader passed, he entrusted me with our sect's treasured artifact, the Gathering Cloud Cauldron, along with the key to our treasury. The treasury holds the accumulated wealth of countless years, and the cauldron embodies our sect's fortune. The sect leader told me that as long as the Gathering Cloud Cauldron and the treasury remain, Fei Yun shall endure, even if I am the last. I can rebuild our sect in the future." She continued, "The Five Elements Alliance seeks to eradicate us entirely, pursuing me to seize the cauldron and the treasury key. It was in my wounded state that I encountered you, Senior." "I see." Yu Qing nodded, quickly offering her words of comfort. "By the way, is this serpent also a part of the Five Elements Alliance?" he asked, gripping the serpent's head. "That, I believe, is not the case." Baiduo shook her head, as it seemed to her that the Five Elements Alliance did not possess a serpent demon. "Ah, it appears this serpent is not here to trouble you," Yu Qing remarked, having sensed from the outset that the serpent was clearly targeting him. "Let us return to discussing that mysterious individual when he attacked your sect. Did you get a clear look at his appearance?" At this moment, Yu Qing inquired once more. The opponent was exceedingly formidable. The shadowy figure had only manifested once, and I could not discern his true form, only that he was a mysterious man. Baiduo responded, "Your strength is commendable. You couldn't see through his true identity, which indicates that this individual indeed possesses significant power. It seems we must exercise caution." Yu Qing furrowed his brow and solemnly replied, pausing for a moment before forcefully administering another dose of medicine into the mouth of the Hydra. Baiduo cast a glance and promptly assisted in restraining the serpent's head. "This person bears a deep-seated grudge against me, and my sole belief in this world is to seek vengeance, to rend him limb from limb." As he spoke, the veins on Baiduo's forehead throbbed and his grip instinctively tightened, whether it was due to the potency of the medicine or Baiduo's force. The Hydra's body writhed in response. "Thank you for sharing this information," Yu Qing remarked. "I also wish for you to successfully revive the Feiyan Immortal sect. However, given the commotion caused by the Five Elements Alliance, I believe other sects have already been made aware and devised countermeasures. Therefore, I am confident that the southern region will encounter no grave issues, and I believe that one day you shall achieve your revenge. Thank you for your comforting words, Senior." Meanwhile, within the palace of the emperors, several rulers took residence, including Nangong Fuyao, who had come from the Fuyao Empire. Although the Fuyao Empire had previously launched military actions against the southern kingdom, in this critical moment, they were still treated with courtesy, at least on the surface. This upper south city is truly bustling with liveliness. Upon entering the palace, the newly appointed head of the Heavenly Palace Academy, Zhao Qian, could not help but express his admiration. The splendor encountered along this journey unexpectedly elicited admiration even from him, a man of extensive experience. He fell silent. Originally, this southern city was merely a speck on the map, buoyed only by the presence of the Guild of Array Masters, and was it not due to my brother's influence? Nangong Fuyao spoke in a low tone, yet the bitterness of jealousy was unmistakably woven into his words. This was truly meant to belong to her, the Empire of Fuyao. Zhao Qian realized he had misspoken and hastily knelt in repentance. Yet, in the next moment, the atmosphere within the palace turned abruptly cold. A figure clad in black had appeared unexpectedly, without warning. Who was this person? Zhao Qian brandished his sword, positioning it protectively in front of Nangong Fuyao. The man in black cast a disdainful glance his way, and with a mere flick of his sleeve, Zhao Qian was sent flying. Raising his head, he gazed at Nangong Fuyao, speaking straightforwardly. "Empress Fuyao, I am aware that you harbor many doubts, but there is no need for concern. I have come to discuss a collaboration with you." Observing the splendor and bustle of Shangnan City, does it not leave a bitter taste in your heart? This all seems to have originally belonged to your Empire of Fuyao. What say you? Do you wish for the Southern Kingdom to vanish from this world? The words of the man in black struck a chord with Nangong Fuyao. "Is this true?" she inquired. "Indeed, it is true," the man replied with a smile. "But you have yet to reveal your identity," she pressed. "Knowing the specifics of my identity is of no consequence to you. What you must understand is that we intend to alter the landscape of the southern border, retaining only those nations willing to pledge their loyalty to us. You, Empress Fuyao, are one of those we have selected," the man in black replied languidly. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's eyes widened in astonishment, a flicker of excitement and exhilaration igniting within her. "How must I show my loyalty to you?" she asked. "It is quite simple. First, you must present us with the imperial seal. We have our uses for it. As for your subsequent actions, I shall inform you later," the man stated candidly. "The imperial seal?" Nangong Fuyao furrowed her brow at this. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, "But can you truly stand against the immortal sect? Surely, they will not remain indifferent." "Ha ha ha, the immortal sect? What does it amount to? This so-called speck of land, with its paltry sects, dares to be called an immortal sect? To speak frankly, the Fey and Immortal sect has already been eradicated by us. Look here, this spirit weapon was seized from the Fey and Immortal sect. As he spoke, the man in black produced a longsword. The sword shimmered with a faint radiance, almost as if it possessed a spirit of its own, far surpassing an ordinary blade. If you're willing, I shall gift you this spirit weapon. With that, he deftly tossed the artifact to Nangong Fuyao. As she caught the spirit weapon, a surge of excitement washed over her, for it was indeed a genuine spirit artifact. The spirit weapon is merely a small token of our goodwill. Once our plan succeeds, you shall become one of the most significant monarchs in the southern border. The man clad in black cast a lingering glance at Nangong Fuyao, then embellished his words with grandiosity. Suppressing her inner excitement, Nangong Fuyao maintained an impassive facade and inquired, "My final question. Such a grand operation must involve more than just yourself, correct?" "Indeed, it is not merely me. We possess a formidable alliance." Led by an astute and valiant leader, the man in black replied. "A leader?" She echoed. "Precisely. Our leader's power is boundless, with him at the helm. Obliterating several celestial sects and conquering the southern territories would be effortless. Thus, aligning with us entails no risks," the man asserted. "Such a being exists." A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Nangong Fuyao's eyes, her exhilaration no longer concealable. In that moment, she felt her horizons broaden significantly. Before such a remarkable figure, what were the trivial southern kingdom and the modest guild of array masters? "Very well, I consent," Nangong Fuyao proclaimed, producing the imperial seal with fervor. "Your Majesty, this is unwise. The seal is of paramount importance, tied to the fate of my Fuyao nation. Do not heed this man's deceitful words." Zhao Qian, grievously wounded, struggled to rise from the ground, urgency etched upon his face. Yet, as his words faded, a flash of sword light emanated from the hand of the man in black. Zhao Qian's chest was pierced, and he collapsed to the ground. "You." Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened, and as she began to speak, the man in black interrupted. "What, do you dissent? How could a mere subject dare to contradict the decisions of his sovereign? Moreover, such insignificant characters can be easily disposed of." At his words, Nangong Fuyao's countenance softened. "You are correct. The seal is yours." With that, she presented the imperial seal. Receiving it, the man in black curled his lips into a smirk. "Excellent. You are among the most astute and courageous monarchs I have encountered. I hold you in high regard. Once our endeavor succeeds, I shall ensure that the Fuyao Empire becomes the largest nation in the southern territories." At this proclamation, Nangong Fuyao was overwhelmed with elation, as if she could already envision a future where she stood above thousands. She quickly bowed her hands in gratitude. "Thank you for your recognition, my lord." Chapter 63. Imo-sen-san, born of charisma? After an extended period, the man in black finally exited the Hall of Emperors. Gazing at the imperial seal recently acquired from Nangong Fuyao, a faint smile graced his lips. The last objective had been successfully achieved, fulfilling the mission bestowed by the leader. It was only a matter of awaiting the leader's command for the southern territories to become part of the Five Elements Alliance. As this thought crossed his mind, the man's smile deepened. He then retrieved a jade tablet, intending to report to his leader. However, after waiting for some time, he received no response. Wasn't the leader dispatched to subdue the one aiding by duo? Given the elapsed time, it was reasonable to assume that the adversary had been subdued. Why, then, was there suddenly no news? The man clad in black wore an expression filled with perplexity. However, he did not dwell on it. Nor did he ever perceive that his alliance leader could encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Instead, he chose a spot in the southern city to patiently await the leader's next command. Concurrently, in the courtyard of the Moshui, Yu Qing observed the transformed and thoroughly stabilized Imo-sen-san, feeling an inexplicable shift. Indeed, it had become enchanting. Although he had sensed this peculiar charm before, its appearance somewhat effeminate compared to the other three demons. This impression intensified following Imo-sen-san's breakthrough. "What is this effeminacy about you?" Yu Qing could not help but inquire. Imo-sen bashfully scratched his head, while the nearby Imo Shao-si promptly interjected, "Master, this is the heavenly Tao rule talent of the third one." "The heavenly Tao rule talent?" Yu Qing replied, slightly agape. He had some understanding of this term. It is widely acknowledged that the realms of human cultivation are categorized into acquired, innate, human wasteland, earth wasteland, heavenly wasteland, lunar wasteland, and solar wasteland. In essence, these represent the sun, moon, earth, and humanity. In the context of the Fuyao Empire, the heavenly wasteland could signify the leader of a sect within it. Conversely, the solar wasteland is nearly the pinnacle of the secular world in places like the southern frontier. 20 years ago, when he defeated the three kings, Yu Qing himself was at the solar wasteland level. Yet, even then, he understood that the so-called sun, moon, earth, and humanity were merely secular terminologies for cultivation. They possessed only a superficial grasp of the art of cultivation, knowing a bit about absorption techniques, grounded in physical enhancement. They could only harbor a modicum of spiritual energy within their meridians and acupoints for combat. This hardly qualifies as true practitioners of cultivation. Why then? Are sects like the Tai Immortal sect and the Qianquan Immortal sect able to transcend these secular nations? How could a single disciple command the respect and deference of a national ruler? It is precisely because these so-called celestial sects possess the true mastery of cultivation that they are deemed worthy of being called genuine cultivators. The disciples within these sects can effortlessly transcend the limitations of ordinary individuals, breaking through to the realm of the sun desolation, and subsequently embark on the authentic path of cultivation, ultimately becoming true practitioners. Their realms are classified as sensation, yuan dan, opening cavities, touching heaven, communicating with heaven, divine ability, chaos, saint, and supreme. Each of these realms is further divided into 3 minor stages: lower, upper, and perfected. Moreover, the concept of cultivators in this world diverges significantly from the conventional understanding. While it is traditionally believed that cultivators act against the will of heaven in this realm, they are seen as aligning with the natural order. Thus, upon reaching a certain level of cultivation, practitioners can receive the blessings of the heavenly way. The foremost blessing is that of the Yuan Dan realm, which bestows upon them the innate talent of heavenly rules. This innate talent allows all beings who enter the Yuan Dan realm to comprehend a specific aspect of the rules of heaven. However, the talents perceived by different individuals vary greatly. Some are active while others are passive. Some are potent while others are feeble. For instance, certain talents inherently enhance the user's offensive or defensive capabilities, granting them a distinct advantage in combat. Conversely, others may present rather trivial limitations, such as the necessity to sleep at night or the reduction of lifespan through acts of violence. There are also exceptionally peculiar and illogical talents with exceedingly stringent triggering conditions. For example, consuming water at a precise temperature of 38 degrees Celsius along with a specific meal within half an hour could enhance one's comprehension. Alternatively, using rice flour roasted with exotic fire combined with a millennium-old paulownia wood in a top-tier alchemical furnace while mimicking a dog-ass bark could lead to self-destruction. In summary, the varieties are as numerous as they are diverse, with each possessing its unique triggering conditions. However, a terrifying premise remains. The innate talents of heavenly rules can disregard one's cultivation level. When Yu Qing first encountered such concepts, he was reminded of the bizarre skills he had heard of in his previous life on the internet of Blue Star, such as the ability to catch a blade with bare hands or cause anyone to become pregnant merely by a glare. This led Yu Qing to ponder whether anyone in this world had indeed comprehended such extraordinary talents of heavenly rules. Regrettably, Yu Qing did not possess an innate talent of heavenly rules, as his cultivation was somewhat distinct from that of this world. His cultivation system did not adhere to any conventional realm classification. He merely knew that he was somewhat strong. The specifics of his strength and its correspondence to this world's realms remained unknown to him. He only realized that over the past 2 decades, none of his adversaries who had engaged him in life and death conflicts had ever endured a single blow from him. Of course, he did not consider himself invincible. It was entirely possible that his exposure to the world had been limited, with few encounters beyond the southern borders. Thus, what exactly is the innate talent of heavenly rules that you have comprehended? Yu Qing could not help but inquire of Imo Xiaosan. I must inform you, my master, that my innate talent for the heavenly Tao rules is primarily passive, referred to as the natural charm body. The influence of this charm body intensifies with the enhancement of my cultivation. Due to your influence, I have experienced a breakthrough, thereby elevating my charm body as well. Furthermore, the individuals I can affect are regardless of gender. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing furrowed his brow tightly, nearly retching at the thought. He gazed upon Imo Xiaosan's robust physique. The dense mane of hair, the limbs curved like those of a gorilla, and the unsightly features, finding it exceedingly difficult to associate such a figure with the notion of charm. The term charm ought to be reserved for stunning beauties, should it not? And what did it mean to influence individuals without regard to gender? Would it potentially affect him in the future? After all, the talent for the heavenly Tao rules could disregard cultivation levels. The mere thought of possibly falling in love in the future sent shivers down his spine, prompting him to consider whether he should eliminate this crisis before it could blossom, casting this fellow as far away as possible. Chapter 64. The Hydra, a Crumbling Mindset. Weary and desiring oblivion, ultimately, Yu Qing managed to suppress the urge to dispose of Mo Shaosan. Thus, 2 or 3 days slipped by. During this time, the Hydra underwent a staggering 176 experiments. Were it not for the instinct for survival bolstering him, he would have long since succumbed. After the trials, Yu Qing nonchalantly discarded him into a corner, unbothered by the prospect of escape or any potential mischief. This cannot continue. I shall surely perish here, he thought. In the corner, the Hydra flicked its tongue and turned its eyes. It had come to understand its predicament. Under normal circumstances, escape was utterly impossible. Unavoidably, its gaze fell upon the small fish, Xiaoli, who was practicing nearby. This was the only strategy left. Its eyes glimmered as it crawled towards Xiaoli. Just as it neared, a blade came crashing down, nearly severing its final head, sending a shock of fear through its being. Little hero, spare me. I mean no harm. The Hydra pleaded desperately. Aware that, in such circumstances, survival necessitated humility, it lowered its head. What is it you desire? Xiaoli inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. Little hero, it is this. I see you possess remarkable cultivation at such a tender age, and your future achievements are boundless. A person of your caliber is destined to be a dragon among men, and there must surely be a place for you in this vast world. Upon hearing the Hydra's words, Xiaoli, who had initially maintained a stoic demeanor, subtly lifted the corners of her mouth, her bashful face tinged with a hint of crimson. Ahem, do not speak to me of such trivialities. It is impossible for me to grant you freedom. Little Carp cleared his throat lightly, raising his head slightly and speaking with earnestness. Little hero, it is not that I wish to be freed. Rather, it is my fervent admiration for you that has inspired me to pursue the notion of following you, the nine-headed serpent hastily declared. Follow me. Little Carp gazed at him in surprise, then quickly adopted a stern expression, saying, I find that hard to believe. I severed one of your heads. Yet you remain fervent and wish to follow me? You wretched creature, I cannot trust you. Truly, I am not deceiving you. To demonstrate my sincerity, I am willing to accept a slave mark and enter into a beast contract with you, the nine-headed serpent insisted fervently. A beast contract? Little Carp regarded the nine-headed serpent, clearly taken aback by his proactive suggestion. He then responded with cautious skepticism, You would be so magnanimous as to become my servant? Consider this. If I bear your slave mark and form a beast contract with you, you would have complete control over my life and death. Even if I harbored some sinister plot, a mere thought from you could render me to ashes, the nine-headed serpent continued hastily. Upon hearing this, Little Carp's expression shifted to one of contemplation. Wait here. I shall consult my master. Little Carp rose and sought out Yu Qing, recounting the matter. Oh, a contract with a spirit beast? Yu Qing furrowed his brows, deep in thought. Indeed, Little Carp nodded obediently. Very well, proceed with the contract. Yu Qing understood that many cultivators capture spirit beasts for contracts, as such companions are invaluable allies on the path of cultivation. In the southern regions, it would be difficult to find a more powerful beast than this nine-headed serpent. Moreover, entering into a contract would not hinder his experimentation. Yes, master. I shall form the contract with him. After taking leave from his master, Little Carp, under the hopeful gaze of the nine-headed serpent, nodded and said, All right, I accept. The nine-headed serpent's eyes lit up, and he quickly responded, Excellent. Let us hasten the contract. I shall become your most formidable ally. Little Carp, with a somewhat foolish expression, nodded in agreement. The process of forming the contract was not complicated. It took merely half an hour. When the contract was fully realized, the nine-headed serpent felt a surge of joy and wore a triumphant smile. However, in the next moment, a sudden soul attack struck him. The nine-headed serpent cried out in agony, feeling as if he were being lashed by immense lightning, his entire serpentine body trembling on the ground, experiencing a paralysis deep within his soul. What are you doing? The nine-headed serpent exclaimed incredulously, gazing at Little Carp, who wore a mischievous grin. He had assumed that the child had been deceived, never anticipating that the moment the contract was sealed, Little Carp would employ a soul attack against him. The Little Carp's expression turned icy, shedding any semblance of the earlier Navet. With a renewed determination, she employed the contract once more to strike at the depths of the Hydra's soul. I concede. I've erred. the Hydra pleaded repeatedly, for its life was undeniably in the hands of the little carp. "Humph, you wretched reptile. Did you truly believe that entering into a contract with me would spare you from suffering? How naive," the little carp remarked with a sinister glint in her eyes. "You dared to assault my master, displaying audacity beyond measure. Did you think I would simply let you off the hook? This contract serves only to facilitate your torment." With that, the little carp unleashed another assault on the Hydra's soul through the contract. As the master of the contract, she was able to ensure the Hydra endured immense suffering without facing fatal consequences. After several rounds of this torment, the Hydra was left gasping for breath. It had underestimated the little carp, assuming her to be merely a foolish child easily deceived, not realizing she harbored a wealth of cunning. Now, it found itself ensnared. Lying motionless in a corner, any movement would spell its doom. At this moment, the little carp issued commands. Yes, yes, yes. The Hydra dared not defy in the slightest, truly entangling itself and retreating into a corner. Once the Hydra obediently complied, the little carp settled down, resuming its state of cultivation. However, beneath its seemingly docile exterior, the Hydra harbored a deep and terrifying gloom in its eyes. "You insolent little brat, I shall surely avenge this grievance. I will endure for a few days. Once I escape and fulfill the grand plan of the southern wilderness, I promise you shall all meet your demise." The Hydra was filled with resentment. The reason it sought to form a contract with the little carp was twofold. Firstly, it was akin to acquiring a talisman of protection by establishing the contract. As long as it feigned obedience, it could enjoy a temporary peace. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, was its innate talent for the laws of heaven. This talent allowed it to autonomously dissolve the contract as long as the opposing party did not exceed its realm by a significant margin. This seemingly inconsequential rule and talent has, in fact, saved his life on more than one occasion. The reason he chose to rely on the little carp lies in the fact that during their initial confrontation, he sensed her cultivation level. She was on par with him, both standing at the pinnacle of the touching heaven realm. The only reason he was able to inflict harm upon her was due to the formidable weapon he wielded. Naturally, dissolving the contract also requires a certain amount of energy. The closer the disparity in realms between the contract holder and the master, the less energy is needed, conversely. A greater difference necessitates more energy. However, since the little carp's realm is comparable to his, even in his weakened state, with only a fraction of his strength remaining, he could easily dissolve the contract. All he needed was to await an opportunity, a chance for the little carp to take him out. And he could dissolve the contract at any moment, escaping to continue his schemes in the southern wilderness. Ultimately, he would be able to reverse the situation and return for vengeance. A cold smile unfurled within the Hydra's heart. Yet, in the next instant, his expression froze, disbelief washing over him as he cast a glance at the little carp. At that moment, she was seated calmly on the ground, emanating a faint ethereal glow. Then, she began to break through. Chapter 65. Look, sister, what a beautiful human girl. The Hydra cursed inwardly, his composure shattering, for he had believed he could dissolve the seal at any time. But if the little carp were to break through now, his current weakened state would render him utterly incapable. In other words, the situation had spiraled completely out of his control. This indeed serves as a true testament to the adage that joy lasts no longer than 3 seconds. No worries, this little brat merely transcended a minor realm. At present, he remains at the pinnacle of the celestial touch realm. Unless he ascends to the heavenly connection realm, his level does not surpass mine by a significant margin. With just a bit of recuperation, I shall still be able to dissolve the contract. Therefore, his breakthrough will merely delay me by a few days at most. The advantage lies with me. There is no need for haste. Contemplating this, the Hydra's forked tongue flicked out, and a glimmer of sinister light shone in its cold gaze, now imbued with a renewed sense of wisdom and confidence. The following day, the entirety of Upper South City was adorned with festive decorations, as the grand celebration of the Array Masters Guild was set to take place. Many residents had eagerly made their way to the city center to partake in this grand event. To enrich the festivities, Nanshi had arranged an array of performances and dances. Guests were treated to an abundance of food and drink, all complimentary. Days prior, Nanshi and the ancient Taoist personally approached Yu Qing, inviting him to cut the ribbon for the Array Masters Guild and to deliver a speech. Yu Qing, however, harbored a distaste for such official and ostentatious occasions. Rather than cutting ribbons, he preferred to immerse himself among the common folk, reveling in the lively atmosphere, enjoying the performances, and savoring various exquisite wines. At dawn, Yu Qing prepared to venture out with Xiao Lier. Even Bai Zhua had donned a simple disguise, ready to join in experiencing the bustling vibrancy of Upper South City that day. Meanwhile, Cui Wei, as an official of the Southern Kingdom, had requested a temporary leave from Yu Qing days prior to oversee the order of Upper South City. Master, do take us along. At that moment, for Monkey sprang forth, bouncing with excitement. Yu Qing observed their antics and hesitated slightly before advising, let us adorn ourselves before venturing out, lest we frighten others. Of course. Master, the four mischievous spirits seemed well prepared, promptly donning 4 black cloaks that enveloped their entire forms, complete with hoods. The design around the neck allowed them to pull it up slightly, concealing their non-human visages, leaving only their pairs of bright, beady eyes visible. This will suffice, but remember, do not cause any disturbances, Yu Qing reminded them with authority. Yes, Master, the 4 spirits replied, standing upright and bowing, eager to embark on their journey. Meanwhile, from a corner, the Hydra chimed in, Master, do take me along. Very well, Little Carp replied, transforming the Hydra into a size akin to chopsticks and settling it upon her shoulder. Is this truly agreed upon? The Hydra, perched atop Little Carp's shoulder, felt an intricate mix of emotions. It was delighted by the ease of following Little Carp due to their contract, yet distressed by its inability to dissolve the bond, as its strength had not yet fully returned. Had Little Carp not broken through the previous day, it could have escaped today. The more it pondered, the angrier it became, exacerbating its already healing wounds. Calm, Gujio Tian, you are destined for greatness. The first step is to maintain composure, it reassured itself, feeling somewhat better. Before long, they arrived at the entrance to the city center, where a commanding voice called out, halt, inspections. A large contingent of the Imperial Guard was meticulously checking the throngs entering the city center. As anticipated, Yu Qing and his companions were also stopped for inspection. What is your purpose? Stand down. Just then, a formidable voice resonated, prompting the guards to bow respectfully. We greet the middle general. As the words faded, a young martial officer, clad in armor and wielding a spear, approached with an imposing presence. His hair was tied back, exuding righteousness. Have you lost your senses? How dare you conduct inspections? The young officer barked, striding towards Yu Qing and smiling as he clasped his hands in greeting. Greetings, sir. Ah, a dashing young man. Quite formidable indeed. Yu Qing could not help but praise, raising his thumb in admiration. It was none other than Cui Wei. Upon hearing this, Cui Wei's face flushed slightly, and he sheepishly scratched the back of his head. Could it be that you were Mr. Yu Qing? He inquired. At that moment, the guards, recovering from their initial shock, excitedly exclaimed, Indeed, it is Mr. Yu Qing. Cui Wei gestured towards Yu Qing, affirming, Ah, it truly is him. We are honored to meet you, sir. As the royal guards regained their composure, they promptly bowed in reverence. Please do not take offense, esteemed sir. It was our folly not to recognize your greatness. Your benevolence towards our southern nation is beyond measure, not to mention the past 2 decades. Were it not for your influence, how could the headquarters of the Mage Association have been established here in our land? The brilliance of our southern nation today is a testament to your grace. They fervently expressed. The surrounding populace, hearing these words, stirred with excitement. We have encountered the esteemed sir, countless citizens proclaimed, performing their unique gestures of respect towards Yu Qing. Observing this, Yu Qing, feeling the weight of the moment, reciprocated with the customary gestures of the southern nation, turning to acknowledge all present. You are all too kind. In an instant, Yu Qing's arrival ignited a considerable commotion at the entrance of the city center. Let us proceed inside, Yu Qing suggested with a smile. Cui Wei, tasked with ensuring security and order, will remain behind and not accompany you, sir. Should you require anything upon entering, the royal guards are at your service. All of them are loyal to Cui Wei, and with but a word from you, they can be summoned at any moment, Cui Wei respectfully assured. That is unnecessary. I merely wish to partake in the festivities and perhaps discover some fine wine, Yu Qing replied, giving Cui Wei a friendly pat on the shoulder before leading the group into the heart of the city. As they entered this vibrant area, an enticing aroma wafted through the air, revealing a cornucopia of delectable delicacies. The delectable treats are primarily crafted by the industrious citizens of Upper South City, who offer them freely to passers-by eager to partake. The vendors, much like these benevolent residents, call out invitingly, hoping that visitors might savor the culinary delights of their southern homeland. Shyly, Little Lee picked up a skewer of candied hawthorn, only for the vendor to generously hand him several more. Take a few more, young lad. There's plenty to go around, exclaimed a kindly old man with a warm smile. Clutching multiple skewers of candied fruit, Little Li glanced bashfully at Yu Qing. Master, I am already a cultivator. Yet I still indulge in candied hawthorn. You won't hold it against me, will you? Little Li asked with twinkling eyes. Ha ha ha, Yu Qing chuckled, unable to contain his amusement. What is the purpose of cultivation if not to indulge one's desires? So if you wish to eat, then eat. Look, sister. Such a beautiful human girl. At that moment, one of the four bumbling figures in black robes trailing behind Yu Qing exclaimed excitedly. Where? Came the synchronized inquiry from the other three. The quartet then turned their gaze towards a few elegantly dressed women in long skirts passing by not far away. Their graceful attire and lightly blushed cheeks, enhanced by delicate makeup, captivated the four figures, leaving them drooling. Ah, this sister, what more could one desire? Sighed Emo-san, lost in reverie. It was only when the young women melted into the crowd that the four demons reluctantly withdrew their longing gazes, revealing a lingering sense of yearning. Yu Qing shot them an exasperated glance, after which the group continued their journey towards the heart of the city. Along the way, Yu Qing sampled an array of culinary delights and enjoyed dozens of fine wines. Another bowl, please. He called out in exuberance outside a tavern. Beside him, Bai Duo had also indulged, his cheeks flushed, and the usual worried expression seemed to have dissipated considerably today. One bowl is hardly enough. Since you enjoy my wine so much, take a couple of jars with you. The tavern owner, a slightly portly man, beamed with joy upon hearing Yu Qing's praise and quickly prepared 2 jars for him to take away. Ha ha ha, thank you, good sir. I shall certainly frequent your establishment in the future, Yu Qing replied heartily. Turning around, he noticed that the 4 mischievous monkeys had vanished. After a brief search, he discovered them leaping about, drawn to any commotion. They peeked at a cockfighting spectacle here and admired acrobatics there, their enthusiasm unrestrained. When they encountered a dance event featuring scantily clad young women, their desire to see more was insatiable, and they insisted on dragging Yu Qing along. After rolling his eyes at them, he decided to bring Little Li along as well. Seeing that the rascals were merely having fun without causing any trouble, he was content to let them enjoy themselves. Senior following closely beside Yu Qing, Baizhua tilted her head to gaze at him, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, Yu Qing leisurely took a sip of his drink and turned to look at her. I never understood why someone of your caliber would confine themselves to such a place. Surely, if you ventured to other regions of the continent, you could achieve greatness. Now, it seems I have begun to grasp some of it. Baizua's cheeks flushed slightly, a result of the alcohol. As she spoke, she couldn't help but spread her arms wide, her voice laced with a tipsy charm. This feeling is truly so liberating and delightful. I can scarcely remember the last time I experienced such relaxation. In my recollection, it dates back to my childhood when my father would take me to the market in town, bustling with activity and noise, the gentle breeze brushing against my face. I would always skip and chase the wind. Each time we went to the market, my father would buy me my favorite cotton candy. Upon returning home, it would already be noon, and my mother would prepare lunch, eagerly awaiting our arrival. However, I cannot recall when the vividness of those market scenes began to fade in my mind, nor can I clearly remember my parents' faces as they gradually blurred. In the subsequent years, my world became solely about cultivation, sect affairs, vying for resources, or seeking a higher status. Yet, these years have been exceedingly exhausting, especially now that the sect leaders have departed, leaving me to bear the future of Feiyun alone. I am even afraid to die. As she spoke, Baizhua found her eyes unexpectedly moist with tears. Observing this, Yu Qing raised his head to the sky and let out a resigned smile. He offered no words of comfort, uncertain of how to articulate anything. In the realm of adulthood, nothing is ever simple. He merely lifted his gourd of wine and gestured towards her. Thank you, senior. Baizhua grasped the gourd that hung around Yu Qing's neck, unscrewed the lid, and clinked it with his. She understood that this gesture represented his utmost consolation for her. Meanwhile, the 4 great demons were dragging Xiao Lier through the throngs of people, eager to witness the festivities. Little 4, big brother, second brother, hurry and bring the young master to see the girls. Quick, or else they'll be gone. Demon 3 called out from a short distance away. Hearing this, Demon Little 4 promptly lifted Xiao Liu onto his shoulders and plunged into the crowd. Not far away on the stage, 7 or 8 exquisitely adorned young women clad in midriff-bearing outfits were performing a belly dance. Xiao Lier's wide eyes fixated on the young ladies. Though he should have been blissfully unaware, memories from the sage's teachings suddenly flooded his mind, causing his cheeks to flush deep red. Yet, he rummaged through his pockets and produced a silver coin, tossing it towards the stage like many other men. Oh, thank you for the generous tip, young master. On the stage, the elegantly dressed hostess, upon noticing the commotion, promptly exclaimed, "Shall we invite this young master to the stage?" Amidst the clamor, little Li was ushered onto the platform, instantly surrounded by a throng of admirers. "Well, our young master is quite generous. Surely you must reward him," called out Mo San San from the audience. "Indeed, he must be rewarded," echoed Mo Lauda, joining in the enthusiasm. As more voices chimed in, the hostesses reveled in the lively atmosphere, charmed by the tender youth before them. Each of the young ladies bestowed a gentle kiss upon little Li's cherubic cheeks, leaving rosy imprints on his delicate face. Initially, little Li blushed and fidgeted, but soon he succumbed to bashful laughter. Meanwhile, in the corner, the Hydra, disregarded and trampled by the crowd, seethed with indignation. "Damn those humans, a wretched lot," it cursed darkly. Yet, its gaze seemed to sense something, drifting toward the outskirts of Shangnan City. Then, in a flash, the serpent transformed into an almost invisible streak of light, soaring into the air and heading beyond the city limits. Outside Shangnan City, amidst the undulating mountains, a man clad in black sat cross-legged in a secluded ravine. He periodically consulted a jade slip for communication, his expression rife with confusion. Why has the leader not provided further instructions? He pondered, when suddenly his countenance brightened. A beam of light descended from the heavens, materializing into the figure of a man not far from him. It was the Hydra, now appearing as a white-haired man. "My lord, your subordinate pays his respects," the black-clad man exclaimed with delight, bowing respectfully. After the formal greeting, he dared to lift his gaze to the white-haired figure. But he couldn't help but notice that the usually formidable leader appeared somewhat wan and disheveled today, though he refrained from dwelling on it. "I report to you, my lord, that I have completed the tasks you assigned. The seals of 10 nations are in hand, and the members of the 5 Elements Alliance are standing by, ready to heed your command," the black-clad man reported. "Well done," the white-haired man acknowledged with a nod of approval. "Today marks a grand celebration. Shall we proceed?" the black-clad man inquired eagerly. Just as he finished speaking, the white-haired man interrupted. "There is no rush today. My lord, when shall we proceed?" the black-clad man asked, puzzled. I am still in the process of orchestrating a significant undertaking. Only once this grand endeavor is complete can we take action," the white-haired man explained. "Of course. My lord, the momentous task you are planning must surely be earth-shattering," the black-clad man concluded, understanding dawning upon him. The man in black spoke fervently, his expression filled with zeal. The white-haired man, momentarily shifting his demeanor, replied, "Remember, until I issue my next command, do not act impulsively. Moreover, let us keep our plans shrouded in secrecy. It is imperative that you adhere to this. Additionally, if my assumptions hold true, that group beyond the southern borders has likely arrived in the region. Therefore, during this period, it would be wise for you to conceal your whereabouts. The other members of the 5 Elements Alliance should also remain hidden as per our original plan. It is best for all to await my return here." "Yes, my lord. I shall remember," replied the man in black, nodding in agreement. Observing the unwavering commitment of the man in black, the white-haired man expressed his satisfaction with a nod. "Heiqing, Nei Shang has passed away. You are now the one I trust the most. Once our grand ambitions are realized, I shall elevate you to a position where you stand above all others, second only to myself," he declared to the man in black. These words struck him like a surge of adrenaline. The man in black, upon hearing them, could scarcely conceal his fervent admiration for the white-haired elder. "Rest assured, my lord, I have committed your words to memory. Without your further instructions, I shall refrain from any impulsive actions and will await your return here. Patiently, I shall wait." Chapter 67. The master claims he has no sister, so you may depart. "Very well, I shall wait with unwavering resolve." The Hydra nodded in satisfaction. After acquiring 10 imperial seals from the man in black, he hastened back to Shangnan City. Upon his return, he found 4 demons frolicking in the city with little Liu, oblivious to his absence. This brought him a sense of relief. After all, although the little carp appeared to be harmless and somewhat foolish, he could inflict torment without hesitation. He would often employ their contract to launch spiritual attacks at him. If the little carp discovered that he had left midway, he would undoubtedly face a severe beating. But wait, why do I feel as if I have become a slave, living in fear? The Hydra's expression was dark and brooding. However, after his encounter with the cloaked figure, he felt considerably reassured. Everything was in place, awaiting only the right moment. Once his strength was slightly restored, he would be able to dissolve the contract. Meanwhile, at the grand celebration, numerous emperors had gathered. including those who had surrendered their imperial seals. Their gazes met, each pair revealing a profound significance. According to the earlier messages conveyed by the cloaked figure, their grand scheme was set to commence today, on the day of the celebration. At the forefront, under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Nanshi and the ancient Taoist presided over the festivities, basking in the limelight. Yet, it was these two individuals that Nangong Fuyu loathed to the core. Previously, the ancient Taoist had imposed prohibitions upon her Fuyao empire, while Nanshi had reaped the rewards that rightfully belonged to her. Thus, she could not bear to witness their glory for even a moment. Completely forgetting the true purpose of her journey to the Southern Kingdom, why had Lord Haichin yet to take action? How much longer must she wait? Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened. Then she recalled what Lord Haichin had said about the leader. If her assumptions were correct, that leader would indeed make an appearance today. She was eager to see what such a figure would truly be like. Lord Haichin had promised that once their plans came to fruition, he would introduce her to the leader. Should she gain the leader's favor, the Fuyao Empire would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle among these nations. However, due to Haichin's arrival, she had altered her original intentions. Still, at the event, she was scanning for Yu Qing. Had he not come? She furrowed her brow, but did not dwell on it. On stage, Nanshi was delivering a speech, inciting a wave of excitement among the crowd. This rendered Nangong Fuyao increasingly impatient. Allowing you to bask in glory for just a fleeting moment was intolerable. As soon as Lord Haichin issued a command, Lord Haichin had indeed given an order. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she received the instructions through a communication jade slip. However, in the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically. Today, no action would be taken? Curse be it. Nangong Fuyao shot a furious glance at Nanshi, concocted an excuse of feeling unwell, and departed without hesitation. Thus, the day of Daqing passed uneventfully. 10 individuals, akin to Nangong Fuyao, who had pledged allegiance to the Emperor of Haichin, remained in the imperial palace, tacitly awaiting developments. Time slipped by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had elapsed. The 10 emperors grew increasingly anxious. They had clearly agreed to take action around the time of Daqing. Yet here they were, half a month post-festivities, with not a whisper of movement. To make matters worse, their imperial seals had all been entrusted to Lord Haichin. Within the imperial palace, Nangong Fuyao sat at the head of the table, pondering deeply. After a time, she rose and made her way outside. Behind her, an elderly man with a distinctive mustache followed closely. This man was Chang Wei, the vice president of the Heavenly Palace Institute, who had been promoted alongside Zhao Qian. Following Zhao Qian's demise, Chang Wei had ascended to the position of the true president of the Heavenly Palace Institute. What a tale to tell. This marks the 4th appointment of the Grand Hall's director since Sun Xuanji's resignation. Your Majesty, where are you headed? Chang Wei respectfully inquired, trailing behind Nangong Fuyao. I am off to find Yu Qing, Nangong Fuyu replied, her pupils narrowing slightly. Weren't you planning to refrain from seeking him? Chang Wei could not help but interject. I have come to a realization. Even after achieving my goals, I shall still require capable aids. Although by then, I might regard the so-called immortal sects of the southern wilderness with disdain. Yu Qing's previous ability to mobilize them indicates he possesses some merit. Of course, I am also moved by his past contributions, which is why I intend to seek him out and guide him toward a prosperous path. Nangong Fuyu remarked with a slight smile. Your Majesty's wisdom is unparalleled. Surely, Prince Qing will understand your intentions and be profoundly grateful, Chang Wei hastily replied. Nangong Fuyao chuckled softly before continuing. And then there's Sun Xuanji. Wasn't his resignation a result of blaming me? He believed my decisions led the Fuyao Empire astray. Once my grand plans with Lord Haichin are realized, I shall be most curious to see his reaction. Nangong Fuyu scoffed. Indeed, Your Majesty, Chang Wei nodded in agreement. Nangong Fuyao cast a glance at him. Rest assured, I shall not allow Sun Xuanji to return. He has betrayed my trust. Should he wish to return after the Fuyao Empire flourishes, it will not be so simple. However, I previously overlooked, yet you have gained my favor, Nangong Fuyao stated. Upon hearing this, Chang Wei's expression brightened. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your esteem. I shall not betray your trust. Let us proceed. With a smile, Nangong Fuyao led Chang Wei toward the Moshui courtyard. Shortly thereafter, the two, donned in casual attire, arrived at the Moshui courtyard. I shall knock, Chang Wei volunteered, stepping forward to rap on the door. In a moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Xiaoli's head peeking out. Who are you looking for? She inquired. Inform Yu Qing that his sister has arrived, and he will come to meet me, Nangong Fuyao instructed. His sister? Xiaoli scratched her head before retreating to relay the message. Inside the Mosui courtyard, Yu Qing was, as always, engrossed in his alchemical studies. Shelley approached him, reporting, "Master, 2 individuals are outside claiming to be your sister, and they asked me to inform you." "Sister? I have no sister." Yu Qing waved his hand dismissively, frowning as he contemplated which materials to select. "Let them go." "Oh," Shelley nodded, then returned to the door. "Master says he has no sister and bids you leave." With that, Shelley promptly shut the courtyard door. This left Nagong Fuyao and Chang Wei with ashen expressions of utmost fury. The sovereign of a nation had set aside his dignity to pay a personal visit, only to be met with a cold shoulder. "Your Majesty." "I shall break down the door," Chang Wei exclaimed, his face contorted with rage as he lifted his foot to kick the entrance. At that moment, a crisp and icy voice resonated from nearby. "Let me see who dares to kick. Anyone who disrupts the master's tranquility shall lose their head." Nagong Fuyao's expression darkened as he turned to see Nanshi striding towards him, accompanied by the middle-ranking general, Chui Wei. "Nanshi." Nagong Fuyao nearly spat the name through clenched teeth. "I respect you as a ruler, and though I do not hold your past actions against the South Kingdom, should you overstep today, I shall not regard your title as the Empress of Fuyao, nor will I concern myself with the prospect of igniting war between our 2 nations." Nanshi's words were piercing, her regal authority emanating fiercely, her gaze locking onto Nagong Fuyao with intensity. "Nanshi, this is our family matter. It is beyond your jurisdiction." Nagong Fuyao retorted sharply, "So what if I allow him to kick the door? Family matter? Do not forget, this is the territory of the South Kingdom." Nanshi replied with a cold smirk. "Thus, you may attempt to kick if you wish." Her words ignited a blaze of fury within Nagong Fuyao, who declared in a low, resolute voice, "Kick it." At her command, Chang Wei raised his foot once more and forcefully aimed a kick at the courtyard door. "Kill." Simultaneously. As he acted, Nanshi decisively issued her command. Chapter 68. "I do not mind eliminating you, the Empress of Fuyao." Without hesitation, Chui Wei drew his sword, its blade glinting as he charged towards Chang Wei with lethal intent, proving that he was not merely issuing threats. With a single stroke, the sword severed Chang Wei's leg entirely. Left with only half a leg, Chang Wei writhed on the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. "I commanded you to kill." Nanshi's piercing gaze fixed upon Chui Wei. Startled, Chui Wei hesitated. He had initially thought a show of force would suffice, considering that Chang Wei was now the head of the Celestial Academy. Killing him in front of the Empress of the Southern Kingdom as a subordinate could provoke concerns about igniting a war between the 2 nations. Yet, in that fleeting moment of hesitation, Nanshi took matters into her own hands. Her strength was undeniably formidable, and her actions were swift and decisive. Seizing the long sword from Chui Wei, she directly silenced Chang Wei's agonized cries. Thus, the 4th head of the Celestial Academy of the Fuyao Empire met his untimely demise. "You dare! You have audacity!" Witnessing Chang Wei's death unfold before her, Nagong Fuyao's teeth ground together in fury, her gaze filled with hatred as it bore into Nanshi. In response, Nanshi slightly raised her chin, unwavering as she met her gaze. "Does the Empress of Fuyao wish to continue? I have no qualms about ending your life should you choose to threaten me." As she spoke, Nanshi lifted the bloodied sword, pointing it menacingly at Nagong Fuyao. Nagong Fuyao's chest heaved with rage, yet she dared not take any action. After all, they were indeed on the territory of the Southern Kingdom. From Nanshi's eyes, she perceived a resolute intent to kill, should she act rashly. She believed Nanshi would not hesitate to slay her. "Nanshi, you truly are arrogant." Nagong Fuyao enunciated each word with disdain. "What is your insignificant Southern Kingdom worth? It's merely because my brother has bestowed some benefits upon you that you have gained such audacity. Even if you dare to kill me, have you considered the consequences? Yu Qing is my brother. We have supported each other for so many years, enduring countless trials together. Even if we have our disputes, do you think a mere outsider like you can surpass that bond in such a short time? Do you truly believe that in his heart, the Empress of the Southern Kingdom, can compare to me, his sister? Humph. You, who repay kindness with enmity, are fortunate that I do not stoop to your level." Nanshi retorted incisively. "You dismissed him when you deemed him useless, yet when you recognized his true worth, you take pride in being the sister of the Empress of Fuyao. Your audacity indeed leaves one astounded." Her words evidently struck a nerve with Nagong Fuyao. "You slander me. The reason I distanced myself from my brother was merely due to the deceitful rumors I believed, leading to a momentary lapse in judgment. Yet, he has always cherished me since childhood. Even if I have made erroneous decisions, I firmly believe he will still forgive me." With that, she called out into the courtyard. "Brother, your sister has come to seek you. How can you stand idly by while others bully her at your doorstep? This woman is taking advantage of the confidence you bestowed upon her to torment your sister. Will you allow this to continue? At that moment, Nangong Fuyao seemed to be on the brink of madness, exhibiting a touch of hysteria. Finally, after a brief pause, the courtyard door swung wide open. Yu Qing emerged slowly. "Greetings, sir." Upon seeing Yu Qing, Nanshi and Cui Wei hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, your majesty." Yu Qing chuckled softly, remarking, "It seems your majesty has found time to visit me today. I presume the matters have been settled." "Indeed, I had nearly completed my tasks and came to see you," Nanshi replied with a smile. As the two engaged in pleasantries, completely disregarding Nangong Fuyao, she turned to Yu Qing with a stern expression and demanded, "Brother, why do you ignore me?" Upon hearing this address, an unexpected smirk of derision appeared on Yu Qing's face. "Your Majesty Fuyao, do I know you?" He gazed at Nangong Fuyao, his expression unyielding. The words rendered Nangong Fuyao momentarily speechless. She had assumed that, as per her usual charm, she could easily obtain Yu Qing's forgiveness. The ineffectiveness of her approach for the first time left her feeling somewhat flustered. "You can't be serious," she exclaimed, staring incredulously at Yu Qing. "I am your sister, Nangong Fuyao. You once cherished me dearly. Have you forgotten?" "Empress Fuyao, the past is but a distant memory. Our bond has long since dissipated. Therefore, please refrain from invoking your sisterly status," Yu Qing replied, seemingly disinclined to engage in further discourse. He turned his gaze towards the side, addressing Nanshi with a hint of indifference. "How you choose to resolve your matters is entirely up to you. My opinion is irrelevant." "Indeed, sir," Nanshi responded with a solemn nod. "Yu Qing, how heartless you are," Nangong Fuyao retorted, her expression filled with resentment. "I have recalled our fraternal ties, which is why I humbled myself to seek you out. Yet, to my dismay, you remain so unfeeling. Do you truly believe I approached you today out of necessity for the Fuyao Empire? Am I the sort of person to act thus? Let me be frank. The Fuyao Empire is on the verge of transformation, and this southern kingdom shall not endure for long." "What do you mean?" Nanshi's countenance darkened as she directed a piercing gaze toward her. With a cold smile, Fuyao continued, "Allow me to clarify. I am now aligned with the Five Elements Alliance, which is poised to overthrow the entire southern region. Soon, your nations, including the southern kingdom, shall cease to exist, while my Fuyao Empire will ascend to unparalleled heights. You may argue that the immortal sect stands behind the southern region, but we in the Five Elements Alliance are unafraid of them. Under our leader's guidance, certain sects have already been extinguished, while others can be dispatched at will. The Fuyao Empire is destined for unprecedented prosperity. I sought your return, hoping you would join me on this path. Yet it appears you failed to recognize the opportunity presented to you." "What?" Nanshi's expression shifted dramatically, and even Yu Qing's pupils slightly contracted. The most pronounced reaction, however, came from the serpent perched upon the shoulder of Shaoli, who was startled into action. Chapter 69. What kind of foolish ally reveals such information? He inwardly cursed. "Who prompted you to speak thus? Was this arranged by Haichin? Weren't we to maintain strict confidentiality? Who is this foolish individual who has exposed everything?" The Hydra nearly wished to strangle Nangong Fuyao in her recklessness. "Remember, Yu Qing, I am here to seek your cooperation. It is your lack of sentiment that has led us to this predicament. I assure you, you shall regret today's decision." Nangong Fuyao screamed in desperation. Unable to accept that she had humbled herself to seek Yu Qing, only to be met with such disdain, she felt a surge of indignation. Yu Qing cast her a cold glance, regarding her as one would a mere jester, devoid of any inclination to engage. "Get lost," Yu Qing remarked indifferently before turning away, retreating into the confines of the room. "Stop right there. I command you to halt." Yet, the more Yu Qing ignored her, the more incensed Nangong Fuyao became, rushing towards him in a frenzy. In the blink of an eye, an overwhelming chill enveloped her. Yu Qing's hand shot out, gripping her alabaster neck, lifting her with a gradual force. "Nangong Fuyao, do you truly believe you hold any significance? In my eyes, you are less than a mere clown. Without me, you are naught but a worthless wretch incapable of surviving. What you deem valuable is utterly insignificant to me. What right do you have to command me?" "Empress Fuyao, if I wished to end your life, it would be no more challenging than crushing an ant. The sole reason I refrain from killing you is to witness just how far you will descend without my support." Mockery danced in Yu Qing's gaze as he tightened his grip. Nangong Fuyao, struggling to breathe, felt her face flush crimson. It was only at the precipice of consciousness that Yu Qing gently released her, discarding her like a lifeless dog onto the ground. Nearby, Nanshi dared not exhale. Having always perceived Yu Qing as an unflappable figure, seemingly impervious to the world's tumult. Yet, this was the first time she witnessed him truly enraged. Meanwhile, Nangong Fuyao lay sprawled on the floor, clutching her neck and gasping for air, her once proud demeanor shattered. In that fleeting moment, she truly feared for her life. Nangong Fuyao, did you hear what the master said? Take your people and leave the southern kingdom at once. If you do not depart, there will be no mercy. After Yu Qing's departure, Nanshi pointed her sword at Nangong Fuyao. With bloodshot eyes, Nangong Fuyao glared fiercely at Nanshi. I promise you, both you and Yu Qing will regret treating me this way today. You will surely regret it. She spat through clenched teeth before hastily fleeing. Nanshi turned her gaze to the lifeless body at the entrance and instructed Cui Wei, dispose of this corpse to feed the dogs, and clean the scene thoroughly. We must not offend the master's eyes. Yes, your majesty, I shall attend to it at once. Upon receiving the order, Cui Wei hastily attended to the remains. Meanwhile, Yu Qing returned to the courtyard, immersed once more in her alchemical experiments. Her intention to keep him around was merely to observe how Nangong Fuyao would fare without her presence. He eagerly anticipated the arrival of that day. However, this should not be misconstrued as deep-seated resentment towards Nangong Fuyao. On the contrary, Yu Qing felt an unwavering calm in her heart. After all, one does not allow their emotions to be swayed by an insignificant ant, even if one has nurtured it for a time. More so, it was that wretchedly dark and sinister mindset that stirred within. At the entrance, Nanshuri gazed upon Yu Qing's focused visage as she delved into her alchemical studies and smiled faintly. She discerned that Yu Qing was evidently indifferent to the fate of Nangong Fuyao. Indeed, this reflected the true mindset of a master. Yet, the mention of the Five Elements Alliance by Nangong Fuyao did not appear to be a mere fabrication. This has aroused her concern. At that moment, Yu Qing suddenly spoke up, saying, I possess some knowledge regarding the Five Elements Alliance. It may indeed harbor a grand conspiracy against the southern border. Sir, does this imply that what Nangong Fuyao stated is true? Could these individuals be lurking in the southern kingdom? Nanshi inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Reach out to the ancestor of the Tai Immortal sect and inform him of this matter. He must unite the various immortal sects to thoroughly investigate, Yu Qing instructed. The Tai Immortal sect? Nanshi exclaimed in surprise. But, sir, the ancestor may not believe me. Simply state that it is my directive. He will not disregard you. Yu Qing reassured her. Upon hearing this, Nanshi felt a surge of astonishment. Even the immortal sects would not dare to disregard the authority of the esteemed sir? Very well, I shall proceed forthwith, she declared. Wait, I too wish to accompany you. At that moment, Baiduo, wielding a long sword, stepped forward to stand before the two. Your Majesty of the Southern Kingdom, I shall assist you in this matter, Baiduo asserted. Nanshi, unaware of Baiduo's true identity, glanced towards Yu Qing for guidance. Allow her to join you. She possesses the most profound understanding of the Five Elements Alliance and rightfully deserves to partake, Yu Qing stated. Agreed, Nanshi nodded in assent. Baiduo cast a grateful glance towards Yu Qing, then set her long sword aside and knelt before him. I thank you, esteemed elder, for your understanding, for saving my life, and for providing shelter during this time. The kindness you have shown me is something I shall never forget. Once I fulfill the entrusted mission and exact vengeance for my sect, I shall return to serve you, elder, as a humble servant, not daring to aspire for more. With that, Baiduo bowed deeply to Yu Qing. There is no need for servitude. Should fate allow us to meet again. Do invite me for a few fine bottles of wine, Yu Qing replied with a hint of indifference. Additionally, I have a blade here that I can lend you for the time being. Baiduo's gaze shifted to the broad-bladed knife in Yu Qing's hand, her eyes instantly lighting up with intrigue. As a former elder of the Feiyun Immortal sect, her discerning eye could immediately identify that this was a superb weapon, far surpassing an ordinary spiritual artifact. Though it bore a resemblance to a butcher's cleaver, possessing such a blade could significantly enhance her combat prowess. Please remember to return it, Yu Qing remarked as he handed her the knife. Thank you, sir, Baiduo replied, carefully accepting the weapon, and then turned to depart with Nanshi. Damn it, that wretched pig's mouth. In a secluded corner, the Hydra seethed with anger. Although the Five Elements Alliance had long been known to operate in the southern frontier, particularly after their annihilation of the Feiyun sect, the other sects remained blissfully unaware of his true ambitions concerning the southern territories. They merely perceived the situation as a personal vendetta between the Five Elements Alliance and the Feiyun sect, taking precautions against him without comprehending the larger scheme at play. While he held no fear of these sects, the unfolding events had become unpredictably precarious. Most critically, he had not yet extricated himself from danger without his presence. The other members of the Five Elements Alliance stood no chance against these sections. I must hasten to dissolve the contract. Chapter 70. My serpent's life seems to dim. His gaze flickered as he stealthily slipped out of the courtyard. The current advantage of the contract lay in the fact that, as long as he concealed his ulterior motives, he could at least enjoy the freedom to come and go. Once outside, he transformed into a streak of light and pursued Nangong Fuyao. Although he yearned to rend this incompetent ally into pieces, he could only suppress his fury and seek a means to exploit her. At this moment, Nangong Fuyao had reached the outskirts of the city. Her followers, having received her message, were hastening from the imperial palace to return to the Fuyao Empire. Suddenly, a silver-haired man materialized before her. "Who are you?" Nangong Fuyao regarded the silver-haired man with suspicion. The Hydra straightened slightly, adopting a nonchalant demeanor as he gazed at her. He then stated directly, "I am the leader of the Five Elements Alliance. I am currently injured and lack medicine. I request that you promptly prepare a batch of spiritual herbs for me. In due time, I shall reshape the southern landscape, and upon success, I will grant you 2 portions of the Sect's treasures, allowing you to become the most powerful emperor of the Southern Empire." With that, the Hydra looked at Nangong Fuyao with a haughty demeanor. Though he longed to strangle this incompetent ally immediately, he was more eager to have her procure a supply of spiritual herbs to expedite his recovery. However, in conveying his demands, he had positioned himself as the leader, while Nangong Fuyao appeared merely as one of their subordinate rulers. He overlooked the fact that his still injured state rendered him far from imposing. Nangong Fuyao, for her part, found it hard to believe that such a leader had suddenly appeared. In her mind, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance should be an awe-inspiring figure, commanding respect and fear. What was this foolish creature before her? A charlatan from the underworld? Away with you. Nangong Fuyao's countenance was already somber, and upon encountering the Hydra, his expression darkened further. He unsheathed his sword, directing its tip menacingly towards the Hydra. The Hydra was infuriated. How dare a mere vassal of mine wield a weapon against me? He was on the verge of unleashing his wrath when, at that moment, the elite warriors accompanying Nangong Fuyao from the Southern Kingdom arrived, encircling the Hydra completely. "Eliminate this charlatan," Nangong Fuyao commanded, his voice resolute. "Understood," the warriors replied in unison, advancing towards the Hydra. Damn it! Damn it! The Hydra's face turned a ghastly shade of green with rage. Ordinarily, he would have dismissed such a ragtag assembly without a second thought. However, in his current weakened state, he was unwilling to expend even a fraction of his strength against them. "Wretched woman, once I recover, you shall be the first to meet your demise." The Hydra spat furiously before swiftly transforming into a streak of light and fleeing. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. In the past fortnight, tranquility appeared to reign. However, beneath the surface, the southern frontier was fraught with turmoil. Under the alliance of the Tai Immortal Sect and by duo, the hidden masters of the Five Elements Alliance were unearthed, some meeting their demise while others were captured. Meanwhile, in a secluded ravine outside of Shangnan City, the enigmatic figure clad in black, Haichen, sat in profound meditation, his presence undetectable to all. Has a fortnight truly passed? Yet, there is no urgency. The leader has a significant matter to attend to before further instructions can be issued. All that is required is to patiently await the leader's arrival. Reflecting on the leader's past promises, a resolute determination filled his gaze. In the Mosui courtyard, Yu Qing and his companions continued to lead a life of simplicity, yet brimming with joy, having depleted a considerable amount of medicinal herbs during his prior experiments. Yu Qing recalled the expansive area available for expansion within the courtyard and seized the opportunity to cultivate some relatively common, yet essential herbs for alchemy in that vacant space. The matter regarding this medication has been duly instructed. However, the burden of labor has ultimately fallen upon the shoulders of Hydra. In recent days, he has undeniably endured great hardships. The illustrious Hydra, leader of the Five Elements Alliance, has resorted to using its serpentine form to turn the earth. After tilling the soil, it must also expel water. Failing to execute these tasks satisfactorily is not an option, for under the supervision of the formidable magic San and the 4 chief overseers, he is under constant scrutiny. Even the slightest imperfection results in a whip striking down upon him. Attempting to seek redress from the little carp, his contracted beast, only leads to a barrage of spiritual assaults, as the little carp has forged strong ties with the 4 great demons. In a corner, after a long day of toil, the Hydra finds itself utterly exhausted. These 4 foul demons truly do not regard him as a serpent, They seem intent on driving him to his very limits. However, the dreary days shall soon come to an end, perhaps in a day or two. During this time, I, the leader of this alliance, have been diligently recovering and am nearly at the strength required to dissolve the contract. At most, it will be 2 days, and then I shall escape from this predicament. The torment inflicted upon me during this period will be repaid 1,000-fold, nay, 10,000-fold. The nine-headed serpent's gaze was icy, particularly towards those 4 demons. In his eyes, they were unworthy of the title of demons. What is a true demon? It is an entity that never submits, one that carries a lineage of pride. How could they lower themselves to grovel like mere lapdogs? He had already devised plans for how to deal with these 4 demons once his grand scheme succeeded. Suddenly, he heard a commotion in the courtyard. Instinctively turning his head to investigate, he discovered that the source of the disturbance emanated from the little carp. A breakthrough? One cannot deny that this little rascal possesses a truly extraordinary talent. Having recently attained a breakthrough, today he has managed another. No, it cannot be a breakthrough. His entire serpentine form sprang up as if propelled by springs, his eyes fixed intently on the little carp. It was clear he had just realized what this breakthrough meant for him. At this moment, the Hydra's expression was one of utter stupor, fixated intently on the little carp, his entire body trembling. His breaths grew increasingly rapid. Meanwhile, after acquiring the insights of the sage, the little carp had, to a certain extent, truly unlocked the potential of the supreme bone. In but a short time following his companionship with Yu Qing, he had transformed from an ignorant child into a being on the brink of transcending to the celestial realm. Compared to the previous Shaochen, the little carp was indeed incomparable, possessing an extraordinary constitution, yet unable to fully harness its true power. With the combined experience of the sage's insights and the supreme bone, the little carp's breakthrough to the celestial realm came as no surprise. Despite the Hydra's inner curses wishing for unforeseen complications, wishing for him to falter or fall into madness, he found himself collapsing onto the ground, his countenance ashen. He was engulfed in doubt and despair regarding the world around him. He had merely touched upon the celestial realm. Yet with the little carp's current breakthrough, he had effectively surpassed him by an entire realm. This meant that until he himself ascended to the celestial realm, he could not entertain thoughts of leveraging the heavenly Tao's rules to dissolve their contract. Moreover, there was an underlying condition. Before he could break through to the celestial realm, it was best that the little carp refrain from advancing to the divine passage realm, regardless of the circumstances. It was evident that the Hydra had no chance of escape in the immediate future. Overwhelmed by despair, the Hydra uttered expletives and forcefully struck his head against the adjacent wall. Chapter 71. That leader seems to have vanished without a trace. The Hydra's mental state had completely shattered. He felt as though his existence had lost all luster, devoid of any hope. Unable to suppress his inner thoughts, he lamented. What in the world is this unparalleled prodigy? In just a few short days, 2 significant breakthroughs have been achieved. The crucial factor is that he remains unaware of the true commencement of little carp's cultivation. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for him to form such a pact, even under duress. Yet, I must not succumb to despair. After a moment of discouragement, he once again rallied his spirits. If I were to abandon my aspirations now, I would forever live in servitude. I have grand endeavors to pursue. Even if this young rascal ascends to the celestial realm, I am not without my own opportunities, albeit they may require more time. His thoughts are not without foundation. Indeed, as one's realm advances, the path to further breakthroughs becomes increasingly arduous. It is akin to many in the cultivation world who may spend a century reaching the threshold of the sky realm, yet may find it takes twice as long to ascend to the celestial realm. The disparity in realms between him and little carp will always remain significant. This will be his opportunity. Thus, time has once again slipped by, indifferent and uneventful, for a whole month. The Hydra, coiled in a corner, became lost in thought. Weary and despondent, he lamented the futility of existence. A month ago, when the little carp ascended to the celestial realm, he had infused himself with determination, convinced that he still possessed a glimmer of hope. Yet today, that final thread of aspiration has been extinguished. For just moments ago, the little carp achieved another breakthrough, ascending to a higher echelon of the celestial realm. Most frustrating of all, he, the Hydra, had yet to fully recover from his injuries. How could he possibly pursue when there exists such a vast chasm in their realms? He truly wished to voice this question. The pace of cultivation is astounding. Is this truly human? I have succumbed to apathy and ceased to care. He felt as if life had worn away his edges, leaving him devoid of ambition. Meanwhile, Li Bugue and Bai Mei came to pay a visit. Esteemed senior, after a month of diligent effort, we have completely eradicated all those hidden members of the Five Element Alliance. The woman previously slain by your disciple was one of their esteemed elders. However, we find ourselves perplexed by the disappearance of the Alliance's leader and another elder, who seem to have evaporated from the face of the earth, as we have not received any news of them for nearly 2 months. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Yu Qing, the two began discussing matters concerning the Five Element Alliance. Oh, has the leader truly vanished? Yu Qing inquired, intrigued, though it was of little concern to him. One cannot help but harbor a curious heart in this world. Indeed, our sects have dispatched spies throughout the southern territories, striving to swiftly uncover the whereabouts of this enigmatic leader, Bai Mei continued. Oh, by the way, Bai Mei added, according to the Empress of the Southern Kingdom, it is possible that certain countries are entangled with the Five Element Alliance, yet we have yet to find any conclusive evidence. This was hardly surprising. The 10 emperors subdued by Haichen were all under his solitary influence. It could be said that aside from him, no one in this world is privy to this information. Even that mysterious leader remains unaware of which nations are involved. Naturally, with the elder's current whereabouts unknown, crucial evidence remains elusive. Yu Qing nodded, seemingly unconcerned by these revelations, and instead posed another question. I've heard from Bai Duo that the strength of the Five Element Alliance's leader is formidable. Even if you find him, how do you intend to confront him? At this, Bai Mei could not help but chuckle, responding, esteemed senior, in truth, we are not alone in this endeavor. There are others assisting us from behind the scenes. Oh, this indeed piqued Yu Qing's curiosity. Senior, you are likely aware that we, the so-called immortal sects, are merely a mundane designation. To put it bluntly, we are but an ordinary sect, overshadowed by countless more formidable sects beyond the southern wilderness. Coincidentally, the leader of the Five Element Alliance had previously slain the son of an elder from the Hung Tian Sword sect, situated outside the southern wilderness. This elder's son was groomed as a promising talent within the Hang Tian Sword sect, and his untimely demise has inevitably bred profound enmity. The Hang Tian Sword sect, upon learning of the Five Element Alliance's activities in the southern wilderness, dispatched formidable experts to investigate. Once the whereabouts of that enigmatic leader are uncovered, the Hang Tian Sword sect will undoubtedly take action. I see. After listening, Yu Qing nodded, not having anticipated that the sects beyond the southern wilderness would also involve themselves. What do you think, senior? The experts from the Hang Tian Sword sect are currently in Shangnan City. Shall we pay them a visit? Li Bugu inquired. After a moment's hesitation, Yu Qing nodded, since he had nothing pressing to attend to. It seemed rather intriguing to observe the prowess of these eminent figures from beyond the southern wilderness. In a bustling tavern within the city, Yu Qing followed Li Bugu. Upon reaching the second floor, he was drawn to 2 individuals seated by the window. Among them was a somewhat aloof young woman, who, while gazing out the window, delicately savored a glass of wine with her fair hand. Opposite her sat a man in his 60s, clad in simple garments, appearing no different from other elderly men. Indeed, Li Bugu and Bai Mei led Yu Qing towards the pair. These are the ones. As they approached, Li Bugu whispered to Yu Qing. Yu Qing nodded. These 2 truly emanated an aura distinct from those of the southern wilderness sections. At this moment, Li Bugu addressed the 2 individuals. Missing, Elder Su. This is the esteemed Yu Qing, whom I have mentioned to you before. Li Bugu warmly introduced Yu Qing. Observing this, Yu Qing paid his respects with a slight bow, acknowledging their presence. However, in response to Yu Qing's greeting, the 2 displayed little reaction. The young woman continued to gaze out of the window, her delicate wrist gently rotating the wine glass, before finally casting a glance at Yu Qing after a considerable pause. She then turned to Li Bugu and inquired, do you have any leads on that individual? Upon hearing this, Li Bugu exhibited a hint of embarrassment and quickly replied, not yet. Then please expedite your search. The woman said in a flat tone, the sooner this is resolved, the sooner we can return to report. Li Bugu cast an awkward glance towards Yu Qing, who frowned slightly but chose not to dwell on it. Initially, he had considered that forming connections with the individuals from the foreign forces beyond the southern frontier, as Li Bugu had mentioned, could be advantageous. However, given their apparent lack of interest in forging any alliances, there was no point in pursuing them further. He decided to move towards a window on the opposite side, finding an empty table to occupy, and then called out, waiter, bring us some wine. Chapter 72. This person is rather intriguing. The 2 women continued their conversation. Observing this, Li Bugu nodded to the 2 ladies before accompanying Bai Mei to Yu Qing's table. Esteemed senior, my apologies, Li Bugu said, his face flushed with embarrassment. Yu Qing waved his hand to interrupt them and smiled. We came out to enjoy some wine. Let us remain at ease. Upon hearing this, Li Bugue looked at Yu Qing with immense gratitude. Soon, food and drink arrived, and the three began to indulge. During this time, Li Bugue and Bai Mei raised their cups and approached another table. The women showed little reaction, merely lifting their cups for a symbolic sip. Alas, one cannot entirely blame them, Li Bugue whispered. Our southern region is, in fact, a minuscule place on the continent, primarily populated by secular states, vastly inferior to true cultivation realms. Bai Mei, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly in agreement. Yu Qing, however, was not concerned with such matters. His focus was solely on the wine, and these considerations were irrelevant to him. At that moment, two streaks of light swiftly traversed the sky above Shangnan City. Unnoticed even by Bai Mei and Li Bugue, only the two women seated by the window caught sight of them. They exchanged glances and transformed into two beams of light, pursuing the fleeting figures. What is happening? Li Bugue asked, perplexed as he watched them. Let us not concern ourselves with them. We shall enjoy our wine. Yu Qing replied with a calm smile. Li Bugue and Bai Mei nodded, though their gazes remained fixed on the window. Meanwhile, the two women from the Hung Tian sword sect halted their pursuit outside Shangnan City, observing the two streaks of light as they descended into the distance. Old Su. Judging by their aura, they appear to be from the Qi Min, one of the women remarked, glancing at the elder beside her. That is a possibility, the elder, referred to as Old Su, replied, frowning. But what could the Qi Min want here? Could it be that they are coming for us? The woman suggested. That seems highly likely. Old Su said gravely. The Qi Min have a notoriously poor relationship with our Hung Tian sword sect, often leading to a situation of mutual destruction upon encounter. Moreover, judging by their aura, one of them is exceptionally powerful. Even if we join forces, our chances of victory may only be a mere 30%. The woman's expression gradually became more serious. Fortunately, aside from our exceptional swordsmanship at the Hung Tian sword sect, we also possess remarkable skills in concealment, which all disciples are trained in. If we do not make our presence known, they are unlikely to find us. Elder Su remarked, therefore, regardless of their intentions for coming here, we should do our utmost to avoid them. The woman nodded. Yet she could not shake the feeling that this small region of the southern wilderness ought not to be so bustling. With the emergence of the Five Elements Alliance and now the appearance of individuals from the Qi Tian sect, it felt as though the southern wilderness concealed secrets unknown to them. Meanwhile, countless miles away from the Hung Tian sword sect, two figures were approaching. At the edge of the Fuyao Empire, two figures stood atop the highest peak within 1,000 miles. Clad in black garments, they appeared youthful. However, the slightly older individual exhibited profound respect towards his younger companion. They were indeed the individuals spoken of by Su Lao, the gatekeeper of the Qi Tian sect, Qin Dongyang, and his disciple, Duan Feng. Those who had never encountered Qin Dongyang would surely be astonished by his youthful visage. In truth, this master of the sect had employed secret techniques to stabilize his appearance in such a youthful state. Feng, I recall your talent in the Tao of Heaven leans towards aggression, enhancing your offensive capabilities, does it not? Qin Dongyang inquired, casting a glance at Duan Feng beside him. Yes, master, Duan Feng replied. Ah, that talent is quite commendable. Dedicate yourself to your training, and you shall achieve great things in the future, Qin Dongyang praised. Thank you for your kind words, master. However, compared to the enhancement of offensive capabilities, I truly yearn for your type of talent. For while one can acquire strength through training, a life-preserving safeguard is a rarity, Duan Feng remarked. Upon hearing this, Qin Dongyang smiled. He too felt immense satisfaction regarding his own talent in the Tao of Heaven, which could be regarded as a remarkable life-preserving skill. He possessed the ability to endure any single attack while retaining a breath of life, although this skill could only be utilized once every few decades. It was precisely this life-saving technique that allowed him to become the leader of the Qi Tian sect, escaping death on numerous occasions. Let us not dwell on this any longer. Instead, let us discuss serious matters. Qin Dongyang raised his gaze to the surrounding heavens and earth, shaking his head. I must say, the spiritual energy of this place is indeed feeble. Recently, the heavenly mechanism disappeared, guiding us towards the southern wilderness. Yet, that fool Gu Jiotian believes this locale conceals immense fortunes, intending to exploit the energy of this land for his own schemes. Such a notion is truly foolish. Qin Dongyang scoffed. Little does he know, the true fortune lies not within this land, but rather in the person of a certain individual. Should we eliminate that person, We could then graft their fortune onto ourselves. Duanfeng nodded in understanding. Nations possess their own destinies. When a nation flourishes, its people shall live in peace. And as prosperity reigns, exceptional talents will emerge to serve the country, gradually fortifying its might. Similarly, individuals possess their own fortunes. Those with great fortune face fewer obstacles in their cultivation, encounter more opportunities, and can turn peril into safety. A nation can consume the fortunes of others, and individuals can do the same. By slaying the bearer of great fortune, one can largely transfer that fortune to themselves, becoming the new master of destiny. But master, while this realm may be weak, its population is not insignificant. How shall we identify the bearer of such great fortune? Duanfeng respectfully inquired nearby. This task is rather simple. A bearer of great fortune is always the center of attention, regardless of the location. A brief investigation into who has recently garnered the most acclaim in the southern frontier would likely yield the answer. Qin Dongong replied thoughtfully, earlier. As we passed through a small city, its vibrancy and liveliness were quite extraordinary. If we inquire there, we may unearth some clues. Indeed, master. Shall we set off at once? With a smile, Qin Dongong unfurled his folding fan, transforming into a dashing young gentleman, and together with Duanfeng, they soon arrived at Changnan City. Upon entering the city, he casually seized a few low-level cultivators to conduct soul searches. The Array Master Guild. The Southern Empress Nanxi, none of these seemed to fit. Qin Dongong meticulously analyzed the essences obtained from the soul searches, shaking his head. Yet, moments later, he appeared to latch onto something significant. The benefactor of the South, Yu Qing, the Array Master Guild's establishment in the South, and the region's current prosperity, are all due to him. This individual is quite intriguing. Chapter 73. Reciprocity, I shall strike you a blow as well. Through the soul searches, he had also gleaned a general likeness of Yu Qing. After all, many had encountered Yu Qing during his previous visits to the South, making his appearance not so surprising. Guess what? At that moment, Qin Dongyang's eyes sparkled with excitement, for almost instantly, he spotted an individual resembling Yu Qing emerging from a tavern ahead. His gaze sharpened with sudden clarity. With just one glance, he confirmed this was indeed the true Yu Qing. After all, one can often sense the essence of a person. The individual before him, in both demeanor and presence, perfectly aligned with the figure from the soul search. In this small corner of the southern frontier, it would be impossible to find another like him. Furthermore, he could vaguely sense that Yu Qing harbored an immense fortune within. Such a person, if they were to meet their demise at his hands, would undoubtedly attract the fortune of the heavens to themselves. Master, who is Yu Qing? Is he the one you refer to as the harbinger of destiny? Where might he be? At this moment, Duanfeng inquired. No need to ask, for he is both far away and right before our eyes. Qin Dongyang could not help but chuckle. Oh, this statement took even Duanfeng by surprise. Indeed, it was him. Qin Dongyang pointed through the crowd, directly at Yu Qing. Ha! At the same time, he could not help but burst into laughter, for he never anticipated that his fortune would be so splendid. It was as if he had stumbled upon a treasure without any effort. Duanfeng promptly shifted his gaze in that direction, feeling a surge of excitement. Congratulations, master. How fortunate you are, Duanfeng exclaimed. However, I noticed that the two individuals beside him possess considerable strength. They seem to be from the southern sect. Does this not imply that he must be extraordinary? In such a mundane locale, sect members appear almost divine to ordinary people, yet here was Yu Qing, surrounded by them. Your wisdom is remarkable, master, Duanfeng remarked. Nevertheless, while these southern sect members may seem akin to immortals in the eyes of commoners, to me, they are no different from mere ants. Qin Dongyang replied with a cold smile. In an instant, he locked onto Yu Qing's aura, revealing his intentions without concealment. Just as Yu Qing exited the tavern alongside Bai Mei and Li Bugu, he sensed this surge of energy and frowned immediately. Bai Mei and Li Bugu, standing beside him, also felt a hint of unease. A chilling aura gradually enveloped the vicinity. Qin Dongyang's body trembled, and like a predator closing in on its prey, an aura silently expanded, seemingly shrouding the entire area. The once bustling street became akin to a quagmire, plunging the crowd into disarray. If you wish to avoid death, then leave swiftly, Qin Dongyang barked. Under normal circumstances, he preferred to avoid unnecessary bloodshed, especially among the innocent. This will inadvertently affect his fortune, thereby giving rise to inner demons during the process of breakthrough. This may perhaps be a method employed by the heavenly path to protect the common folk. As Qin Dongyang's voice faded, the sensation of being ensnared in the mire momentarily dissipated, causing the multitude to panic and scatter in all directions. In no time, The vast street became eerily desolate, leaving only the trio of Yu Qing behind. "Senior, we are under attack," Li Bugu and Bai Mei stated gravely, their expressions taut with concern. Casting wary glances towards Qin Dongyang, they sensed the formidable presence of the approaching adversary, one that instilled a profound sense of pressure upon them. "Are you Yu Qing?" Qin Dongyang's gaze fixated on Yu Qing, his tone frigid. "I am. And who might you be?" Yu Qing's expression remained inscrutable, yet he fixed his gaze on Qin Dongyang and inquired. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. All you must understand is that I am here to take your life today," Qin Dongyang replied with a chilling smile. In the next instant, he struck. A terrifying force enveloped Yu Qing, unmistakably indicating that Qin Dongyang's attack was lethal, executed with unwavering intent and without any semblance of restraint. After all, Qin Dongyang was acutely aware that such a bearer of great fortune was not akin to ordinary individuals, making them notably more challenging to eliminate. This was evident from the very beginning when he employed his aura to establish a protective barrier, all to avert any unforeseen occurrences. As this formidable power emerged, the expressions of Bai Mei and Li Bugu transformed drastically. It was overwhelming, so much so that they found themselves unable to lift their hands. Instinctively, their gazes shifted towards Yu Qing, for at that moment, he was their sole reliance. As the formidable attack loomed ominously above the trio, Yu Qing, under the expectant eyes of Li Bugu and his companion, finally took action. With an impassive demeanor, he remained rooted in place before sweeping his hand. In an instant, the relentless surge of the lethal strike was effortlessly dispelled. The sensation was most acutely felt by Li Bugu and the other companion beside him. In an instant, they sensed that the surrounding space had reverted to its original state. The oppressive force dissipated in a fleeting moment. Simultaneously, they cast astonished glances toward Yu Qing. The two elderly gentlemen appeared akin to small children who had just witnessed something extraordinary. Their mouths agape and their eyes brimming with fervor, they were captivated. Despite their awareness of Yu Qing's remarkable prowess in their previous encounters with his disciple, Shaoli, they had never truly comprehended the extent of Yu Qing's abilities. In that moment, they were witnessing for the first time the genuine power of Yu Qing in action. They were astonished, unable to fathom that such a formidable attack could be effortlessly neutralized with a mere wave of his hand. Nonetheless, the greatest astonishment belonged to Qin Dongyang himself. He was acutely aware of the strength behind the strike he had unleashed, more so than anyone else, and yet it was effortlessly dispelled with a simple gesture. What does this signify? A steel plate. He did not even pause to contemplate why such a thick iron plate existed in the remote southern region. He simply turned and fled into the air. Fearing he might not escape swiftly enough, his legs, far from short, pumped vigorously in midair, as if to hasten his speed. In this moment, he even neglected his cherished disciple, abandoning him without a second thought. To flee? Is it truly that simple? In the spirit of reciprocity. If you strike me, I am compelled to retaliate. Yu Qing spoke with an icy demeanor, standing firm as he observed the subtle movement of his opponent, his fist extending with nonchalance. A seemingly simple punch transformed into a colossal phantom, enveloping Qin Dongyang. What? The fleeing Qin Dongyang, witnessing this scene, was filled with dread. For that punch had effectively sealed off all avenues of escape. Realizing he had nowhere to run, he halted his flight, attempting to block the impending blow. Without a moment's hesitation, he donned every defensive artifact he had acquired throughout his life. This appeared insufficient. He unleashed a flurry of punches in midair, seemingly attempting to dissipate the force of Yu Qing's strike. In an instant, the attacks from both sides finally collided. Qin Dongyang had anticipated that his own offensive would mitigate some of the power behind Yu Qing's blow. However, he had underestimated the situation. Yu Qing's strike effortlessly shattered all of his defenses, reaching the protective spirit artifact he bore. In Chapter 74, a single punch obliterates everything. Yet, this so-called protective spirit artifact crumbled like a mere bubble under the might of that blow, fracturing inch by inch in an instant, with the attack not even making contact. Qin Dongyang spat blood. The next moment, he was utterly consumed by the force of that punch. Meanwhile, in a nearby district of Shangnan City, two members of the Hung Tian sword sect were making their way back from the outskirts. The southern wilderness seemed to conceal secrets unknown to us. The strikingly beautiful woman could not help but remark, "The only one capable of compelling us to join forces with less than a 30% chance of victory is none other than Qin Dongyang." Indeed, as the saying goes, "No prophet, no early riser," nodded the elderly Su beside her, adding, "Given the natures of Gu Jiotian and Qin Dongyang, they would not venture to such a place unless there were absolute advantages to be gained. Thus, it appears that Qin Dongyang may be unaware of our arrival." The woman speculated. That may be so, yet we should still strive to avoid him, Su advised. It would be best to refrain from involving ourselves in other matters. If we can unearth Gu Jiutian and eliminate him, we can report back. The woman nodded in agreement, but the next moment, her expression shifted as she turned to Su. Su, too, sensed something amiss and exclaimed in astonishment, "There are signs of battle, and of a formidable magnitude." After exchanging glances, the two hastened towards the source of the disturbance, eager to discern what had transpired. After all, apart from swordsmanship, the Hung Tian sword sect also excelled in stealth techniques, allowing them to retreat unscathed should anything arise. Upon their arrival, they beheld Qin Dongyang delivering a punch to Yu Qing. "It is indeed Qin Dongyang," exclaimed one. "Is that him?" The two stood concealed, astonished. They recognized Yu Qing, the individual who had accompanied Li Bugu in flattering and currying favor with them. However, disinterested in such antics, they had paid little heed. They had not anticipated that he would engage Qin Dongyang in direct confrontation. They were finished. Beside them, old Su could not help but speak. The woman nodded in agreement, remaining silent, clearly in accord with old Su's opinion. Given Qin Dongyang's formidable assault, even their combined efforts would prove insufficient to withstand it, let alone those of Yu Qing and his companions. However, in the next moment, they witnessed Yu Qing effortlessly neutralizing Qin Dongyang's attack. Before they could fully register their astonishment, they saw Yu Qing unleash a powerful punch. As onlookers, they observed with utmost clarity, all of Qin Dongyang's tactics seemed to dissolve like mere bubbles beneath the force of that singular strike, reducing even his body to fragments. The two were left wide-eyed, particularly the woman, who covered her mouth with her palm, fearful of betraying her shock with an exclamation. "This punch is overwhelmingly powerful." So much so that even from a distance, they felt a tremor in their hearts. Should they encounter this strike, their chances of survival would be virtually non-existent, leaving no room for surprises. The two exchanged glances, each witnessing the shock reflected in the other's eyes. Reflecting on the earlier events at the tavern, they had not anticipated that this young man, who had come to curry favor, possessed an enigmatic strength that eluded their understanding. Fortunately, although they had not been particularly cordial at the tavern, they had refrained from uttering harsh words, remarked the elder Su with a bitter expression. The woman could not help but nod in agreement, acknowledging their shared sentiment. Indeed, it felt like a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. At that moment, Yu Qing slowly retracted his fist and shook his palm, feeling somewhat unaccustomed after a prolonged absence from combat. However, Bai Mei and Li Bugu found it difficult to maintain their composure. Not only had he effortlessly neutralized Qin Dongyang's attack, but he had also reduced him to mere fragments with remarkable ease. The overwhelming power evoked a fervent astonishment within them. The two elderly men gazed at Yu Qing with eyes that sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Duan Feng stood frozen in place, trembling. His mind had yet to grasp the situation. Still caught in the moment when his master had identified the target and taken action. In the blink of an eye, his master had vanished, leaving him utterly alone. Who am I? What am I doing? He stood there, isolated and shivering, unsure of how to proceed. Should he raise his fists in vengeance for his master? Or should he flee? Yet, when he considered flight, he found his legs weakened. Before he could arrive at a decision, Yu Qing's gaze locked onto him. "Who are you? Why have you come to kill me?" Yu Qing asked, his expression devoid of emotion, his voice steady and low. We are from the Qingtian sect," Duan Feng stammered, overwhelmed by sheer terror. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's brow furrowed. The Qingtian sect was unfamiliar to him. Clearly not a force from the southern frontier. This peculiar situation left him feeling somewhat unsettled. Previously, there had been that Hydra's inexplicable attack, which he had interrogated, claiming to have perceived a treasure upon him, thus inciting a desire to seize it. Now, there emerged an individual named Qing Tian, who launched a lethal assault against him. It was evident that the Hydra had merely concealed its identity, fabricating a narrative. Yu Qing was deceived, genuinely believing that he had inadvertently revealed his treasure. Consequently, to avoid attracting trouble, he had been particularly vigilant in this regard. Now, could it be that Qi Tian also sought to exploit his supposed treasure? He pressed Duan Feng further, demanding, "Why have you chosen to strike against me?" Duan Feng, engulfed in profound terror, stammered incessantly, struggling to articulate a single coherent sentence. Observing this, impatience flickered across Yu Qing's countenance. "Enough, it no longer matters," he declared, striking Duan Feng with a swift blow, rendering him utterly incapacitated. "Let us depart." Yu Qing addressed Li Bugua and the others nonchalantly. Indeed, Li Bugua and his companions responded, somewhat dazed. The group made their way back to the mosaic courtyard, the atmosphere thick with silence as they remained in shock. However, after a mere few steps, Yu Qing furrowed his brow, halting abruptly to glance back at the spot where Chen Dongong had been obliterated. Remarkably, he was still alive. Yu Qing swiftly turned amidst the scattered remnants, spotting a heart, alive and pulsating with vitality. Astonishingly, he had not perished. Almost deceived, Yu Qing wasted no time, delivering another decisive strike that shattered the last vestige of life within the heart, finally putting an end to the matter. The senior truly possesses remarkable discernment. Able to detect that he was not dead, such prowess is commendable. Li Bugua and his companions showered him with flattery. Nevertheless, Yu Qing's brow remained tightly knitted, his mood decidedly sour, almost bordering on vexation. For many years, he believed himself invincible, capable of defeating anyone with a single blow. Consequently, he gradually lost interest in enhancing his cultivation. However, he now encounters an individual who cannot be vanquished by his might. Particularly striking is the fact that this person is so young, likely merely a member of the younger generation, and should not be regarded as a formidable figure. Such a person, who cannot be vanquished by a mere punch, is inevitably confronted with an overwhelming sense of crisis stemming from his inadequacy. It appears he must augment his strength, albeit slightly. Chapter 75. Armored to the Teeth. The phobia of insufficient firepower seems to be an innate affliction. This condition amplifies Yu Qing's sense of urgency. In truth, another factor contributing to this predicament is the fact that, since acquiring the system, Yu Qing's cultivation and training methodology diverged significantly from those of this world. He can only rely on his previous cultivation experiences, to some extent discerning the essence of his opponent's realms through their aura. However, beyond that, due to the differences in dimensionality, Yu Qing is utterly unable to perceive the precise information of his adversaries. Of course, regardless of how formidable an opponent may be, one cannot truly gauge their strength without engaging in direct confrontation. This is precisely the fundamental reason he remains unaware of his true strength. There exists no benchmark for measurement. He can only assess his power by delivering a punch and observing whether the opponent can withstand it, or rather, how many blows they can endure. The young man before him, Chen Dongyang, appears so youthful, yet is capable of absorbing a strike. Does this not imply that numerous individuals beyond the southern frontier can endure his might without succumbing? How vexing. Furthermore, a more significant factor lies in Yu Qing's ignorance of Chen Dongyang's innate talent for self-preservation. Those inhabiting this realm are unable to breach this rule. It seems that henceforth, he must abandon his complacency and diligently cultivate his abilities, refraining from continuously rejecting the system's tasks. Yu Qing couldn't help but reflect while gazing at his fingers, capable of transmuting stone into gold. It appears he cannot simply conjure whatever he desires anymore. It would be prudent to summon items that are portable and can provide protection at any moment. Should he ever confront a dire threat, he could dispatch thousands of such artifacts. Moreover, his misty water courtyard ought to be fortified to the teeth, for Yu Qing must admit, he harbors a considerable fear of death. Only after confirming the inevitable doom of Chen Dongyang and his companions did Yu Qing take his leave alongside Li Bugu and Bai Mei. When he struck Chen Dongyang, Yu Qing skillfully controlled his force, ensuring no destruction marred the street. As the three prepared to depart, two members of the Hung Tian sword sect emerged from the shadows, landing before Yu Qing and his companions. We have encountered the senior before, they bowed respectfully, addressing Yu Qing. Previously, we were unaware of your true strength and mistook you for one of those who flatter for gain, thus offending you. We humbly seek your forgiveness. Evidently, upon discovering Yu Qing's formidable prowess, the two individuals immediately felt a desire to befriend him. However, Yu Qing merely cast a fleeting glance in their direction, offering no further acknowledgement. His disposition could be described as both petty and magnanimous. Some matters he could easily dismiss, while others lingered in his memory for an extended period, entirely dependent on his personal inclinations. In any case, he had his own principles. As for these two who had previously exhibited an air of arrogance, their sudden eagerness to befriend him was rather laughable. Yu Qing chose to ignore them, striding past with Bai Mei and Li Bugu in tow. Nonetheless, he felt a slight sense of relief. He had initially perceived the young man he had just dispatched as an ordinary presence beyond the southern frontier. Yet the involvement of two from the Hung Tian sword sect indicated that the individual was anything but trivial, at least possessing strength comparable to that of an elder. This revelation somewhat alleviated his anxiety regarding his own limitations, albeit only marginally. Ultimately, the seeds of determination had been sown within Yu Qing's heart. As they departed, For reasons unbeknownst to him, by May and Li Bugu began to exude an air of borrowed authority, trailing behind Yu Qing with an air of self-importance. Disregarding the two men entirely. Observing Yu Qing's indifference, the members of the Hung Tian sword sect exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with bitterness. Although their earlier encounter at the tavern could not be deemed an outright affront, it had certainly left an unfavorable impression on him. Su Lao let out a wry chuckle before speaking, to which the woman beside him nodded in agreement. Who could have guessed that such a formidable figure lay concealed in this seemingly insignificant corner of the southern frontier? It is likely that even the esteemed leader of the Qi men would never have anticipated stumbling upon such a challenge in a place as humble as the southern regions. Time passed silently, and a full month slipped away. During this period, almost since the inception of his journey, Yu Qing has utilized his transformative abilities extensively. Primarily, within the Mozui courtyard, he has meticulously enchanted various items, including the broom used for sweeping, the shovel employed for medicinal herb collection, and the clothesline in the yard. In essence, Yu Qing has cast his enchantments upon everything visible to him, for the Mozui courtyard serves as his foundation, and should he encounter any peril in the future, these various implements may prove invaluable. Moreover, due to a shortage of medicinal materials, even with Nan Shi's assistance, Yu Qing found himself unable to sustain the daily demands of potion crafting. Consequently, he temporarily set aside his alchemical pursuits and became enamored with sculpting. Employing his carving tools, he fashioned a series of small figures. Although their forms were somewhat rudimentary, once infused with his transformative magic, they acquired a semblance of life. After this infusion, he stored them within his storage ring, ready to be unleashed as needed during critical moments. During this phase of enchantment, Yu Qing also discerned an intriguing effect of his transformative abilities. Ordinary objects, once enchanted, not only recognized him as their master, but also experienced an enhancement in quality. For instance, the broom in the courtyard, seemingly neglected in a corner, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a highly refined spiritual artifact. Of course, as an individual afflicted with a deficiency in vitality, Yu Qing did not limit his preparations to these endeavors. He also delved into numerous insights from revered sages. While the cultivation systems differ and the experiences may hold little relevance for him, he absorbed a wealth of knowledge concerning unconventional methods and life-preserving techniques. He learned the art of subterranean escape, the formation of defensive tortoise-shaped shields, and the art of distraction through techniques such as clones and substitutes. In summary, previously reclusive in the southern frontier and having limited interactions, Yu Qing, as the unrest in the southern region escalated and encounters with formidable individuals increased, has effectively armed himself to the teeth. Simultaneously, several nations in the southern territories convened for a unified meeting, prominently featuring Nan Gong Fuyao among them. These individuals were none other than the emperors who, after being persuaded by Haitian, offered the imperial jade seal and joined the Five Elements Alliance. Has anyone received any news? No. Was it not agreed that an action might be taken during the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom? It has been quite some time since, and not only is there no sign of movement, but Haitian has seemingly vanished from existence. What is the meaning of this? My jade seal remains in his possession. Within the confines of the Grand Hall, numerous emperors voiced their opinions. The more they spoke, the more their hearts became uneasy, their anxiety palpable. Ultimately, silence enveloped the assembly. After much contemplation, they gradually realized that they had been ensnared by deception. Under the guise of brainwashing and promises of substantial returns, they had unwittingly surrendered their imperial seals, although each now possessed a spiritual artifact. Such a trinket paled in comparison to the significance of the national seal for a sovereign. Chapter 76. This sheep is, in fact, a primordial demon. Nangong Fuyao's expression darkened to an extreme. She was unwilling to accept this outcome. She still harbored hopes of relying on the Five Elements Alliance to rise and become the unrivaled sovereign of the southern wilderness. After all, she was not like the emperors present. Haitian had promised her the position of the greatest ruler in the southern wilderness. She yearned to confront Yu Qing and Nan Shi, wishing to make them regret their past treatment of her. Particularly, she wanted Yu Qing to realize that even with his considerable strength and connections to the celestial sects of the southern wilderness, it would ultimately amount to naught. She desired for Yu Qing to acknowledge his wrongdoings and plead for her return. With this thought in mind, she finally broke her silence. "Let us not falter," she encouraged, her voice inspiring confidence. Overturning the southern wilderness is a monumental endeavor, not something that can be achieved in haste. It requires meticulous planning and strategy. Moreover, I believe Lord Haitian has hinted at the presence of an exceedingly mysterious leader behind our Five Elements Alliance, has he not? Nangong Fuyao's words drew the attention of the assembly. Her encouraging tone continued. According to Lord Haichin, this leader possesses unparalleled strength, capable of annihilating even the celestial sects of our southern wilderness at will. Therefore, with him on our side, we need not harbor unnecessary worries. We simply need to focus on our respective duties and await the fruition of our plans. I concur with Empress Fuyao, spoke the ruler of the Red Sun Kingdom, Jinbinsi Guang, who sported a modest mustache. With the leader and Lord Haichin involved, our plans are bound to succeed. There might renders any deceit unnecessary. Yes, I also find merit in Empress Fuyao's assertions. We should remain patient and await the outcome. At this moment, the monarch of the Li Kingdom emerged and spoke. As his words resonated, the assembled rulers nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing his sentiment. Indeed, human nature tends to resist the acceptance of unwelcome truths. Individuals often fabricate justifications and excuses to assuage their discomfort, fervently rationalizing the incongruities within their perceptions. They remain unwaveringly convinced of the outcomes they desire. Meanwhile, the formidable leader they extolled lay exhausted in the courtyard of the Mishi River, toiling under the scorching sun. He intermittently raised his gaze to the heavens and peered through the crevices of the courtyard gate, yearning for the world beyond. When would this existence come to an end? I long for freedom. With a mournful expression, he noticed the four great demons casting malevolent glances in his direction, compelling him to hasten his efforts. He transformed into a humble farmer, diligently turning the soil and cultivating the land. Only with the fall of night did he drag his weary form back to his little sanctuary. This unadorned little corner has inevitably become his current abode, seemingly a realm solely belonging to him. However, the space is exceedingly confined, compelling him to curl into the smallest possible form. A mere encroachment could lead to being trampled by the four formidable demons. Unable to restrain himself, he cast his gaze toward a more spacious and pristine corner. Gu Jiutian. Oh Gu Jiutian, despite your misfortunes, how is it that a mere sheep lives better than you, a member of the nine-headed serpent clan? With indignation, he lifted his body high and boldly crawled towards the opposite corner. You, the lowly and indolent sheep, shall exchange places with your lord, the great nine-headed serpent. He raised his head triumphantly, exuding an imposing presence as he looked down upon the lazily sleeping sheep. Upon hearing his declaration, the sheep merely blinked its eyes, making no effort to stir, and simply kicked out a foot. However, in the serpent's eyes, it was not merely a kick. It resembled a legion of deities and demons lunging towards him, their gaping maws wide open, as if intent on devouring him whole. Instantly, he was sent flying, crashing against the distant courtyard wall, his bones shattering into fragments before collapsing to the ground. Soon, he found himself gasping and spewing blood. As he glanced back at the sheep, terror filled his eyes. At that moment, the sheep was no longer merely a sheep in his perception. It had transformed into a primordial demon. How foolish of him to contest for his territory. Just a few days prior, he had finally healed from his injuries, restoring his strength to its zenith, yet he had not anticipated that a single kick would send him back to square one. He even realized that the sheep had shown mercy with its kick. Had it not, he would be in an even graver state now. Ultimately, the impact of that kick left him with lingering dread, and he could not fathom how such a being could manifest in this place. Who, indeed, is this Yu Qing? In a fleeting moment, the enigma surrounding Yu Qing escalated within his heart. He finally anticipated that even if he were to escape and successfully accomplish the grand plan of the southern wilderness, achieving a significant breakthrough, he would still be unable to compare himself with Yu Qing. How could he even contemplate revenge? His previous disdain for the sycophantic behavior towards the four great demons gradually dissipated, even transforming into a sense of understanding. Simultaneously, as numerous days passed, the Five Elements Alliance's presence in the southern wilderness vanished without a trace, their elusive leader seemingly evaporating from existence. Consequently, the two members of the Hung Tian Sword sect departed from the southern wilderness, returning to their sect. Nestled amidst the undulating mountains, the spiritual energy was palpable, with continuous architectural structures hidden among the hills, revealing only a glimpse. Atop the peaks, disciples clad in Hung Tian Sword sect attire occasionally soared through the air, their swords beneath their feet. They had encountered Senior Sister Ing and Elder Su. Upon the return of the two, others greeted them with respectful gestures. Where's the sect leader? Elder Su inquired. The sect leader and the elders are currently engaged in discussions at the Hall of Affairs. It seems a grave matter has arisen, a disciple replied, his expression grave. A grave matter? Elder Su's countenance shifted, prompting him to ask, what has occurred? The disciple was uncertain but knew the situation was urgent. This morning, the sect leader summoned many elders. If Elder Su wishes to know more, you may proceed to the Hall of Affairs, he stated. Elder Su exchanged a meaningful glance with the woman beside him, both exhibiting a look of concern. The sect's development was typically steady, with such gatherings of elders being rare, save for the customary decade meetings. It appeared that something truly serious had transpired. Chapter 77. I thought it was something else. But it was the Chi-Tian sect Elder Su, and the woman dared not delay and hastened toward the sect's Hall of Affairs. Upon their arrival, they indeed found the upper echelons of the sect assembled, all wearing solemn expressions. After greeting the sect leader and the elders, the woman and Elder Su entered and bowed. Chao, so it is you who have returned. How did the mission fare? The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table inquired eagerly upon seeing them. Master, the Five Elements Alliance has been uprooted, yet the leader remains untraceable. We suspect he may have fled the southern wilderness, which is why we returned for the time being. The woman reported. Hearing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and replied, Let us set aside the matter of the Five Elements Alliance for now. Please, take a seat. Master, esteemed elders, what exactly has transpired? The woman, unable to contain her curiosity, pressed on, especially upon observing the agitated expressions of the elders, which heightened her own anxiety. Alas, Saintess, it is none other than the Chi-Tian sect, one elder lamented. At this moment, an elder could no longer contain his indignation and explained. They have gone too far, launching a surprise attack on 3 of our spirit veins at the Hang-Tian sword sect, resulting in countless disciples suffering severe casualties. Upon hearing this, the faces of the elders were etched with fury, their teeth grinding in anger. It was evident that the Chi-men had taken advantage of the disturbances at our sword tomb, seizing the opportunity to stir trouble with the intent to provoke a full-scale war against us. Should a true all-out conflict ensue, the Chi-men, with their multitude of skilled fighters, especially Qin Dongong, would pose a formidable threat. To secure victory, we would have to unleash our own top-tier experts. However, without anyone to suppress the sword tomb, we risked facing chaos within our own ranks, ultimately falling prey to Qingmen schemes. Yet, if we chose to endure this affront, the Qingmen would only escalate their aggression. And how could we swallow this humiliation? How would the myriad forces in the barren lands perceive the Hung-Tian sword sect? Thus, the decision to engage in battle or not proved exceedingly challenging. Indeed, it was particularly unfortunate that the disturbances at the sword tomb coincided with this tumultuous period. Otherwise, how could the Chi-men have dared to be so audacious? In an instant, the elders were in a heated uproar, their voices clashing in disagreement. The middle-aged man seated at the head of the table, exuding an air of authority without raising his voice, remained furrowed in thought, clearly torn in his decision. However, upon hearing the words of the gathered crowd, the young woman, Ying Xiao, appeared considerably more at ease. I had expected something of great concern, only to realize that she was about to speak on behalf of the Qingmen. As her words fell, the eyes of everyone turned towards her, some laced with reproach. What was the saintess implying? Her tone suggested that the deaths of our disciples were of little consequence. An elder questioned her directly, while the middle-aged man also cast a scrutinizing glance in her direction. In response, Ying Xiao quickly clasped her hands and said, Master, esteemed elders, I do not mean to imply that the loss of our disciples is insignificant. Rather, I wish to convey that the Chi-men, in their current state, are no longer a formidable threat. The Chi-men are no longer a threat? Upon hearing Ying Xiao's statement, the elders exchanged confused glances, their expressions reflecting a deepening sense of dissatisfaction. Such significant matters of the sect ought not to involve these inexperienced and inept juniors. However, the next words of Ying Xiao left everyone present momentarily stunned. For Qin Dongong has already passed away. Ying Xiao's melodious voice resonated throughout the gathering, akin to a colossal stone plunging into water, stirring up tremendous waves of shock. What? The middle-aged man at the forefront was the first to rise, incredulously questioning, such a statement is no jest. Indeed, Saintess, such remarks should not be made lightly. How could Qin Dongyang, the esteemed leader of the Qing-Tian sect, possibly be dead? All eyes turned to Ying Xiao, eager to uncover the truth. I would not dare to speak frivolously on such matters, for Qin Dongyang has indeed perished, and we witnessed it with our own eyes in the southern frontier. Ying Xiao stated with solemnity, this matter can be corroborated by Elder Su. The saintess speaks the truth. Qin Dongyang has indeed met his demise. At this moment, Elder Su also stood up to speak. As his voice echoed, the crowd was instantly stirred with excitement. The middle-aged man at the top displayed a look of exhilaration and turned to Ying Xiao, asking, what exactly transpired? How did Qin Dongyang meet his demise in the southern wilderness? This was also the perplexity of those present, who turned their gazes toward the scene. Ying Qiao, unable to conceal her apprehension, recounted the events as they unfolded. A swift defeat of Qin Dongyang. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Such a formidable predecessor existed in the modest southern border. Though they had not witnessed the spectacle firsthand, Ying Qiao's vivid description allowed them to envision the awe-inspiring moment. Everyone was aware of Qin Dongyang's prowess. Even the sect leader present dared not assert he could best Qin Dongyang in a one-on-one confrontation. Thus, to be able to annihilate Qin Dongyang, one's strength must undoubtedly command their reverence. Truly, heaven had favored the Hung Tian Sword sect. With Qin Dongyang's demise, a colossal force had been vanquished, leaving the enemy sect in disarray. Listen to my command. Under the leadership of the Grand Elder, we shall reclaim the 3 spiritual veins seized by the enemy sect, and then we shall formally launch an assault, declared the middle-aged man with resolute authority. Yes, I shall obey, replied the Grand Elder, a dignified elder who, invigorated by the command, rose with fervent determination. He had long harbored a tempest of frustration, and now he could finally unleash it. After issuing a series of commands, the middle-aged man continued, regardless of the circumstances. That esteemed individual who vanquished Qin Dongyang is a benefactor of our Hung Tian Sword sect. Xiao you and Elder Su shall accompany me to the southern border. I wish to personally express my gratitude. Yet at that moment, Ying Qiao's expression darkened. What is the matter? Inquired the middle-aged man, his countenance turning grave. Respected master. It is because we. Subsequently, Ying Qiao recounted the incident at the tavern, where Yu Qing, under the leadership of Li Bugu and Bai Mei, had attempted to engage her, only to be disregarded. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression darkened with anger. Foolishness. Qiao, how have I taught you? When venturing beyond our doors, one must always maintain an air of humility and never underestimate others. Even those of lesser realms might possess hidden depths or concealed talents. Have you taken my teachings as mere whispers in the wind? Master, I was wrong, Ying Qiao stammered, flustered by her mentor's rebuke. I did not intend to offend. It was simply that upon arriving in the southern border, those people were so eager to curry favor that it became quite tiresome. Indeed. Sect leader, it was not deliberate, Elder Su interjected from the side. Silence. The middle-aged man retorted sharply, you dare speak? While Qiao is young and inexperienced. As an esteemed elder, should you not know better? A few words left Elder Su's face flushed, rendering him speechless. After a lengthy scolding, the middle-aged man finally waved his hand and declared, enough. Discussing this is futile. Regardless, since that esteemed elder has helped us eliminate Qin Dongyang, we ought to pay a visit to express our gratitude. You two shall accompany me at once, and we will also extend our apologies. Elder Su and Ying Qiao promptly bowed their heads in acknowledgement. The following day, under the guidance of Ying Qiao and Elder Su, the trio arrived in Shangnan City. Given that the location where Yu Qing had slain Qin Dongyang was not far from the Misty Water courtyard, and considering that Ying Qiao and Elder Su had nearly seen Yu Qing off, locating the courtyard proved to be quite simple. Li Bugu and that white-browed man mentioned that this esteemed elder is likely named Yu Qing. If my assumptions are correct, then elder you should reside here, Ying Qiao remarked. The middle-aged man nodded, adjusted his robe, and personally approached the door to knock. A series of knocks echoed, and a small head appeared, Little Lier. Whom are you seeking? Little Lier inquired, puzzled. Upon seeing the child, the middle-aged man's pupils constricted momentarily, but he maintained his composure, bowing politely to the boy. Young master, we hail from the Hung Tian Sword sect, and have come to pay our respects to Elder Yu Qing. Might you kindly announce our arrival? Oh, you're looking for my master? Please wait here, Little Lier replied with a nod before retreating to inform within the courtyard. Once Little Lier had departed, the middle-aged man sighed softly and turned to the two beside him. In your estimation, what level of strength do you believe Elder Yu Qing possesses? My master is at the pinnacle of the touching heaven realm. Qin Dongyang was on par with him, also at the peak of that realm. The fact that this elder could dispatch Qin Dongyang in an instant indicates that he must have reached the celestial realm, Elder Su speculated first. Moreover, I believe he is no ordinary celestial realm practitioner. He is likely at the upper echelon of that realm, potentially even at its zenith. That is also my belief. Ying Qiao concurred. However, the middle-aged man sighed again and shook his head, offering a wry smile. While my thoughts initially aligned with yours after encountering that young boy, I realized our perspective is rather limited. Limited? Ying Qiao was taken aback. Master, does that little child conceal something extraordinary? Little child? The middle-aged man could not help but chuckle. Qiao, one should not refer to him in such a manner. In this world, where strength commands respect. You ought to address him as an esteemed elder. Esteemed elder? Ing Xiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Are you implying his strength? Indeed, he is remarkably strong. The middle-aged man concluded, stating, although no fluctuations of cultivation can be discerned in him, my experience and intuition inform me that the young brother from earlier possesses formidable strength, perhaps even rivaling my own. Upon hearing this, Ing Xiao covered her crimson lips, utterly astonished. The child is but a few years old. As a direct disciple of the master of the Hung Tian sword sect and the sect's holy maiden, her talent ranks among the finest in the desolate lands, a fact she once took great pride in. However, when compared to others, her modest abilities seemed utterly insignificant. The prowess of her peers could very well rival my own. The middle-aged man, her mentor, chose not to elaborate further. Yet, both Elder Su and Ing Xiao grasped the implications of his words. They had likely underestimated Yu Qing's strength significantly. Thus, it stands to reason that Yu Qing is, more than likely, a formidable figure at the transcendent realm, a pinnacle existence in this region of the desolate lands. In the courtyard, while carving, Yu Qing recalled the woman and the elderly man from the tavern. He waved his hand dismissively, instructing, let them return. Yes, master, Shali nodded and made her way to the courtyard entrance. My master has said he does not wish to meet you. You may leave. With that, Shali disregarded the expressions of the crowd and firmly closed the courtyard door. At the entrance, the middle-aged man's face bore a bitter expression, while Ing Xiao and Elder Su appeared particularly distressed. Ah, you poor souls. Fortunately, it seems this elder merely prefers not to engage with you. Otherwise, would you even have the chance to converse with me now? The middle-aged man shook his head. After a moment of contemplation, he placed the gifts he had brought at the entrance, then cupped his hands in a salute, saying, Esteemed elder, I am El Tianqi, the master of the Hung Tian sword sect. I have come today to apologize for the disrespect shown by my errant disciple. Furthermore, the elder has eliminated Qin Dongong, who harbors enmity towards our sect. Thus, I have prepared a token of gratitude. Of course, should the elder choose not to meet, I would not dare impose. But I kindly request you accept this offering as a gesture of my sincerity. After bowing again towards the courtyard, he turned to Ing Xiao and the others, saying, Let us return to the desolate lands. Nodding in agreement, the three were about to depart when the courtyard door swung open once more. And Shali peeked her head out. My master says you may come in and sit for a while. Upon hearing this, El Tianqi and his companions were taken aback, followed by expressions of delight. Thank you, young brother, for the message, El Tianqi said, adjusting his attire before cautiously stepping through the courtyard entrance. Indeed, being from a power beyond the southern frontier and the master of the Hung Tian sword sect, his insight was remarkable. Not only had he discerned Shali's extraordinary abilities earlier, but upon entering the courtyard, he felt an unusual aura enveloping the surroundings. He sensed that the flowers and plants, even the mundane items placed in the corners, seemed almost alive, as if countless eyes were watching them intently. An instinct stirred within him, warning that any ill intentions might lead to dire consequences. Do not touch or disturb anything, Lu Qianqi solemnly reminded the two individuals. Ing Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. In the courtyard, Yu Qing sat at a stone table, pouring tea. Upon noticing the newcomers, he extended his hand and smiled. Please, take a seat. Upon seeing Yu Qing, Lu Qianqi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, his demeanor was extraordinary. He quickly clasped his hands together and said, I am Lu Qianqi, accompanied by my wayward apprentice Ing Xiao and the esteemed Elder Su Feng. It is an honor to meet you, senior. Please, there is no need for such formalities. Simply call me Yu Qing, he replied with a gentle smile. Yu Qing's approachable demeanor eased Lu Qianqi's apprehension, as he had not anticipated such cordiality. Senior. Regarding the incident with my apprentice and Elder Su at the tavern, Lu Qianqi began to apologize, but was promptly interrupted by Yu Qing's wave of his hand. There is no need to dwell on past matters. What is important is the present attitude, he stated calmly. Though he had felt a twinge of displeasure regarding the previous encounter, he understood that often, what matters most is the attitude displayed in interactions. With the right attitude in place, trivial matters became inconsequential, which is why he had chosen to meet Lu Qianqi. However, more importantly, he was curious about Lu Qianqi's words overheard outside the courtyard, prompting him to seek clarification. Could you elaborate on the origins of the person I killed a few days ago? Yu Qing inquired directly. Lu Qianqi, sensing the gravity of the request, did not hesitate to reveal all he knew about Qin Dongyang's background. Leader of the Qingmen sect, Yu Qing nodded thoughtfully. It appears he is not merely a minor character. In this context, the the fear of insufficient firepower may have been somewhat alleviated. However, I find myself perplexed as to why a leader from a faction beyond the southern frontier would venture here, especially considering our lack of acquaintance. Yu Qing then inquired. It seems improbable that he has come specifically to take my life. Clearly, what he seeks to understand is the reason behind Qin Dongyang's initial intent to kill him, while I am unaware of why he acted against the elder. The reason for his arrival in the southern frontier may indeed be linked to the presence of the Five Elements Alliance in this region. At this moment, El Tianchi elucidated. To my knowledge, the Qingmen and the Five Elements Alliance have always maintained a close relationship and have had prior dealings. Once again, it pertains to the Five Elements Alliance. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing nodded and couldn't help but recall the enigmatic leader of the Five Elements Alliance. El Zhongzhu. Do you happen to know the true nature of that leader? Yu Qing asked. As for the specifics, I am also unaware. But I do know that the leader is not human. Rather, it is a monstrous beast, specifically a nine-headed serpent, El Tianchi replied. No sooner had El Tianchi's words fallen than something in the nearby corner seemed to leap into the air. Chapter 79. Anima, exposed. Ah, anima. Exposed, exposed. The nine-headed serpent had just been enjoying the early dismissal from its tasks today, relishing the thought of resting sooner in its lair. In an instant, his body became rigid. Frozen in place. The Hydra? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's lips curled into a sly smile. He then cast his gaze towards the corner, pondering how the leader of the Five Elements Alliance had suddenly vanished from the southern wilderness. It seemed he had been hiding right beneath his nose. Under the intensity of Yu Qing's stare, the Hydra trembled in fear. Before it could react, Yu Qing approached, extending his hand to seize it. Master Lu, what a coincidence. Recently, a nine-headed creature attempted to attack me, but my disciples managed to subdue it. Its true form is that of a nine-headed serpent. So could you please verify if this is indeed the same? As he spoke, Yu Qing tossed the Hydra before several onlookers. This aura. Lu Tianchi fixed his gaze on the nine-headed creature, shock reverberating through him. It is he, without a doubt, although I have only crossed paths with this Hydra once. The essence is unmistakable. Observing the waning energy of the Hydra, Lu Tianchi inhaled deeply. He hadn't anticipated that the Hydra had already fallen into Yu Qing's grasp. Upon entering the courtyard, Lu Tianchi had sensed an overwhelming allure emanating from the surroundings, which had distracted him from noticing the small serpent. Had he recognized it at first glance, he would have identified the Hydra immediately. How intriguing. Yu Qing chuckled softly, then gently shifted his foot to rest upon the Hydra. Now speak. What is your connection with Qin Dongyang, and why did you come to eliminate me? Yu Qing inquired in a deep voice. In response to Yu Qing's question, the Hydra broke into a cold sweat. He understood that a single misstep in his answer could cost him his life. Although life had been arduous, at least he was still alive. However, as Yu Qing exerted a slight pressure with his foot, the Hydra felt a chilling sensation. Realizing that he had no choice but to speak the truth. With this thought in mind, he steeled himself and stammered, I never intended to kill you. I merely sought to subdue you. As he spoke, he recounted how the soul-seeking sect had dispatched assassins after by duo, and how, in his subordinates' memories, they encountered a remarkable flock of chickens and ducks, which piqued his interest. Of course, by the end of his tale, his voice dwindled to a whisper. At the time, he was oblivious. Now reflecting on it, his actions were undoubtedly akin to an ant hoping to command an elephant. How absurd. Yu Qing gazed at him thoughtfully, reminiscing about past events to assure himself that the Hydra was not lying. In truth, he had simply been too apathetic to ponder deeply. Otherwise, he might have deduced the Hydra's true identity long ago. Meanwhile, Lu Tianchi and the others, having listened intently, felt a different resonance. Especially when the mention of the chickens and ducks arose, their gazes instinctively drifted towards the ducks gliding in the nearby river. If their assumptions were correct, it was this very flock that had once eliminated a group of masters from the Five Elements Alliance. These masters all possess at least the realm of Yuandan. Though they regard the Yuandan realm as inconsequential, the shock of being defeated by a flock of ducks raised under Yu Qing's care is truly beyond verbal expression. But why does Qin Dongyang seek to kill me? Yu Qing inquired solemnly. I do not know, replied the nine-headed serpent. Yu Qing pressed his foot down firmly. I genuinely do not know. The nine-headed serpent was on the verge of tears. Since that day, he had remained a prisoner, completely unaware of why Qin Dongyang was so obstinate. Yu Qing furrowed his brow, then altered his approach, asking, Let me pose another question. What is the purpose of your and Qin Dongyang's journey to the southern frontier? For those of you from the wasteland, the southern frontier is hardly significant. Setting aside Qin Dongyang, I find it hard to believe that you would come here with the Five Elements Alliance without a compelling reason. Yu Qing had evidently grasped the crux of the matter swiftly. This was also the source of confusion for El Tianqi and the others, not to mention El Tianqi. Even Su Lao and Ing Xiao would likely never have set foot in the southern frontier had it not been for the Nine-Headed Serpent's arrival. The Nine-Headed Serpent understood that he could no longer conceal the truth. At this point, he had no choice but to divulge everything. Recently, Qin Dongong uncovered an ancient secret realm. Because of our past connections and my lineage's innate affinity for such realms, he sought me out to collaborate in unraveling it. After we jointly breached the secret realm, we discovered the legendary celestial mechanism disk within. The celestial mechanism disk? El Tianqi exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. El Zhongzhu. May I inquire what this celestial mechanism disk is? Yu Qing asked. To answer, esteemed elder, I have only heard a few rumors, El Tianqi patiently explained to Yu Qing. It is said that the celestial mechanism disk reveals insights at intervals, providing guidance on future events. There was once a sect that obtained it and utilized its guidance, essentially acquiring prophetic abilities, thereby becoming a revered presence in a short span of time. I had thought the celestial mechanism disk was merely a myth. I never imagined it truly existed, El Tianqi remarked with a sense of wonder. After listening, Yu Qing nodded, gaining a nebulous understanding of the celestial mechanism disk. Indeed, it was the same artifact he had mentioned earlier, but when we discovered it, it was already in a fragmented state. The Nine-Headed Serpent continued. Though it still offers some guidance, it lacks the precision it would possess in its complete form. So the guidance it provided to you pertains to the southern frontier? Yu Qing quickly discerned the key point. Indeed, the Nine-Headed Serpent admitted candidly. The celestial mechanism disk indicated that the southern frontier holds great fortune and significant opportunities. Considering the uniqueness of southern Xinjiang, a region where secular empires flourish in abundance, I surmise that their fortunes may reside within these nations. Thus, I commanded my subordinates to persuade and deceive certain countries in advance, procuring their imperial seals for the purpose of siphoning their fortunes. With these nations as my foundation, I could then extract the collective fortune of southern Xinjiang, utilizing this power to break through barriers and ultimately gain dominion over the entire region. In such a scenario, even if the heavenly mechanism pointed elsewhere, southern Xinjiang would already be under my control. Upon hearing the words of the Hydra, Yu Qing was swiftly reminded of the day he encountered Nangong Fuyao. At that time, she had fervently proclaimed her allegiance to the Five Elements Alliance, asserting her intention to become a singular presence in southern Xinjiang. Now it appeared she was merely the first in a line of naive subjects, destined to have her fortune appropriated by the Hydra. Thus, Yu Qing found himself both pitying and ridiculing Nangong Fuyao. If I am not mistaken, that Fuyao Empire was indeed one of the first nations you managed to sway, was it not? I remain unaware of which countries my subordinate, Haitian, has successfully persuaded, as he has yet to provide me with a detailed report. However, given that his rather loquacious nature would likely reveal such information, it stands to reason. Evidently, the leader of the Five Elements Alliance still harbors deep resentment towards Nangong Fuyao. Even if Xiao Li has not achieved a breakthrough, were he to regain his freedom, it is unlikely that Nangong Fuyao would ascend to become the unparalleled monarch of an empire. Instead, she would merely be the initial target of the Hydra's ambitions. Regardless of how events unfold, Nangong Fuyao's subservience to the Five Elements Alliance is destined to become a grand farce. What is even more laughable is her pride in this affiliation. Chapter 80. The heavenly mechanism points the way, unveiling the secrets of southern Xinjiang. Thus, what of Qin Dongong? Yu Qing furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. At this moment, Lu Qianqi remarked, I respectfully inform you, esteemed senior, that I have battled against Qin Dongong for countless years, and I possess some understanding of his character. This individual, while not inherently gifted and hailing from a rather unremarkable background, wields ruthless tactics. In the past, he orchestrated the assassination of several fortunate individuals, seizing their fortune for himself. Consequently, Qin Dongong has encountered a continuous stream of opportunities, ultimately ascending to the position of the leader of the Qing men. Judging by his typical behavior, his arrival in the southern wilderness is likely guided by the celestial mechanisms, during which he may have discerned your exceptional nature, fully aware that you are a person of great fortune, thus igniting within him a desire to plunder. Upon hearing Lu Qianqi's analysis, Yu Qing nodded in agreement. Lu Qianqi's conjecture was indeed quite close to the truth. This may also elucidate why Qin Dongong unexpectedly turned against himself. In this moment, Yu Qing finally attained a profound clarity regarding these matters. Yet simultaneously, He found himself intrigued by the guidance of the celestial mechanism. What, indeed, does that guidance refer to? Yu Qing posed the question. Tianqi also fell into deep contemplation. Today's visit to Yu Qing could be regarded as a revelation of a significant secret. During their discussion and speculation, they suddenly noticed a remarkable shift in the cloud cover over the southern frontier as celestial phenomena erupted dramatically. The sky was awash in resplendent golden light, stretching endlessly across the horizon. At this moment, not only were Yu Qing and his companions captivated, but the entire southern wilderness, and even those beyond its borders, were drawn to the celestial phenomenon unfolding in the heavens. Everyone paused their activities, turning their gazes skyward. As time progressed, the shifting clouds gradually transformed into a vortex, converging from 1,000 miles away, beyond Yu Qing and his companions. This extraordinary spectacle hinted at the presence of a significant legacy or a grand secret realm, or perhaps a precious treasure on the verge of emergence. Tianqi gazed up at the swirling clouds, murmuring in awe that place must be where the clouds converge, forming the vortex. Intriguing. If my estimations are correct, this is the heavenly mechanism plate, guiding us. Yu Qing also raised his head, softly murmuring. The location of that vortex must lie within the realm of the barbarian kingdom, not far from the borders of the Fuyao Empire. Tianqi, unfamiliar with the geography of the southern wilderness, couldn't he help but cast a glance at Yu Qing after hearing his musings. He discerned a spark of interest in Yu Qing's eyes. Indeed, Yu Qing was intrigued. He was not foolish. Such an opportunity landing at his doorstep would pique anyone's curiosity. Even though he possessed a system, it merely offered assistance, while opportunities and treasures could also provide support. The two did not conflict. Presumably, my esteemed senior will be occupied with the matters of the secret realm. I shall not intrude further. I take my leave for now. Should you ever find yourself in the desolate lands, please feel free to seek me out, and I shall extend my warmest hospitality, Tianqi said, cupping his hands in respect. Since you, Master L, are departing, I shall not keep you. Upon my arrival in the desolate lands, I shall certainly request a couple of fine wines from you, Yu Qing replied with a smile. Although there had been some previous unpleasantness with the Hung Tian sword sect, Yu Qing found Tianqi to be quite agreeable after their brief interactions. Hearing Yu Qing's words, Tianqi felt both surprised and gratified, realizing that this journey had not been in vain. Subsequently, Tianqi departed from Shangnan City, accompanied by Ying Qiao and Elder Su. For a long while, the celestial phenomenon remained unscattered in the sky, intensifying the awe inspired within the onlookers. Master, such a magnitude of celestial phenomena has likely spread beyond the southern wilderness. I suspect other forces in the desolate lands are sensing it as well, Ying Qiao remarked to Tianqi in midair. Do you truly feel no inclination, Master? If we could partake in this, it would be an immense advantage for our Hung Tian sword sect. Yet, Tianqi interrupted Ying Qiao with a wave of his hand. Qiao, you are still too young. Though this celestial phenomenon is grand, some things cannot be claimed merely by desire. One must possess the fate to seize them. He admonished seriously. Moreover, consider this. We are in the southern wilderness, at the doorstep of that esteemed senior. It would be fortunate if he showed no interest. But I distinctly sensed a profound curiosity in his gaze. Thus, this opportunity is one we dare not contemplate, nor can we. Upon hearing this, Ying Qiao, who was previously oblivious, nodded in understanding, grasping the underlying significance. At least in the desolate lands, there exists an unwritten rule. Any spiritual vein, secret realm, or even talent discovered within the territory of a particular force belongs to that force. To covet such treasures would equate to declaring war on that power. One must possess absolute strength to crush the opposition, unless the secret realm lies beyond any force's dominion, allowing for fair competition. The celestial phenomena occurring in the southern wilderness, logically speaking, should not concern the desolate lands. However, Master, despite this assertion, it is difficult to believe that the forces in the desolate lands will not be drawn to these celestial events, Ying Qiao could not help but remark. As for how other forces behave, we need not concern ourselves. We must focus solely on our own Hang Tian sword sect, Lu Qianqi solemnly instructed. Indeed, Ying Qiao nodded, taking her master's words to heart. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days had gone by. Throughout these 3 days, the celestial phenomena not only persisted but intensified. The barbaric nation had not anticipated that such tremendous fortune would fall into their lap. Interestingly, Yu Qing, situated in Upper South City, had yet to make his way to the barbaric nation when he received an urgent letter dispatched by them. The message was straightforward. If Yu Qing was interested, this opportunity, logically belonging to the barbaric nation, was being graciously offered to him. In return, the barbaric nation merely sought to partake in a portion of the bounty. It had been a while since he had shared tea with these two, and they had grown increasingly astute. Observing the urgent letter from the barbaric nation, a faint smile graced Yu Qing's lips. Chapter 81. I shall see what your reliance is. Meanwhile, within the barbaric nation, Man Shan and Gong Sun too sat in the hall. Have you truly contacted that individual? Man Shan could not help but inquire. What other choice do we have? Such a vast secret realm is beyond the capacity of our two barbaric nations to consume, Gong Sun too replied earnestly. However, I have heard that it seems there are those beyond the southern wilderness who have set their sights on our secret realm, Man Shan spoke gravely. That is precisely why I made this decision, Gong Sun too asserted. The treasures of our southern wilderness must remain in the hands of our own people. We cannot allow outsiders to seize them. Indeed, the treasures of the southern wilderness rightfully belong to its own denizens, Man Shan wholeheartedly agreed. Just as the two barbaric kings were deliberating, a subordinate rushed in with urgent news. Your Majesties, individuals from the secret realm have arrived and without hesitation killed dozens of our barbarian guards. The subordinate reported hastily. What? Who possesses such audacity? The two formidable chieftains rose simultaneously, their expressions dark and foreboding. They spoke of the individuals from the wilderness skygate, whose strength was unparalleled, and how the general of Mount Meng, tasked with guarding the secret realm, was grievously injured by a mere youth's wave of his hand. One of their subordinates, with a grave countenance, conveyed this alarming news. The two chieftains exchanged a solemn glance, recognizing the weight of the situation reflected in each other's eyes. The inhabitants of this desolate land truly arrive as promised. Let us proceed to observe. The two formidable chieftains, unwilling to delay, set forth personally towards the secret realm. Upon their arrival, they found the barbarian guards, originally stationed near the secret realm, surrounding a group of individuals with an overwhelming presence. At the forefront of this encircled assembly stood a young man clad in white, shielded by several venerable elders. Despite being besieged by the multitude of barbarian guards, they remained unfazed, not even raising a glance. Instead, they focused on the translucent forbidden gate materializing beneath the clouds, engaged in their own discourse. Unfortunately, this portal was heavily imbued with formations, and opening it might require some time. Otherwise, we could have already claimed the treasures of the secret realm as our own. One wonders what secrets lie within this realm. The celestial phenomena it has conjured are unlike anything our desolate land has ever witnessed. Whatever it may be, it shall belong to us. The young man in white and his accompanying elders continued their discussion. Upon hearing this, the arriving Man Shan and Gong Sun too were instantly filled with fury. Do you not regard our barbarian nation with due respect? Man Shan, known for his forthright temperament, could not restrain himself, exclaiming, This is a secret realm within our territory. When did it become yours? His words elicited laughter from the young man in white, who scoffed at the very mention of the barbarian nation. When did they dare to speak so boldly before me? With a swift motion of his hand, a forceful energy surged towards Man Shan. With a thud, Man Shan was sent flying, utterly defenseless against the strike. My lord, witnessing this, the surrounding barbarian guards stirred in commotion, their expressions darkening as they raised their weapons to defend their leader, only to be halted by Gong Sun too's urgent command. Gong Sun too, his expression grave, regarded the young man in white, astonished by his brazen aggression. The reason for stopping the guards was the overwhelming strength of the young man. Although Man Shan was formidable, the opponent's mere gesture rendered him incapable of resistance, and sending the guards forth would only lead to their demise. Are you all right? Gong Sun too inquired, assisting Man Shan to his feet. Coughing heavily, Man Shan spat blood, his demeanor serious as he replied, The newcomer is far too powerful, beyond our control. Gong Sun too nodded, his gaze fixed intently on the young man in white and his entourage, contemplating their next move. A pack of useless fools. The young man in white regarded the agitated barbarian guards with disdain, his expression dripping with arrogance. He then lifted his chin slightly, adopting a haughty posture as he addressed Man Shan and Gong Sun too, leisurely proclaiming, I offer you an opportunity. Treat us with the finest hospitality until the secret realm officially opens, and perhaps we may grant you some meager leftovers thereafter. Upon hearing these words, even the usually composed Gong Sun too felt a surge of fury. Although your excellency possesses formidable strength, such a statement is indeed rather humiliating. Gong Sun too declared, This is the secret realm of our barbarian nation. It is not for outsiders to discuss ownership. You two certainly possess quite the audacity. The young man in white's expression darkened, and as he spoke, An overwhelming pressure enveloped Gong Sun Tu and his companion. Under this immense force, both Gong Sun Tu and Man Shan felt as though a mountain had been placed upon them, causing their bodies to tremble and cold sweat to pour down. They had yet to fall, displaying a semblance of spirit. With a cold sneer, the young man unleashed an even greater wave of pressure. Crack, crack, crack. They felt as if their very bones were shattering. Gong Sun Tu fared slightly better, but the already injured Man Shan was forced to kneel upon the ground, struggling in vain to rise. In the face of such absolute power, mere will was insufficient for resistance. Is this your limit? The young man in white mocked. I'm afraid it is not mine. As his words fell, the oppressive force intensified. Gong Sun Tu and Man Shan could no longer stand and were pressed down against the earth. The young man then slowly approached, lifting his foot to rest upon Man Shan's face, grinding it down while leisurely asking, "Now I ask you, from this moment forth, this secret realm belongs to me. Do you have any objections?" To have a king of a nation trampled underfoot filled Man Shan with profound humiliation. Gritting his teeth, he raised his gaze defiantly and shouted, "You may kill me, but you lack the qualification to claim this secret realm as yours. Do not think that my southern border is without support. When Lord Yu Qing arrives, you will only be forced to retreat in disgrace." "Oh, Lord Yu Qing?" The young man in white displayed a glimmer of interest, mockingly stating, "So that is why you answer so defiant. It appears you have someone backing you." He laughed, turning to those beside him to scornfully inquire, "Elders, have you heard of this Yu Qing?" Reporting to the young master, "We have never heard of anyone called Yu Qing. Surely, he is just some insignificant figure." Several elders behind him sneered in agreement. "Your words have changed my mind. I no longer wish to kill you," the young man in white coldly remarked. "In fact, I am willing to grant you an opportunity to summon your so-called Lord Yu Qing. I am quite curious to see how he would make us retreat in disgrace." "Is this true?" Man Shan asked excitedly. "Indeed, it is true, for I relish the sight of despair," the young man in white replied with a sneer, then moved his foot away and addressed the elders behind him. "Elders, as the secret realm has yet to be opened, let us find some amusement." Several elders nodded in agreement. After all, it was in the southern regions where their young master had ventured. They were quite pleased to impart a lesson to this group of Na'vi individuals who had not seen much of the world. Man Shan hastily took out a communication shade slip, intending to send a message to Yu Qing. Just then, a voice echoed from the air not far away. "There is no need for such measures. I have already arrived." Chapter 82. Rooting out the weeds, demolishing the foundation as the voice resonated. Both Man Shan and Gong Sun Tu's expressions brightened. The young man in white narrowed his eyes slightly, following the sound. He soon beheld 3 figures gliding through the air. The leader, clad in green, exuded an extraordinary aura, accompanied by a child of 7 or 8 years and a black-clad man whose presence was imperceptible. The child was completely disregarded by the young man in white, while he quickly discerned that the black-clad man was merely a puppet. The trio was none other than Yu Qing, accompanied by Little Li and the puppet Chang'an. Aware that the current celestial phenomena did not signify the true opening of the secret realm, Yu Qing had arrived later than expected. However, he did not anticipate stumbling upon such a scene upon his arrival. "Are you the one they speak of, the one who relies on others?" The young man in white inquired, surveying Yu Qing with keen interest. "Indeed, that would be me," Yu Qing replied with a nonchalant expression, revealing little emotion. "I must admit, you have indeed instilled enough confidence in them, allowing these 2 insignificant creatures to speak so boldly to me," the young man in white remarked languidly. "To think you could announce your arrival, compelling us of the Flying Sky sect to retreat in disgrace. No, they are mistaken." Yu Qing shook his head, then added earnestly, "You will not have the opportunity to escape." Upon hearing the initial remark, the young man in white assumed Yu Qing was fearful. However, following the latter statement, his expression darkened considerably. The air around them grew suddenly frigid. "You truly possess quite the audacity," he said, fixing his gaze on Yu Qing, enunciating each word deliberately. "Of course. In fact, to assure you of my sincerity, allow me to demonstrate," Yu Qing replied indifferently. Before the young man in white could fully comprehend Yu Qing's intent, he suddenly witnessed an elder beside him explode without warning. Bang! Blood and flesh scattered in all directions, splattering the young man in white's face. "Elder Bai! How could this happen?" The young man in white was struck with a sudden pallor, panic overtaking him in an instant. He fixed his gaze on Yu Qing. Unable to comprehend how Yu Qing had acted so swiftly, the elder Bai beside him had vanished in the blink of an eye. It is worth noting that although elder Bai was not the strongest among their group, he was certainly not the weakest. Indeed, he was stronger than the young man himself. If that previous attack had been directed at him, he would now be in grave peril. His eyes widened, a profound sense of dread washing over him as he belatedly realized that he was indeed facing a true master of combat. However, before he could make any move, Yu Qing swiftly unsheathed the horizontal blade from the hands of the young girl, Xiaoli, and pressed it against his throat. "Is this secret realm still yours?" Yu Qing inquired languidly. Feeling the chill of the blade against his neck, the young man in white dared not utter a word. "You insolent fool. We are members of the Flying Heaven sect, and the person before you is the young master of our order." Another elder behind him bellowed, pointing at Yu Qing. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Yu Qing swung the blade in a decisive arc. "I am not addressing you. Kindly silence yourself." As the words left his lips, a head rolled away from its body, blood splattering the ground. The severed head's eyes remained wide open in disbelief. As if unable to grasp the reality of the situation, Yu Qing had not even granted him the opportunity to speak before delivering the fatal blow. Afterward, Yu Qing did not spare a glance at the fallen elder. Instead, he lightly tapped the dazed face of the young man in white with the blade's flat side and remarked, "It is your turn to respond." Aye. The young man stammered, his voice faltering as he witnessed the two elders fall before him. Terror seized him, and he trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving way as he sank to his knees before Yu Qing. "Senior, I was wrong. I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I was merely jesting," he exclaimed, raising his palm to deliver slaps to his own face in a display of contrition. The remaining two individuals behind him hastily dropped to their knees as well, pleading for mercy. The ruthless prowess exhibited by Yu Qing had left them utterly terrified. In but a fleeting moment, one elder was reduced to mere fragments, while another met a gruesome end, their bodies severed. It became abundantly clear to the onlookers that if they did not plead for mercy, they would soon share the same fate. Fear gripped them, rendering them paralyzed. Meanwhile, the injured man Shan and Gong Sun too observed with a sense of vindication. Did they truly believe that the resolve of their adversaries was weak? Did they think that calling upon the demon was merely a jest? Anyone who perceived Yu Qing's exterior as that of a genteel and cultured individual was gravely mistaken. "What do you think of my reliance?" Yu Qing inquired, casting a lofty gaze upon the young man clad in white. "Indeed, the elder is immensely powerful. We were blind to his prowess," the white-clad youth promptly declared. "By the way, you mentioned you are the young master of the Fatian sect, correct?" Yu Qing suddenly recalled and questioned. Yes, I am the young master of the Fatian sect," the youth hastily affirmed, thinking that perhaps Yu Qing was beginning to regard his status with some trepidation. Yet, Yu Qing's next utterance left him utterly bewildered. "Then summon your father." "Father? You mean your father?" Yu Qing quickly elaborated, as even after many years as a transmigrator, certain customs from the Blue Star remained ingrained within him. "Bring him here, and I shall spare your life," Yu Qing stated. "Very well. I shall inform my father at once." Upon hearing that Yu Qing would not kill him, the white-clad youth, despite his bewilderment, swiftly retrieved a communication jade slip to contact his father. After relaying the message, Yu Qing tossed a blade to Xiao Li'er. "Since we have embarked upon this path, we must dispatch a few more individuals to hone our skills. Go, eliminate them," Yu Qing remarked nonchalantly as he strolled to the side. Upon hearing this, the white-clad youth and his companions widened their eyes in disbelief, accusing Yu Qing. "You promised that if I notified my father, you would spare me. You are going back on your word. Fool, it is he who will slay you, not I," Yu Qing replied with a dispassionate glance. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Li'er lunged forward, delivering a swift strike. Her efficiency left no room for argument. Though still young, she possessed considerable understanding. She recognized this as a trial set by her master, a form of protection for her future. Having comprehended the insights of sages, she carried no psychological burden in this moment. The ground soon bore witness to more corpses. "Master, why must we notify his father?" Xiao Li'er scratched her head, perplexed. "Because I detest the tactic of dealing with the young before confronting the old. This is another lesson I have imparted to you. If one must act, they must eradicate the roots and obliterate the foundation." "Is that so, master? I understand now," the little carp, seemingly grasping the situation, remarked. Yu Qing took the horizontal blade from the hands of the little carp and gently ruffled his hair. Indeed, the youth is teachable. At that moment, not far away, Man Shan and Gong Sun too cautiously approached. "My lord," they both respectfully bowed. "We are grateful for your timely rescue." Yu Qing nodded and then directed an appreciative gaze towards them. "You two demonstrated quite a bit of cleverness this time. Once matters are settled, I shall seek you out for tea. Rest assured, this time it will indeed be genuine tea. Manshan nearly jumped in surprise, promptly nodding in response. My lord is too kind. This opportunity in the secret realm belongs to the barbarian kingdom, and naturally, it is yours, my lord. Gongsun too, displaying his keen perception, added, My lord, the opening of the secret realm may take some time. Allow me to arrange a banquet for you, so we need not wait idly here. Yu Qing smiled lightly. Let us postpone that. The ground is soaked with blood, and I lack the appetite. Manshan immediately offered to call for the collection of the dead, but was halted by Yu Qing. There is no rush. There should be a few more to gather. We shall collect them all together once the matter is concluded. Yu Qing spoke with a nonchalant air, but Manshan and Gongsun too exchanged glances, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Before the opening of this secret realm, it was anticipated that a tempest of bloodshed would ensue. However, the reality proved to be more harrowing than expected. Indeed, it wasn't long before an overwhelmingly potent aura surged forth from the horizon, accompanied by a thunderous cry. I am Xiang Tianshi, the master of the Flying Sky sect. Who dares to harm my son? A towering figure clad in white, exuding an extraordinary presence, led a host of equally formidable individuals rushing forward. They have arrived, Yu Qing remarked with a faint smile, gently stroking the back of Shaoli's head. Disciple, remember this. While it is noble to strive to be virtuous, in the realm of cultivation, one often finds themselves at the mercy of circumstances. If you do not slay, you will be slain. Thus, when faced with such a scenario, employing the right methods to eradicate the threat is a simple task. For the roots will inevitably come seeking you out. As his words fell, the master of the Flying Sky sect, Xiang Tianshi, landed before them. His gaze immediately fell upon the lifeless body of a young man in white on the ground, sending a tremor through him as he bellowed in rage, You honor. Witnessing his son's unseeing eyes, Xiang Tianshi's fury ignited. He turned sharply to see Yu Qing, who was still holding a bloodied blade, the crimson stains yet to dry. Who is the murderer? It is clear to anyone not blind. You have slain my child. Xiang Tianshi's eyes blazed with a terrifying killing intent. How dare you linger here after killing my son? Should I allow you a swift death today? I, Xiang Tianshi, vow never to be human again. Driven nearly to madness by the loss of his only son, Xiang Tianshi raised his hand to strike without a moment's thought. Yet, in that very instant, Yu Qing's figure, which had been dozens of paces away, appeared before him. He then raised his hand and delivered a swift cut. Enough with the prattle. Out of respect for your father-son bond, I shall grant you reunion. No need for thanks. With a flick of his wrist, Yu Qing wiped the blood from his blade. Almost simultaneously, Xiang Tianshi's head tumbled to the ground, a fountain of warm blood erupting from his neck, transforming into a rain of crimson that drenched his subordinates behind him. Everything transpired with such rapidity and suddenness that, even at this moment, they had yet to regain their composure. By the time the crowd gathered their wits, their legs had turned to jelly. The master of the Flying Sky sect, the foremost powerhouse within their ranks, Xiang Tianshi, had been beheaded with a single stroke? It hardly even qualified as a battle. The blade flashed, and his head was severed, simpler than slaughtering a mere chicken. The astonishment was not confined to the members of the Flying Sky sect alone. Surrounding the entrance to the secret realm, numerous figures concealed their presence, equally taken aback. The commotion surrounding the emergence of the secret realm was so profound that it roused the majority of the forces in the wasteland. The Flying Sky sect, being the closest, was the first to respond, with its powerful members arriving promptly. Although other factions could not arrive in time, they hastily dispatched their own scouts to ascertain the situation. The sight of Yu Qing slaying the sect leader of the Flying Sky sect left many speechless in astonishment. Yet this was not the end. Without casting a glance at the headless body of Tianshi, Yu Qing swiftly redirected his blade, positioning it against the throat of the nearest powerful member of the Flying Sky sect. Are all the formidable members of your sect present? The individual, regaining his senses, trembled uncontrollably and nodded vigorously. Several elders had accompanied the young sect master here, and the sect leader had just received news of his son's peril. Flying into a rage and immediately bringing forth the remaining capable fighters from within the sect, Tianshi was not foolish, aware that his son was accompanied by elders. He understood that such allies posed a significant threat to his enemies, hence he brought all his capable fighters along. As a leader, he had done well. Unfortunately, he was up against Yu Qing. Upon hearing the man's response, Yu Qing nodded with satisfaction. Very well, it appears that eliminating all of you is nearly complete. With that, he sheathed his blade. As he did, a collective sigh of relief swept through the others. only to be swiftly replaced by a sense of foreboding. What had he just said? Did he imply he would spare us? Their thoughts spiraled, and it felt as if their heads might detach from their bodies, quite literally. At the very moment Yu Qing's blade slid into its sheath, the heads of more than a dozen individuals simultaneously severed from their necks, rolling lifelessly to the ground. They were utterly oblivious to the moment they had lost their heads. The sight of blood gushing forth like fountains was a spectacle to behold. Yet, Yu Qing paid it no mind, turning away to rejoin Xiao Lier, tossing the bloody blade to him. His seemingly indifferent gaze swept across the surroundings. Those hidden in the shadows, caught in his line of sight, froze, their blood feeling as though it had turned to ice. Finally, his gaze settled on the two from the barbarian mountain. It is now time to collect the bodies. For the foreseeable future, it seems no one else will come to meet their demise. The two from Barbarian Mountain, shaken and wide-eyed, nodded vigorously. Yes, my lord. The shadowy figures, regaining their composure, vanished back into the darkness. The Flying Sky sect had been annihilated. The news spread across the desolate land with the swiftness of a bird taking flight. The major factions swiftly learned that within the barbaric nation housing the secret realm, there existed a formidable and ruthless powerhouse. The first to set their sights on and arrive at the secret realm was the Flying Sky sect, where every expert, from the sect leader down, was ruthlessly annihilated. Akin to a total extermination. This news stunned many factions in the wasteland. While the strength of the Flying Sky sect may not be overwhelmingly powerful in the wasteland, it is certainly not to be underestimated. The ability to effortlessly annihilate the Flying Sky sect signifies that they could similarly obliterate the others. This is also the purpose of Yu Qing. Though it may involve killing, the influx of individuals from all directions, akin to flies, becomes tiresome to swat away one by one. Undoubtedly, men perish for wealth, and birds die for food. Even with the knowledge of formidable individuals emerging, countless forces still cast their gaze upon this place. Chapter 84. Who truly regards him? After all, the extraordinary phenomenon accompanying the emergence of this secret realm undoubtedly signifies its unparalleled nature. There are evidently great opportunities within. Few are willing to relinquish such prospects. Thus, many continue to stir restlessly. However, the one who annihilated the Flying Sky sect possesses remarkable abilities. Prior to the opening of the secret realm, no one intends to be the pioneering bird probing the depths for others. Consequently, for the time being, no other forces boldly approach the entrance of the secret realm. On the surface, tranquility seems to prevail. Yet beneath, preparations for the ensuing competition after the realm's opening are in full swing. A turbulent undercurrent brews. In the blink of an eye, several days have passed. On that morning at the Heng Tian Sword sect, the sect leader, El Tianqi, was engaged in administrative matters when he received a notification. Sect leader, the head of the Zile Sword sect, Shin, has arrived. Oh, Brother Shin has come? With a flicker of interest in his eyes, El Tianqi had yet to rise when a hearty laugh resonated from outside. Ha ha ha, my dear brother El. It has been far too long. How is your health? Upon hearing the familiar voice, El Tianqi smiled and stepped outside to greet him. As he emerged, he beheld a robust man, adorned with a thick beard and possessing a rugged appearance, approaching him with a warm demeanor. Brother Shun, you remain as spirited as ever, El Tianqi exclaimed, and the two men shared a hearty laugh. The Zile Sword sect and the Heng Tian Sword sect were both sword sects located in the wilderness. Their leaders, Shin Jiotao and El Tianqi, had been close friends for many years, sharing a profound bond. After they entered the hall together and exchanged pleasantries, El Tianqi finally inquired, Brother Shin, what brings you to the Heng Tian Sword sect today? Shin Jiotao chuckled heartily, my dear brother El, your question lacks wisdom. Why else would I come at this time, but to discuss the recently emerged secret realm? Do not tell me that the Heng Tian Sword sect has no interest in it. Upon hearing the term secret realm, El Tianqi's expression shifted, as a sudden realization struck him. However, Shin Jiotao was oblivious to the subtle change in El Tianqi's demeanor and continued speaking. Brother El, both of us have been stagnating at our current realms for several years. If an opportunity arises, we must not let it slip away. I have heard that the Liuhe sect has already allied with the Jinhuang sect. But if we, as brothers, join forces, what do we have to fear? The opportunities within that secret realm rightfully belong to our two sections. As the words left his lips, Shin Jiotao turned to El Tianqi. Given their comparable strengths and deep friendship, it was almost a foregone conclusion that if the Heng Tian Sword sect intended to vie for the secret realm, they would naturally choose to ally with the Zile Sword sect. Expecting an unambiguous affirmation from El Tianqi, Shin Jiotao was taken aback when he saw his companion shake his head. Brother Shin, the Heng Tian Sword Sect does not intend to intervene in this secret realm, Tianchi stated. Furthermore, I advise you, the Zile Sword Sect, to refrain from involvement as well. As soon as the words were uttered, Shun Jiotao was momentarily taken aback. Brother L, what brings this on? Tianchi paused for a moment before responding in a grave tone. This secret realm involves certain matters that are not easily acquired. Surely. Brother Shin, you have heard that the Fatian sect, which was the first to arrive at the secret realm, has met with annihilation. Upon hearing this, Shin Jiotao raised an eyebrow and chuckled heartily. Brother L, you truly have a knack for jesting. What sort of entity is the Fatian sect? Do I even need to elaborate? Among their ranks, only that Xiang Tianchi possesses a modicum of strength, but even that is negligible. If we brothers were to intervene, who could not extinguish the Fatian sect? The slaughter of those from the Fatian sect may seem to have instilled fear in others, yet in reality, who takes it seriously? Are you truly so easily intimidated? Brother L, you are not one to shy away from challenges. Tianchi remained silent, lost in contemplation. In truth, upon hearing the news of the Fatian sect's downfall, he had caught wind that it was the work of a single individual. He surmised that it was highly likely related to Yu Qing. This also affirmed his belief that his previous decision to refrain from involvement was indeed the right one. However, confronted with Shun Jiotao at this moment, he found himself at a loss for words. If he were to mention the matter concerning Yu Qing, he could not be certain whether the other party would believe him. Moreover, should that elder discover later that he had divulged information without consent, it would surely lead to complications. After pondering for a moment, Tianchi finally spoke. Brother Shin, after so many years of camaraderie, you must know my character. I would never deceive you. The depths of this secret realm are profound, and becoming entangled within it could jeopardize our very lives, even at our level. Hence, I implore you, do not involve yourself in this secret realm. Noticing Tianchi's serious demeanor, Shin Jiotao also subdued his smile. Are you jesting? Tianchi shook his head. Certainly not. Did you not mention that the Liu sect and the Jinhuang sect have allied? It won't be long before you realize I speak the truth. A moment later, with a pensive expression, Shin Jiotao departed from the Hongtian sword sect and returned to his own Zile sword sect. At this moment, within the Zile sword sect, numerous powerful figures, including several elders, were already prepared. They had begun their preparations upon receiving the news, awaiting their sect leader to finalize the alliance with the Hongtian sword sect so that both sects could set off together. However, the response they received was unexpected. Not going. The Grand Elder of the Zile Sword Sect displayed a look of astonishment. Sect leader, are you jesting? We are all ready. Shin Jiotao replied solemnly, indeed. Our Zile Sword Sect shall not participate in the secret realm. I have received information from Sect Leader L of the Hongtian Sword Sect indicating that this secret realm is extraordinary, entangled with perilous matters that should not be taken lightly. Instantly, the assembly erupted in exclamations. How can we forfeit such an extraordinary secret realm? Sect leader, if we do not go, shall we allow the Liu sect and the Jinhuang sect to seize it effortlessly? The hopes of many were pinned on the opportunities within the secret realm, and to declare their withdrawal so abruptly was hard to accept. Some even voiced their dissent. Sect leader, have you been deceived by Tianchi of the Hongtian sword sect? How could he possibly know of any hidden circumstances? It seems to me that the Hongtian sword sect desires to monopolize the benefits and is thus misleading you. Upon hearing this, Shin Jiotao's eyes turned icy. Impudence! His voice reverberated through the hall, imbued with a thunderous aura that momentarily silenced the crowd. Shin Jiotao's gaze swept over the assembly as he spoke coldly. Sect leader L and I share a bond of life and death. He would never deceive me in such matters. Furthermore, even if we choose not to participate, the Liu sect and the Jinhuang sect will still vie for the secret realm. What benefit would it serve L to deceive us? Does he truly believe he can contend with the other two sects alone? Such words should not be uttered again. In this instance, my esteemed Purple Thunder Sword sect shall observe, for my resolve is unwavering. Chapter 85. Everyone retreat 10 miles away, or face death. However, despite Shan Jiotao's efforts to suppress the matter using his position as sect leader, once the crowd dispersed, whispers and murmurs filled the air. Not only the elders, but even many disciples expressed their discontent regarding the situation, observing the widespread opposition within the sect. Shan Jiotao could not help but let out a wry smile as he sat in the hall. Ah, Brother Liu, I truly have faith in you. Please do not lead me astray. In truth, not just others, but even Shan Jiotao himself had contemplated changing his mind several times. Yet, ultimately recalling Liu Tianchi's words, he suppressed such thoughts. They had shared countless years of camaraderie, and he knew his brother well. He would never speak without purpose. Hence, he placed his trust in him. Meanwhile, as Lu Chanqi and Shan Jiotao reached this decision, various forces from the wild lands began to stir restlessly. Some sought to form alliances, while others aimed to sit back and reap the benefits of the ensuing chaos. In any case, the entire barbaric nation was rife with turmoil, and beneath the surface, tumultuous waves were brewing. Gongsun, your intellect is commendable. The injured Mianshan could not help but give a thumbs up to Gongsun too, exclaiming, given the current situation, not only can our two barbaric nations not safeguard this secret realm, but even if all the nations of the southern frontier unite, they would fail to protect it. Indeed, Gongsun too nodded in agreement, feeling that he had made an exceedingly wise decision by contacting Yu Qing at the earliest opportunity. Otherwise, they would likely have perished at the hands of the Flying Heaven Gate long ago, not to mention the various experts they had observed around the secret realm, as well as the unseen presences of which they were unaware. Meanwhile, on a desolate mountain 10 miles away from the secret realm, where not a single blade of grass grew, one could gaze upon the secret realm in its entirety. Atop the summit stood a middle-aged man and a servant-like attendant. "My lord, should we not take our leave?" At that moment, the attendant following the middle-aged man could not help but exclaim, "You have always despised such desolate and inhospitable places. Let us hasten to the next location." The middle-aged man, donned in flowing white garments with long hair cascading elegantly, emanated an air of refinement. With a faint smile, he replied, "Shao man, the world is replete with opportunities for cultivation. Though I harbor no interest in that secret realm, the demeanor of the young friend guarding it bears a striking resemblance to my own in my youth. I find myself quite intrigued by how he will navigate the turbulent currents of this secret realm." "Oh my lord," the attendant interjected, "I perceive him merely as a fool, blinded by the allure of the secret realm. Although he possesses certain cunning and tricks to intimidate others, it is evident from the current circumstances that he is overestimating his capabilities. If he were wise, he would recognize his inferiority and retreat gracefully. However, should he remain obstinate, the consequences may be dire." Upon hearing these words, the man in white fell into a moment of silence before nodding in agreement, clearly acknowledging the validity of Shao Man's observations. "Very well, let us depart. Perhaps there is indeed nothing of interest here." He nodded once more, gesturing to leave with a flick of his sleeve, but then, as if sensing something, he hesitated and retracted his hand at the last moment. It was then he beheld Yu Qing standing before the entrance of the secret realm. Finding a shaded spot, Yu Qing summoned a tea table with a wave of his hand and took a seat before it, leisurely preparing tea for himself. "Ah, this lad possesses some charm." The man in white's pupils flickered as he observed Yu Qing's actions, revealing a spark of interest. What initially seemed tedious now held a semblance of amusement. This secret realm, located in the southern frontier, by customary standards, was indeed a domain exclusive to the southern territories. None among them had the right to intrude. At this moment, Yu Qing poured himself a cup of tea, savoring a sip, and his voice, laced with a hint of vigor, resonated across the expanse. Thus, "I advise you all to return whence you came." Clearly, the two middle-aged men from the desolate mountains were not the only ones fixated on this place. There were numerous forces lurking, eager to uncover the secrets of the hidden realm. "You insolent little creature, your arrogance is quite intolerable." The moment Yu Qing's voice fell, an individual emerged, a weathered old man in his 60s, his countenance shrouded in gloom, nearly extinguishing a minor sect like the Flying Heaven Gate. And he truly believes himself to be of significance? The old man's oppressive aura suggested extraordinary power, surpassing even that of the former leader of the Flying Heaven Gate. Yet, Yu Qing merely cast a casual glance at him before returning to his tea. He then raised his voice once more, declaring, "Having enjoyed 2 cups of tea and waited for so long, is this all that emerges? An old man? You little brat, I can no longer endure your insolence." As expected, with Yu Qing's words, several more figures soared into the air and descended. "Old man, this arrogant brat likely possesses some strength. Let us join forces to deal with him." A beguiling woman, her figure akin to a serpent, approached the elder and spoke languidly. "Though the Flying Heaven Gate is a minor sect, it has developed over time. Surely this young lad must have amassed some of its resources. After we eliminate him, we can divide the spoils of the sect amongst ourselves, thereby reaping some benefits from this expedition into the misty depths. What say you?" "Agreed," the elder nodded first. "We concur," echoed the others who had joined the fray, their gazes now fixed upon Yu Qing. They formed a circle, advancing toward him, effectively sealing off his escape route. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon. However, what was anticipated to be a reciprocal clash turned out to be a swift annihilation. In mere moments, several were dispatched by Yu Qing, leaving only the woman who had instigated the attack on her knees in terror. "Do not kill me. I can be your loyal servant, doing whatever you command." As she pleaded for her life, she desperately exposed her figure, hoping to elicit mercy from Yu Qing. Yet, what awaited her was a punch, one even more ferocious than those dealt to the others. Even in her final moments, she sought to provoke disgust. With her demise, those lurking in the shadows gasped in horror, their eyes filled with trepidation. They had not anticipated that this remote region of the south could harbor such formidable prowess. As for Yu Qing, this was precisely the effect he desired. From the moment he entered this secret realm, he had no inclination to remain inconspicuous. "I shall grant you 10 breaths to retreat to a distance of 10 miles. Otherwise, perish." Had these words been spoken earlier, such forces would undoubtedly have scoffed. After all, any entity daring to approach, knowing that Yu Qing had annihilated the Fei Tian men, would be weaker than the Fei Tian men themselves. However, after witnessing Yu Qing's recent slaying of several individuals, the atmosphere transformed entirely. Both the ancient man and the beautiful woman, who met their demise at Yu Qing's fist, possessed considerable power. Numerous individuals present were their equals in strength. If Yu Qing could dispatch the ancient man and his companions with ease, it naturally followed that he could do the same to them. In an instant, countless factions chose to withdraw, opting not to provoke Yu Qing. Soon, the surroundings of the entire secret realm grew markedly quieter, yet in a camp several miles away from Yu Qing, a dozen individuals are stationed here, led by a middle-aged man of opulent bearing and a slight corpulence. One might mistake him for an ordinary wealthy merchant, but such an assumption would be gravely erroneous. Should the forces of the desolate lands behold him, they would recognize him as none other than Sun Fu, the esteemed leader of the Liu sect, renowned alongside the Heng Tian sword sect. The recent scene where Yu Qing claimed lies was witnessed by them all. Observing how numerous factions recoiled in trepidation from Yu Qing, an elder of the Liu sect could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Master, is this merely a conflict among the weaker?" Sun Fu responded with a disdainful chuckle, asserting, "That rabble quakes in fear. Do they truly believe they can intimidate us of the Liu sect? What could they possibly do to us?" Chapter 86, Iron-Fisted Tactics. Astonishing the masses, the elder, upon hearing this, nodded in embarrassment. He too recognized Yu Qing's formidable abilities and felt a sense of apprehension, which prompted his question. Yet, he soon remembered that he was not alone. Many high-ranking members of the Liu sect were present. It is not that we fear the Jin Huang sect or the two-sword sects that have yet to reveal themselves, but rather, with the secret realm not having truly opened, it is best to disregard that young man for the time being and allow him to flounder. At this moment, Sun Fu continued, exaggerating, "If we from the Liu sect were to act, a mere spit from each of us could drown this young lad. The true arena lies solely among the great sects like ours. Once the secret realm truly commences and we begin our contention, that little brat won't even amount to a scallion." This statement was instantly met with the agreement of the other members of the Liu sect. Among them, very few truly held Yu Qing in their hearts. However, just as they were lost in their assumptions, an overwhelming flash of blade light suddenly surged forth. Where the blade light swept, the very earth seemed to be cleaved asunder, as if a radiant beam had descended from the firmament above, enveloping the members of the Liu sect. In the face of this strike, the rotund sect leader Sun Fu, standing at the forefront with his hands clasped behind his back, bore the brunt of the assault. In an instant, he met his demise. The numerous elders behind him were also caught in the chaos, thrown into disarray, with several suffering fatal injuries. The remaining few surviving elders gnashed their teeth and glared, gazing at their leader, who stood frozen in his pose yet had already been severed in twain, their eyes bloodshot with horror. "The sect leader is gone," someone cried out amidst the panic, their voice laden with profound fear. In their despair, they soon realized that another blade light was descending upon them. The surviving elders could only watch as the blade's radiance grew ever larger in their eyes, expanding relentlessly. In the blink of an eye, the entire army of the Six Harmonies sect was obliterated. Simultaneously, not far from the Six Harmonies sect, in another encampment. Here, a gathering of over a dozen individuals exuded an aura that rivaled that of the members of the Liu sect they had encountered earlier. "Master, let the other sects retreat. Our Jin Huang sect need not regard such threats with any seriousness." An elder addressed a young man clad in black, who stood before him. Indeed, the young man replied with a subtle nod. Despite his youthful appearance, he was none other than the renowned leader of the Jin Huang sect, Shi Wuming. In the next moment, Two beams of blinding sword light surged forth from the direction of the Yoha sect. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, they were startled to find a similar blade of light hurtling toward them. In an instant, that lethal radiance loomed ominously above their heads, its destructive power threatening to engulf them entirely. Suddenly, Shi Wuming, the leader, knelt before the oncoming sword light. "I am willing to lead my sect in submission," he shouted, nearly forcing the words from his lips. The moment his declaration echoed in the air, the descending blade of light halted, suspended half a foot above his head. As he gazed at the annihilating force hovering above him, Shi Wuming swallowed hard, a bead of cold sweat trickling down his brow. The elders behind him, perhaps caught off guard, were momentarily bewildered by the events unfolding within the Yoha sect. Yet, as the sect leader, Shi Wuming clearly witnessed the gruesome sight of Sun Fu being cleaved in two, as well as the complete annihilation of the Yoha sect's members beneath the two strikes. Having engaged in a covert rivalry with the Yoha sect for many years, he understood their strength all too well. The ability to slay Sun Fu with a single stroke left no doubt that if such a blow were to fall upon him, his fate would be sealed. Thus, in a desperate bid for survival, he uttered those words of submission. It was not that he lacked resolve as a leader. Rather, faced with overwhelming power and means, his courage faltered. The so-called fortitude would only lead him to follow in the footsteps of the Yoha sect, resulting in total annihilation. Behind him, the elders of the Jin Wang sect gradually realized the calamity that had befallen the Yoha sect under those two strikes. They exchanged fearful glances, contemplating the blade of light that hovered ominously above their leader's head. If their master had not made that decisive choice, if the assailant had chosen them instead of the Yoha sect, they would have met their end long ago. They had never anticipated that the seemingly inconspicuous Yu Qing possessed such formidable power. At that moment, the glint of the blade hovering above their heads abruptly withdrew, accompanied by a phrase of mercy, "Come forth now for a meeting." With a complex expression, Shi Wuming gradually rose to his feet, casting his gaze towards the elders behind him. Although the elders wore similarly intricate expressions, their eyes conveyed understanding towards their sect leader. This decision made by Shi Wuming not only saved himself but also spared them. The weight of the words to submit with the multitude was heavy, yet without them, they would have long since become mere souls claimed by the blade. Thus, the esteemed members of the Jin Wang sect, renowned in the wilderness, followed Shi Wuming dejectedly towards Yu Qing. This scene was not lost on the sects that had chosen to retreat. 10 miles away, a crowd gathered, exchanging glances filled with trepidation and gasps of disbelief. Chapter 87. The means of Yu Qing's control over hearts. The eyes of the crowd were rife with profound fear and lingering dread. As fellow forces in the wilderness, they were acutely aware of the strengths of both the Yoha sect and the Jin Wang sect. They had just witnessed the annihilation of one and the decline of the other. Had they hesitated even slightly earlier, they likely would not have had the opportunity to stand here and breathe. The members of the Jin Wang sect approached Yu Qing with complex expressions. Beneath the shade of the trees, the young man continued to savor his tea. At this juncture, however, no one would regard him as merely a youth. Shi Wuming and his companions were visibly tense. It was, in truth, their first encounter with Yu Qing. "We pay our respects, senior," they said in unison, bowing under Shi Wuming's lead. "Please, take a seat," Yu Qing replied, raising his hand towards Shi Wuming, indicating for him to sit. Shi Wuming cast a nervous glance at Yu Qing, uncertain of the intentions concealed within his demeanor. However, knowing that his life was in Yu Qing's grasp, he dared not refuse and cautiously took his seat opposite him. As Yu Qing poured a cup of tea for Shi Wuming, he spoke languidly. "There is no need for such tension. Drink this cup of tea, and upon making a heavenly oath, we shall be considered kin." Upon hearing this, Shi Wuming felt a lump in his throat. Yu Qing's words, though seemingly light, bore an immense weight for them. After all, a heavenly oath in this realm was not to be taken lightly. Those who dared to defy it would inevitably face divine retribution, leading to the obliteration of their very souls. On the day the celestial oath was proclaimed, they were bound to heed Yu Qing's commands, for under the constraints of the celestial oath, none dared to defy it. Even if Yu Qing commanded them to march to their demise, they had no choice but to comply. After all, it was he who had uttered the plea for mercy. It was not Yu Qing who forced his hand. Shi Wuming, however, was resolute. He glanced at the tea before him, lifted the cup, and drank deeply, then stood and raised his finger. "I, Shi Wuming, hereby establish the celestial oath, willingly submitting to my senior. Should I transgress, may my soul be obliterated." Observing their leader's decisive action, the other elders dared not hesitate, each following suit and pledging their celestial oaths. "We pay our respects, esteemed one." After all had sworn the celestial oath, they collectively bowed to Yu Qing. Excellent. Yu Qing replied with a smile, then stated, "Now, proceed to fulfill the first task I have entrusted to you. Pray, esteemed one, instruct us," Shi Wuming inquired anxiously, filled with trepidation regarding Yu Qing's forthcoming demands. "The Liuhe sect requires your attention," Yu Qing responded, his pupils narrowing. It was evident that Yu Qing sought to eliminate future threats. He had never been a benevolent figure. Now that there was no turning back, he intended to resolve any potential troubles decisively. Upon hearing this, Shi Wuming's gaze involuntarily shifted. He understood that this declaration sealed the fate of the Liuhe sect. In the desolate future, the Liuhe sect would cease to exist, even as a witness to the events. The thought that the Liuhe sect, once on par with the Jinhuang sect, was destined to vanish from this world stirred a sense of melancholy within him. It truly affirmed the adage, one can never predict what the next moment may bring. Furthermore, you may take the remaining resources of the Liuhe sect, utilize them as needed. Should I require more, I shall seek you out, Yu Qing continued. As these words fell, they indeed left the members of the Jinhuang sect, including the enigmatic Shi Wuming, somewhat taken aback. Their gazes turned towards Yu Qing, imbued with a newfound gratitude. It is essential to recognize that the Liuhe sect, as one of the most esteemed sects in the wilderness, possesses a foundation that is undoubtedly on par with that of the Jinhuang sect. Although they might not dare to fully utilize this acknowledgement, it was evident from Yu Qing's statement that, despite their solemn oath to the heavens, he still regarded them as equals and not merely as pawns to be commanded at will. This grants them a sense of dignity. Rest assured, my master, we shall undoubtedly accomplish the task at hand, Zai Wuming replied with a respectful gesture. With Sun Fu and the numerous elders now deceased, he would personally lead the charge to eradicate the remnants of the Liuhe sect with ease. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Yu Qing responded with a faint smile. Once the matters concerning the Liuhe sect are resolved, I would kindly ask you to return to help maintain order here. Upon hearing this, Zai Wuming glanced around and nodded, clearly comprehending Yu Qing's intent. Under Yu Qing's iron-fisted approach, most would refrain from causing further disturbances. However, with the secret realm approaching, no one could predict the true nature of its eventual opening. After Zai Wuming and his companions departed, tranquility enveloped the surroundings of the secret realm once more. Meanwhile, on a desolate mountain several miles away, a man clad in white, accompanied by his attendants, could not suppress a smile. I must admit, I underestimated the situation, he remarked, chuckling softly as his gaze shifted to his attendant, Xiaoman. Xiaoman's face flushed with embarrassment, evidently feeling chagrined by the stark contrast between his previous assertions and the current reality. Ha ha ha, Xiaoman. What do you think of my decision to take this individual as my disciple? The man in white inquired with a smile. Xiaoman's eyes widened in disbelief. Surely, my lord, you have traversed countless realms and encountered innumerable prodigies, never once contemplating taking on a disciple. How is it that you now wish to accept this young man? Shaking his head, Xiaoman's expression was one of confusion and incredulity. I realize I misjudged this fellow, but compared to the exceptional talents we have encountered over the years, he hardly stands out. Your legacy is extraordinary. I implore you to reconsider, he urged. Not at all, the man in white replied, waving his hand dismissively. A person's achievements are influenced by many factors: innate talent, strength, and family background. Yet, whether one can ascend to greatness ultimately hinges on personal methods, conduct, style, and fortune. Hence, the future accomplishments of an individual cannot be determined by just a few factors. A genius may falter before their time, while an underdog might yet achieve greatness. My intention in taking on a disciple is to look beyond those external factors, he continued, raising a finger thoughtfully. What matters is simply whether I find them agreeable. This young man's demeanor increasingly resembles my own in my youth. I shall observe him for a while longer, and when the time is right, you may join me in accepting him as a disciple. Haha. Very well, I understand, my lord, Xiaoman replied. Xiaoman was thoroughly captivated by the words of the man in white, feeling too intimidated to voice any objections. She could only think how fortunate the young man beneath the shade of the tree was, having attracted the attention of her master without any effort. Chapter 88. This foresight was indeed something she could learn from for a lifetime. Soon, 2 days passed. The news of the annihilation of the Liuhe sect and the capitulation of the Jinhuang sect at the entrance of the secret realm spread across the wasteland with the speed of wings. It was even swifter than the earlier news of the downfall of the Flying Sky sect. The entire wasteland erupted in a clamor. After all, the Flying Sky sect was considered relatively low among the sects in the wasteland, with several sects of comparable or even superior strength. In contrast, the The Liuhe and Jinhuang sects were true first-rate powers in the wasteland. Few could stand against either of them alone. Yet now both sects faced such calamity at the entrance of the secret realm. As for the subdued Jinhuang sect, it was one thing. But the Liuhe sect's leader and the core experts accompanying him had perished completely. Although there were still some members left, they were merely insignificant figures. And it was predictable that before long, their territory would be entirely consumed by other forces. Furthermore, it wasn't just these two sects, numerous renowned strong figures, like the Old Yin, who were not weak themselves, also met a tragic end before the secret realm. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. This was indeed monumental news. When the tidings reached the Zile Sword sect, the sect leader, Shinjiotao, was enjoying tea with several elders. Originally a rough man, he had taken to refining himself in recent years and had begun to appreciate tea. While sipping, a few close elders expressed their discontent regarding their leader's decision to avoid the secret realm. Shinjiotao could only wear a smile, attempting to placate their concerns, while simultaneously dispatching spies to monitor the developments in the secret realm. Indeed, before the tea was finished, a subordinate hurried in to convey the news. Upon hearing the report, a cacophony erupted as the elders overturned their teacups in shock. What? The Liuhe sect has been destroyed? The Jinhuang sect surrendered to escape death? And all at the hands of a single individual? How can this be possible? The usually composed Grand Elder was so startled that tea spilled over his beard, leaving him no time to wipe it away as he hastily turned to Shinjiotao. Remaining calm, Shinjiotao lifted his teacup and sipped leisurely, exhibiting an air of confidence as if he had anticipated this all along. Did I not already say that entering the secret realm is unwise? In a moment of realization, the elders were both shocked and awed, gazing at their sect leader with deep respect. As a prominent force in the wilderness, both the Six Harmonies sect and the Golden Radiance sect were not much different from their own Purple Thundersword sect. The ability to annihilate these two sects signified that they too could face a similar fate. Had it not been for their leader's resolute stance against the majority, they might have found their own sect's name among the infamous ones circulating in the wilderness. With such thoughts, the elders felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Simultaneously, their glances towards Shinjiotao were filled with guilt and admiration. If it were not for Shinjiotao's insistence, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Their leader was indeed wise. They had previously failed to comprehend his foresight, and they felt deeply ashamed. How fortunate they were to have such a leader, otherwise their Purple Thundersword sect would share the same fate as the Six Harmonies sect. At that moment, the elders rose in unison, bowing respectfully to Shinjiotao, their heartfelt admiration echoing in the air. Shinjiotao, with an expression of calm, took a sip of tea. Without such insight, how could he hold the position of sect leader? The elders bowed once more in reverence, proclaiming his brilliance. Just then, one keen-eyed elder noticed that Shinjiotao's teacup was devoid of tea, and their leader was merely sipping at thin air. Furthermore, the hand hidden behind his back trembled incessantly, suggesting that he was not as composed as he appeared. The elder opened his mouth, but ultimately decided to keep this observation to himself. Meanwhile, the news had also reached the Hung Tian Sword sect. In the Grand Hall, Lu Tianqi sat at the head, his eyes filled with astonishment. Beside him, his disciple Ying Qiao's expression shifted dramatically. Although they were aware of the existence of Yu Qing in the southern wilderness, and had suspected that the Six Harmonies sect's efforts to seize the secret realm would likely yield no results, they had never anticipated such a turn of events. The annihilation of one sect and the downfall of another was beyond their expectations. The wilderness was on the brink of transformation. The long-standing paradigm had been dramatically altered by the emergence of this secret realm. Master is truly wise. Ying Qiao couldn't help but clasp her hands in admiration, voicing her heartfelt praise. Her master not only resisted temptation, but also established connections with the influential figures early on. This foresight is indeed something she can cherish and apply throughout her life. It has allowed her to deeply comprehend the wisdom imparted by her master, to remain humble while navigating the world, to maintain reverence for others, and to grasp the profound truth that there are always greater forces and beings beyond one's own. In the ensuing days, news swept across the wasteland that the Jinhuang sect, under the leadership of the enigmatic XWM, had besieged and obliterated the Liuhe sect. While the outcome had been anticipated, the reality of the Liuhe sect's demise evoked a profound sense of reflection. As the wasteland buzzed with discussions surrounding the fall of the Liuhe sect, the surroundings of the secret realm remained eerily tranquil. Due to the influence of the system, Yu Qing found that material possessions held little allure for him. Under ordinary circumstances, A secret realm would hardly warrant such attention. Yet, inexplicably, it seemed as though something within this secret realm was beckoning him. Beneath the shade of a tree, Yu Qing savored a sip of tea while his gaze drifted towards the spatial gate suspended above him. The prohibition still lingered, indicating that the day of its opening was still some time away. In this realm, prohibitions are essentially formations, albeit with a more sophisticated nomenclature. Yu Qing possessed some expertise in the realm of formations. In fact, he had delved into this study even 2 decades prior to acquiring the system. Moreover, since gaining the system, he had absorbed insights from numerous masters of formations at the sage level. Given this background, Yu Qing found himself contemplating the audacious notion of forcefully breaching the prohibition to enter the secret realm. However, he remained uncertain of the true extent of his abilities and could not foresee the repercussions of such an act. Despite the potential for severe consequences, he had a 99.98 assurance of safeguarding his own safety, yet that leaves a lingering 0.02 of uncertainty. This is quite perilous. Perhaps it would be wise to wait, Yu Qing contemplated. As he pondered, he could not resist setting down his cup and directing his gaze ahead. A man clad in white, accompanied by an attendant, was approaching. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed the distance that had previously seemed several miles away and was now merely 100 feet from him. Even from afar, the man in white had bestowed upon him a warm smile. Chapter 89. Are you here to show off? Young friend, might you invite me for a cup of tea? In the next moment, the man in white, along with his attendant, arrived merely 10 paces from Yu Qing and spoke with a leisurely smile. Of course, Yu Qing replied with a smile, extending his hand toward the seat across from him. The man in white was long since by Yu Qing. He could feel his presence. The man distinguished himself from the others vying for the secret realm. The gentleman in white wasted no time with pleasantries, taking a seat opposite Yu Qing. While Xiaoman stood by his side. Exquisite tea, he remarked, unable to contain his admiration after a sip, gently pushing his cup forward, signaling Yu Qing to refill it. Yu Qing, unfazed, extended his hand to replenish the hot water. Are you not concerned that I have come to compete with you for the secret realm? After 2 cups of tea, the man in white chuckled leisurely. You are not here to contest for the secret realm, Yu Qing replied, shaking his head. Oh, what leads you to that conclusion? The man in white regarded Yu Qing with keen interest. Because you are here to show off, Yu Qing stated candidly. Though I am unaware of your intentions, I can discern that your interest in the secret realm is rather minimal. The man in white was momentarily taken aback by Yu Qing's words, his demeanor betraying a hint of awkwardness as the gentle and refined expression on his face was momentarily flustered. Indeed, upon his entrance, he had deliberately put on a display. After all, he was here to take on an apprentice. To take on such an intriguing disciple, he felt it necessary to showcase some degree of skill. One cannot simply approach and collect an apprentice without a semblance of flair. Little did he expect that his subtle machinations would be so thoroughly unveiled by Yu Qing, who voiced it outright. He scratched his nose, blinking in surprise, momentarily at a loss for words due to Yu Qing's forthrightness. Opting instead to take a sip of tea, he turned his gaze back to Yu Qing with a bemused expression. In discussions, the atmosphere is paramount. Guiding the conversation to flow in one's favor allows one to dominate the dialogue and thus grasp the hearts of others. From Yu Qing's perspective, the sudden appearance of this enigmatic figure, whose cultivation level remained inscrutable, raised questions about his intentions. Shouldn't Yu Qing be curious about his identity? Shouldn't he speculate on his motives? If Yu Qing were to pose a question, he would seize the initiative in this dialogue. It is akin to introducing oneself. Doing so without prompting could invite suspicions of ostentation. However, should the other party inquire first, a casual self-introduction would take on a different hue. In simpler terms, the distinction between active and passive displays of grandeur is profound. Thus, the man in white remained unhurried, maintaining his enigmatic smile as he observed Yu Qing. Yet, Yu Qing seemed absorbed in his tea, refilling his cup after finishing a small portion, savoring it slowly, seemingly more patient than his counterpart. The atmosphere grew tense, enveloped in an odd silence. Are you not curious about my purpose in seeking you? The man in white, unable to contain himself any longer upon witnessing Yu Qing's composed demeanor, finally inquired, You seek me, do you not? It is not I who seeks you. Yu Qing replied with a smile. Then if you are in search of me, should it not be you who articulates your purpose? The man furrowed his brow, acknowledging the validity of Yu Qing's assertion. Yet, he seemed oblivious to the fact that, through their interaction, he had unknowingly placed himself at a disadvantage. As for Yu Qing, he did not dwell on the matter, merely finding the man in white to be rather peculiar. with his ostentatious introduction and famed air of mystery. One could only wonder about his intentions. At this moment, the man in white appeared at a loss for words, contemplating whether to candidly express his desire to take on an apprentice. Given the character this young man had thus far displayed, he would likely face rejection. The fear of an unfavorable response loomed, making further interactions potentially awkward. Thus, this conversation was not one to be entered into lightly. If he were to speak, it must be with the intent to succeed. This is akin to pursuing a companion. Upon this realization, he devised a subtle approach. First, he would draw closer. There would inevitably be an opportunity to reveal his capabilities, gradually instilling a sense of trust in this young man. When the time was ripe to speak, he would possess ample confidence, and it was conceivable that the other party might even voluntarily seek him as a mentor. I am Li Xianbai, and I happened upon this place just as the secret realm was unveiled. Observing the various methods employed by this young friend, which bear a striking resemblance to my own style, I felt a desire to forge a connection. Therefore, I have come forth with the sole intention of cultivating a benevolent bond, hoping to establish a friendship. At this moment, the man in white introduced himself and subsequently spoke. His words contained a thread of truth. However, while the pretense of friendship was merely a facade, the genuine intention was to take on a disciple. Thus, Yu Qing remained oblivious to any underlying motives. Although Li Xianbai possesses somewhat eccentric traits, Yu Qing has never sensed any hostility from him. For someone like him, if he were to become an adversary, he would show no mercy. Conversely, should anyone extend goodwill, he would readily accept it, regardless of their identity. He does not reject the notion of making friends, firmly believing that a multitude of friendships opens numerous pathways. Understanding this, Yu Qing nodded with a smile and refilled Li Xianbai's tea. To speak candidly, I must admit that I had a slight inclination to display my abilities earlier, fearing that if I did not showcase some skills, I might be underestimated by the younger friend. At that moment, Li Xianbai chuckled and remarked on this with great eloquence, effortlessly justifying his earlier display in a manner that was both appropriate and non-offensive. "Ha, my dear brother, you overestimate me," Yu Qing replied, not dwelling on the matter. For the reasoning indeed held merit. "Since we are forging a friendship, shall we exchange tea for wine and indulge a little?" Yu Qing proposed with a smile. "Very well. Let us drink until we are inebriated and do not return," Li Xianbai responded with equal mirth. They quickly retrieved their treasured spirits, pouring for one another generously. "Such exquisite wine!" Li Xianbai exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. Soon, amidst the clinking of cups, they consumed several jars of the fine liquor. While the revelry was joyous, Li Xianbai remained mindful of his initial purpose. During their toast, he could not help but glance toward the direction of the secret realm. "My dear brother seems quite intrigued by this secret realm. I have an idea. Would you care to hear it?" Li Xianbai ventured. "Feel free to speak openly," Yu Qing encouraged. "The celestial phenomena resulting from this secret realm are growing increasingly substantial. The petty rascals you dispatched earlier are insignificant. Yet who can say if it might attract genuine experts?" Li Xianbai mused. "Thus I ponder. If my dear brother were to gather treasures from within the secret realm before it is fully opened, would that not be a safer approach?" Li Xianbai continued. "By the time the secret realm truly unveils itself, my dear brother would have already retreated with the treasures. Would that not be delightful?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing chuckled softly before shaking his head. While the reasoning is sound, the entrance to the secret realm is laden with numerous prohibitions. Gaining entry beforehand is no simple task. At this, Li Xianbai smiled broadly, instinctively raising his chin, and replied leisurely, "To be candid, I have studied formations quite extensively in my earlier years. Though I cannot claim mastery, I possess some understanding and experience regarding various formations and their prohibitions." Chapter 90, a 60% assurance. The words involuntarily ignited a spark of astonishment in Yu Qing's eyes as he gazed at Li Xianbai in disbelief. The audacity with which the latter spoke suggested a remarkable level of confidence, did it not? Observing the profound shock etched upon Yu Qing's face, Li Xianbai chuckled softly. Before his prospective disciple, this was precisely the reaction he sought. With a hint of pride, he declared, "To share such a revelation with you implies considerable assurance." As he spoke, he raised a finger, proclaiming 60%. "I possess a full 60% certainty. What do you think?" With that, he turned his gaze back to Yu Qing, hoping to witness a fervor reflected in his eyes. However, upon hearing those words, Yu Qing's previously buoyant demeanor wilted as if struck by an unexpected frost. Brother, perhaps we should just continue drinking," he stammered. "What do you mean by that?" Li Xianbai inquired, his expression one of perplexity as he regarded Yu Qing. Does my 60% assurance not suffice? It's not that it is inadequate, merely. Yu Qing could not help but swirl the wine in his glass. How should one articulate this? In his view, a 60% certainty is not merely insufficient. It is indistinguishable from a complete lack of assurance. The probability of an incident occurring is a staggering 40%. The risk is simply too great. If he were to act independently, the odds would indeed be more favorable. However, he has yet to make a decision to proceed in such a manner. It would be far wiser to patiently await the opening of the secret realm. Yet, how could he express such thoughts aloud? After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "While there is indeed a considerable chance of success, it is equally fraught with peril. I still believe it is best to wait for the secret realm to open." Li Xianbai pondered this and found merit in his words. Although he held little interest in the secret realm, being occupied with his own path, he also could not predict the consequences of prematurely entering the realm. "Well, since you feel that way, let it be," Li Xianbai said. "I only worry for your safety. With such commotion surrounding the secret realm, should a formidable expert arrive, will you be able to confront them?" At this juncture, he hesitated slightly before producing a jade pendant from his sleeve and placing it on the tea table. "As a token of our camaraderie, please accept this jade pendant," Li Xianbai said with a smile. Upon witnessing this, the young lady beside them, Xiaoman, could not suppress her anxiety and almost spoke up, only to be silenced by Li Xianbai's admonishing glare. How could this be appropriate? Yu Qing reached out to receive the pendant, holding it in the palm of his hand. A sensation of coolness permeated through him, its material a mystery. "I implore you to accept it," Li Xianbai said, his voice tranquil. "Since you are being so gracious." "I shall gladly accept it," Yu Qing replied as he tucked the pendant away. Subsequently, he retrieved a small sculpture from his sleeve and pushed it toward Li Xianbai. "In the spirit of reciprocity, since you have gifted me something, I too ought to present you with a token." Yu Qing smiled, saying, "This is a sculpture I carved by hand. Although it may not be exquisite, it is imbued with my sincere intention." "Very well, I shall accept it," Li Xianbai said, examining the sculpture briefly. Finding it to be an ordinary piece, he thought little of it and tucked it into his sleeve. Noticing Li Xianbai's acceptance, Yu Qing smiled softly. This is one of the wood carvings he carries with him, transformed into something extraordinary. Since its metamorphosis, it has instinctively acknowledged him as its master. At this moment, after bestowing it upon Li Xianbai, Yu Qing commanded the sculpture to automatically safeguard him. Although Yu Qing could discern that Li Xianbai was no weakling, he believed that should a day of crisis ever arise for Li Xianbai, this sculpture might prove to be of assistance. Today is filled with joy, and I extend my early wishes for my dear brother to successfully attain the treasures of the secret realm. I shall not linger any longer. May fate bring us together again." At this moment, Li Xianbai slowly rose to bid farewell, aware of the importance of discretion. He also advised Yu Qing to keep the jade pendant close at hand. After parting ways, Li Xianbai departed with Xiaoman. Along the way, Xiaoman's expression was filled with confusion. "Master, why did you give him the warm heart jade? This jade can bear a portion of your strength and automatically protect its owner. It is an exceedingly precious item." She couldn't help but exclaim, "You only have 3 pieces, one for the young lady, one for the family head. He is to be my future disciple. Handing it to him in advance is not an issue," Li Xianbai replied, unable to contain himself. "Of course, at this stage, I will also secretly protect him. After all, the disturbances in the secret realm are growing increasingly significant. Whether he can hold his ground remains uncertain. Thus, I shall reserve the warm heart jade for a pivotal moment in the future, as its power diminishes with each use. Therefore, keep a watchful eye on him." With that, the two returned to the desolate mountain. Li Xianbai waved his hand and unleashed a force that seemed to isolate everything around them. "Do not let this young man realize that I am secretly guarding him. Only when he encounters true peril will he appreciate my timely assistance." Standing at the summit of the desolate mountain, Li Xianbai gazed into the distance towards the secret realm, a serene smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, in the wasteland, a massive flying vessel soared through the air, resembling a colossal behemoth cleaving through the clouds. On board, a large black flag stood erect, emblazoned with the vivid characters, "Soul of Battle." Wherever the vessel passed, the crowd was filled with awe. For this flying vessel belonged to the true foremost power of the wasteland, the Soul of Battle sect. The status of the Soul of Battle sect in the wasteland was unmatched by any other sect. Although the Heng Tian Sword sect and the Luhia sect were considered first-rate forces within the wasteland, collectively, they could not rival the Soul of Battle sect. This single flying vessel alone could easily overpower any sect in the wasteland. At that moment, a large crowd appeared ahead of the vessel. composed of experts from various forces in the wasteland. We bow before the soul of battle, they proclaimed. It is said that fortune favors those with connections. Yet now one individual monopolizes the secret realm, while many forces in the wasteland suffer losses and injuries. We implore the soul of battle sect to act on our behalf. Indeed, that person has been excessively tyrannical. The secret realm is clearly a neutral domain, yet he, relying on his strength, claims it for himself, driving all of us from the wasteland away. He has even subdued the Jin Huang sect, commanding them to annihilate the Luhis sect. This is truly an affront. As if he believes our wasteland is devoid of defenders, we beseech the soul of battle sect to intervene and eradicate this menace. The very forces that had been expelled by Yu Qing now obstructed the path. They feared Yu Qing too much to contend for the secret realm. Yet they could not swallow their indignation, which led them to unite in their quest against the Duhun sect. As the flying vessel came to a halt, a young man clad in white appeared on the foredeck. His countenance was stern, his long hair flowing gracefully, and though his eyes betrayed no emotion, they conveyed an air of defiance that suggested the world held no significance for him. He cast a disdainful glance at the crowd in the wasteland before issuing a voice that was both unadorned and unequivocal. Send a few individuals to bring the people from the Jin Huang sect to me. Chapter 91. A colossal structure soared through the heavens. At this moment, the true terror of the soul dueling sect was vividly manifested. As the young man clad in white concluded his words, several streaks of light surged forth from the flying vessel. Nearly 2 hours later, the leader of the Golden Radiance sect, Shi Wuming, stood before the white-clad youth. Sir Ho, Shi Wuming uttered, visibly apprehensive as he regarded the young man. There is no need for anxiety, sect leader Shi, the young man replied coolly from his elevated position. I have summoned you not for any other purpose but to discuss the events that transpired in the secret realm on that day. Is that so? Shi Wuming's expression relaxed somewhat at this. The soul dueling sect was an absolute behemoth in the wasteland, even though the individual before him was merely a junior sect leader. He truly wished to avoid placing himself in opposition to such a figure. Thus, he recounted the occurrences within the secret realm in meticulous detail. Naturally, when it came to the description of Yu Qing, he was rather circumspect, omitting any details that might reveal the essence of Yu Qing's character. Other information he refrained from disclosing could easily be gleaned elsewhere. After all, the annihilation of the Six Harmonies sect had not gone unnoticed by others. The rationale behind this caution was not solely due to his subjugation by Yu Qing. More significantly, although they had submitted to Yu Qing, he had preserved their dignity and had not forced them into servitude. In contrast to the fate of the Six Harmonies sect, they harbored no resentment towards Yu Qing, and indeed felt a modicum of gratitude. Once he had finished speaking, Shi Wuming anxiously awaited the white-clad youth's response. Very well, you may leave. The youth finally gestured after a prolonged silence. Shi Wuming's countenance brightened, scarcely able to believe how effortlessly he was permitted to depart. Thank you, Sir Ho, he exclaimed, hastily exiting the flying vessel. Surrounding the vessel, numerous individuals from various factions in the wasteland exhibited expressions of confusion. Why have they released Shi Wuming again? One wondered aloud. Indeed, he is already submitted to that man from the southern frontier. He ought to be executed. The crowd, eager for chaos, voiced their sentiments. Yet, the white-clad youth remained impassive, dismissively gesturing to silence all dissenting voices. Approaching him from behind was an elderly man. Sir, that Shi Wuming was somewhat reticent in his speech. The elder remarked. I am aware, the youth replied coolly. We have come for the secret realm. Thus, in my view, he should not have been allowed to leave. The elder insisted. Old Emo, you're mistaken, the youth countered, shaking his head. Whether he conceals information or not holds little significance for me. What can a man, freshly subjugated, possibly know? As he spoke, the young man rose languidly. Although we are here for the secret realm, the man from the southern frontier, as well as Shi Wuming, are fundamentally not our enemies. At this juncture, we may choose to assert our dominance and claim ownership of the secret realm, while also considering an alliance with the individual from the southern wilderness. However, if we were to eliminate the nameless one from the west right away, we would immediately find ourselves in opposition to that person, effectively sealing off our path. Furthermore, as the heir apparent of the Fighting Soul sect, my mission to seize the secret realm at the behest of the sect leader is, in essence, a test of my abilities. And I am acutely aware that countless eyes will be observing my every action. Therefore, it is imperative that we proceed with utmost caution. Upon hearing this, the elder displayed an expression of admiration and could not help but bow slightly, remarking on the foresight of the young master. Thus, it would be prudent for us to maintain a low profile. Consequently, let us temporarily stow away this flying vessel. With that, the young man in white slightly levitated and ascended above the craft. He then waved his hand, and the massive vessel transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the folds of his sleeve. He chuckled, "Let us depart. As for those individuals in the wasteland, we need not concern ourselves with them." With a casual utterance, he transformed into a beam of light and vanished before the bewildered gazes of the various powers gathered in the wasteland. Shortly thereafter, the members of the Fighting Soul sect arrived in the southern wilderness. Indeed, the area appeared rather impoverished. The young man in white extended his hand to sense the surrounding space, wrinkling his brow in discontent. "My lord, what shall be our next course of action?" "We await your guidance." The followers behind him bowed respectfully. "First, let us find a suitable place to establish ourselves. As for the secret realm," the corners of the young man's mouth lifted slightly as he turned his gaze towards two enchanting women behind him. "6 years, faceless, you shall undertake this task. Investigate the background of that individual and assess whether he can be of use to me. If he proves to be ordinary, bring him back to me. If he possesses potential, return to report your findings." "Understood, my lord," the two women replied, gracefully stepping forward. They were not human, but rather a 6-eared cat demon and a faceless fox, both formidable subordinates nurtured by the young man. Matters that were inconvenient for him to handle directly were often entrusted to these two, yielding remarkable results. "Indeed, I have confidence in their capabilities," the elder nodded in agreement. As they were both beastly entities endowed with unique skills and considerable power, they were more than a match for ordinary human experts. In a place like the southern wilderness, it would not be an exaggeration to say they could sweep through with ease. After receiving their orders, the two women swiftly transformed into streaks of light and soared towards the direction of the barbarian nation. The scenery here was quite pleasant. Not far from the secret realm, a picturesque courtyard stood in a charming locale. This courtyard is unlike any other. It is indeed the courtyard of the Mishi River in the southern lands. Upon receiving a command from Yu Qing, the house traversed mountains and rivers, soaring through the skies to settle here. Consequently, in recent times, many have borne witness to a remarkable spectacle, a colossal structure flying above. Meanwhile, the 4 demons who had been left behind at home, accompanying the house on its aerial journey, were filled with exhilaration, especially Xylair. Only the Hydra felt a profound despair. With his intellect, he found it utterly inconceivable how such a feat was accomplished. Harboring a secret resentment for his past life, pondering if he had inadvertently set an orphanage ablaze, leading him to tread upon such a precarious path. Another source of his discontent was Xylair's recent breakthrough. The desire to break free from their pact and regain his autonomy had become increasingly elusive. Nevertheless, upon learning of the Hydra's identity, Yu Qing had no intention of ending his life. After all, he had now effectively contracted Xylair, whose life and death hung in the balance of Xylair's whims. It was more prudent to utilize him for further tasks. "My disciple, you are now a genuine practitioner and need not linger by my side. If you wish, venture forth and explore the southern border for some training." Yu Qing spoke gently, administering medicine to the 4 demons while observing Xylair. "Yes, master," Xylair replied, blinking his eyes, despite his tender age and limited understanding. He grasped the weight of his master's words. Soon after, he shouldered his pack, with the Hydra perched upon him, and set forth into the distance. Yu Qing smiled, untroubled. After all, with Xylair's current strength, he was more than capable of self-protection, and it was surely advantageous for him to gain experience in the southern region. However, not long after Xylair departed, a jubilant voice emerged from Emo Sanson. "I have broken through. I, Emo Sanson, have made another breakthrough. Thank you, master." In the envious gaze of the other 3 demons, Emo Sanson knelt before Yu Qing, brimming with excitement. Yet, his expression was somewhat comical, marred by the side effects of the potion, rendering his visage swollen and bulbous. "Oh, you have achieved a breakthrough," Yu Qing remarked, glancing at the list of medicines. This enhancement elixir had been successfully concocted, albeit with significant side effects. He then addressed Emo Sanson. "You should find a suitable place to consolidate your breakthrough. Once you have done so, return to continue testing the potions." "Thank you, master," Emo Sanson replied enthusiastically, then turned to the other demons, saying, "Eldest, second, fourth, accompany me for a while and assist in safeguarding my breakthrough." A few demons nodded and hurried towards the courtyard, preparing to seek a place to break through. Meanwhile, 2 shadows silently emerged from beyond the garden. Chapter 92, The Terrifying Talent of Emo Sanson in the Path of Heaven. If my conjecture holds true, The individual the young master instructed us to investigate resides here. The masked fox emitted a chilling, sinister laugh. As she spoke, her visage underwent a bizarre transformations. One moment appearing as a pure young maiden, the next as an elderly crone, and then as an alluring woman of grace. Beside her, the six-eared cat demon remained silent. Though the trio of ears hidden within her hair subtly twitched, as if someone was emerging from that location. There appears to be movement, the six-eared cat demon remarked. Shortly thereafter, for shadows leapt from the courtyard. For individuals, could they be subordinates of that person? If so, it would be prudent to subdue them and extract information about their master. Very well, I shall take the lead while you remain here to keep watch. The masked fox replied with a cold smile. After the six-eared cat demon nodded in agreement, the masked fox transformed into a streak of light, pursuing ahead. You four little ones, surrender without resistance. The masked fox's hand gradually morphed, sharp claws emerging from her fingertips as she lunged towards Imo San-san and the others. However, as she closed in, the moment Imo San-san's face came into her view, her mind went blank. She forgot the orders of the young master entirely and lost sight of her original intent. All that remained in her mind was the visage of Imo San-san. What a strikingly handsome man this is. How could he possess such immense allure? The masked fox attempted to forcibly dismiss the thought. Yet she found that Imo San-san lingered in her mind, refusing to fade away. At that moment, Imo San-san turned her gaze towards her as well. In truth, they had sensed each other's presence long before the masked fox had followed. Damn, this is not merely the most beautiful face. Upon noticing the gaze directed at her by Imo San-san, the masked fox hastily covered her face, promptly retracting her attack. By the time she landed, her visage transformed into one of pure and flawless beauty. As it turned out, she was merely a little demon beast. Imo San-san observed the masked fox with cold indifference, stating icily, "Speak. What is your purpose in following us?" I do not have any intention." The masked fox hurriedly explained, presenting a pitiful demeanor, fearful of being misunderstood by Imo San-san. I simply could not help but follow." "What should we do? Kill her, or what?" Imo Shaoxi inquired, casting a glance at Imo San-san. "This fox is likely not to be taken lightly. But my current priority is to break through. After capturing her, you keep watch over her, and we can question her later," Imo San-san declared. "Understood." Following her lead, they charged towards the jade-faced fox. The masked fox offered no resistance, easily captured by Imo San-san. "Shaoxi, keep an eye on her," Imo San-san instructed. Before proceeding with the elder brothers to strive for their breakthrough. "Do not move, behave yourself," Imo Shaoxi commanded the jade-faced fox in a low voice. "When will he return?" The jade-faced fox asked with anticipation. "Who?" Imo Shaoxi inquired. "You know, the one you referred to as Lao San, San Lang." The masked fox blushed as she asked. "San Lang." Imo Shaoxi paused momentarily, then slapped her, exclaiming, "You shall not refer to Lao San in such a repulsive manner." The masked fox, after receiving a slap, appeared pitiable, yet her heart was wholly consumed by thoughts of Imo Sansan. It is not entirely her fault. Not only does Imo Sansan possess an innate talent for the laws of heaven, but she also hails from a lineage of demons. In a layman's terms, demons are essentially a form of mythical beasts. However, the bloodline of the demon race is intricately fused with that of the magical race, rendering it superior to ordinary mythical beasts. This natural lineage exerts a profound suppression over mythical beasts. Thus, under the influence of the heavenly laws and the bloodline oppression, the masked fox found herself utterly devoid of self. As she waited, her anticipation stretching into an unknown expanse of time, Imo Sansan, having broken through, finally returned with her companions, the big boss and the second boss. Yet, upon seeing the transformed Imo Sansan, the last vestiges of her reason were completely stripped away. In her eyes, there was naught but Imo Sansan. In her mind, only the image of Imo Sansan's profile lingered. Those swollen lips were irresistibly alluring, and that unique visage was truly one of a kind. Before Imo Sansan or the others could utter a word, the masked fox divulged her origins and the purpose of her journey in one breath. She even betrayed the six-eared cat demon hiding outside the courtyard. How despicable it was. Targeting her master. Hearing this, Imo Sansan's expression darkened as she seized the masked fox and commanded, "Come back with me to meet the master." "I am willing to do anything to see you," the masked fox replied without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, they returned to the courtyard's periphery. The six-eared cat demon, having lurked there for an extended period, was taken aback to see the masked fox mingling with Imo Sansan and her companions. Hadn't they intended to capture them? How could they be together? The six-eared cat demon was perplexed. Suddenly, she saw the masked fox point directly at her. "Come with me," the masked fox beckoned, seemingly seizing every opportunity to curry favor before Sanson. The big boss and the second boss exchanged glances and followed the masked fox towards the six-eared cat demon. "Damn it, this masked fox has betrayed us." The six-eared cat demon's expression darkened as she transformed into a streak of light, attempting to escape. However, the big boss and the second boss had already sealed her retreat, capturing her with ease. "Masked fox, you traitor." "Why?" The six-eared cat demon glared at the masked fox with resentment, knowing that with her stealthy abilities, had she not been betrayed, no one would have discovered her presence. "You do not understand." The masked fox cast a fleeting glance at her, entirely indifferent to the venomous glare she unleashed, and instead dashed off to seek praise from Sanson. "You wretched harlot, how dare you betray our master?" Yet, as the six-eared cat demon continued her tirade, she found herself at a loss for words, for the striking profile of Sanson had captivated her gaze. I. She quickly averted her eyes, seemingly fearful that her disheveled appearance might tarnish her impression. In a mere instant, she too had succumbed to the allure of Sanson. When Sanson and her companions presented two demonic beasts before Yu Qing, he was left utterly speechless. Judging from the testimonies of the two women, their backgrounds were formidable, and their strength was not to be underestimated. At that moment, these two beings appeared as if they were willing to sacrifice their very lives for Sanson, their eyes betraying an infatuation that was palpable. Yu Qing couldn't help but marvel inwardly at Sanson's astonishing talent, truly a force to be reckoned with. In Chapter 93, titled An Emperor of Mundanity, Not Worthy of Even Ants, we find ourselves at the Duhun sect. Yu Qing's gaze shifted as he recalled having heard of it, though he had never paid it much heed. When soldiers come, let them fight. When water comes, let it be damned. As for the two demonic beasts, they were indeed a stroke of fortune for him, particularly as he sought subjects for his experimental elixirs. The age and gender of the subjects would greatly influence the results. Just as he pondered how to procure the two demonic beasts, they fortuitously arrived at his doorstep. Thus, he entrusted them directly to the four great demons for safekeeping. Upon receiving such a charge from Yu Qing, the four great demons erupted with excitement, especially Sanson, who transformed into a domineering figure before the two beasts, commanding and beckoning them with authority. The two demonic beasts found themselves utterly entranced by Sanson's unparalleled beauty, unable to extricate themselves from her charm, reveling in the experience. Meanwhile, at a town near the border of the barbarian kingdom, close to the Fuyo Empire, there stood an apricot grove. Within this grove, a modest tavern could be found. Inside, a woman adorned with a wide-brimmed hat sat, surrounded by several concealed masters. As she removed her hat, a delicate yet shadowed visage emerged, none other than the Empress of Fuyo, Nangang Fuyo. Since the grand celebration of the Southern Kingdom, every day had been a torment for her. What she had believed to be the pinnacle of her life had turned out to be a complete ruse. The black dust had vanished without a trace, and the Five Elements Alliance remained utterly silent. As for the enigmatic leader of the Five Elements, not even a whisper of his presence had graced her ears. Most critically, the national treasure imbued with the fate of her realm, the imperial seal, had been deceitfully taken from her. This matter, she dared not speak of it to anyone. If word were to spread in the Fuyo Empire, not only would she be scorned as the Fuyo Empress, but she would likely be drowned in disdain. Curse be it, there has been no news from Haichen. Nangang Fuyo attempted to reach out to Haichen, yet there was not a whisper of response. Thus, she found herself exhausting every conceivable means to alter the situation. Finally, she encountered a celestial phenomenon, the opening of a secret realm. However, it was with great dismay that she noted the secret realm, though close to the Fuyo Empire, had not descended upon it, but rather upon the barbarian nation, merely a few dozen miles away. Even though she understood that had it landed within the Fuyo Empire, it would not have been hers to claim. It could have bestowed upon her empire unexpected fortunes. Despite her limited perspective on the current circumstances surrounding the secret realm, she was aware that it had drawn countless masters from various sects, even those surpassing the celestial gates. If she could foster good relations with such figures, how could the Fuyo Empire not grow in strength? The loss of a national jade seal would pale in comparison. Thus, in a fit of indignation, she brought several experts from the Heavenly Palace and ventured into the barbarian nation, seeking to uncover opportunities. Once we are within the barbarian nation, we must not reveal our identities. We must proceed with utmost caution. Nangang Fuyo cautioned the elite companions she had brought along. Indeed, they responded, nodding. their energies restrained as they dispersed around the vicinity. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through the tavern, and countless silhouettes appeared silently before it. "My lord, we are not far from the secret realm, and the environment here is quite favorable. Perhaps we should establish our base here." An elder advised the young man in white at the forefront. The young man nodded and stepped toward the tavern. "My master favors tranquility. All irrelevant individuals, be gone." The elder's imposing aura emanated, his voice imbued with spiritual energy resonating throughout the tavern, instilling a heavy pressure upon all present. The patron's expression shifted dramatically as they hastened to flee. In Yulat, the elder's icy gaze fell upon those who remained. They were none other than Nangong Fuyo and her companions. Boldly spoken, "Do you know who she is?" instinctively exclaimed a master beside the Fuyo Empress. But before the words could fully escape, the elder struck him, sending him flying. Upon witnessing this, Nangong Fuyo and her companions were instantly alarmed, none daring to make a hasty move. As for Nangong Fuyo, her fists were clenched tightly. To be so publicly dismissed as the empress of a nation was an utter humiliation. "Your Majesty, their strength is formidable. They must surely be members of those sects." One of the experts whispered. "What of the sects?" "I am still the empress, governing countless lives," she retorted defiantly. Nangong Fuyao's countenance turned cold as she spoke. "However, we fear we may not stand a chance against them, especially since we are within the borders of the barbarian nation," her subordinate hurriedly added. Upon hearing this, Nangong Fuyao's expression hardened, and she chose to remain silent. Just as she and her entourage were about to rise and depart, she caught sight of the young man in white, surrounded by admirers. Instantly, she was struck by his extraordinary presence, one she had never encountered before. Considering the strength of the elder beside him, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. If even a subordinate possesses such formidable prowess, then what of this young man in white? Without hesitation, she removed her conical hat, revealing a visage she deemed quite captivating, and addressed the young man. "Esteemed sir, I am Nangong Fuyao, the Empress of the Fuyo Empire. Might we have a moment to converse?" However, as she invoked her status as a sovereign, hoping to elicit surprise from the young man and engage in dialogue, the young man in white, however, did not even spare her a glance. Not even a fleeting look from the corner of his eye. Conversely, those few individuals trailing behind him displayed an air of disdain. A mere mortal emperor, who could not even be deemed significant, left Nangong Fuyao's expression utterly grim. Her face burned with indignation. After all, she was a sovereign in her own right. To approach him with a greeting, only to be met with such indifference? Yet, she refused to yield. The more dismissive he was, the more she recognized the extraordinary nature of this youth. "I can assist you in seizing the secret realm," Nangong Fuyu called out once more. Upon the utterance of these words, the young man in white momentarily hesitated in his stride. Casting a glance at the elder beside him, he then continued on his way. "You come here," the elder commanded, pointing at Nangong Fuyo. As Nangong Fuyo prepared to step forward with several companions, an unseen force suddenly thrust all of them aside. "Only you shall approach." Nangong Fuyo nodded and followed the elder back into the tavern. Beneath the apricot tree, the young man in white sat cross-legged, quietly observing Nangong Fuyo. "Speak," the elder urged. "The location of the secret realm once belonged to our Fuyo Empire many years ago, although it was later reclaimed by the barbarian nation. I am intimately familiar with this place. As the Empress of the Fuyo Empire, I can utilize my subordinates to gather various information and provide you with numerous conveniences," Nangong Fuyo hastily proclaimed. "Is that all?" Chapter 94. Witness the handsome strike. The elder beside the young man in white scoffed disdainfully, preparing to dismiss Nangong Fuyo. However, at that moment, the young man raised his hand. "What do you desire?" he inquired calmly. Nangong Fuyo was momentarily taken aback, then elatedly replied, "I need, once our objectives are achieved, for the barbarian nation to be incorporated into my Fuyo Empire, and also the Southern Kingdom. As you wish." The young man in white replied nonchalantly. Nangong Fuyo never anticipated that he would so readily acquiesce to her request. "Since we have established a partnership, may I inquire about your esteemed identity?" she asked. The young man remained silent, but the elder responded leisurely. "You are not yet worthy to know the identity of our young master, but you need only be aware that we hail from the Soul Combat sect." "The Soul Combat sect?" Nangong Fuyao's expression shifted to one of astonishment. At this moment, she was utterly indifferent to the tone of the old man's speech. Her mind was consumed by the three characters of the soul-fighting sect. Recently, the secret realm had been the subject of much commotion. As the Empress of a nation, although she was unaware of the specific events transpiring around the secret realm, she had gleaned some information nonetheless. This is akin to the common populace. They may be aware that a certain upheaval has transpired within the upper echelons of society and might recognize the names associated with these elite. Yet they remain oblivious to the specific events that have unfolded. This is firmly established by hierarchy. Beyond the southern frontier lies an even greater sect, and among these sects, the undisputed sovereign is undoubtedly the soul-fighting sect. She never anticipated that she would so casually collaborate with the soul-fighting sect. We have matters to discuss. Please take your leave, the elder said in a grave tone. Very well, I shall now gather all pertinent information regarding the secret realm. Should anyone require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me, Nangong Fuyo assured with excitement before withdrawing. However, her assurance elicited a hint of disdain from the elder, who remarked once she had departed, "Young master, they are merely worldly emperors. Why pay them any heed? We are newcomers. And perhaps their knowledge is not as profound as that of these indigenous people." The young man in white gently lifted a cup of wine, savoring a sip before setting it down and continuing, "In any case, it is prudent to be prepared. If she proves useful, what harm is there in accommodating her, given that they are merely two mundane nations? Indeed, your considerations are thorough," the elder nodded. Upon exiting the tavern, Nangong Fuyo shed her previous despondency, enveloped in an imperial aura, brimming with vitality. The soul-fighting sect, that is the greatest power in the wilderness, unmatched by any other. In due time, all the grievances I have endured will be rectified. Yu Qing, you will come to realize that even without you, Nangong Fuyo will thrive. I shall make you regret not seizing the opportunity to return when I offered it. Subsequently, Nangong Fuyo issued countless commands, aiding the soul-fighting sect in gathering useful intelligence. Several days later, she personally arrived with a confidential letter, seeking to meet the young man in white. Yet, she did not even catch a glimpse of him. "Just hand it over to me. You may return," the elder said impassively. "But this is a confidential letter. I must deliver it personally to young Master Ho," Nangong Fuyo insisted. Is it so easy to meet the young master?" The elder's voice darkened. Nangong Fuyo's expression turned ashen. With a face full of resentment, he departed. "Young master, this is a letter sent by Nangong Fuyo." The elder then leaned towards the young man in white and remarked, "These tidings cannot be deemed entirely useless. Rather, they're utterly devoid of merit." The young man in white nodded, unfazed, and calmly replied, "Let her continue her inquiries." The elder nodded in agreement and proceeded to inquire, "Is there still no news of Luer and the masked one?" The young man furrowed his brow and nodded. "Logically, it should not be this way. We possess their life tokens. If they were in peril, their tokens would not remain unscathed, indicating that they have not encountered any misfortune." The elder frowned and spoke in a grave tone. "After all, they are beasts of the supernatural realm. Do you think it could be?" "Impossible." The young man interjected confidently. "Though the masked one and Luer have not formalized a pact with me, their loyalty remains steadfast. Furthermore, without me, none would offer them such favorable treatment." The elder asked, "What shall we do next?" "Let us wait and see. News will inevitably arrive," the young man replied. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, a chilling aura of impending doom swept through the air not far from the tavern. Subsequently, powerful waves of battle reverberated nearby. Both the elder and the young man in white exchanged solemn glances and extended their senses outward. They soon witnessed a frenzied mob relentlessly pursuing a young child. "You little beast, stop right there. You have ruined my son. You shall pay with your life." Leading the charge was a middle-aged man, his hair standing on end, wielding various spiritual artifacts as he recklessly hurled them at the fleeing boy. Following closely behind were 7 or 8 elders and dozens of core members from their sect, all with bloodshot eyes, desperately chasing after the boy. They cried out, "We have invested so much effort in cultivating the young master. After all this time, you have reduced him to nothing. How ruthless you are, you little wretch. Not only have you incapacitated the young master, but you have also seized his treasures, hanging them like trophies on the city walls. You have shown utter disregard for our chumling sect. You must die today. We will not rest until you are slain." Meanwhile, the young boy, gripping a broadsword, ran while hurling insults over his shoulder. "Stop your nonsense. It was your young master who first attempted to seize my sister and then coveted my sword. I did not kill him. I merely taught him a lesson. I warn you to cease your pursuit, or I shall incapacitate you all." "Ah, you little beast, you still dare to argue. Pay with your life." The disciples of the Spring Order behind him were nearly driven to madness. The elder of the Fighting Soul sect and the young man in white exchanged a glance, equally astonished at the unexpected turn of events. The Spring Order was well aware of their own position, a faction neither thriving nor faltering in the wasteland. distinguished by their reliance on dual cultivation to enhance their strength. The young master of the Spring Order was somewhat known to the young man in white. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill in the art of dual cultivation, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he might have emerged as a significant figure in the wasteland. However, it now appeared that this young master had been rendered powerless, seemingly stripped of his most vital attributes. Nonetheless, neither of them harbored intentions of intervening. They merely adopted a spectator's demeanor. At that moment, the young boy, witnessing the relentless pursuit of the Spring Order, finally lost his temper. It seemed that his master had taught him well, to either refrain from conflict or to eradicate the enemy entirely if engaged. Humph, I shall vanquish you. Behold my dashing strike. With a fierce grunt, the boy brandished his horizontal blade and unexpectedly charged toward the members of the Spring Order. If he had chosen to flee, he might have had a glimmer of hope, but confronting the Spring Order head-on was a perilous decision. The elder beside the young man in white shook his head. Yet, before he could finish his words, he witnessed the boy executing a magnificent slash in midair. With a single stroke, the entire sky transformed in hue. As if the very fabric of space fell into a profound silence. The members of the Chunling sect, who had been in pursuit, remained frozen in their stance, motionless for a brief moment before their bodies split in two, plummeting to the ground. Chapter 95. Suddenly, a thought struck me. The ancestor's surname was also Yu. The elder, taken aback by this strike, found himself in a state of astonishment, reflecting on who this young boy could possibly be. In all the desolation, he had never heard of such an entity. Even from a distance, he felt a profound unease, fearing that had he been the recipient of that blow, he would have stood no chance. Indeed, though referred to as a young boy, he was not to be underestimated. My lord, have you heard of such a remarkable figure? The elder could not help but inquire. Yet, as he turned, he found the young man in white staring wide-eyed, trembling all over, murmuring to himself, "Ancestor! It is the ancestor!" The young man exclaimed with fervor. "What ancestor?" The elder questioned, his gaze at his lord filled with disbelief. He had watched the young man grow up, well aware of his demeanor, and had never seen him display such a loss of composure. That strike was the fighting soul sword technique. The young man shouted again. What? The fighting soul sword technique? The elder's voice rose in alarm. My lord, are you certain it is the fighting soul sword technique? Absolutely, it cannot be mistaken, the young man replied, his tone brimming with excitement. Though the sect's fighting soul sword technique is incomplete, both my master and I can only practice up to the 3rd volume, but the essence is unmistakable. The elder, upon hearing this, found himself in a state of deep contemplation. The fighting soul sword technique was a closely guarded secret of the fighting soul sect, accessible only to its core members. It was also the foundation of the sect, the very reason for its supremacy in the wasteland. Then who could he be, our ancestor? The elder inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. Upon hearing this, the young man in white shot him a disapproving glance. The ancestor has been missing for 3,000 years. Oh, indeed, the elder replied sheepishly, patting his head. But who exactly is he? Regarding the ancestor's past, the master had once mentioned that the ancestor was not a native of the wasteland but had inadvertently wandered into it, subsequently establishing the Fighting Soul sect. Shortly after its founding, the ancestor departed, leaving behind the 3 incomplete volumes of the Fighting Soul Sword technique. The reason only 3 volumes remained was that this technique belonged to the ancestor's lineage and could only be practiced by those of the same bloodline. The technique displayed by that young boy clearly exceeded the 3rd volume. Thus, if my conjecture holds true, this boy must be of the same lineage as the ancestor. The young man in white spoke with a glimmer of wisdom in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the elder nodded in agreement. Come, let us hasten to pay our respects, the young man in white urged. The elder nodded in acknowledgement. If the other party belonged to the ancestral family, then for their Duhun sect, regardless of the individual's age, the ability to wield the Duhun blade would signify a true figure of great importance. Please, esteemed sir, do hold your steps. At that moment, after the young carp had committed murder and seized the storage ring, having obliterated all traces of the crime, she was just about to depart when the young man in white, accompanied by a throng of followers, pursued her. Yu Qing, at your service, my lord, he announced. Followed by the others, we pay our respects, my lord. Upon catching up to the young carp, led by the young man in white, they once again bowed before her. Who are you? The young carp inquired, brandishing her weapon, her gaze wary as she scrutinized the young man and his companions. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yu Qing, the vice master of the Duhun sect, and those who stand behind me are also from the Duhun sect, the young man in white stated. We have come forth to pay our respects, my lord. Pay your respects to me for what? The young carp asked in confusion. This revelation momentarily stunned Hou Wuchang and his companions, yet they swiftly regained their composure. The Duhan sect was merely a creation of their ancestor, and it was likely that his family members were entirely unaware of its existence. Indeed, our ancestor established the Duhan sect and bequeathed the Duhan blade technique, of which the very strike you demonstrated just now is a part. Subsequently, Hou Wuchang recounted the lineage and past of the Duhan sect's founder. If my conjecture holds true, you must be of the same lineage as my ancestor. He once proclaimed that if a member of the Duhan sect were to encounter his kin in the future, it would be akin to meeting him. With a respectful gesture, Hou Wuchang clasped his hands together. Oh, I am unfamiliar with your ancestor. This technique was imparted to me by my master. Little Lear spoke truthfully. This technique was indeed derived from the teachings bestowed upon him by Yu Qing. Master? Hou Wuchang couldn't help but exchange a glance with the elder Mo beside him, before inquiring further. May I ask who your esteemed master is? My master is Yu Qing. Little Lear replied candidly. Yu Qing? Hou Wuchang furrowed his brow and turned his gaze towards the elder Mo. Indeed, according to various sources, the individual who intends to monopolize the secret realm, eradicate the Liu's sect, and subdue the Jinhuang sect is named Yu Qing. Hou Wuchang's frown deepened. How could the youth's master be this person? Suddenly, without warning, elder Mo let out a gasp. What is the matter? Hou Wuchang could not restrain his curiosity. Your Excellency, I just recalled that our ancestor also bore the surname Yu, elder Mo stammered. Upon the utterance of these words, the ever-watchful Hou Wuchang was momentarily taken aback, as clarity dawned upon him in an instant. The individual belonging to the same lineage as the revered ancestor was not the youth before him, but rather the one standing behind, Yu Qing. It was indeed plausible that Yu Qing had imparted the soul blade technique to his disciple. Furthermore, there was the young master. Mo Lao could not restrain himself from transmitting his thoughts. I observed that the youth's bone age is remarkably young. He is genuinely not merely a fade. At such a tender age, possessing such extraordinary prowess only serves to corroborate our assumptions. Hou Wuchang nodded in agreement. Although the tale of the ancestor was a distant memory, the remnants of historical records suggested that their forebear hailed from a grand locale, belonging to a true noble family. It is only from such esteemed families that prodigious talents like Shao Li could emerge. Thus, every detail seemed to align in confirmation. We must hasten to pay our respects to Lord Yu, Hou Wuchang declared with fervor. Yet, in an instant, he shook his head. No, I cannot go. I am not yet worthy. This matter must be communicated to my master and the members of the Soul Blade sect. They must be informed to come in person without delay. Mo Lao nodded in agreement, indicating his support. My lord, I must return to inform my master, allowing him to personally lead the members of the Soul Blade sect to pay their respects to your esteemed master. Therefore, I kindly request that you remain here for a few days, until I return from the Soul Blade sect, after which I will ask you to guide us for the introduction. At this moment, the capricious deity bowed respectfully and spoke. After finishing his words, he issued orders to several individuals following closely behind him. You few, during these days, have devoted yourselves to serving and attending to our esteemed master. Await our return. Among these individuals, with the exception of a male shadow guard, all are personal maids of Hou Wuchang, trained since childhood by the Duhan sect to be his loyal guardians. As the personal attendants of the young master of the Duhan sect, they are not ordinary women. Each possesses an enchanting grace and elegance. Yes, young master, they replied resolutely upon receiving Hou Wuchang's command. I cannot afford to wait for you. I have my own training to attend to, young Leo said. Her face stern as she attempted to decline. Still quite young, she was bewildered by Hou Wuchang's constant references to ancestors and masters, leaving her momentarily disoriented. However, before she could finish her thought, Hou Wuchang's maids offered a polite bow to her and obediently positioned themselves beside her. Hey, haha. Young Lear scratched the back of her head awkwardly and said, My master once mentioned that cultivation requires a balance of work and rest. So there is no rush in waiting for you. Chapter 96. To pay the highest respects to that individual, then I must trouble you, my lord. Hou Wuchang said with a respectful gesture before turning to Elder Mo. Elder Mo, I kindly ask you to accompany me on this journey. Very well. The two wasted no time and transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky. Once airborne, Hou Wuchang waved his sleeve, summoning the flying vessel exclusive to the Duhan sect. The operation of such a vessel incurs considerable energy expenditure, yet at this moment, Hou Wuchang was unconcerned with such matters. eager to return to the Duhan sect swiftly. The craft zipped through the air, quickly exiting the southern border and entering the wasteland territory. Standing at the forefront of the vessel, Ho Wuchang held his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. "Master, what troubles you?" Elder Emo inquired. Unable to restrain his curiosity, "I am pondering over Lu'er and the Masked One," Ho Wuchang replied. "Originally, I believe they should not have been out of contact for so long. In retrospect, however, it is not difficult to comprehend. Their life tokens remain intact, indicating they are still safe," Elder Emo remarked. "My concern is not for their safety," Ho Wuchang clarified. "I worry whether they may have inadvertently offended that esteemed individual." At these words, Elder Mo's expression darkened, his heart sinking. After all, the Masked One and Lu'er were dispatched by Ho Wuchang himself. "I fear that if they have indeed offended her, that esteemed individual may direct her ire towards our Duhan sect," Ho Wuchang expressed with evident concern. "It should not reach such an extent. If they had truly offended her, their life tokens would have shattered by now," Elder Emo reassured him. "Indeed. I hope that is the case," Ho Wuchang nodded. "Regardless, when we meet that esteemed elder, I shall personally offer my apologies." Elder Emo nodded in agreement. For now, that was all they could do. "Oh, by the way, once we return to the sect, I will seek out my master. You should prepare some gifts and visit the Jinwang sect." Ho Wuchang then spoke again. Upon hearing this, old Emo nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the matter. He felt a twinge of apprehension. Fortunately, Ho Wuchang had not troubled the nameless figure of the Jinwang sect. Although this nameless figure was merely a minor power subdued by Yu Qing, one must remember that it is wise to consider the master when dealing with a dog. Had they truly taken action against the Jinwang sect, it would have surely incurred the wrath of that esteemed individual. Presently, in some respects, the Duhan sect and the Jinwang sect could be regarded as allies. Sending a token of goodwill to express an apology would not be amiss. Should it reach the ears of that individual, it might even enhance their favor. Consequently, old Emo found himself increasingly admiring his young sect master. With the swift journey of the flying vessel, the two soon returned to the Duhan sect. Unlike other sects in the wilderness, the Duhan sect, established under the foresight of its ancient ancestors, had created a small realm of its own. As the flying vessel appeared within this small realm, it captured the attention of many, including the elders and high-ranking members of the Duhan sect, as well as the sect master, Ling Han. Upon returning, Ho Wuchang promptly stowed away the flying vessel. Sect master Ling Han, a middle-aged man, stood before the main hall, exuding an air of authority without anger, and solemnly inquired, "Were you not instructed to contend for the southern wilderness secret realm? Why have you returned?" At this moment, the other elders of the soul-fighting sect arrived, their expressions filled with perplexity as they regarded him. "Esteemed master, respected elders, I have witnessed the latter two forms of the soul-fighting blade technique," announced Ho Wuchang. "What?" His words stirred a tempest of astonishment among the crowd. They gasped in disbelief. What on earth transpired? "Speak swiftly," urged Ling Han, his curiosity piqued. Ho Wuchang, unwilling to withhold any information, recounted in detail his encounter with the little carp and their ensuing conversation. "Thus, I surmise that the esteemed Lord Yu Qing is likely a kin of our venerable ancestor. Therefore, I did not dare to take matters into my own hands and hurry back to report to you, master and esteemed elders." Upon hearing Ho Wuchang's account, Ling Han wasted no time and leaped into the air. Above the Grand Soul Fighting Hall stood a colossal bell, known as the Soul Fighting Bell. Since the dawn of Ho Wuchang's memories, he had never witnessed the Soul Fighting Bell toll. At this moment, Ling Han's sudden call echoed. "Master, what is this?" Ho Wuchang inquired, puzzled. "Inform the esteemed ones in the sect to accompany me in paying respects to that venerable figure," Ling Han replied solemnly. "The esteemed ones in the sect?" Ho Wuchang questioned, perplexed. In the next instant, he sensed three profound auras soaring into the sky from the back mountain of the Duhan sect. "Xiaohan, why have you rung the Duhan bell without detecting the enemy's presence?" As the voice resonated, three figures, aged and white-haired, appeared before them. The elder at the forefront furrowed his brow and gazed at Ling Han. "Ling Han, I pay my respects to the revered elders," Ling Han quickly bowed. However, after Ling Han's greeting, many elders, including Ho Wuchang, exchanged bewildered glances. Wasn't it rumored that these revered elders had transcended? It was utterly unexpected that they were still alive. Yet, not daring to delay, they hurriedly offered their respectful salutations. "We pay our respects to the revered elders." The three elder figures paid no heed to them, but continued to focus on Ling Han, then inquired in a deep voice, "Ling Han, I am asking you a question. I report to the three revered elders that the last two forms of the Duhan blade technique have emerged, Ling Han stated. What? Upon hearing this news, even the three revered elders could not suppress their excitement. Do you mean that a member of our ancestral lineage has appeared? One of the revered elders asked eagerly. Indeed, Ling Han affirmed. Where is he? Take us to him at once. The elder leading them urged. He is currently in the southern wilderness, Yu Qing promptly replied. And observing the three revered elders' expressions, it seemed that encountering a member of the ancestral lineage was even more significant than anticipated. Who are you? One of the revered elders directed his gaze towards Yu Qing. This is my disciple and the chosen successor of the sect, the one whom he has encountered. Ling Han explained. Indeed, the leading revered elder nodded in appreciation and hastily said, Let us descend the mountain immediately to pay our respects to him. There is no need to rush. At this moment, the elder on the right, who had remained silent throughout, gestured and spoke. When the ancestor was still present, he cherished grandiosity. It is no doubt that those of his lineage share the same sentiment. Therefore, I command that all members above the rank of guardian of the Duhan sect assemble and descend the mountain. Additionally, arrangements must be made to present the utmost grandeur. Upon hearing this, Ling Han promptly accepted the order and swiftly dispatched commands in a flurry. Chapter 97. An apology is one thing, but offering such lavish gifts? After a brief interval, the Duhan sect set forth in a grand procession. Within the small celestial realm of the Duhan sect, 1, 2, 3 colossal flying vessels emerged, casting a vast shadow upon the ground. These were indeed the 3 flying boats of the Duhan sect. Such a majestic vessel, capable of both offense and defense, is unparalleled among the other sects in the desolate lands. Even when combined, they possess not a single one, whereas the Duhan sect boasts 3. This clearly reflects its profound heritage. Upon the foremost ship, Ling Han, accompanied by the 3 esteemed elders, Yu Qing, and other ordinary elders, gathered for the occasion. Meanwhile, aboard the subsequent vessels were the various heads and guardians overseeing other affairs of the Duhan sect, as well as the outstanding disciples that the sect has diligently nurtured. Excluding Yu Qing. In essence, this expedition represents the current and future backbone of the Duhan sect. The revered ancestor, who had a penchant for grand displays, once remarked that a larger spectacle signifies greater respect towards others. The 3 esteemed elders stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, stroking their beards.